that, I'm going to say it after the legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors. Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 2023, you want to talk about regular season losses that pissed me off. 2023, Miami, Georgia Tech.
Oh, where you didn't kneel?
Yeah, Mario doesn't need the ball because Don Chaney's got to get that 100 yards. Miami 17th in the nation at the time, fumbles with 24 seconds left. Georgia Tech picks it up. Haynes King, the guy we saw in the Hall of Fame game, then chucks a touchdown pass with 2 seconds left. Guy beats the coverage, and that might have been the most angry I've ever been after a regular season loss.
If you're talking about angry, I
guess there's angry versus just pathetic versus heartbreak.
The angriest I've ever been after, I'll never forget this, is the Glenn Coffey game, Minnesota Vikings, Niners, Brett Favre throwing to Greg Lewis, I think it was, in the back of the end zone with no time left on the clock. So Frank Gore had a high ankle sprain.
I remember that.
It's like Glenn Coffey's only moment. He ended up being the starting running back that day. Niners were winning almost the whole game.
Oh, I would say this is what, 08? I want to say. Was that
07, 08, something like that.
Yeah.
And
I remember
Brett
this,
Favre,
09, according to Chase.
There you go. And Brett Favre threw a
I remember that
game-winning touchdown in the back. It was one of the greatest throws ever.
No, that was all over SportsCenter the next day.
So much.
Yeah, no, that's the one that stuck. Because what's really sucks about those kind of moments, Joe, especially when you're watching as a fan, is not just the moment it happens. It's the realization that, I get to watch this over and over again on all the highlight packages the next day. And then you get to relive it over and over and over again for the next 24 hours. It's just the moment wasn't enough to be painful. Well, what if we made every single moment for the next 24 hours remind you of that painful moment? Let's just pile it on. That's what makes those kind of losses so much worse.
September 27, 2009. Niners are up 24-20. So the only way to win the game is a touchdown pass. And Greg Lewis catches a 32-yard touchdown pass from Brett Favre with 2 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
Can you name the starting quarterback for the Niners?
In 09? Was that Sean Hill?
Yep.
Yeah. It was because that was the year it was back forth between Hill and JT O'Sullivan, right?
Glenn Coffey, 25 carries, 54 yards.
God. Hey, man, he was really good at Alabama, sort of.
Sidney Rice caught a touchdown pass in that game.
I think that was who got that game-winning pass. What Chase told me. It was Greg Lewis who got it? Oh, okay, Chase said Sidney Rice. So
Sidney Rice on that team. Percy Harvin was on that team. Peterson was on that team.
That's the name.
Yeah. I think they had backup Chester Taylor.
Oh, my God.
I'm going way back. That team was a fun. Visante Shenko. That was a fun Madden team.
The 09 Niners or the 09 Vikings. Yeah, no, that was a fun time too.
Brad Childress
there. So yeah, worst regular season losses. 888-957-9570 is the number. And again, I teased it before this last break. Tony Vitello got ejected in that one. He had to watch that game in the clubhouse. And so the NBC local feed here cut the audio on the field. The Reds didn't. So I had Chase go through and censor everything here. Here is what Tony Vitello said on the field when he got ejected yesterday.
Chicago to face the Cubs next. Appeal. Ejected. Barking about the check swing. And Tony Vitello has been tossed. Going right at Ryan Blakeney, our home plate umpire. I don't think he went.
I'm with you. Coffee was too strong.
Maybe a little bit of cream.
There you go. That was the Reds broadcast network there. Yeah, so Ryan Blanke, the home plate umpire there, giving Tony the quick heave-ho there. And, yeah, it sounded like Morse code there for a bit with swearing that we had to bleep out there. But like you said, Joe, maybe a little too late. But I guess it's nice to see that fire is still there at this point in the year. Again, as of right now, Tony is coming back next year.
It's too little too late, Sam. I mean,
does that give you any sort of hope for next year?
What?
I mean, does that inspire you at all for next? Because that's what all this is about the rest of the year, is next year.
Wait, so You're asking me after they just blew a 6-run lead, does Tony Vitello getting thrown out of the first inning of the game inspire me for next year? Not a chance. What?
No.
What? I love you, Sam. No.
Maybe that's not the right question to ask then. You're right.
Like, come on.
I don't know.
I love seeing
Joe,
it, but
I don't know
was it in May?
I don't know. Because I'll tell you this, Joe, it's just a lot of what I'm seeing down the stretch here. That's the reason I asked the question. None of it's inspiring me for next year. I want to believe in this team. I want to believe in this group. I want to believe that they'll pull their heads out of their butts and figure this out. But they're not. And it's like, we're going to have to do this again next year and just hope that everything's going to be better. Hope we get a full season and just hope that all the mistakes this year are going to pay off for next year. Like, I'm getting to a point, like, I've been trying to be optimistic about however optimistic I can about this team and this team's future, because they are doing a legitimate rebuild that is well overdue. But, like, I'm seeing leadership in this team right now through all levels fail over and over again. And it's just like, if this is to be the group that's trying to lead things forward, no, and none of what's going on is inspiring me at all.
Are you out on Buster? Because I think as the season continues to go on more and more and more and more, I have major doubts on him.
If his name was Brad Smith and he had everything else, like,
he would have been gone.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he's not.
But like, is this like really we're gonna give a guy security because of what he did on the field as a player? Like, this is really where we're at now? Like, listen, I want to believe in Buster too, but this is why you don't see a lot of former players as GMs these days. There's only 5 of them these days, including Buster. It's a different era, Joe. It just is.
Yeah, but I don't really care if you played or didn't play in terms of, like, could you be... People who have not played have been awful. People who have not played have been good. Same thing with guys who have played. Are you good at the job? Like, right now, he has done nothing for their bullpen, clearly, and has actually depleted their bullpen as the season has gone on. And it's actually making it more and more evident how ridiculous their entire blueprint was heading into this year. To think that they were going to be decent I can't believe I even bought into it. I feel like a moron.
The only thing I could possibly think of, because you asked a question, I think, earlier this week, never really got into it, like, why is Tony Vitello coming back? Like, the only thing I can think of is that they probably knew it was going to be bad this year. Maybe not this bad, but they just knew that this was going to be we're trying to rebuild this thing and put it back together kind of year. And this is just year 1 of that. And next year is going to be year 2 of trying to put this thing back together. That's not a good reason, but like, that's just where I feel like it is at this point. It's just, honestly, the only other option is just literally just wiping the slate clean and finding a whole new group of guys to come in and do this. But then here's the thing, Joe, who's going to be the one making these decisions? It's the people in the ownership group. I don't know if I trust them either.
You don't know? I know we don't trust them. Like, who are we kidding?
Being gentle.
Who are we kidding? They've been atrocious since 2017. And they really have. I mean, it's like, wake me up when they figure it out is kind of how I'm feeling.
I don't think you're ever going to wake up if that's the situation.
Yesterday, in terms of like Bay Area sports, you had so many random things dropping all at once. Kuminga signing with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Mm-hmm. The Valkyries winning a game.
By the way, who had Kuminga finding a new team before the Giants swept a team?
Not me.
Yeah.
Kuminga going to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Okay. So that's just in itself that could have been a full show. Then you have the Valkyries winning by 20. Again, most popular team that I can remember this early in their inception.
Wipe the sun off the floor.
The Giants losing in the most horrific fashion we've ever seen. And Jed York body cam video gets released, and it's all anyone at the house could talk about. And I do want to get into that.
Let's get into that on the other side, because I think the Giants are kind of, in a sense, lucky that video came out yesterday, because instead of spending the entire show burying them for what happened yesterday, Jed threw himself very much into the headlines yesterday. Hear how that all sounded with the body cam footage, and it's just the Jed York saga just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. But hey, at least it'll probably hang over the entire season. So that is where things are at right now. Maybe someone will be sounding off about Jed York later today on the show at 8 o'clock here on The Roast. We will be doing the sound off. How do you become part of the sound off? Well, we got an open line. You can call at any moment, 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. And leave a voicemail and sound off on whatever's bugging you in sports or in life. And then tune into The Morning Roast every day at 8 o'clock and see if it is replayed. Jed York body cam footage coming up next. What's coming up in the game is sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
Hey, it's Spadoni here, talking about Daisy Dips. And Daisy makes a French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip that will change your life. You know what makes it great? You can find it in your local grocery store, and there's no preservatives, no artificial ingredients, and you can enjoy it with basically anything. Tortilla chips, potato chips, veggies, wings, whatever you can think of, Daisy Dips has got it on lock. And you know what? Enjoy it watching a game, watching a movie, TV show, friends and family. It's all great. It's Daisy Dips.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale means summer is winding down, but our biggest sale of the year is just getting started. Now through September 8th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let summer end without a floor you love. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And we are here to... Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're in charge of ordering boxes. Small boxes, big boxes, really big boxes. You're in charge of tape, labels, mailers, bubble wrap, extra bubble wrap. Just for fun. You're in charge of warehouse cleaning and safety supplies. Good thing there's Uline. Thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline makes it easy because you already do enough. Uline. We warehouse, for you.
At Allstate, we know second chances are important to you, so they're important to us. That's why with Allstate's accident forgiveness, your rate won't go up just because of an accident, even if it was your fault. So while you might find yourself wondering, how long will this take or what will this cost? You won't have to question your rate after an accident. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Optional policy feature terms apply. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Pump up the volume. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
I love bicycles. I love dancing. I love Zubac. I love all music. I love pepper jack. I love crab. I love tomatoes. And I love pasta. I love bread. I love rice. I love Marte. I love mayonnaise. You know I love Kyle.
On 95.7 The Game.
But do we love Jed York today? The answer is no. I don't think the answer to that has ever really been yes, but especially a no today, as kind of maybe started on this show a few days ago. Chase brought it up, and then Shasky, you asked Mike Florio about it. Oh, what if the body cam footage comes out? And Florio said at the time, oh, wow, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. And as we know, Florio did, he started putting in the legwork to get that body cam footage out. Unfortunately, I think TMZ got it before he did, and it did come out yesterday. Jed York did the body cam footage of Jed York getting arrested in the prostitution sting over the weekend in East Palestine, Ohio. And not the worst body cam footage out there, but it's definitely not something you ever want to see your team's owner in. And before we get into kind of talk and react about it, here is how it sounded, courtesy of TMZ.
Don't move. Don't do anything. Unbuckle slowly. Slowly. Do it. Step out of the car. Yeah, sure. Put your hands on the car.
Can I ask what you're doing?
Spread your feet for me.
Can I ask what you're doing?
What are you doing here?
Just driving.
You meeting anybody?
No.
I think he was meeting someone, but yeah. So that was it. And then, of course, they put him in handcuffs. They detain him. They put him in the car. They get some more cash out of his car. And then at the end, the cops kind of remarks like, oh, hey, look who this is. And you can see in the body cam footage there looking at Jed York's ID, and they got it censored out, though. And then that is the end of the footage there. And, yeah, I'm going to ask the audience the same question I'll ask you, Joe, 888-957-9570. Just how did you react to that when you first watched it?
I mean, I shook my head. Look, there's two images that he'll never be able to shake. So the first image is him in the orange jumpsuit.
The mugshot.
And the second one is him going like this with his hands up, and he's wearing a Yankee t-shirt and basketball shorts. I mean, again.
Are we glad that he wasn't wearing a Giants shirt, at least? Or a Niners shirt?
Just give me a second here. The court of public opinion is all that matters for him in this sense, because criminally it's already taken care of, and it's very low on the list of things. He could have done 1,000 other things that were way more criminal, but not perceived by the public in a slimier way. I'm telling you this, Sam, from an adult perspective in a room with men and women who have lived a little, it's one of the more unbecoming things that you can be accused of and then obviously convicted of, even though it's a misdemeanor. It's a very slimy thing to be attached to. And I'm just telling you what it looks like. He looks like a lowlife. Now, you could give me all this. He's going through something. He's, trying to figure it out. It's a slip up. I acknowledge all those things. Yet I am one to understand that, like, you're going to go through ups and downs in life, and you're going to have low moments, and what sucks for him, one of his low moments is caught on camera, and given his profile and who he is, this is viewed as way beneath him. It just is. The headline is salacious. Soliciting a prostitute in a mobile home area. It looks awful. I don't. There's going to be a lot of people that don't care. There's going to be a lot of people that think this isn't a big deal, and I understand that. But for the bulk of reasonable people, it's like, oh, dude, you're cooked. You're cooked. And what I mean by cooked is you'll never be able to shake this. This is going to be at the top of everyone's opinion, no matter what anyone thinks. I mean, and I'm just going to say, like, hey, I wear t-shirts and a t-shirt and shorts all the time. Mm-hmm. Given what he's doing, that outfit is interpreted like, oh, you look like a creeper. I mean, that's just what it looks like. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
And your mind starts to wander as to, you know, what else is he doing and how many times has he done this and how low could he be going? And I'm not here to judge all those things, but that's what people think of when they see these things. And so when my wife and all her nieces and her aunt and everything, everyone interpreted that. This is just some of the female perspective is, God, what a low life. That's what they think.
Yeah. It's sad. It's sad. It's embarrassing. It's shameful. He looked kind of hapless and pathetic. When he kind of puts his hands up, he kind of has this whole, like, you got me kind of look on his face. And of course he's asking, what's going on? What are you doing? As if, you know, he's trying to set up, talking himself out of it.
And there's no way. He was, and they didn't know who he was.
He was cooked in a half.
Yeah, they didn't know who he was. They didn't really care who he was. And look, there's a whole separate conversation about, like, should we really be entrapping people for this particular situation?
Offense.
That's a whole nother conversation that we can have on a different platform. But I mean, the way I view this thing straight up is like, it just looks unbecoming of a person of his particular stature.
Well, think of the 49ers, an organization that, again, they're one of the premier organizations in the NFL. They've been around for a very, very long time, and they try to paint themselves out as a standard that is reputable. They want to be an organization that fans are proud to represent with their merchandise, show up, cheer on game days, all of that stuff there. And you want everyone who is a part of this organization to kind of, you know, represent. You want them to represent in a proud way because it's a proud organization. When the figurehead of your organization, though, the owner, the CEO, basically the business league face of the organization gets caught with, I mean, not with his pants down, but metaphorically, essentially with his pants down in a car like that, it paints the Niners in a bad light. It's a poor reflection on the organization as a whole. It is something, you become the butt of jokes.
But Sam, I think some guys have equity built up and they have equity built. I'm not making this right. This is, just hear me out. I'm not saying this is right, but there are certain people who accomplish certain things and we look the other way. You know, Charles Barkley is like one of the great examples of this. Is like all his shortcomings are viewed as like, oh, what a cute character flaw. Right? And,
yeah.
And that's just like, it's
Charles. It's part of the character of who he is. That's what makes him
100%
unique, special. It's how he's endeared to us.
No doubt. And so I just, like, I think of Kobe, right? Had Kobe's situation happened today, same thing. And there were pictures and videos and stuff. I just think the whole thing lands differently. Well, I think it depends on how, I guess, likability before it happens. That's going to determine.
No question.
And you again, you mentioned what your Q rating is, basically. If you've built up equity is the word you used. When you build up that positive equity, you have a cushion to work with because, like, if it was something, sticking with the Kobe example, rest in peace, Kobe's reputation at the end was to a point where everyone respected Kobe. Everyone held him in high regard. There was a period during it where he was viewed a certain way. He had to build that up because, he hit the lowest of the lows with the rape allegations in the mid-2000s. Yes. But if there were pictures and videos, I think the whole thing plays out a little different. That doesn't mean that he can't overcome it. There's a lot of people in life who've overcome things. I've admitted myself, and I'm not trying to play the holier than thou. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm telling you, this guy is going to have a really hard time shaking this in terms of public perception for the rest of his life. If you don't think that that's true, I think that you're being naive.
No, but I guess so. But what does that? I agree with you, Joe. But I guess what does that look like? Because I mean,
for the Niners, or what does that look like for him?
Well, I guess let's start with him then, because
I think for him, I think he's going to have to be out of sight, out of mind for years on end.
At minimum, yeah.
Months, I don't even think does it.
No, and again, the closest comparable we have is in recent memory is what we saw Larry Bear go through with his wife back in 2018 when
and there's some people that still won't
we
let
had
that
that
go.
conflict happen with him and his wife Pam and Cal Hollow, and we didn't really see or hear from Larry for 2-3 years after that. It really wasn't until I think 23 is when, what was it? They had someone, was it the Will Clark retirement day, I think, when they retired his number. I think Larry was the MC for that. That was the first time that he had jumped back into the public light and hosted one of those events that he loves to host. But even still, like I'm not going to say which one is worse or not worse than the other. But I will say that's the closest comparable we have. Jed, though, if we don't see or hear from Jed for 3 to 4 years, I mean, honestly, I think a lot of Niners fans probably like that, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think Larry Bear, they're for a segment of people, they'll never look at him the same. Other people, they've determined to allow him to be able to move on for whatever reason, whatever their reasons are. You know, think about this. Just forget crimes. Let's go to steroids. Why is Barry treated one way, and why is Alex Rodriguez now treated another?
One of them has put themselves back in the public light in a way that has made themselves more affable with the public, with the general public than the other.
Yeah, right? Like, not everyone. Why did Andy Pettitte get treated one way? And why do we treat Ryan Braun another way? You know, like, I'm just using various examples.
How you act in situations, people are going to, they're going to play off of that. If basically, and this is, I don't know if this is fair or not, Joe, the more likable you are in society, when you take hits like that, it's gonna hit differently than someone who's already disliked having a hit like that.
Exactly. Some people are able to get away with scandal and get away with stuff that happens and be able to, take a step back, move back, and like, what's the guy who's come on, Iron Man? What's his name?
Tony Stark. Or Robert Downey Jr.
Robert Downey Jr. is a great
That's
example.
a great example. He did hit pretty low with his substance addiction there, but
why is Kanye like? And this is loaded, but like, I'm not sure for a lot of people Kanye will ever be viewed the same.
No. I mean, he was already kind of at the start, but he has spiraled in a way that, no, I don't even want to listen to his music ever.
Well, see, like that's interesting.
Because I don't want to support a guy like that.
Kyrie Irving, I think for a segment of people, was that way. Some people have, moved on. Some people haven't. I think Aaron Rodgers is that way right now. Aaron Rodgers is very polarizing to a lot. I don't care about Aaron Rodgers at all. I just don't care about Aaron Rodgers at all.
But if Aaron Rodgers got caught,
a lot of people hate him.
If Aaron Rodgers got caught in a situation like this, it would be probably similar. It's never going to be shaken from you. You know what it would be,
Brett
Joe?
Favre.
It would be. You know what it would be, Joe? It's a confirmation of every single negative thought I have about you.
Yes,
that's what it is.
Confirmation bias is a great way of putting
it.
When
you like someone and they screw up like this, you're thinking, well, you know what? You have enough of a resume. You have enough of a body of work in your life to tell me that this might be an outlier, because we've all made screw-ups in our lives.
I'm made a bunch of mistakes.
Oh, yeah, no, me too.
But I was lucky enough, I'm being real here, I'm lucky enough, mine weren't caught on video in 2026 with my profile being, closer to what it is today than what it was back then. You know what I mean? Like, and now his is on a whole nother level than what mine is. Like, again, if this happened to the backup cornerback, look at the guy, Arnold, the cornerback.
Aaron Arnold,
He got accused of some horrible things. I might get another chance somewhere here, which is crazy. I didn't think that was going to happen. Did you?
That he would get another chance? Oh, it's the NFL. Everyone's getting another chance eventually. But I might be a little bit cynical.
Some guys don't. Trevor Bauer. You know what? Like, why is no one taking a chance on Trevor Bauer? I guess, Sam, what I'm getting at is that I think there are some guys.
I feel like it's different in the leagues, but I see where you're getting at here. Some guys.
I guess overall, like for whatever reason, I don't get to set the rules. The public either lets you come back from something or they don't, and some are allowed to, some aren't. Some surprise me. Some surprise me in the other direction, meaning we allow them to come back, and I thought they were done. What was the guy? Come on.
I mean, listen, anyone's capable of redemption. Like, we know, I mean, Michael Vick.
Louis C.K.
I mean, Michael Vick.
I don't know how I feel. That whole thing was weird. Very weird.
Michael Vick might be one of the more notable redemption arcs
great call
we've seen in the NFL. I mean, Michael Vick, I don't remember exactly. Maybe you could shed more light on this. Actually, I'll just ask right now. prior to the
People hated
dogfighting
Michael
scandal.
Vick. I felt really bad for him.
Well, but prior to the dogfighting scandal, when he was
one of the
Michael
most
Vick,
beloved
the
athletes.
quarterback.
He was one of the most beloved athletes on the planet.
And you did
in terms of like he was like the AI for the NFL.
Yeah.
In terms of like impact, everyone loved.
Well,
There's not one guy I knew that didn't love Michael Vick.
And there was big hip hop boom in pop culture at that time, and he was
ridiculous.
they called him the hip hop athlete. Him and AI, like, yeah, it was great. He was fun to watch. And then he did one of the worst things you can do in America. He
But
committed
see,
a crime.
you say that, and like I grew up in a neighborhood where it was more prevalent for dogfights, and I'm not saying I condoned it. I did not condone, but like culturally, I understood that like his culture, it's just different. It's totally different. And I grew up with guys whose like family would do legitimate rooster fighting. I know there's another word for it. I don't want to get the guys worried back there. Like that's what they do in their culture. And like I grew up in a neighborhood that was a little different, and so I saw different things. I'm not saying I liked it or I approved it, but culturally that's their norm. And so I understood that Michael Vick, the whole thing was being looked at through a lens that I don't think people understood that culture. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying
You're
it's
not
wrong.
endorsing it. Yeah,
I think that it was different. It was just different.
Well,
I didn't think he was the worst human who ever lived, though.
There's reasons for everything.
Yeah.
And I do think that is some that plays a part of it, where you come from, how it plays. Because if you grow up in a culture where something is normalized and otherwise it isn't, like, yeah, you got the culture clashes there. In the grand scheme of America, though, like one of the worst things you can do in the public's eyes is harm a dog. People love dogs in this country.
I love dogs. My dog sleeps in our bed
listen,
every night.
I'm not calling that shit like that. But what I'm getting at here, this Michael Vick thing is like, I don't know if he had the equity, but he did pull off the redemption arc.
No doubt.
He did something that 95% of this country thought was completely heinous and awful and unforgivable.
I give him a lot of credit.
And he did it. He did the whole arc. And so it is what I'm saying is it is possible to be at the bottom and still rise back up.
Sure.
Whether or not that could happen for Jed, obviously time will tell. But it's like, if you were to ask the question, do you think he bounces back from this? I'm not gonna say yes or no, because I don't know. I don't have that.
I think he's gonna have a hard time, Sam.
Yes, he will have a hard time.
He's gonna have a really hard time.
Could it happen? Sure. But like,
I think he's gonna have a really hard time.
It's gonna take a very, very, very long time, because again, this is a guy who, like a lot of NFL owners, just isn't really well liked. And the fact that he's kind of looked at as kind of a goober or a dweeb or whatever words that Niner fans are using to describe him. I mean, the favorite version of Jed York that Niner fans have is the Jed York that never talks. Which, I don't know.
What does that tell you?
It tells you they don't like him.
Yeah.
And again, I think a lot of owners aren't liked these days, but again, we could bring it back to, it's the confirmation bias. You see, you are that awful person that I myself believe you to be, and you think this could lead to a selling. I'll see if it does get to that. Well,
if you asked me now and I had to bet, yeah, I would bet that they sell the team within 3 years.
We've already thought that they were kind of making moves and other machinations that usually take place before a group decides to sell. And again, I think this gets deeper into what does the York family want? There's a board of directors that he has to deal with.
The fact that your owner, I want to stop you there. Apparently he's been living in Ohio for the last 6 months. What other great owner in sports is that detached states away from their entity?
I mean, yeah, you want him living here in the Bay Area. Joe Lacob lives in the Bay Area, I believe. I don't know where.
I'm asking, like, and again, I'm not saying I want him meddling in everything, but if you are a, sound owner, you're around the team. This is your team.
Well, actually, I mean, so for the last 6 months, I mean, that is during the off season. I mean, I guess when he says
training camp for the last how many weeks? Like,
all right, I'm going to ask the question: do you need Jed at training camp?
Again, I'm not saying that he has to be on every little thing, but like, name me a guy who runs a business from afar well. It's very few and far between. One of my good friends, and shout out, he's retired recently, Issa, he said the best thing. He goes, I'm not going to get in the kitchen and start cooking. All right. He had this unbelievable restaurant, group of restaurants for many, 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 many years. And you don't stay in business for 40 years. He would say to me, you don't stay in business for 40 years without being at your restaurants in some capacity. I'm not saying that I'm the host. I'm not saying I'm the waiter, or I am going to get in the back and I'm going to start cooking. I just want to know what's going on in my business. And that's where I'll always say, like, you got to be around it a little.
You got to know what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't mean you don't hire great people to run the said restaurant, but like, I'm sorry, you got to be around your business a little.
Like you can't work remote for 6 months. Basically, is what he's doing in that situation. And I don't know, maybe he thinks, oh, I got Al Guido, he's going to send me updates, and I can run everything from afar. But no, to your point, presence matters. even if you're like, I don't know, maybe it just comes down, it shows me that you care about the day-to-day operations of what's going on, at least enough to be present. It's not good. It's bad enough that he is getting caught doing this kind of stuff. When you're getting caught doing this stuff after you've been basically not around for the last 6 months, it brings up the question, just like, what are you prioritizing and going through in your life right now? What decisions are you making right now?
He's clearly going through it.
Well, exactly, because we warned that he's going through a divorce
on that
as well.
level, I do feel for him. Like, I mean, I know plenty of people that have been divorced, and that alone, God knows what else is going on. You never know what's going on in someone's life, but that alone can send people spiraling. Yes. There's no question. There's not a question in my mind. But, again, this is not a criminal activity that, to me, warrants this criticism. It's the perception of slime. That's what people like. This to be accused of. People are like, it's slimy. That's what people think of. There's a perception attached to it.
Yes, and I think the negative perception, the court of public opinion verdict, it's going to hit him harder than a legal thing. I mean, legally, it's over.
It's over.
He served his day. He got his pay. Like, it's over. But it's the stain that's going to be with him in perpetuity, essentially. So let's go to the lines here. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. When you saw the Jed video yesterday, the body cam video, what went through your mind? What were your thoughts?
When I saw it at first, the very first thing I thought was, oh, this poor guy. It looked like he was going through it. That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah, he is. And
I'm just good. As someone who has gone through it many times, he had the look of someone that looked really like down and bad. He just did the whole thing. I shook my head.
My first thought looking at it, it's like this is kind of hapless and pathetic.
I felt bad. Like I actually did.
Like, again, like I say, like his pants were on, but his pants, like when he got out of the car, his pants might as well been around his ankles. Like that's how just sad it was. It was just sad and hapless. And
my wife and
I don't want to say I felt bad for him because he made his choice.
I did. Because I could still feel bad for someone and not love them as the greatest owner of all time. I could separate the two. On a human level, I'm like, it was a creeper fit.
Yep.
I mean, the whole thing was like a creeper look. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just telling you the truth.
Like, it looked gross. It did. I'm just saying.
If that was me, you guys would all be like, what a creep.
Yeah, it could be anybody. Mike in Redwood City. What do you got for us today, Mike? You're on the roast.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to say thanks for taking my call, but and I don't condone exactly what Jed York did by any means. But if you guys remember, there is a face of the franchise now that not too long ago got busted the same way. And the GOAT has recovered pretty well. So if you guys know what I mean.
Would you agree, though, that how public this is with the photos and the news cycle and the video now, it's a lot different than things that have happened years and years and years ago. Would you acknowledge?
Oh, 100%. And you compared it to Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
And those type of things. Absolutely. But I know Jed's going through it, and I feel for the guy. I know that he's probably in a wrong place right now. And he is the owner of my team. So I just want to say, I hope that he seeks help.
Yeah.
And that he can recover from this. And it's not the prettiest picture, but the GOAT can do it. And he's running wild at every Niner game that I see, and everybody loves him to death. His face can come back as well. So.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a question though? You said everyone loves Jerry Rice to death. Do you feel that same way about Jed York?
You're right. You're right.
Well, I feel really bad for his family. I feel bad. I do.
Thank you for the call, Mike. I appreciate your thought.
Absolutely. His son.
I feel bad for his boys. Even his, I guess, ex-wife. I'm not sure what the exact status is currently. I feel bad for her. I feel bad for the immediate family, his parents. Like, it's just, it's a tough one, dude. It's a humiliating look for a family.
I do sympathize with them. I mean, the poor kids. When school's starting, everyone's got smartphones. He's like, Joe,
I don't even want to think about it. I feel bad.
Like, see, when I was in high school, like Twitter and social media was just bursting onto the scene. And so like, we didn't really know all the ways that we could like be mean to each other with it just yet. We were still kind of learning them, but there was still like plenty of cyberbullying stuff going on. And smartphones were also just starting to become a thing. Like, I think I was a junior when the iPhone like first started popping up at school. But like right now though, I feel for kids who are going through middle school and high school right now and have to deal with social media the way it is right now. I would hate to be in middle school or high school right now with all the digital things that you can do in the world today.
Sam, before I posted some photos the other day of the Giants game, my niece had to vet all the photos I was going to put out.
People are gross.
She didn't want to be, and then like I posted it, I tagged them, and then a bunch of randos started following. I felt really guilty.
Oh, you see that?
I felt really guilty.
You see, that's just gross behavior. You didn't have that back then. To have that, because his kids are showing up to school, and that one kid that he doesn't like is coming up to his phone. It's like, look at this.
Honestly, I don't even want to think about that.
I know.
It sucks.
I feel horrible for, the ex-wife, that's being brought up in her conversational circles too, can you believe that?
I just think he needs to stay away for a while.
No, he needs to be off the radar for the next indefinite period of time. By the way, that moment that Mike was talking about, Redwood City, I guess 1998, Jerry Rice got caught in a massage parlor. Though that being said, he was never arrested or charged with any crime. But then to Mike's point, he said, if the GOAT can bounce back, what about Jed? Jerry Rice's Q rating with the public in 1998 was, I'm going to say it's not what Jed's was on Saturday before we learned this news.
He pled no contest. It's like, it's just
Jerry
different.
Rice never had handcuffs. Jed York did.
But also Jed's not Aaron Hernandez. I've seen people equate this to a lot of more serious crime stuff.
The Robert Kraft is an easy one to equate it to as well, but
but in the Robert Kraft one's a lot more complicated.
Yeah.
And I'm just not. I don't know.
Well, no, I don't play the game of you say Aaron Hernandez, like, at least it's not Aaron Hernandez. Like, okay.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm saying I'm seeing people equate it to more serious crimes, and I don't think. I think we need to have a deep breath, and we need to it's criminally, it's a very low level thing. Okay, and some would argue it shouldn't even be a crime.
It's legal in some state. I believe Nevada, the state that they are playing in tonight. By the way, Raiders and Niners tonight at 5:30. It is legal in Nevada.
Okay, but I think I'm talking about like perception, and then and then it's up to everyone. I'm not trying to be Mr. Morality, but for a lot of people, it's deemed as an immoral act.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Yes, I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty details of it. I don't think we really need to, but you're paying for services.
Well, it's not just that. It's
a mobile home
for $150.
Well,
the details, I think,
I'm looking at the
details in this one make it like it feels closer to Jerry Springer than it does something out of a glamorous Vegas movie.
It looked like I never really watched Cops a lot as a kid, but every now and then you'd have it on. It looked like an episode out of Cops.
Yes.
Like this. What's the fake the fake show from South Park? I'm getting arrested and I'm white trash or something like that, or I'm white trash and I'm getting arrested. Like the getter's like, all right, look at the camera and say it. I'm white trash and I'm getting arrested. Like that's what it looked like. And that's basically Jed York was a South Park episode. Well, you never want to be a South Park episode.
And then 2 days later, the mobile home is like, we are not involved in this.
I'm looking at the story right now.
Bad for them.
East Palestine is pissed that they're a part of this because, like I said, they had a train derailment there a few years ago, and that's what kind of put them on the map. But now there's now we're all hillbillies. Now we're all trailer park trash. And this is just a small little quiet town. It looks like about an hour south of Youngstown, Ohio. Not irrelevant. That is where Jed lives.
The Yankee shirt.
Why
did the Yankee shirt bug me too?
Well, okay, then I brought it up at the start, but then you brought it up again. Would it have been worse if it was a Niner shirt or a Giants shirt?
I don't even know.
Honestly, when I saw the Yankee shirt, it's like, oh my God. Thank God he's not wearing a Giants or Niners or Warriors shirt because I don't want one of our local teams to be more tied into this than they already are. It's kind of a rough look for the Yankees now. This guy's one of your fans. Let's go back out to the lines here again.
The whole thing.
888-957-9570. You saw the Jed York video yesterday, and you thought, what? Let's go to James in Palo Alto. He's got some thoughts on Jed. How you doing today, James? You're on the roast.
Thanks so much for taking my call, guys. I do want to say I think bringing up players and owners and trying to make comparisons are kind of and not really a true comparison. You're much better off bringing up Robert Kraft or the Irsays or Jimmy Jones, who've all fallen from grace. And, they're billionaires. They don't need this, but I just think the relationship or the comparison to Kobe
I think you're missing what the analogy is. Okay, the analogy is about public perception and how we have fan favorites, and we have other people who just have a hard time getting over on an audience. It's not about, oh, this guy was suspended for this and this guy got caught doing that. It's more the audience, meaning us, the consumers, the fans, for whatever reason, some guys we like and we'll look the other way and we'll let people overcome them, and some people we won't.
Yeah, the one place where I think this will come up is if it just so happens that the Niners get to the Super Bowl and win it, who lifts up the Super Bowl trophy? And would we see Jed York there? That would be the only time I think you'd see him all season long. And I think that would be an ugly look.
Well, it's a fair point there, James. Thanks for the call. And I guess to that is, I really hope we get to have that dilemma. I really hope we get to, wring our hands together and be like, oh, who's going to handle Lombardi this year? And if that would be a very good problem to have, I guess, in that situation.
I don't even know.
Like, let's
I don't even know what to do with that.
Let's get through the season first before we start talking about that. Like, I guess that is one way to look at it. Look, if Denise York hoisted, I don't have the owner up there. Look, have Al Guido. I don't care.
It's pretty well known that Mark Davis sits with different
women.
Yes, at games and all the time. And nobody thinks twice about it.
He's just a real ladies' man. He's really smooth in what he says.
Well, no. I'm just saying, like, it's a little overt. Would you agree? Like, it's pretty obvious.
It's obvious that he's basically, lack of a better term, dirty old man.
Yeah, but I think there's I'm not saying this is right or wrong. There's a perceived, like, oh, he's paying top dollar. When you're caught in the, again, in this one, in a mobile home.
I guess it's slightly better.
I'm just telling you what the conversation's like. People are like, hey, like, not that it's acceptable, but it's more acceptable and less beneath him.
It's less gross and skeezy, I guess, if you do it that way.
Yeah, in a weird way. And I'm not saying this isn't my morality. I'm talking about just societal norms. These are societal norms. Like, the ladies were like, God, at least do it like that weirdo Mark Davis. That's what they were saying last night in the rooms. This is some of the women. Like, at least that, like, has a little aura of class. That you're in a mobile home. What are you doing? And it's like, that's what a lot of the women were saying yesterday in the room when we were talking about it.
Does it kind of surprise you that a lot of people are kind of going out of their way to try and defend Jed in this situation, or try and downplay, like, how serious all this is? Like, a friend of mine texted me, her mom said something like, don't the police in East Palestine have anything better to do? Like,
I ask that question all the time, but on other things.
Yeah, like
when I get a speeding ticket.
Yeah, like that, or a parking ticket, stuff like that. Like, not like prostitution, which is, tied in. You had the sex trafficking division doing this, Joe. Like, that they don't send in those divisions unless they're trying to do something serious. So, like, this is like, he was potentially, Jed, getting himself into something super, super serious here. I mean, he's responding to a website online for an ad to do this. I mean, you don't know what kind of sinister things you could be walking in here to, yet there's a lot of like, well, come on, really got to do this guy for this?
In the crime world, this is closer to jaywalking than it is, vehicular manslaughter or something very serious.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a relatively low, but Sam, I don't know. It's like, I get where you're going. I guess what I would say
I'm hearing a lot of people trying to downplay this.
Sam, this is just my interpretation. And you could say, Joe, you don't know that. And I don't know that. This is just my interpretation. I have a hard time thinking that after a rough night of drinking, he just stumbled into this. That's just my personal opinion. Having lived my life the way that I've lived it, with all the people that I have in my life, I have a hard time thinking you just got caught on a one-off doing something. This, to me, again, it whiffs of something that's like, this is probably, God knows what else he's doing. Like, that's what I always think that. You know me. What do I always say? There's more to this story.
Oh, absolutely.
During the Shanahan crash, I was like, there's probably more to this one.
I would not be shocked if there was more to this story.
I'm not even saying there's criminal activity. No. I'm just saying, I just think there's way more to this story. We're never going to know.
Oh, yeah. It's just, like, I don't know if it's the tip of the iceberg, but I don't think we're seeing everything underneath. But, like, I don't believe that he started his day on a Sunday at 9 in the morning. It's like, gotta go get my prostitute. It's 9 o'clock on a Sunday.
That's egregious.
Like, no, I don't believe that he woke up down Sunday morning and said, I got to go do this. Like, I think he was, in my theory, I have no evidence to back this up, and maybe more stories will come out. Like, I got to think that maybe he was doing stuff throughout the night, and this was just the next step. I don't know. But this is where my mind goes. Like, I have a hard time believing that he woke up Sunday morning and it was just like, you know what? You know what I really need right now? $140 worth of fun.
Well, I have just a hard time seeing that he didn't go to bed. You know what I mean? Like, who knows? Who knows, dude?
I mean, again, who knows? Who knows indeed. All right.
I don't know. Who knows?
No easy transition off that, but we're going to go to the River Islands guest line now because we got a surprise guest on the line here. And I know I'm just going to do the janky little transition there. Who we got here on the line?
Morning, it's Hillary from Boxer and Gerson.
Hillary, what's going on? Hey, big one tonight. Raiders-Niners in a game in which none of the starters are going to play. This is peak football tonight, Hillary.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready to talk about the man of the people, Jed York.
All right.
NFL owners, they've always seemed so untouchable. I can't even imagine what it's like being worth $500 million. But you know what Jed has taught us? Rich guys want McDonald's, too. And I can't think of anything more relatable for a Niners fan than paying $140 for some trailer park fillet of fish. I don't see Mark Davis out in these streets haggling for a chalupa. My man Mark doesn't even know how to Google a good barber. Meanwhile, Jed's out here responding to internet ads, negotiating prices for with or without fries. You think my man Mark would be caught dead driving a rental Volkswagen? You think Mark only tips 15%?
Wow, Volkswagen getting a shot there.
No way, man. If I don't hear Niners fans tonight chanting one of us at tonight's game, I'm going to be sorely disappointed in you guys.
Well, I mean, in fairness, Hillary, I mean, Mark's got a lot more time to, be looking around nicer websites there because he doesn't really have any wins to really be thinking about, during these days. So it's a little bit of a slightly separate situation there. That just feels like such a weak comeback.
All right, Jed York couldn't close a Super Bowl or a $140 deal. That's a losing streak in two different arenas.
Oh, my God. Shaz, you want to get in on this one here? He's going to let her roast us here?
Is this written content this morning? I'm blown away how sharp you are.
Yeah, man, the material writes itself, Joe. What can I say?
She's not wrong.
Hey, so how do you prepare for your Super Bowl tonight?
Well, we are favored by 3 points, so
oh my God.
I mean, I don't
so
even
what,
think
what
we
street's
need
the
to
parade
prepare.
going down?
What'd you say?
What street's the parade going down to celebrate the 3-point spread?
Fremont Street, obviously.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Downtown Vegas is where it's at.
Hillary, is Mendoza going to play tonight?
Yes, Mendoza's going to play. Like Max Crosby said, we got the whitest quarterback room in the league. We got 4 guys, not a single tattoo. We're going to be slinging the rock tonight. You guys are going to be so shocked. I've already bet $100 on the Raiders over for wins this season.
What?
I bet $100
What's the
on
over?
the under
What's the
for
over?
Niners wins. Week 9, when we see each other at Levi's, I better be seeing you guys there unless you're too scared to show up.
Yeah, I'm too scared to show up to Levi's.
It's rough down there.
Exactly.
No, those tickets are really expensive, though. I have season tickets, and they were charging basically like division round playoff prices for that one-off game because there's tiered pricing.
Well, I hope to see you there.
I'll be there.
Oh, he's there at every game. He'll be in his
And
section with his
you
Shasky
call
jersey.
back again from Boxer and Gerson because I'm telling you right now, Hillary, like after you guys like hoist that preseason Lombardi tonight, like I want to hear from you again in the regular season when you guys start off 1-6.
Not one win, though.
I will absolutely call in the morning of that game, and I will continue to talk as much smack, even if we are on a total losing streak. You know why? Because Raiders fans are loyal to a fault, and we will continue to defend our team, and we will continue to defend everything about our owner, and we don't have to deal with the trash that Jed York has brought and the attention he has brought to your team.
Hey, Hillary, so what's going on lately at Boxer and Gerson here?
Oh, good question. So actually, I was thinking normally at Boxer and Gerson, we offer free consults and then we're paid on a contingency fee basis. But I'm feeling like we should offer a Jed York special. And for only $140, we'll take your case as long as it resolves in 1 hour.
Oh, my God.
I like that deal, actually. Let's look at you taking advantage of the marketing opportunities here. She came in cooking. Hillary, we love having you on. You know
this
what?
might be your best call ever.
Week 9, we might have to bring you in studio for a little bit and keep this conversation going because this just the phone just doesn't do this amount of fun justice.
I'm there. Bring me in. I'm there.
All right. It's going to be a $140 fee, though, to have you in.
I think that's something that your owner will have to pay.
I don't know. He's a little short on cash right now, but maybe we can work something out. We'll have some McDonald's waiting for you, too.
Just insane.
All right. Thanks so much for calling in, Hillary. And with that, speaking of Hillary and Boxer and Gerson, let's get into that Boxer and Gerson injury report. Well, it's a day that ends in Y, so that means a Giant is on the injury report. And Adrian Hauser is the latest Giants pitcher to appear on the injury list after he left his start Tuesday night with a forearm strain. There is optimism that Hauser has avoided any catastrophic injury or surgeries that will require a major absence, though with a month left in this season, it is possible that he is done pitching in 2026. So stay tuned on that. The injury report is brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. By the way, this hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home, the Golden State Warriors Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Always fun to talk to Hillary. Maybe we should get her to come to the Red and Gold Summit out in Jax on September 3rd. That could be a fun one to get to there as well. So we got the sound off coming up here, and you know what? Let's just jump right into the sound off here. Why not? Yeah, the calls have been flowing in. And again, you don't have to call in during this segment. It's one of the few segments at the station where you don't call in the moment. Call the sound off hotline whenever you want. You heard the number, 628-400-9880. And you could be one of the voicemails that we play right here at this time, like this one right here.
Hey, this is for all the people visiting the Bay Area. You want a nice little trip? You want a nice little day trip? Go ahead and jump on a ferry in Alameda and go into the city. You will be amazed, man. And even if you're not visiting, if you're just from the Bay, take some time, jump on a ferry, and go to the city, man. It is a beautiful sight to see. You're welcome.
Thank you. He's got a point. Ferry is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I haven't taken the ferry in a long time, though, unfortunately.
I can't remember the last time I took one.
Is that kind of one of those things like, you know, like no one, like no local goes to Alcatraz or Angel Island? Is
or
that kind
walks
of
the Golden Gate Bridge?
Well, then again, I also don't commute. Like, a lot of people commute on the ferry.
No, I know a lot of people do. A lot of people do I guess it's Sausalito to the city.
Yeah, I think our boss, Matt Nahigian, did that for a period of time when we were back
he
in
got
the old
free
building.
parking somewhere.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can expense that too. So shout out Odyssey for expensing all of our parking expenses.
If you're on hold, stay right there. We're going to get to you.
Yeah, we will get back to you.
We're just doing sound off for a couple minutes here.
So, but yeah, ferry, it's a fun time. Yeah. You know, I've never taken a ferry to a Giants game. I've taken it to a Warrior game once.
Yeah, never. I can't remember the last time I was on the ferry.
But yeah, maybe we do a show on the ferry.
That'd be cool.
That actually would be kind of cool. Probably have to do it indoors, though. It'd be too loud to do it out on the ferry deck. What else do we got here on the sound off? Anyone gonna say anything about Jed?
You know what, guys? I'm sick of people, doing things at the wrong time. Like, there's a time and place for everything. Why are you changing your oil at 12 a.m. at night when you can barely see? You know what I mean? Like, why is the 49ers owner up 8:30 a.m. riding around, feeling froggy with $160 in his pocket at a damn Ohio trailer park brothel? Like, come on.
So I don't know. There's two questions I want to ask here. What do you think is more wrong time? Changing your oil at midnight or finding a paid lady friend at 9 a.m?
My dad used to do his best work between 11 at night and like 4 a.m. when he would be tweaking. So I'm not one to talk. He'd be sawing away at something in the basement.
Well, like I said, I was like, what is the appropriate time to be feeling froggy in Ohio?
I mean,
Oh my God, I love that term, feeling froggy.
Yeah, feeling froggish then leap.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to work that phrase into the rest of this show here. Let's do another one.
And this is Tony, and I love y'all station. And going to a lot of stuff, and you guys get me through the day. This is my favorite station, man. And I just want to tell y'all, like the host, I love all the hosts. My favorite is the Guru. Tell Guru I said what's up, but he is my favorite. I was telling my wife I think he can carry this thing, and I just want to give y'all props. I know what y'all do on the road, but the Guru, man, and I really think he carried the station. Like just put someone back on the name sometimes, and I just want to tell y'all I love y'all. And
this guy really likes Guru.
Is that Guru pretending to be someone else? I couldn't even tell. Or was that legitimate, like, Guru love?
Do you want the real answer?
Yeah.
I kind of want to play with it for a little bit before I give you the real answer. No, it was him.
It was Guru?
It was.
Oh, my God. That's pretty funny.
I just love the voice he does.
That's pretty funny because it sounded like...
Tony, and I love y'all station. And,
I like how he goes with Tony. I like how he goes with Tony and not Joe.
I love him so much.
See, there are other names you could have.
I love the Goose so much. He does carry the station.
He does. I mean, I cannot imagine this station without him. And that's why he's at the top of the host power rankings at this station. I mean, who else possibly carries this station quite like Daryl the Guru Johnson? I mean,
love him.
He is the biggest bringer of smiles here at 95.7.
I like that, the bringer of smiles.
Yeah, that's what he does.
All right, last one.
Last one.
Let's see, I showed up at a tire shop here at 10:30 in the morning, trying to get nail out of the tire. See, it's like almost 3:30, and I'm having to do these guys' job for them. Hey, dude, is that car ready? Oh, let me put this on the board. Holy crap, bro, I've been sitting here for 4 hours.
Yikes.
Plus, give me a break, man. Hey, dude, and I should know, man. You do work at a tire shop, bro. So I should take it easy a little bit on you. I understand you work at a tire shop.
Bro, what?
Kind of a drive-by on the tire auto shop workers there at the end.
Yeah, what are we doing?
That's a little harsh.
Yeah, dude. What? Come on.
They work hard.
Dude, my boy Renzo at Claudio's on Mission, that's where I go. That's where I go for all my fixings.
Yeah.
Shout out Renzo.
No, you got to be nice to mechanics and your barber too, because they do a very important service for you. The tire troubles I've had those, but no, you don't want to be pissing off mechanics because then they're gonna do different stuff to your car and possibly upcharge you. I did have an unfortunate run-in with a mechanic the other day, Joe. My car's dying on me right now. My beloved Scion, it's on its way out.
You have a Scion?
Not anymore. And I took it into the shop the other day. It was low on oil and need to get some more oils in, but he put new engine coils in there too. I told him, it's like, dude, I'm about to get rid of this car, man. I'm not trying to pay $600 for new engine coils. Like, I need you to take them back out. And I felt horrible doing it.
I need you to take them back out?
I didn't like doing it. It was a hard thing to do.
Like, is that even a thing?
Oh, yeah. That's a thing. They'll undo it. They won't be happy about it because they're trying to make money. Like, I didn't tell them I needed a new engine coils. They said
they didn't hit you up and say ahead of time, like, hey, this is what we're thinking of doing.
Well, they called me up. This is what we're going on. I'm like, stop what you're doing. I'm going to be down there in a moment. I got down there and... The problem is, Joe, I don't know.
Imagining Lovin, do not do anything. I'm coming right now.
Kind of like when
he literally ran over there.
I did the Kyle.
Like he does here at the studio.
I did the Kyle Shanahan. I got the phone call. Something's happening. No, don't. And I bolted to the auto shop to this time stop.
So you made them take the coils out. Okay,
that's a thing. I didn't like doing it. It's a thing you can do though. It was tough. So, but you gotta be nice to your mechanics. I paid him for his time and everything, and apologized profusely, and walked out of there and. Sadness and shame. And now I'm trying to find a new car because I'm not going to pay $600 for a car that I'm about to send off to
How much is the car worth, you think?
If I can get $3,000 when I sell it.
Okay, so now this makes a little more sense.
Oh, yeah, no, this is like, Joe, I've had this car for 14 years. It's got 165,000 miles on it. The gasket's blown out too. Like, and the gasket issue is separate from the other issues I'm having. So I'm not going to, like, it, yeah. And I told the guy, like, I'm literally getting rid of this thing soon. Why would I put this much? And he understood that part at least. Yeah. So we were able to negotiate an ending there. And that's the sound off.
I've told the story many times.
Oh. Yeah, we got to workshop how we land that
It's okay.
segment.
My mom I've told the story many times. She had a Toyota Camry 4-door sedan that she sold. The thing was just dead. $600. She told the guy over and over, it's got over 200,000 miles. It's sold as is. He drove one block and it broke down.
Oof, that's brutal.
And my mom, God bless her soul, was like, yeah, I told you, it's as is.
And you're just kind of in trouble in that
It was
part.
gangster.
Buying a car is just such an awful experience. It really is. I mean, car troubles plus buying a car, and
that's why you get a rental.
That's what I'm doing right
Jed.
now. So Jed had the Volkswagen. What are you renting right now?
They gave me a Kia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
actually like it. It's a nice car.
No, I'm looking at potentially Keys. I'm driving around a Nissan Altima right now.
No, not bad. I had an Altima way back then.
Yeah. Oh,
not as good as the Ceremony Ford, but it's.
I've heard good things about Ceremony Ford.
No,
Especially
great
since,
things.
Especially since football season's over here, and Ceremony Ford, it's a great car to have at your tailgate.
Absolutely,
like the Maverick or the Ford F-150 or the Mustang or the Mach-E.
This guy.
It's almost like I record all these spots with you, and I've been listening to what you say. Was anyone listening to what was being said in that Jed York video that dropped yesterday?
The police officers didn't know who he was at all.
Oh no, of course not. Yeah.
Which was refreshing, I guess, on one level. I think they thought he was in real estate.
I mean, he does. No, I'm not. I was saying he does kind of look like a real estate, but I don't want to.
No, but maybe he gives off those vibes. I could get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been a lot around real estate agents. I mean, yeah, sometimes they dress very casually, but I mean, you got to imagine, because they're doing a sting operation. What they're basically doing is they're going fishing.
Yes.
And they're expecting to catch who knows anybody. They're probably expecting to catch some a guy who works at a gas station or a checkout stand guy or a guy who is just kind of an everyday person. And then you land an NFL owner. They definitely in no way were expecting a catch of that magnitude.
When I hear sting operation, I don't think it's for normal, consenting adult transactional relationships. Normally, I would assume there's something like, oh, this is like an underage sting or
there's probably
this sting or
my
that. So
guess
that's where I understand people saying what are we wasting resources doing this for? On some level, I do understand that.
My guess is there's probably things that were going on in that area where there was probably prior instances where people were meeting up with prostitutes and they're trying to clean it up. And this is how you do it. So we got time for one more call here before you get to Vic Tafer on the other side. Let's go to Steve in San Francisco. Steve, how are you doing this morning, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? A lot of great points. I think I speak on behalf of all Niners fans that there's no love lost at all for Jed York. He's a completely unlikable person, and I think I love the Niners despite him. And let's look at the track record, right? He unforgivably took away the team from San Francisco, moved them to an office depot in Santa Clara. Yep. He blows up the best thing they've had since George Seifert with Harbaugh, which was through the roof inexcusable. He fumbles everything else until Shanahan and Lynch come here. His greatest accomplishment for this franchise and contribution to it was literally disappearing and shutting his mouth.
Yep.
Now he reemerges from his cave into the public eye, getting busted for soliciting a law enforcement official posing as a Ohio trailer park worker. He's dressed like a creepy middle school girls softball coach from New Jersey at best, or like somebody being busted by Chris Hansen at worst. And what does he do now that he comes back from the limelight? He's hurting and embarrassing this franchise again. Whenever his name comes up, it's a detriment and a stain on the Niners. So, and here we are. We're what is it, a week and a half or whatever away from opening day in Melbourne, and this is a completely unnecessary distraction, a storyline that the ones who do the actual work in that building have to contend with. I know that they say that it's a separate issue, but even the media frenzy, this is never going to go away. So, I mean,
totally agree.
Oh, go ahead.
No, Steve,
there's no sympathies to be had here.
Steve, I don't know if you heard me the other day. I was explaining to the younger crowd what he means to guys our age and older, and him and Gavin Newsom represent you guys are the reason why this team isn't in the city, and it's just a lot of people on that alone will never get over it. And then I try to explain to these guys here. I go, the only close representation I can give you is if Joe Lacob's sister got control of the team because Joe Lacob did something in a real estate deal that was nefarious, and then she gave the team to her son. and then that guy started talking about Steph Curry as if he was here making those decisions, we would all look at that guy and roll our eyes. That's who Jed is to guys my age. Like, yes, he's in control, but he's always been like a poser.
1,000%. He's represented kind of the downfall of the 49ers, and we've never gotten back to the top of that mountain. And even if we were, let's say we get one of those, God knows how many 7 rings that we should have had at one point. It's nobody's looking at it because of Jed York. They're looking at it like, again, Lynch and Shanahan. Like, those are the fates. So in a good way, this should be like, we wanted to move on from this guy for forever. Maybe this is what had to finally happen in order to do it. And in terms of, if he's a different person and it's different circumstances, then like you guys said, then these things are overlooked. Whether that's good or bad, like I'm not making a judgment call on that. I'm saying that's just how it works.
Yes.
Given who he is and the circumstances, no, there's nobody is feeling bad for Jed York. Nobody wants him to make a comeback.
How many text messages, Steve, have you and your buddies had where everyone's like, yep, they're going to be selling this team within 3 years? Like, it feels that the realest it's ever felt to people our age.
Absolutely, especially because nobody knew that he was living in Ohio for the past 6 months. I'm not saying that he needs to be there the day-to-day, but the fact that has been expressly communicated makes it sound like things were already in motion.
Exactly.
And he's been in the background, but it always felt like he was in the background.
Hey, Steve, sorry, I hate to cut you off here, but we do have to get to break. Then we got Vic on the other side, but appreciate your caller, Steve. A lot of great stuff. We're going to talk to Vic Tafur on the other side, how much of a distraction. Also, what the heck's going on with Mike Evans? Like, does he look good? I need to know. Vic, hopefully, will be able to answer that question. It's brought to you by Fairmont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Football is back, and you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibs getting us started at 2. Be there.
You need plumbing, heating, or HVACR work done right that very first time? Call a UA Local 38 signatory contractor. Their craft certified professionals complete over 10,000 hours of hands-on training. So you're getting experienced experts who know their trade inside and out. And with Local 38 contractors, you get quality work, dependable service, and clear pricing from the start. There's no shortcuts. There's no surprise add-ons that drive everyone crazy. So whether it's your home or your business, trust the professionals who invest in skill, safety, and accountability. Visit UALocal38.org to learn more.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here
to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity Cybersecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi. We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit Xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957THEGAME. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms DKNG.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Cha-ching! That's the sound of Lowe's Labor Day savings. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Plus, get 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
I said it right. Keep this ship moving.
And Joe Shasky.
Oh, I heard ship.
On 95.7 The Game.
I heard that Sam Lubman was filling in for Joe Spadoni this morning on the morning roast. Spadoni will be boots on the ground, so to speak, tonight at Allegiant Stadium, Raiders and Niners, down there with his lovely girlfriend Nicole and the baby Natalia, taking in Allegiant Stadium. Pretty nice stadium to go visit. Just don't do it during a Super Bowl. Football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. And imagine talking to our next guest who joins us on the River Islands guest line. The great Vic Tafur covers the Niners for The Athletic and the NFL as well. Vic, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And, of course, we'll get this stuff out of the way first. The big story this week is all the stuff going around Jed York. And I just, off the rip here, I just want to ask you, how much has this news of Jed York dominated the conversation around the facility with, writers and other reporters on the Niners beat, or just conversations with players? Just what can you kind of say about that here?
Yeah, obviously it's a big story. I think that's been everyone's mind, everyone's lips the last few days. I think the players have done a good job of we all know Jed, and that's obviously it's a sad situation and embarrassing thing for him, and kind of just some really bad judgment. But as far as the football goes, which is what they're all focused on, it's not really a big deal in that regard, because they're all focused on either getting a job on this roster or getting a starting spot solidified, or actually trying to win a Super Bowl. So I think that part of it, at least they can keep that separate from their day-to-day jobs.
Sure. Did you see him often last year, though, on the field during training camp?
During the season, yeah. I'm not really remembering training camp too often, once in a while, but more during the season you see him every game or so. But
when was the last time you saw him?
At the owners' meetings in, what was that, I want to say in March, I want to say. And I imagine he'll be much less visible this year, I would think, obviously. But I just feel bad for him and his family. Obviously, he made a bad judgment, and it's going to pay the price for that for a long, long time. So I'm sure the league will suspend him at some point or some kind of fine. It won't be a big deal because he's an owner, so I don't know what they can really do that would hurt him that much in that regard. But I imagine at some point they'll put it all behind them. But right now it's just it's a shocking story. Obviously, everyone's kind of the details are kind of depressing, I say is a good word for it, and kind of makes you wonder about some things. But clearly, if you're trying to focus on football, then that's not too hard, because I don't think Jed played a big part in football decisions as far as what happens on the field.
All right, what the hell is going on with Nick Bosa?
It's a great question. I thought last Saturday was kind of my deadline. Of if he's back by Saturday, then I won't worry about it. It won't be a major concern. We'll see we have enough time to kind of get warmed up for the season. But he hasn't been visible on the field, which is to me is a little alarming. And I know Shanahan said he's good. He'll be back next week maybe, and we'll see how it goes. But at this point, what else are they going to say? So I'm definitely, if I was a 49ers fan, I'd be a little concerned about Nick Bosa not being visible so far the last few weeks.
What scares you more, just you personally more, for them to pay him wanting more money, or this being a real injury?
Yeah, I think it's more of an injury type deal. I don't know if it's a hold in or if because he was on the field before for a while. I think he was aiming to get back, and he was we saw the progress he made with the trainers on the sideline. He definitely seemed like he was ramping up, and all of a sudden he kind of vanished. So they're saying tendonitis, which is, I guess, a common side effect with knee surgery. So, my concern would be in terms of the players in this roster, you sorely need, and definitely are kind of key guys, because their pass rush was questionable even with Nick Bosa, I think. So without him, it's a major issue.
Vic Tafur here covers the Niners for The Athletic, joining us here on the River Islands guest line. And Vic, another veteran that we're kind of looking at and asking what's going on is Mike Evans. What's going on with him? It seems like every time I'm seeing him in the news, it's Mike Evans leaves practice early. Mike Evans getting wrapped on the sidelines. Mike Evans not available at practice. What's his practice availability been like just over the last week here?
It's been spotty, but I'll say this. When he's been on the field and he's actually doing the drills and scrimmages, he looks great. So I think for him, it's more minor stuff where they're playing safe and being cautious. I think was it a calf or maybe a groin thing. So all indications I get are he's back next week and he's okay, but just kind of being precautious. And I tend to believe that because when I see him actually running around, he looks like Mike Evans. So I don't think it's a major deal.
Okay, so what about Stribling? I heard that he was catching the ball yesterday, I believe, and flipping it with his non-injured shoulder hand. Is there any legitimate concerns about his shoulder?
Another good question. I think for him and also Lenore, both are wearing different colored jerseys, like non-contact jerseys this past week in practice. But to me, that they're out there and they actually got us one play on Tuesday in practice where he took a pretty big hit by accident, kind of on a pass across the middle, and he bounced back up. So again, I think they're being precautious, both those guys. I think both those guys plan to play week one.
Vic, how much, if Stribling is good to go, which it sounded like he is, how much do you expect him to be utilized in the offensive attack here in these first few weeks of the regular season, based on what you've been seeing in practice and what we've seen here in the preseason so far?
Yeah, he's fitting well. I mean, he knows the playbook already, and all the teammates kind of rave about his not only his speed in his hands, but also his IQ. I think he's got a lot to learn, but he's definitely made some big strides. I know Cal Shanahan's trying to talk him down a little bit, like you don't want to give him too much hype, but clearly with Ricky Pearsall being out, there's a role there. I don't know if it'll be like a huge fantasy guys like, I'm going to get, dribbling around 6. That might be a little high, whatever, but I think you still got George Kittle coming back, and you got Deebo Samuel will have a big part of the offense. So I don't know how many catches we'll have per week, but definitely he'll be a big part of the offense right out of the gate.
Okay, and then you mentioned George Kittle here, and my partner and I, we've been watching and paying attention to Kittle's recovery, and I'll be honest, Vic, we're a little bit skeptical because again, he tore his Achilles 7 months ago. That's usually a 12 to 18 month recovery there. And George Kittle, a very physical player, playing a very physical position in a very physical sport, stepping back on the field 7 months after this surgery, it seems it's always seemed a little bit dubious here, but he did return to practice in this last week. What can you say just about how Kittle has looked? How has he been moving? How has that heel been looking and reacting to his first week back in practice here?
He's moving well. He looked good. And I think Christian McCaffrey made a good point where as far as his teammates, he said no one spends as much money or time or research on on their body and kind of getting better and ways to improve and ways to techniques you can study or things you can try out. So I think he's a guy that's clearly been locked in this process. I think the trainers have been in step. So to me, it's the debate. Do you play safe and wait a week and don't make the trip to Australia? And so that, to me, that's the worst case scenario. He's back at week 2, which to me is great. So I don't know if there's a huge need to rush him out there week 1. I know he wants to play. I know it's a big game against the Rams, but he had told me 3 months ago he's back week 2, raring to go. I would take that, no question.
Okay, through a month or so of practice, what do you think is the biggest strength of the team?
Good question. I would say, just the offense. They have so many, key important star-type players. McCaffrey looks like he's fine. We've talked about Mike Evans. He's definitely one of the top receivers in the league. Striblin's been good. Deebo Samuel came into camp in great shape. It kind of definitely lessened the loss of Ricky Pearsall because there's a guy who knows the playbook already, and again, he's motivated because he's unemployed, so he's lost some weight. He looks really good. I think the running backs all look good. The backup running backs all look great. So, to me, George Kittle and Tongas has been great when taking George's place and routes and stuff and practices. So, to me, the offensive firepower is still what will stand out for this team.
And then what do you think is one of the glaring weaknesses on this team?
Well, we mentioned the pass rush, but to me, I'll go even more than that. I think the whole left guard thing, I think, has not played out to my satisfaction, I guess is the right word. I think they have 4 guys competing for a spot. I'm not sure any of the 4 guys are ready. I think they should have addressed that more in the offseason. And it's kind of weird to me that if you're in this, this window where we're kind of in a win now phase, you sign all these older players, guys you have been hurt in the past, but you're truly pushing for this year, you don't really address the left guard spot. I think they have a lot of confidence in their O-line coach and their system, but to me, it's still kind of a glaring hole.
Who do you think gets this most snaps tonight at left guard then in that situation in this final preseason game, Vic?
Yeah, at this point, they're all in on pretty much a cover. What was the rookie hoping he really kind of can pick it up quickly? So I think we get most of the reps there, just kind of make it kind of more a crash course he's had the last few weeks. And that continues tonight. I think, and plus the other spot at right guard, Dominic Pooney's got a concussion, so I think Connor Colby will probably be starting over there. So I think that will lessen the competition as far as left guard goes.
All right, so you didn't reference safety play, and I don't know. For my money, it's just been a huge question mark for the last few years. Are you as concerned as I am about their safeties?
It's definitely lower on my list, but it's definitely a question mark. I will say it seems like Jair Brown's kind of taken to Raheem Morris. I think he's a guy I've always kind of liked. He's had ups and downs this time here, but he definitely seems like he's in sync with his defense, and he and Raheem Morris on the same page. He's playing aggressive. I think most of the DBs have been really aggressive this training camp, which I've liked. So I'm going to give Tig Brown the benefit of the doubt and say he's ready to make another step up this year and kind of be a reliable safety back there. And the other spot is either Marquise Siegel, who's, I got some upside, or Mustafa's been hurt, and whenever he gets back, he'll be back in there. So I'm going to say it's not as big a concern as it was for me 2 months ago.
All right, so we know that Carver Willis gets some snaps at left guard, Connor Colby at right guard, but outside of that, Vic, it is the 3rd preseason game. I'm guessing there's not going to be a whole lot of starters playing tonight. Just who will be playing for the Niners tonight, and I guess who are some names either in a competition with someone or a roster bubble that 49er fans should keep their eye on tonight if the starters aren't going to be logging any snaps?
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Adrian Martinez. I know that really excites fans who are watching tonight, but he'll be playing a lot, maybe almost the entire game. But back to the safety spot, I think there's a good battle at the back of the spot. Ashton Davis, Cal guy, who also is a Raheem Morris guy, fighting for a spot against Duran Neal, who I thought was really
coming
Neal was really good last year.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of on the bubble, so that'll be a spot to watch. I think there's a handful of spots like that on the roster, like the last cornerback spot. I think linebacker is a great battle. Linebacker, we got Tatum Bethune, who is fighting hard for a spot, who was kind of a reliable guy last year. He's kind of on the bubble. So guys like that, it's a big night tonight for those kind of players.
And then last one here for you, Vic, that I got is Christian Kirk. Sounds like he's going to be an IR candidate. Are they going to get anything from him this season? Because missing training camp as a wide receiver in this offense it's tough to catch up during the regular season.
It is, and obviously I know Christian's a veteran guy, has been around for a while, and I assume he'll be able to pick it up, but you're right, it's definitely a huge setback. They had big plans for him. And again, luckily that Stribling's been so good coming in where it eases the loss, but I still think he's in their plans. I mean, I think he'll be able to kind of get acclimated slowly at some point, but I do think they like him a lot. I know Brock Purdy's a big fan from their days together in Arizona, so I think, I think at some point he'll be a factor.
Sorry, then one more here for you, Vic. How much of the running backs are you going to see tonight? Kalen Black, Jordan James. Are you going to see any of them, or is it going to be a lot of Patrick Taylor Jr. and Sincere McCormick?
It's a good question. I don't know what more you have to see out of James and Black for the 49ers. To me, they both look great. They're both healthy. Finally, they were hurt for a little while training camp. So, to me, those guys are a done deal. I wouldn't mess with those guys. You never know. But they are younger players. They need more reps. But, yeah, I think it'll be a Sincere McCormick show tonight, which, again, I think he's a really good player who, if not here, he'll find a spot somewhere in the NFL.
Awesome. Appreciate your time, Vic. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
All right, boys. Take care.
Awesome. That was Vic Tafur there, covers the 49ers for The Athletic. I love talking with Vic because he's so business. Just gets right into what you want to know, tells you, and then just on to the next question.
So I wrote down a bunch of stuff here while he was talking.
What stood out there?
Just let's take a step back. Before this year, before they started training camp, what would have been a couple of your biggest Niner questions heading into the year that you think would really make or break how many games they could win?
Biggest Niner questions. Well, I am a big believer that life in the NFL begins in the trenches, Joe. And so I am looking at the offensive line and thinking, all right, are they going to be able to keep A, Brock upright, and then B, keep this running game going? So that's a big question mark I've had.
One.
Let's go to the other side of the trench there in the defensive line, and it's the question we've been asking ourselves for 7 seasons now, I believe. How long? 7 years now that Bosa's been in the league? Or is this going to be his 8th season? What's the pass rush going to look like opposite of him? That's a big question that I've had as well. Let's see. Other questions. It's, what is this passing game going to look like with these receivers? You basically are breaking in 2 new receivers at your 1 and 2 receiver spots, and Mike Evans, the free agent signing, and Dejon Stribling, the rookie draft pick. Let's just start with those 3 for now, and then we can maybe add on some more questions from there. But off the rip, those would probably be the first 3 questions I would have asked going into training camp.
Have you answered any of them in training camp?
I'm going to start with the receiver one, and I'm going to say cautiously optimistically, yes. I feel good about them when they are healthy. What Vic did say about Mike Evans, saying that when he is on the field, he looks like Mike Evans, and it sounds like they're being very, cautious with him and making sure that he is ready for week 1. So if you're taking him at your word for that, I'm willing to believe that Evans and Stribling will be ready to go week 1. So, I think you can say you've answered that question satisfactorily, but you got an answer. The other 2 questions, though, no.
Okay.
No, I do not have answers.
I think training camp is actually, in a weird way, it's brought a little bit of optimism on drafting overall, but a lot more questions. So I agree with you. The reason why we all lost our mind, this is the other thing, like everyone taking victory laps on the Stribling pick. Do you know why everyone lost their minds? Do you know why everyone lost their minds during the draft? It wasn't just that you took a receiver. It wasn't because you traded down. It's because you didn't take an offensive lineman or a legitimate defensive lineman, because Romello Height's like an outside kind of light in the butt kind of guy. He's just not a
He's not a big beefy get after the quarterback and like
power pursuit guy.
The quarterback is not lining up at the line of scrimmage and looking on the Niners defensive line. I'm like, oh, where's Romello Height at?
You didn't draft a left guard. You passed on them. You didn't draft a back end safety, which you've needed forever, a ball hawker. You didn't draft a specific edge power rusher or a clogger, and you didn't have a left guard, right? And so. Yeah, wide receiver was a need. They had so many needs.
It was not the need.
Yeah.
Like if you were to power rank the 49ers needs, I agree with you, Joe. Wide receiver was maybe 4th or 5th on the list.
It was a need.
Yeah.
It wasn't the need.
No.
Okay, so
the offensive line was the need, I think, more so than the defensive line.
Guard center, right? I mean, what Niner fan wouldn't say coming out of last year against Seattle, center.
That's what you needed.
Yes.
And Jake Brendel has been the best 19th ranked center in the NFL that you could possibly.
Yeah. He's the Mike Yastrzemski of centers.
You could get so much better than Jake Brendel. At center, but he's held up pretty well. But that left guard spot, it's a black hole.
No, I like the Stribling pick. I do. I like the Stribling pick. But what I'm saying is like, I just look at all of their needs. I'm done. It's not just that draft too. It's the last couple of drafts. Like, put them all together. And it's like, guys, like maybe Carver Willis will become that guard center that we need down the line. But can we all acknowledge like that's going to be a work in progress. And until we see some impact in the preseason, we've had a little glimpse. It's not that encouraging. We'll see, right?
Well, it's the word you use there to describe it. Maybe he could be something.
So I guess what I'm saying now is you said offensive line. I still think the same issues persist regarding the offensive line until we see otherwise.
Yeah.
My mind has not been eased about offensive line and running the ball.
No, of course not.
Through the preseason.
Nor should it.
But I'm not there every day.
No, but again, Joe, it's what you said to describe Carver Willis. Maybe he could be something. And this is where I think adds into the frustration the Niner fans had with how they handled their draft. They took a guy in Dejon Stribling. Again, we could talk about consensus.
Like
no. Hear me out on this. Like, we could talk about consensus, mock drafts, blah, blah, blah. I think a lot of Niner fans, their frustrations come from the fact that you took a guy in Dejon Stribling with a 33rd overall pick when he maybe was mocked to go later in the draft. I think I saw some mocks he could have been like a 3rd round talent. It's not the fact that you took Stribling with the first pick of the 2nd round. It's the fact that there's probably a way where you could have had both. You could have had an offensive lineman in the 1st round and still found a way to get Dejon Stribling.
No. I think it's not just... I view the offseason in totality. It's you can trade for someone, you can sign someone, or you can draft them and prioritize it.
Yeah.
And I think they got lucky with the Pooney pick, and I like the Pooney pick.
It's been great, yeah.
Well, great. He's been up and down. He was good the first year, and it's been okay since. You feel good, though, right, overall?
I like Dominic Pooney.
No, I do, too.
Yeah.
I do, too. But am I, like, is he Mike Upati?
No.
Probably a little below it as of right now. So O-line is still, like, come on, just be honest. It's still a question mark.
No, it's a massive question mark.
And what goes into that is we've only really gotten a small taste of Kalon Black. I like what I see as a backup running back. How are you going to improve your yards per carry this year? Like that's an O-line question.
He can't open up the holes that he needs to run through. But is where
who knows? Maybe he's a tough, bursty guy that like maybe he can help give them a jolt. Yeah. I think he's better than Brian Robinson.
Can he spell? Oh, absolutely. Can he spell Christian McCaffrey? But let me we got to get to break here. But to sum up what I'm saying is just like, the reason I say you could have drafted an offensive line and get Dejon Stribling, what I'm saying overall is, and you mentioned free agency or trade, you had avenues this offseason to improve your offensive line.
I agree.
In a year in which you saw Christian McCaffrey tote the ball or touch the ball 413 times, we know how important he is. Christian McCaffrey can't open up these holes. He may be losing burst, but not only is he losing burst, Joe, he's losing running lanes too. So you got a running back who may or may not be fragile, who may or may not be on the downswing of his career, who may or may not be getting the running lanes opened up for him like he needs. And you did not improve the offensive line, which is the best way to make life easier for your superstar running back. To me, it just makes no sense. One of the most important positions in football, your offensive line, it makes absolutely no sense that you would put as little care and attention into it as the Niners did this offseason.
Well, I mean, last year, You had 2 quarterbacks get hurt behind this offensive line, and you are going to be without George Kittle, who's arguably one of your great inline blockers.
Yeah.
And you knew that kind of heading into the offseason. So I still have the questions. And again, there are elements to be excited about. We'll see with Carver Willis throughout the year, but the early returns are like, it's probably going to be a work in progress.
I mean,
and to Vic's point, if you're a win-now team with a franchise quarterback and a bunch of aging skill position guys, I would have liked to have had a better solution on the offensive line that was a little more plug and play.
Yep, I agree with you. Let's keep this conversation going on the other side. Everything we've heard about this 49ers training camp, is it recalculating how we're feeling about what to expect from this 49ers season? 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Adam, I see you. We'll get to you on their side. We'll talk Giants. I want to get your Niner thoughts too, Adam. All that is going to be brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
You just never know what's going to happen on Sound Off.
If you're in the game, stop wearing jerseys. It's weird.
Every morning at 8, we play the best calls from you.
If we work in the same position and you started telling me what to do and you ain't my boss, get up out of here, man.
Sound Off. Every morning at 8. Don't miss it.
Hey, it's Spadoni here, talking about Daisy Dips. And Daisy makes a French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip that will change your life. You know what makes it great? You can find it in your local grocery store, and there's no preservatives, no artificial ingredients, and you can enjoy it with basically anything. Tortilla chips, potato chips, veggies, wings, whatever you can think of, Daisy Dips has got it on lock. And you know what? Enjoy it watching a game, watching a movie, TV show, friends and family. It's all great. It's Daisy Dips.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for details. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with choices for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now, save up to $1,400 on Tempur-Pedic Split King sleep systems. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
That's Elena's family group chat. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always on the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. And from now until September 1st, get free activation by skipping the access charge. Go to your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
1-877-CARDS for kids. Donate your card today.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Stand Up to Cancer, with support from American Airlines, is charting a course towards a cure. Together we move towards our final destination, ending cancer once and for all. Go to standuptocancer.org/AA to learn more.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Don't miss your chance to see comedian Gabriel Iglesias performing live at Oakland Arena on October 11th. The show is almost sold out. Be sure to buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Icon Live, visit 957thegame.com.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy P-Lo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoci and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
All right,
My favorite is the Goon Room.
Lubman's filling in for Spadoni. We're just talking Niners.
We are talking Niners.
And, you know, it's I don't have any real expectations in the sense of, like, Super Bowl. I don't have any of those this year. I just want to see them put out a really good team. And I want to see, you know, them protect Brock Purdy. You know, when you pay a quarterback, whether you are going to win the Super Bowl or trying to win a Super Bowl or you're just trying to compete, you obviously want to have weapons. I think they've got some weapons. I think they've done a good job replenishing with these youngsters that I feel really good about in this particular draft. I've just had an issue with the way Kyle philosophically views the offensive line. Him and I are probably just never going to see eye to eye. Now, look, the proof is in the pudding in that Kyle has been wildly successful and entertaining and efficient on offense with his philosophy, which clearly works. I subscribe to the more Scott McCloughan, Harbaugh way, which is the tip of the spear of the offense is that offensive line. Of course it's quarterback. Of course you want to have weapons, but I can plug and play a lot of good weapons around a great offensive line.
Yes.
And that's just how I view it. Now,
I'm in agreement with you on that, by the way.
As the salary cap is kind of, you know, gone crazy, every position is very expensive right now, but they chose to build their team with two $30 million wide receivers a couple of years ago. And I thought that was fundamentally a mistake. And they're in a weird cap spot, not only because Ayuk went, you know, crazy, but because the Debo contract in retrospect looked terrible. And spending that kind of money on two wide receivers in a run-first offense probably just wasn't a great sound operating strategy. So I cannot argue with Kyle's success regarding his philosophy on the offensive line. It's worked. I look like the dummy nitpicking it. But I've never really felt like we've had an elite offensive line for Brock Purdy. And that's one thing, especially given that he's been banged up last year, and then he hurt the shoulder the year before. I would have liked to have seen them do is put an offensive line with some beef around them, with some high picks. They're just not going to do that. So All right, fine. Let's move on from the offensive line.
Well, really quick, though, I mean, before we move off the offensive line, because I 100% agree with you, Joe. I do think that, as I said in the last segment, life starts in the offensive and defensive lines. Like the offensive, defensive line, we'll stick on the offensive side of the ball. Now, I do think they are, lack of a better, they are the foundation of your offense. Like, it doesn't matter how nice your house is. You could have the nicest, most beautiful mansion with all the bedrooms and cars and kitchens and all that fun stuff and plenty of bathrooms to use. It don't matter if your foundation is built on goo. Like, it's just, your house is going to fall apart the second things start to shake. The offensive line is your foundation. And while, yes, Kyle Shanahan has built an incredible offense, a very great offense, a very successful offense with this offensive line, what he's essentially been doing is he's, in my opinion, he's building a mansion on, a landfill foundation, essentially. And landfill, as we all know here in California, when there's an earthquake, it liquefies and everything just kind of falls into the muck. He's got this great house here, but the minute things shake up, that house is going to fall apart because you have not solidified that foundation. And you talk about throwing all this money at players. They have invested a lot of money into running back, into quarterback, into receiver, all positions that are, especially those first two, running back and quarterback, that are dependent on that foundation being your offensive line. And just because it's worked out so far to varying degrees, at some point, there's got to come a day of reckoning where your inattention to the offensive line is going to blow up in your face, and we're going to see this offense crater because of it.
Yeah,
Am I being too extreme by saying it like that?
Well, they're not going to crater. It's just against Seattle, there was a duel on offense. It wasn't just that you didn't have separators and you didn't have guys that could get open. It's also you couldn't run the ball. They took away the run. That's what Seattle ended up. Now, other teams did as well, but all their passing concepts are predicated off being able to run the ball. All of them.
Yes.
That's how they want to make their money.
The run sets up the pass, which moves the ball downfield and all that fun stuff that we all know how football works.
I think part of why they're depleted in terms of draft capital and money on O-line is because of how much money they've spent on D-line over the years. Now, one of the best moves this organization did over the offseason was trade for Osi
Odighizuwa.
Oh, thank you. From Dallas. It looks like he's going to be, obviously a factor this year, which is great. But just the last couple of years, how much money have they spent?
D Ford, who's our guy? Bryce Huff.
Javon Hargrave.
Yeah, Hargrave. They threw, Javon Kinlaw when they drafted him. Like, ever since the DeForest Buckner trade, they had been chasing that pass rush across from Nick Bosa and unsuccessfully.
And I look at the draft capital, you referenced Kinlaw, but more recently, Alfred Collins, CJ West, and now they got Grayson Halton. And I'm excited about Grayson Halton. I actually really like him. I mean, Alfred Collins, there's people speculating whether he will be traded. It's a second-round pick last year.
Jeez.
I mean, if you said that your second-round pick might not be a starter 2 years in, that is a little like, right?
I mean, it continues another trend of just those first couple rounds just not working out for him. I mean, you mentioned Collins, then you go back to 2024, Renardo Green. He's kind of on the down. Maybe he bounced back, but he's kind of going through it right now. You didn't have a second rounder in 23. Your second rounder in 2022 was Drake Jackson. Your second rounder in 2021 was Aaron Banks. Like, you go back, like, you got to go back to Debo in 2019, the last time the 49ers got a second round pick that actually shined in any type of way. I mean, we focus on the first round whiffs, Joe. Like, you go back the last 6 or 7 years, the first 2 rounds of the draft have been
not great.
So many swings and misses.
The best 2 moves that they did during that time period, trade a second rounder and other stuff for Trent, trade a second rounder and other stuff for CMC. Those have been...
That's true. So
have been unreal. You can't overlook that.
You've gotten more value from those guys than any of those second rounders.
Oh, my God. I mean, those
that's
guys...
a good point.
If you would have traded multiple firsts for CMC and multiple firsts for Trent, you would have done that in a heartbeat, given their production.
And there's no guarantee those firsts or seconds would have ever been a CMC or a Trent. So, to your point, yes, I will give you... Yeah,
it just sucks that Alfred Collins, he's got the punch out against Kyron Williams in the Rams game.
Great moment. The moment, though.
Yeah.
I don't draft you for a moment. I draft you for a career.
And he's just been hurt a lot. And so then I look at D-line, and it's like, all right, well, the other guy that I spent a ton of money on, Nick Bosa, I mean, how good has he been?
Vic saying that Niner fans should actually be concerned about that. I'll be honest, Joe, earlier in the week when I saw the report that Evans is missing practice again, he's frustrated, that got me freaking out about oh man, are we actually going to have a problem this season? Talking to Vic, the way he described things with Mike Evans kind of tampered down that concern a little bit, but in that absence of that concern, my Nick Bosa concern has come charging through that door, bursting it open and flooding into the room. I am very much ramping up the concern now on Nick Bosa. So he steps on the field in Melbourne in week 1 on September 10th and, sacks Matt Stafford on the first or second play of the game. Yeah, maybe that'll all be assuaged and we'll all live happily ever after and dance in the streets. Let's get to that point, though. But until then...
So I guess I asked you what were the biggest questions heading into this training camp, and you said O-line, the run game, D-line, meaning the pressure to
pass rush,
get after the quarterback, and also stop the run.
Well, yeah, we haven't really talked about stopping the run, but...
Yeah, I think both of those things still exist right now.
I agree.
You said, skill position.
Wide receivers.
I feel actually optimistic about wide receiver.
Me too.
As down as I might feel regarding Mike Evans, you got to feel good about Stribling. I do feel good about Jordan Watkins. I want to see these guys, be factors early in the season. And I feel really good because I throw skill position guys in there. I feel really good about Tonjes, and I feel really good about Kalon Black and Sincere McCormick behind Christian McCaffrey. So heading back to the end of that.
You got good depth this year at certain positions that you haven't really had in the past.
So, yeah, maybe I don't feel great about the O-line, and maybe I don't feel great about the defensive line. I actually feel really good about some of the young skill position players, which I haven't said in forever.
You said a word in that sentence that stuck out to me, young. The young position players. And when you look around this roster, another big question I have, and this is more big picture, this isn't for this season, it's how much runway does the Niners core have left? When I say the Niners core, I mean the guys that we've gotten to know and love over the last 10 years. Kittle, Warner, Bosa, Brock, Debo, all those guys. A lot of them are, not Brock, but a lot of them are 30 years old or older. Trent Williams will throw him in there as well. 30 years old, that's the part of a career where, an NFL career, where you're starting to think about the end, not the middle or the beginning. You're thinking about the end. You don't have a lot of tread left in the tires with a lot of these guys because, as healthy as Fred might be right now, he's got 1 billion snaps on his resume. George Kittle, he's got 1 billion snaps on his resume. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey. There's a lot of wear and tear on older players that you're expecting a lot out of this year. And if this is going to be the Kyle Shanahan 3.0 run here with this group, it's going to be the success of it is going to be dependent on him finding younger players in the draft who come in and take these guys' spots eventually.
Sure.
What we're seeing from this rookie class, am I looking at this rookie class and be like, oh, the next core is here? No. I'm looking at this rookie class, though. I'm thinking, you know what? There's guys here who I'm looking at, and I'm thinking, I'm seeing a desire in you to want to step up and be a factor in that next core. That is something that if you're looking for encouraging signs, that is, I would say, an encouraging 100%.
Sign. But I think as we're watching, tonight's the last preseason game. And these are just thoughts that I have about this team, right? In terms of questions that I might have had heading into it and now questions that I have heading into the season. I'm going to operate like anything from Kittle is gravy, meaning anything I get from George Kittle. Other people I think are expecting a little too much. That's fine. Not me. So if I get anything from Kittle, that's gravy. Anything over 10 games from Mike Evans would be awesome.
10?
That's what I'm saying. Anything over 10 games, I think would be awesome. So I think
would be tough.
We need to be realistic, right? I'm trying to be realistic.
I hear, man, 10 games though. You're being realistic, and realistically, Joe, that's tough.
If Carver Willis can be the starter this year, I will feel really good about their offensive line because now I have 2 young players under team control and a third in Colton McKivitz, Dominic Pooney on one side, Carver Willis on the other. That would be huge for them. It really would. That'd be a great little nucleus to push forward with because you never know about Trent. Every year could be his last year. Bosa, if I put the over-under at 10 sacks, are you hitting the under or the over?
Joe, you could put the over-under at 10 games, honestly, with Bosa maybe. think right now I might lean under just because like I'm
not going to hold you to this.
I know. I just don't know. I'm chewing on it because I don't know where we're expecting. I'm too concerned about Nick Bosa's availability to be thinking about how many sacks he had. I need him on. That's why I said games before sacks.
Yeah.
Like,
can Raheem Morris be like a Spagnuolo type for us in that he's clearly not a head coach, but can be a really good defensive coordinator? Can he be that guy? Is he closer to Robert Saleh D'Amico, or is he closer to Sorensen,
Steve Wilkes,
or is he something in between? Does he give them like the schematic changes that we've all kind of been wanting to see, like something a little different?
Yeah,
doesn't have to be crazy different, but a little different.
Well, to answer that question though, I do feel like for a new coordinator, and again, I don't know how much we're supposed to talk about new coordinators, but considering how under the microscope the defensive coordinator spot has been, this is the fourth time we're coming into a 49er season and a new face is running things on the defensive side of the ball. Hasn't been a whole lot of chatter about what Morris is bringing this team. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, the preseason, you're only going to see so much
Apparently
in game
he's trying everything
scheme-wise.
in practice.
Yeah.
So they've gone 3-man front, 4-man front, 5-man front. They put 6 guys in the box, 8 guys in the box. From what it sounds like, they've tried a lot of different stuff. I'm very wait and see on Raheem Morris. I like him, and I'm rooting for him. I'm not going to crush him. I don't think their personnel is great on defense. I think they could be a work in progress, and I'm ready to see if they got some young players. CMC.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to move on. Do you feel confident Morris is not going to just be another one and done, though? Is he a guy that you're willing to kind of like...
He's not Nick Sorensen.
Yeah, I guess. Are you
Nick Sorensen's not.
Are you confident kind of buying in on Morris for a 2 to 3 year period just to kind of see what he can do this defense?
I wanted Saleh to be here for multiple years.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, but like Saleh, like you knew that if Saleh had a good year as defensive coordinator, he already had one run as a head coach, but it was with the Jets. It's easy to look at what Saleh did at the Jets. Like, well, you know what, dude, it's the Jets. So I was not shocked that Saleh had the year that he had as a defensive coordinator and how that translated to him getting a new head coaching job. That did not surprise me. I guess maybe I thought that he would stick around for a year or two before it happened. That's not the case. Morris has swung and missed twice as a head coach, though. So even if the Niners defense does do well this year, I'm not as nervous of another team coming around and trying to poach him from the 49ers.
He's not going to laterally leave.
Yes.
And he's not becoming another head coach.
Exactly.
I think he's done.
That's kind of where I'm getting at here. It's like, do you feel better about the fact that he could be here for a few years?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, it's the NFL. I take everything year to year. He's got to be good for him to stay here. But
obviously,
I think he will. CMC, I just think there's a million questions. You all have them. I don't have to lay them out. You guys know what they are.
Joe, he could play the entire season with no problem. He could take a hit on the first play of the year and be done.
We need him. I trust him. I think he'll be there at the end. Defensive line. It's not just Bosa. Like, can one of these young guys, Grayson Halton, be, or maybe it's Alfred, maybe it's CJ West, maybe it's Romello Height, maybe it's someone I'm not accounting for. Can one of these young guys be a factor alongside Osa Ighodaro?
I'm going to let you say it this time.
I can't even.
You got to figure it out.
Nick Bosa, because I keep saying Bosa and Osa. I'm getting it all messed up in my head.
Odighizuwa,
thank you. Can one of these guys step in there? Greenlaw. What is realistic for Greenlaw? I'm not sure. I feel like Greenlaw, I'm going to put in like the Mike Evans Kittle category of, I feel like we need to be realistic. Anything more than 8, 9, 10 games, and maybe they put him on a pitch count. Wouldn't that be pretty awesome?
I would put Greenlaw between Evans and Kittle. Like, I expect a little bit more from Evans, whereas like Kittle's in the everything is gravy category. I don't think I would put Greenlaw there only because he's a year removed from the Achilles injury, so he's more recovered from it. But I also don't think I feel as secure about him as I would with a Mike Evans here.
Okay.
So
can Duggar play alongside of him? Can Duggar...
What's Nick Martin going to look like?
I mean, there was a time when Navarro Bowman usurped Takeo Spikes. Could that happen here? I don't know. I mean, that's a rare one. I want to make that clear. Trent, how many years has Trent got?
It's like you said, it's year to year.
Well, is he going to be one of the all-time legends who walks out on top, or is he going to have like a Peyton Manning end of his career? Like, you just never know on these things. Who's opposite Lenoir? Renardo's hurt right now.
Is it Renardo? Is it Ephesians?
That guy's going to get picked on no matter who it is.
Is it Ephesians Price Sock? Is it Jack Jones who shined a lot? I don't think it's going to be Nate Hobbs out there. I don't think it's going to be Daryl Luter. It can't be. I mean, Upton Stout's your slot corner, so you can't rely on him every play. Like
I don't know.
That is a big question mark.
Who are your safeties?
Well, it sounds like Jair Brown's still going to be one of them. I know that doesn't
inspire confidence.
No, it does not. It doesn't. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors. Valkyries always live in the free Odyssey app. Come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go to the lines really quick. We've got one of our favorites on the line, Adam in San Francisco. How's it going today, Adam? You're on the roast. What are you feeling about the Niners right now?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. It's good to be back in the East Bay driving through this 580 or 880 traffic. But
that's fun traffic right there.
You guys have been making a lot of good points, and I do want to just say something about the O-line that's like so glaring in sense of like how we haven't addressed it over the years, how heavily we've invested in the defensive line, especially recently with some of these guys that aren't really panning out or they've gotten injured. But if you look at this Kyle Shanahan regime since they've become like relevant again, right? Like the Super Bowl losses, the NFC Championship losses, but the glaring thing in a moment why they lose those games is the offensive line protection. I mean, you go back as recently as the Super Bowl loss, the second Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs. You know, Burford doesn't know who he's supposed to be guarding on a play, and Chris Jones comes in wide open. The Brock Purdy injury to his elbow against the Eagles. Like, I know it was kind of like a weird play that the tight end was supposed to be covering, but again, that was on the offensive line. You go to the Rams loss. We lost that game late because no one could block Aaron. And I know it's Aaron Donald, like he's a freak of nature, but still,
no, you're right.
Wasn't addressing the O-line. The first Super Bowl Chiefs loss when we were winning and then we blew it up, but then at the end, the offensive line started failing. And I don't understand why there's just like, it's not like you can't find a player that's going to be good enough to like fit the role that Kyle wants, that like, run blocking first, then pass blocking, whatever it is. But it's just a big kind of like throw your hands up in the air. And Chasky, you made the point of like these young skill players, and I'm really excited to see them too.
I'm really excited.
But is Purdy going to even have the time and protection to throw to these guys? Because after what we saw in Seattle, that's where we're at. So that's just the point I wanted to make. It just seems that like it's a position that has not been looked at importantly to build around this team. And then you go back and look at all of the big losses and all of the big games. It's the offensive line at the end that has failed.
Yeah. Well, and it's interesting, like part of the legend of Bill Walsh is that specific guys were drafted to specifically stop other schemes. Whether we're talking about Steve Wallace, whether we're talking about Guy McIntyre, these guys were handpicked to either block Lawrence Taylor, go up against the New York Giants 3-4 front, or the 4-6 defense for the Chicago Bears. Like Walsh made strategic, and the eras were different because you had players for a lot longer, but. Yeah, I mean, like Walsh just prioritized things a little differently. But you can't, like in this modern era, you can't have all the money and all the draft picks just go to one position. You do have to spread it out. So I do understand balancing it. And his philosophy is I take middle to late round linemen and I pay one guy, and that's how we fill out our team. And it's worked for them. It's just haven't won the ultimate prize.
Hey, Adam, before I get you out of here, I'm going to give you a minute about yesterday's Giants game.
I mean, we're obviously talking 49ers, and I like you guys being as big a fans as you are of the Giants, Scarlet Fries, all of that. I mean, I called in months ago saying that I think that this is the worst Giants team I've ever seen in my lifetime, and I've been heavily watching since like the late 90s, early 2000s. But yesterday, we'll see if they can go even lower. But, like, how do you fix this team for next year? And that's honestly what I wanted to ask you guys with your knowledge, how much you love this team. Because people want to point all the different fingers in all these different directions. But my thought is just, obviously the bullpen has been the kind of like the weakness recently with these big losses. But I look at a guy that we thought was bad in Eric Miller, and as soon as he goes to Boston, he looks pretty damn good right now. So is it the pitching coach? Is it Vitello? Vitello wasn't really given like that great of a support to come in and coach, but then is that on Posey? Like how do you fix this? Because this is the worst Giants team I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that about sums it up. Thanks for calling in there, Adam. That was Adam in San Francisco. Hey, here's a win-win. Spend a day golfing with friends at Harding Park on Friday, September 11th, and help support local families through the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Learn more at petnellyfp.com. Talking Niners here on the Morning Roast, 888-957-9570. Are your expectations changing for this season based on what you're hearing from training camp? Or are they still the same? Or for some weird reason, are your expectations getting bigger? I want to hear from you guys, listeners. 888-957-9570 is the number to call. Plus, might be a little Warriors nugget we got to throw in here in this last segment. Could be. I don't know. You'll have to stick around and find out. Brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety.
School season is here. Remember your driving ABCs. Stay alert for bicyclists and children crossing. Stop for students getting on or off the bus. Look out in school zones. Follow the posted speed limit. ABC. Go safely, California. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Running touchdown, San Francisco. What deception.
And we can't get enough of it.
Niners.
It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
Let's go Niners!
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you ride willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything. What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957THEGAME, spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right. 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget.
Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
What is it about the way he just yells, Bay Area?
Mike Jones.
Just the way he yells it for whatever reason, there's just something funny about what Draymond Green does there, but it's always a fun game. You know, it's always a fun time.
Did you hear what he said on his podcast?
We get that in a second. But first, I want to tell you about the Red and Gold Summit because I haven't teased it yet this show, and Boss likes it when I tease it. It's back for another year. Thursday, September 3rd, live from... That's not a good pause. Thursday, September 3rd, live from Jack's Restaurant Bar in Pleasant Hill. Willard and Dibs goes from 2 to 4, and all the hosts will come in at 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock to get you ready for another exciting season of football. And if that ain't exciting enough... Brian Baldinger's going to be there. You're going to meet Baldy in person at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, September 3rd. I mean, it starts at 4, but basically get there at 2. Get there at 1 because there's going to be a lot of people there, Joe. That place is going to be packed. If you want to get a good seat, sit up front so we can get a good look at your smiling face and Spadoni's smiling face and those other 4 guys that are going to be up there. You're going to want to get there early to get a good seat. And then also, that's going to be your best chance to meet Brian Baldinger and ask him all your fun football questions. Get your own personal Baldy breakdown.
I'm putting this out into the ethos now. I'm going to do the moderating. That's right, Willard. I'm doing it.
I cannot wait for Willard's response to this in the afternoon.
I should be the moderator.
Why is that?
Why not? I interrupt everyone anyway.
That is true.
You know, why not? You know my opinions. You know where I stand on everything. So how would you be as a moderator as I interrupt you? I'm curious, what would make you a better moderator than Mark Willard aside from interrupting people? Dan Dibley, can you list 3 players on defense you trust? Well, Joe, if I'm going to list 3 players on defense, the first player I'm going to go with is, if he's healthy, I would probably say Nick Bosa. But do you trust that he's going to be healthy? Well, you know, Joe, What is this? What are you doing?
It's my dibs.
Oh.
Nick Bosa, he takes his off-season regimented training very seriously. So if he shows up, I expect him to play. Yeah. I was in need of a pass rush. You know who else I really trust? It is Fred Warner. You know, when Fred's on the field, he's going to play pretty well. And the last guy who I'm going to trust on defense, I think I'm going to go Diamador Lenore. He's shown it. He's proven it. I feel like my RNS garage door opener, I could depend on Diamador Lenore. Thanks.
Wow.
Had to throw that in there.
That was spectacular. No,
I don't know how that factors into your moderating tryout.
Well, I'm just tired of Willard's always the one who gets to stand there and direct questions at everyone else, and then we're the ones that are held to this standard of you said this and you said that. Meanwhile, slippery Mark Willard gets to stand there and just ask questions.
So you just don't want to give takes, then? That's what I'm hearing.
I always give takes every day. Every take, I put my name on it and my face on it. I want to do the moderating.
You know what I want, actually? If we're going to change anything,
I'm doing this tongue-in-cheek.
I'm slightly serious here. I want a Summit somehow to be during our show. I want to do a 2-hour show and then get 2 hours to
why do you think this is the happiest day of the year for Dibs?
Oh, yeah, exactly. You get to do half a show.
He's like, look, reinforcements.
Basically, I want reinforcements on this show. You know how hard it is to have to produce a 4-hour show in the morning every day? I want 2 hours so I can just sit back and let everyone else do the work for me.
Look at you. Now the reel's coming out.
Exactly. This is producer problems.
Who's coming out to that on next week? Are any of our fans, has anyone said that they're coming?
Well, aside from Brian Baldinger, I mean, that's the big one. Brian Baldinger will be there.
Is Bonte coming?
That is a mystery. I actually don't know if Bonte is going to be there. I think he heard that I'm going to be there, and he's like, I don't want to be around Love.
Oh, you're coming?
I guess I do have to go now since I said I'm going to be there, huh? It is out that way. I can go, it's out near where my mom lives, so I can kill two birds with one stone.
The food's really good.
Oh, Jack's is so great. And that whole little area in Pleasant Hill, I used to go to that all the time as a kid growing up in that area. It's a great little area out there.
Will Steiny be happier doing that or the Warriors preview?
Well, he won't be able to say anything about the Warriors, so my guess is no, he's going to prefer the Warriors one more than the Niners one. It's that simple.
What was the one we did in San Ramon a few years back? That one was cool.
San Ramon. Was that... Well, have we done one in San Ramon?
Yeah, we did one in San Ramon.
I don't remember that
little
one.
Pizza place. It was really good.
Oh, I don't know if I made it to that one.
Yeah.
A lot of these ones, some of the drives, I don't need to tell you this, but some of the drives in the afternoon when you got to...
It is what it is, man.
Yeah. But, I guess
you love the game or do you not?
Sometimes like to sleep more too. But, the ones that are down Fremont or South Bay or whatever. The one that the Niners Summit we did in the South Bay last year, that was one that's just was we do the Laughing? No, we didn't do it at Laughing Monk last year. Where did we do the Niners Summit last year again?
Niners one?
Yeah.
I
don't think it was Laughing Monk. It was somewhere else.
I don't remember. I don't remember
either. But yeah, see, that was just way too of a drive. But no, I'll show up to that one too. To this one at Jack's. I want to see you moderate in person.
I think it would be great.
I want to see you do the moderating. I'm gonna put it out there right now.
Yeah.
Mark, Dibs, Grandy, Risotto, anyone on that show who's listening? Let's make this happen. Let's switch it up.
It should be a game show. Because that way we're not all talking over each other and we split them up into two teams.
I like that.
And we do it that way. Because I want to do something different. I don't want to just do a panel. On the big dog.
I like that too. Anyways, Red and Gold Summit, going to be a lot of fun Niner conversation we have. Kind of like the fun Niner conversation we're having right now about how whether or not all these training camp storylines are somehow impacting our expectations for this season. And it's just something that's been brought up a little bit this week and over the last week. It's just, and Mike Florio talked about on his show the other day, this dark cloud that seems to be hovering over the Niners because of all these negative headlines. And I heard Evan talking about the other day the disaster offseason and Willard saying it's not a big deal. The season will be fine once things get going. I'm paraphrasing there a little bit, but 888-957-9570 is the number to call. And just all the stuff that's been happening in training camp, is it impacting your expectations for this 49er season?
Well, they just need games to start happening, real games. So. They need real games bad. I would argue, you ask, this is a big deal, this isn't a big deal. What is the biggest deal on the team right now? The Bosa?
I think the health of Nick Bosa is probably the biggest deal. And then the second biggest deal, I would say, is concerns on the offensive line. That's me, though. I like to elevate.
Defense?
The defense as a whole is probably in there. Yeah, I'd say maybe that's number 2. The offensive line's number 3, just because defense as a whole is bigger than offensive line.
And I trust Shanahan and Purdy to kind of figure it out.
But what does give me pause, though, Joe, is the age of this team does concern me. They said this offseason they wanted to get younger and faster. I do think they got faster. At first, I was a little bit skeptical about that, but if Evans is healthy, I'm willing to trust what he's going to bring at receiver. Love seeing what I'm seeing from Kalen Black at the running back RB2 spot. Jordan James gets me as excited as you can be about an RB3. And these rookies are playing well. So a little bit younger, a little bit faster, maybe not enough to completely sway me. But Tim Kawakami went on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. And when he says things like this about the 49ers older players, that does kind of give me a little bit of pause.
They got a bunch of older players who are really good, who are really important, and I think, frankly, are going to miss some time during the season. Like, this happens. It's rare for older players to get through a 17-game season healthy into the playoffs. It's going to be a matter of timing. Is Christian McCaffrey going to miss 1 game, or is he going to miss 3? I don't know. He missed none last season. We'll see how that works at 30. We've got George Kittle coming off an Achilles tear and has just been activated of the pup. Is he going to play 17? Is he going to play the first game? I would think the odds were against that. Nick Bosa coming off ACL still hasn't really practiced yet. We'll see going into this week. I don't know that they can count on 17 from him. There's a lot of these guys. Mike Evans, another one. These are all very good players. That's good. You want good players. It's also, I think, a list of players that you can't count on to play 17 games. It's just a matter of, do you draw the luck? Is it 16? Is it 14 for some of them? Or some of them going to be 8? That's a very thin line to walk.
So, yes, it'll be great once the games start. But once the games do start, there is the whole concept, just how many games are we getting out of these guys, considering how important they are. Like, we saw them nickel and dime a couple wins together last year when guys were banged up and out. You could do that for a couple of games, but if you got multiple guys who are playing only 10 games this year, maybe if they're, spaced out in a certain way, you can, but it's going to be really tough a second year in a row to be scraping wins together, MacGyver style, which is how the Niners had to do things last year.
Yeah, I keep coming back to the offense and, like, what does the offense look like? Because that's the hang your hat on it element for Kyle Shanahan. They ran for 1,800 yards last year. Do you know how many they ran for in 2024? A year that they weren't good.
So 1,800 last year. What was it in 2024? You tell me.
2,200. Isn't that a little surprising?
I'm going to be honest. If you
Isn't that surprising?
I feel like if you asked 100 Niner fans which year did they run for more yards, 24 or 25, I feel like a lot of them would say 25.
Yeah, I would have too. How many do you think they ran?
Well, actually, sorry, hold on. Mason was running the ball really well early on, so maybe a lot of those yardage came early. But sorry.
No.
I just got distracted by a little fact.
I mean, they ran for almost 2,400 yards the year they went to the Super Bowl. The year before that, when
22.
CMC got traded in the middle of the year, they ran for 2,300 yards. 2021, how many? That was the year, remember, Debo became the wide back. How many total yards did they run for?
I'm going to go, just for the sake of argument, say under 2,000.
2,200.
Oh, wow.
I was surprised there, too.
I'm seeing a very interesting trend now start to develop.
Well, they're shifting, though. I think Purdy, as a thrower, is more trusted than some of these other guys. That could be the element, but let me finish the exercise.
Okay.
How many the year that the COVID year, that was a lost year when Jimmy got injured?
I'm gonna go again under 2,000.
1,900.
Okay.
Just a shade more than what they did last year.
In a year where everything
went wrong.
That was a messy, everything went wrong year, yeah.
Okay, the year they went to the Super Bowl in 2019, how many yards did they run for?
I'm going to go over 2,200.
2,300.
Okay.
So are you seeing like there is a common denominator?
That 2,000 number seems to,
like
that's what you want to target there.
And then I'll go to 2018 just for completing the argument. 1,900 yards, a year that they only won 3 games.
Okay, what about 4 games? Okay, what about 2017 then?
Okay, and I'll give it to you since we're just here. Let me roll it down. 1,600 yards.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Again, they were really bad that year. Started off 0-9. I'm curious to see what those numbers look like the last 6 games versus the previous 10 games they played that year. Because that season was basically 2 seasons into one.
So are they still a run-first team? like they were for many, many years during their run, or are things shifting to being more of a pass-first team, or just a little more of a balance,
Well,
I guess would be the question.
The question I would throw at you before I answer that question is...
I mean, that's the lowest, just to give you... Last year was the lowest amount of total team yards with one extra game, because that's important, since 2017.
Yeah. Well, I guess in that sense, and we can just look over
one extra game too,
and we can just look over the last couple of years since Brock's become the starter. What are the passing yards per season every season?
Well, the most that they've thrown in terms of passing yards was the year that he was a top 5 MVP.
Yeah, 23 is obviously those numbers are going to stand. But I guess 24 and 25. Do we see an up? Well, no, because
how many yards do you think they threw
last year?
How many yards do you think they threw for last year? Just if you had to guess, as a team,
over 2,000.
It's going to be.
You tell me.
Almost 4,200 yards.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty good, yeah.
I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, basically, your quarterbacks threw 33 touchdowns last year, 16 picks. That's a good year.
Mm-hmm. What about in 28?
If you did that this year, I think I'd be pretty happy with that, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Like 33 and 16 for 4,200 yards?
Then what do they throw for in 2024?
2024, here are your combined it's not great. Your combined 4,200 yards, 23 touchdowns, 16 interceptions. I'm not doing fumbles and things like that.
Yeah. So you're still getting yardage.
Just not
you're having some
touchdowns.
Interception mistakes.
Yeah.
I will say this, the Brock's interception rate does concern me. Well, it did tick up a full percentage last year, and we saw. I mean, again,
but where are those turnovers? See, a lot of them came in that. A
lot of them came in that Panthers game.
No, I understand that, but to me, it's situational. I'm not as concerned about interceptions, like the raw number of interceptions, as much as everyone else. It's like when and where are they? I can
how they
with
look
some
matters.
Of them.
Yeah. Well, sometimes because there's different interceptions. There's those interceptions where you just got to tip your cap to the guy.
Exactly.
Like a DB makes a great play. You got to give him your props there. But there's other interceptions. Again, I look at that Panthers game because I think all three of those interceptions were so egregious in that game. You brought it up, and it's something I'm going to try and pay attention to more this year. That little robber coverage where they bring the safety down a little bit.
Yep.
And
then he drops back right into the window.
Brock has been bitten by that so many times.
Too. That's a Kyle scheme thing.
Yeah. So that's something that Brock's going to have to be more aware of this year. And when Brock gets flushed out of the pocket, Brock says he doesn't want to run as much this year, which is good. And this may be a philosophical question of how much you want Brock to run this year, because his most dangerous passes are those ones where he's on the road, on the run, trying to force the ball downfield. I mean,
across the middle.
We kind of saw that Debo play in the preseason game last year. He throws in triple coverage. Oh, I mean, Brock looked great in every other play except for that one throw.
That was one he wants back.
That one throw, I tensed up. And it was like, no, that cannot be a regular occurrence this year, because then we're going to have a very, very long season.
Yeah, I just think that there is a correlation to how well they run the ball, how often they run the ball, and how well they pass. Because once they're able to get into the play action setups and you're able to really take big chunk plays downfield and get aggressive, I really think so. So I don't know. I'm looking at overall team yards this year. What would you set that over under? Now that you've I went through it, like when they're humming.
So you had 4,200 and 1,800 last year. So that maths out to 6,000 yards total.
Yeah. Which is like 10th in the league, basically, in that range.
Well, I guess I am
5 to 10.
Let's say if I put the over-under at 6,200 total yards.
It's a lot of yards.
Do you think they can hit the over on that? So that would basically be your 4,200 yards passing you've gotten the last 2 years, and your request at 2,000 yards.
If I had it my way, I'd rather go like a little under 6,000 and have maybe close to 4,000 passing yards, like somewhere in that 3,800 to 4,000 total passing yards, and then 2,300 rushing yards. Because if you're running the ball, you probably have a lead late.
In your turn,
if you're running the ball, you're probably controlling the time of possession.
Yeah, exactly.
That means your defense is getting stops. If you're running the ball, that means you're able to set up play action shots downfield. And their offense is built that way. That's how they've always wanted to play football under Kyle Shanahan. Now, look, maybe they become more of a 3 wide receiver set team, with the George Kittle return to injury, maybe changing fundamentally how they operate. I would argue if he gets right, wouldn't you want to see more 2 and 3 tight end sets with Juice, Tonjes, and Kittle on the field?
Well, are you lining up Kittle out wide in this situation?
I don't know. Just getting creative
Absolutely,
with it.
yeah.
Getting creative with it.
If you're asking me if I want to see Kyle kind of shake things up and get creative to evolve this offense, my answer is unequivocally yes. And the question I wanted to throw at you, you kind of answered it a little bit before I answered is, are they maybe... Because we know they're a run-first offense.
They'll always be that. That'll
I guess
always
that was
be
the
their
question. Do you think they're kind of transitioning towards, you know what, the running game or resources in the running game maybe aren't there right now?
Kyle wants to run the ball down your throat.
But does Kyle maybe saying that maybe there's a better avenue to win football games by throwing the football a little bit more than he's maybe used to, and that's the adapting that he does this year?
It just feels like to me, like Andy Reid will always love throwing the ball, and Kyle's just always going to love running it. And that's kind of why I love Kyle.
Yeah. No, I love
it. Honestly, it makes me like, that's why I love Harbaugh. They're very different run games.
I love a good ground and pound.
But like to me, I think running the ball down teams' throats that's exerting your will. You don't have to throw it unless you need to.
But if the offensive line's having trouble, because again, 1,800 yards, and that 1,800 yards, like it was like pulling teeth.
Yes.
Getting like how many, like, I don't want to make you go down that whole rabbit hole, but if we did total touches or total,
yards per carry.
Or yards per carry.
Well, their yards per carry last year, again, there was a 17th game, was not good. It was a career low for Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. Like he's getting his yards, but if he gets 100 yards in a game in 2023, it takes him, 10 to 12 carries to get there.
I was going to get 11.
If he gets 100, if he gets 100 yards now, it's taking him 16 carries to get to that number. That is called inefficiency. And when this Kyle Shanahan offense is at its best in 2023, the word I would use is the efficiency of it, how quickly it can move down the field, how much it gobbles up the clock. When it's not working as efficiently as it's supposed to, it runs kind of like my Scion right now, not very well.
But I think last year what was evident to me is that, and everyone's pointed to, and I have, hey, really outside of the Atlanta game, they just didn't run the ball well at all year. Like you just didn't feel that monster impact. But they used the short controlled passing game to offset their lack of being able to run the ball really well. And I think that's
why Christian McCaffrey was your wide receiver one for a period of time.
He had 90 catches.
Yeah.
I mean, so I think in a weird way, we have obsessed over, hey, you can't just line up and run, but they were able to offset it with a lot of short controlled passes.
And I guess maybe that is maybe something we could see this year too, to your point, Joe, is if, again, big if Evans and Kittle are able to stay on the field and be healthy, and if Debo is Debo, I hate saying if, you don't have to throw the ball to McCaffrey as much. I do wonder what his numbers overall would have looked like if he spent more time running the football last year because he was not required to be essentially wide receiver one for a 3-4 week stretch. That's going to obviously affect what his numbers look like too. If he is every game expected to just be a running back who can catch passes out of the backfield and not a pass catcher who occasionally runs it out of the backfield, I got to imagine that's going to get Christian McCaffrey the numbers that we more associate with him in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I keep hearing about I guess Kyle didn't trust Jordan Mason as a blocker. He didn't trust him as a pass catcher.
No, he was not a good pass catcher at all.
I understand that. I do. I understand
That's why their red zone issues were prevalent that year.
But I guess for the life of me, I don't trust some of these guys that he does try, like Luke Farrell, for example. I don't really trust him as a blocker.
No. It's funny, Joe, because that's literally what he was signed to do.
I know.
I said it how many times, and you hate it every time I say it?
Because I don't think he's good at it at all.
No, he's not.
I don't think he's good at it. Remember when they had Tyler Kraft, and they're like, he's a great run blocker? I was like, nah.
Is he, though?
I thought Ross Dwelly was a good run blocker. I actually liked Ross Dwelly. So I don't know. This Niner offense is... It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see kind of what they do. But if they don't get to that 2,000 mark in terms of running the ball, I think we're going to have similar conversations about offensive line, yards per carry, how teams defend them. I think we're going to have a lot of those same questions.
I agree with you.
Can I ask you this one as we turn? I want to turn the page. Jonathan Kuminga, 2-year deal.
You beat me to it. I was just about to get into that.
Minnesota Timberwolves.
So what was the deal that he had on the table for the Warriors last year?
I think it was 3 for $75.
Yeah, oops.
Approximately.
Yeah, I misplayed that one a little bit.
His agent,
Aaron Turner,
played himself.
Oh, absolute goober.
I mean,
could not have played this worse. This is what
I'm happy for him that he's in Minnesota, because I think it'll be interesting to see him in Minnesota. But
No, like that didn't. None of this played out well for him at all.
Well, the Warriors too, because like they both lost. I think both the player and the team lost in this whole equation. I don't think either one of them should be taking a victory lap. I think they both botched this whole thing. And I'm not just talking about like drafting the wrong guy, hanging on to him for too long. I'm talking about asset allocation, the trade, the contract, being able to swap it for something more impactful. It's just both the team, the player, the agent, everybody just fumbled this.
Yep. Like it's just honestly, it probably started on draft night when Steve Kerr wanted Franz Wagner, and they still went with Kuminga, and they kept trying to figure out ways to essentially jam a square peg into a round hole. For as long as Kuminga's here, we saw the flashes of it. There were moments you'd see where it's just like, that's what we need to see from him. He was too young, he was too raw, and you think coming into the situation with the Warriors where coming off of a championship, well, they were going into a championship, but his rookie year, he wins a championship. You had a environment there with this Warriors team that we thought gave him all the tools that he would need to succeed. I don't think he utilized the tools that were available to him to grow and succeed.
I don't want to re-adjudicate.
Yeah, you're right. I don't want to go down that thing. I apologize there.
No. It's not your fault. Sam, I think it's well documented. We all agree. He, them, everyone messed everything up.
Everyone takes an L.
Agreed.
I mean, it was so bad. He had a $24 million team option on the table that he could have gone through.
They screwed this up.
He blew off 24. Well, it's a team option, but basically a $24 million payday this year turned into a $13 million payday over the next 2 years.
And he got essentially less than what
he lost a ton of money.
Kristaps is going to get.
He lost so much money because of how this played out.
Yeah, but is it a better fit for him?
I think it could be a good fit for there.
LaMelo and Ant Edwards, is that a better fit for him? The ball won't be in his hands. He likes to have the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
Not saying that he can't play off ball. I'm just saying he does like to. Getting up and down the floor, is that a good fit for him? I liked him in the Lakers system, but thinking about it a little more, there's a lot of like, stand here, set that screen, we're going to run a pick and roll, both Luka and Austin Reeves. I wonder if Chris Finch and that up-tempo, just getting up and down the floor and not being in these maybe constipated half-court sets, I actually think it's an interesting fit.
Does it take away kind of thinking that he needs to do out there, if it's kind of a more running up and down the court, you don't have to get into sets? Because that was kind of his problem with Kuminga, he never really seemed like he knew where he needed to be on either end of the floor.
I don't like him as a catch and shoot screener.
No.
Like in the Lakers system.
He's more of just a drive downhill into the hoop kind of guy.
Yeah. Yes. But like, look at the one thing LaMelo can do is get him buckets around the rim. I'm not the biggest LaMelo fan. I acknowledge the guy will be able out in transition. I think that'll be very interesting. I'm actually really excited to see what that team can look like. I think defensively is where they're going to need him the most. They need him to be an impact defender alongside Ant Edwards on that perimeter to mask some of LaMelo's not caring about defense.
I think another thing is just, I wonder if it's just the change of scenery, fresh start. I think that's a tired trope, but I do wonder, like, it became to a point where he was under a microscope here at the Warriors. Everything he did, so much to the point where we had our Kuminga crisis, where everything he did was under a microscope and dissected. Getting into Minnesota there, away from all the noise around the Warriors, I do wonder if just having that fresh start, not being under a microscope with everything he does, because they're not going to be doing a Kuminga crisis every time out there in Minnesota. He's a 2-year, $13 million player. This isn't... That contract does not say big deal on this team. That contract says you're a role player and we'll see what you can do. Now, if he can perform,
I like the role for him.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be a Kuminga stan or anything. I thought the Lakers was a good spot for him, but the more I've thought about it, I'm like, actually, I think Minnesota up and down. I like Finchy, right? So I like him as a coach. It's an interesting spot. I do. Is he going to play the Dunkers role? That's the Dunker spot. They got Gobert.
Yeah.
How constipated does that look? But LaMelo is such a great passer.
He'll set him up.
I think he's going to look good. If he just moves without the ball a little better, I think it could be a good fit. And look, Ant Edwards is always going to command all the eyeballs in a half-court set. And then obviously in transition, Ant Edwards is special.
Yes.
You get another guy to run the floor with him and run the floor with LaMelo. I really like this fit for him much more than the Lakers, and I thought the Lakers was a good fit.
No, and there's a lot of if that's the case, there's a lot of room for Kuminga to grow then in the role that he'll have with Minnesota.
Yeah.
And so it's a situation where, again, it's laid out for him to have success there.
Let me throw one at you. What happens when Draymond Green and Gobert are going at it, and Kuminga has to separate Gobert?
It's one of those Twilight. That's gonna be one of those Twilight Zone moments.
Stop it.
What if Draymond goes after Kuminga? You need to consider that.
I don't think he will.
What do you think? What kind of reception do you think Kuminga gets when he comes back to Chase Center? Applause, boos, or indifference?
I have no idea.
I think people will give him, a little bit of love. I don't think it'll be crazy. Like it's not.
You don't think he's gonna get the Rafi Devers?
No, I actually think people will clap. What did Jonathan Kuminga himself do to the fans?
Jonathan Kuminga had the gall to not be a great player on the Warriors.
I'm gonna look at.
There was a lot of frustration. A lot of fans were very frustrated with Kuminga. They were. We had the Kuminga buns drop somewhere.
Frustrated with him, and then maybe booing him. That's. Look, I'm not saying the guy should get a Jordan Poole standing ovation.
Yeah.
That's a little strong.
I also don't think he's getting a Rafi Devers booing either.
No.
Yeah. Listen, I wonder, I'm sure they'll play a video for him when he comes here, and that'll garner applause.
If you're booing Kuminga.
I don't think, there's got to be some people.
What?
Cam and Antioch, I feel like, might boo Kuminga.
Really?
I don't know. I'm just speculating. If Cam wants to call in and say, no, Lubman, you're wrong, maybe tomorrow. We only have a couple minutes left in the show. Cam's just a very passionate fan.
Maybe
I'm unfairly calling him out.
It didn't work well for the Warriors and Kuminga, and all the parties have a slice in the pie of culpability. That being said, I wish him well. I'm going to root for him. I don't really care what he does day to day, like some people do online, but that doesn't mean I hate him, and I really do wish him well. Look, Ant Edwards is one of my favorite players in the league.
He's an incredible player to watch.
I like Gobert more than everyone else does. I just think he's a good player. I don't like him as a person. I think he's kind of like a knucklehead. But as a player, I do think he's really good. And LaMelo is fascinating. He is. He's a fascinating watch. Don't love every part about his game, but it'll be interesting.
Yeah, that it will. We got a couple minutes left here before final thoughts. Anthony Slater threw out a little nuggy yesterday. Steph Curry becomes extension eligible this weekend, and talks are expected to start this weekend. So
for an extension?
For an extension, yes. So for those,
did you see what James Harden got, guys?
What was $397, right?
If he's ready to do something like that, sign me up.
So that's be what, 33-ish million a year? That Matt's out too. Well, especially since Steph could make, upwards of 60+ million with his next deal per year.
100%.
So you're basically, you're asking Steph to take basically a 50% cut of what he is owed.
I mean, if you had multiple max slots and Steph making half a max, now you can build out a team. Yeah. Why is it such an egregious ask? He's going to be 40 soon.
I don't know why it's an egregious ask other than just, asking a guy to take less money, which is, I guess, frowned upon. Really quickly, again, you mentioned that max slot, though. ESPN did a little preseason survey here. We'll end on this. Which team is most likely to make a big move at the trade deadline? The Warriors got the most votes in this preseason survey that I don't think really means much in the scheme of things.
Dump or an acquisition?
Most likely to make a big move before the trade, before the deadline. The little caption is, the angst level is rising amongst Bay Area fans after the Warriors made no major additions via trade or free agency. Giannis, LeBron, or elsewhere. Steph is going to turn 39. When facing similar stagnations 2 seasons ago, the Warriors made the big deal for Jimmy Butler. And this year they did Kristaps Porzingis. So likely another frustrating campaign if Warriors executive Mike Dunleavy Jr. does not do something of consequence. So long-winded way of saying this, Ben Golliver writing it. He expects the Warriors to do something.
Ben Golliver wrote it.
And that was the guy who wrote the blurb. He was part of the panel that they had here.
So basically, everyone, 1 for 40 from the field.
Well, hey, maybe this is 2 for 41 then. So anyway, let's get the final thoughts. Oh, man. My final thought, we got the Giants game replaying on the TVs here in the studio, and Joe and I both were just looking at the TV, and we saw Kisner get thrown out at home plate, and we both shook our heads in unison. And I think my favorite thing from that play, I guess from the game yesterday, is I love Ellie De La Cruz playing with the hoodie on. underneath his jersey. Like, you don't see that very often. It wasn't that cold yesterday, Ellie, but I don't know. Maybe he's from a warmer climate than Bay Area in the summer, San Francisco in the summer. But I just loved in a day game, he's wearing the hoodie under his jersey and then throwing a 1,000-mile-an-hour missile to the plate to get Andrew Kisner trying to score on a base hit.
When I was a kid, they used to give out Kevin Mitchell cartoon wristbands that Kevin Mitchell used to wear. And it was like Mitchell, like his person as a cartoon, and it was on his wristbands. So it was like a personalized wristband. I personally believe, unless you are batting near 200, that is the bare minimum.
That's a low bar.
You cannot wear personalized wristbands with big, egregious lettering on them with your name on them unless you are above the Mendoza line. What are we doing, Christian
So you just get like your generic MLB ones then after that?
You get generic colors, generic logos. Yeah, you do not get to do the swaggy Bruce Bolt, Christian Koss, over-the-top sweatbands. I'm sorry. It's just, it bugs me.
There's a lot of guys in this lineup hitting under the Mendoza line. There's a lot of guys who aren't even on the interstate. They're something. I mean, there's some guys who aren't even hitting their jersey numbers right now. It's a wild thing to say, but alas, that is Giants baseball in the year of 2026. Vic, Chase, who wants to go first?
Yeah, so for my final thought, we're about 2 weeks away from regular season right now.
Ish.
I just feel like there's been a lot of negativity with this team. Rightly, I mean, you got Jed York looking out for hookers in Ohio. You got Kyle Shanahan getting into car crashes, but I don't know. My thought is like, what if week 1 comes around for the 49ers? Nick Bosa looks fine. He's rushing after the passer. George Kittle looks like his normal self. We got Fred Warner coming back. Brock Purdy's been looking great in training camp. What if he takes that to the next level? Kyle Shanahan starts dialing it up for Mike Evans to Sean Stribling. And Christian McCaffrey's the same guy that we've seen ever since he's came here. And we whoop ass on the Rams. I just feel like...
So you're saying what if?
Basically, but I think that when we get to week 1, and if we look really good against the Rams, it's going to change everything. Because I haven't been hearing any Super Bowl talk, and I feel like that definitely is a possibility with this team.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you read that right off of Willard and Dibbs from later on today at 2:15 when they break from the crossover?
Well, you know what? I have been listening to Willard a little bit, and I think he does have a point somewhat.
There it is.
I think that he does have a point there, Shasky.
There you go. You know, I want to hear more Willard's takes, and that'll be really fun at the summit when Shasky's moderating. Vic, what do you got?
I'll keep it quick.
Did have a point.
I'll keep it quick. Shasky, first of all, like with Koss, like you got to look good, feel good, play good. So I mean, like cut him a little bit of slack. And then Sam, what in the world are they gonna put on Kuminga's tribute video? Like,
don't eat the buffet food.
Remember that one game he had against the Blazers where he came in and he played like really well in the fourth quarter.
They
lost that game.
They're gonna play the Minnesota playoff footage.
There you go. That'll be a fun one there. Maybe show him sitting on the bench during the 2022 playoff run. Then show the clip of me and Kuminga talk about which seat on the plane is fun to sit on at the Coliseum that one time.
What would be even funnier is if they played the Steiny Guru Aaron Turner replay
with Kuminga
with Kuminga who was working out in the background. That would be funny.
That would be a lot of fun there. This one has been a lot of fun here today on the Morning Roast. Thanks everyone for tuning in. That was our final thoughts. Coming up next, Steiny and Guru, or is it Evan and Guru? I didn't check the schedule, but it'll be 2 of those 3 will be in here for the next 4 hours. Which ones? I don't know. You'll have to tune in and find out. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team for all they do.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with choices for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now, save up to $1,400 on Tempur-Pedic Split King sleep systems. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
I have a dare for you. After you use your old mop and bucket, put on your whitest socks and walk across the floor. Now look down. What's that gray stuff on your socks? I used to have that too, until I switched to Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop breaks down and locks away tough messes. Take the dare. Try Swiffer Power Mop. White sock approved.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb, can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit Jernavix.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Football is officially going down under. Rams, 49ers, division rivals, heading all the way to Melbourne for the NFL's first ever regular season game in Australia. It's happening week 1 on Netflix. Netflix is expanding its NFL coverage in 2026 from week 1 to the first ever Thanksgiving Eve matchup and 2 Christmas Day games. Watch week 1 of the NFL on Netflix. The Los Angeles Rams versus the San Francisco 49ers live on Netflix Thursday, September 10th at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, 5:35 Pacific.
Hey there, it's Jill Schlesinger. I'm launching a new show. It's called Money Moves, and your money is going to move. We're going to help you make better financial decisions. We're going to call out the BS you're finding all over social media. We're going to give you actionable guidance to make your financial life clearer, less stressful. We're going to answer your financial questions and take the mystery out of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Moves with Jill Schlesinger wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Brian Baldinger. Next starts now with the Road to Kickoff. Brought to you by Hyundai. Urgent energy fuels Dallas as they navigate a fiercely competitive division. With a newly drafted defensive help in place, all eyes are on their veteran leader, under center to perform when the lights are the brightest. Everything bigger in Texas, even the expectation. Next starts now with the Road to Kickoff. Brought to you by Hyundai. Get the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Labor
Labor Day deals are looking good at Lowe's. Save $10 on 1-gallon cans and $50 on 5-gallon pails of select interior paint via rebate. Plus, get 2 2.5-quart or 3-quart mums for just $8. A fresh look and savings? Even better. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9. While supplies last. Mum sizes vary by location and exclude Alaska and Hawaii. See store at Lowe's.com for more details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yep, book it, guarantee it, lock it up, throw away the key. Oh my God.
I did my part. My intel was correct, y'all. Now the result I had nothing to do with. It was 9-3 in the 9th inning. What I felt and saw happen, they just didn't close it, Evan. That is something I'll never forget, man.
That was a Philadelphia 76ers trust the process prediction by Guru.
Wow.
Everything,
Little League.
You're right, was rooted in what should have gone down. From 3 home runs, Devers a third in a row.
Dude.
Vitello finally loses it a little bit. And the Giants have a chance to do something they haven't done all year. A sweep. And then absolute carnage unfolds at Oracle Park. We had like 3 different people, by the way, from KCBS that were at that game. All of them could not believe it. The only one who did, who I was talking to right before the show, was the great Tim Jordan. He was looking at him. He said, "Who's our sponsor again? Kalshi, the prediction market." He said, "Yeah." He goes, "Okay, when they went down 9-3 in the 9th inning."
9, let me get this straight. 9, not 8, 9-3.
Not 8, not 10, but 9-3. He looks at me and he says, "I wish I would have had Kalshi." Because that is what the Giants have done to people. And that's what yesterday did, Goo. To me, there are not a lot of people that are still watching this baseball team. Not a lot of my friends, even the ones that grew up and loved Giants baseball. But yesterday, a few of them tuned in again because
Norm and I were in the garage.
They had a chance to win 3 in a row, something that ain't happened a whole lot this year. And what the Giants did yesterday, before you and I could even get home, they did has never happened in the history of their franchise. They blew a 6-run lead in the 9th inning.
Evan, I'll just ask you this. I still hadn't gotten over it. I went and watched it back, and I'm pissed off at you because you're a hater. And the reason that happened is because you went against my bet, and that's why that happened. And I'm keeping it real.
So this is on me.
This is on you, to me. But, Evan, where were you at when it was 9-3 and you said Guru got me? And then when you found out it was 10-9, like walk us through that real time.
Well, I had some stuff to do after the show, cut up a few pieces of sound. And then I thought I think it was 6-3. It was before the 3-run bomb.
I'm like, it's a wrap.
And so I decided to go to the gym, and I'm not watching the game, not really paying attention. And then I get a text. As by the way, I was talking to one of our friends from the old ship who I found out works out on 24 Hour Fitness.
Who?
Neither here nor there. Our guy Manny. But
Manny was hitting iron?
Yeah, he's pretty strong.
Seriously?
He's throwing up some weight.
Don't sleep
not
on
gonna lie.
man.
Yeah, he made me feel small. But I'm talking to him, and I get a text from Daryl the Guru Johnson that says, "Jesus Christ." And at that point,
in panic mode.
At that point, I didn't know that the Reds had come back yet. I thought, all right, well, probably they made it a game.
Second and third.
Maybe it's 9-6 or 9-7. They're threatening.
Man.
No. They scored 7 runs in the 9th, and they won 10-9.
I'll ask you this.
I've never seen anything like that.
Well, we saw the flip side. It was just Eldridge hitting a walk-off homer, but that thing's put to bed.
Well, that's true.
Because we had another funeral. Listen, was that rock bottom? Because to me, before you answer, like I always do, Evan, rock bottom was the trade deadline when you knew you weren't adding and you were selling a rise and whatnot. So to me, I think the worst of this season has happened. But as far as embarrassing or just, are you kidding me? That was it yesterday. The fact that you're the last team in MLB to sweep and you had a 9-3 lead, this is not Little League. Suarez comes up there. Evan, I could have hit that pitch out. Like, Smith, what are you doing? And Evan duck. That's the Hector Rodriguez home run he hit. Evan, that ball just can't. That might be the furthest home run ball I've ever seen. Evan, that thing almost went to the Yoon.
Dude, he cleared the kayaks so far that they weren't even in the frame.
Their announcer, I had to hear their announcer call. He goes, he destroyed that ball.
The great John Sadak.
Evan, wow.
That thing was a missile.
It's a McGuffey.
He hit it like 116 miles an hour.
I'm laughing because that's all you can do. But I'll tell you this now. I'm letting it all out. Forget the bet. If you want to get rid of Devers, and I kind of was there from a personal standpoint, but forget all that. What are you using them for if you're this far off? This is so bad. What are the 35, 40 homers, 100 RBIs going to give this team? They got this is bad, Evan. This is embarrassing. And Tony Vitello, hey man, look, I was going to leave you alone, but I'm sick and tired. You do understand when you get ran, you get up in the ump's face. Let him feel your spit. He went like a tennis match, stopped at the net. Hey, you know what? I don't like them on the strike. No, Tony, you got to get in his grill. Let him smell your breath. I couldn't stand Tony. Hey, get off of my lawn. And then you're like, hey, look at that fire. Get in his face, Tony. I couldn't, like that bothered me. Tony, know how to get ran. Get in his face. Spit on him. That's what they do. And then Tony went, no, I'm going to stop at the net. You know what? Why does that stuff bother me? Evan, get your money's worth. Stopped on the lawn. No, get in his grill. And then turned around and walked out. I go, even that was weak.
Well, first
Lord
of all,
help me.
He clearly lit a fire under him. They had a 6-run lead. You know, actually, what they were missing in the 9th inning was Tony Vitello. That's a clear reminder of Jace Tingler and why he's no longer a manager in the major leagues.
Oh, my gosh, man.
That was a cheap shot. But the other part is, too, I think what sticks with me more is the picture, the still frame of Tony Vitello with his hat backwards at the podium after the game.
Yeah, he looked haggard,
He
man.
still had to go back and talk about it after not being able to do anything because he got ran. Also, I think the Giants broadcast had a lot of it bleeped out. He may not have got his money's worth in terms of
sound. Go ahead, I'm gonna be quiet.
You know,
I know where you're going.
In terms of human germs being put on an umpire. He cursed up a storm.
I heard it. They had to bleep, bleep, bleep. But Evan, they got a game tonight.
A bleep and bleeper.
They got a game tonight.
Yeah, they do. They play the Astros.
Diamondbacks.
Oh,
Did
sorry.
that come out on air?
Was that a burp?
I thought something came out. Evan, what happened?
That was like the Giants' ninth inning. This is from the 415. Rock bottom. I didn't think the Giants could get more pathetic, but yesterday, I still can't believe it. That's
their bullpen, was just throwing. It was like Little League.
Well, that's what makes no sense about it because, first 2 games of the series, what's going to get lost in all this, Goose? Right. People only remember this game and how bad the bullpen was.
No, I remember the first 2.
The first 2 games, the bullpen was incredible. They gave up 1 run in 13 2/3 innings because both their starting pitchers blew out their elbow. So they were awesome until they weren't. And just like the rest of this team, if I'm going to seriously try to put into words what I saw yesterday, to me, that's the kind of loss that makes the diehards tune out. There are still people that are going to games.
Well, only 24,000, though, for the Giants. That's kind of small.
That is small, but that's still a decent amount of people. Like, those are the people that love baseball. Those are the people that bleed orange and black. And I'm not saying that those that have stopped watching or that have been hurt so much by the Giants that season don't love the Giants. But there's a lot of people we've talked to, whether it's out in the streets, at the cafeteria.
Right.
They're done with the Giants. Mark Willard looked up at the TV yesterday and said, I don't know half the guys in the lineup. And he loves the Giants. But the people that are still watching, that's the kind of game yesterday that makes those people not want to watch anymore. And I understand.
The Bivens, Smiths, the Foleys of the world, the Walkers, it's just, I mean, I get it. Had you won the game yesterday, we'd be saying it's your first sweep, no playoffs. But not only did Cincinnati, who I said was lifeless, and my intel was right, Evan, just the ninth inning wasn't. Not only did they come back, they didn't just tie it, Evan. They took the lead on a Bad News Bears play at first base when Cincinnati's bunting, and the Giants just, I'll say this, not rock bottom because I think we're past that just with the season, but that was the most embarrassing loss yesterday by far. How can it not be, partner?
Well, and I don't mean to add insult to injury, but did you see what the Reds did after the game?
No, I did not.
They waived the guy who hit the grand slam, Eugenio Suarez. They got rid of him.
Just think about that.
They waived 2 players after a game, which they came back from down 6 runs in the 9th inning. They said, we won too many games in this series. We got to let some of these guys go.
Could you imagine the real gamblers in Vegas that might have had the run line or the money line on the Giants? Let's just pour some out for those people. Can you believe? And they're up. You just counting that money, or probably, like this shirt. I'll go ahead and give me those shoes. Spinning your bread thinking you got it because your team's up 9-3. And
it's not technically a cover because there's no spread, but that might have been the greatest backdoor win of my entire life. I'm not going to lie to you. All right, 888-957-9570. There's a couple of things from after the game we got to get into, and I mean, just how do you put a loss like that into words? How do you do it? If you want to chime in, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. All right, our Red and Gold Summit is set for next Thursday, September 3rd. All the hosts, including the special guest of the evening, Brian Baldinger, is there at Jackson Pleasant Hill, live from 4 to 6. Great food, great drinks, and your chance to win autographed items and much more. Willard and Dibs get us started at 2 o'clock, and then the summit commences from 4 to 6. All brought to you by the Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products. That segment also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need, and one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Football is back, and you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibs getting us started at 2. Be there.
My name is Amanda Klutz, and I'm a widow. You enter a different reality when you lose your husband, especially as a parent. Life insurance doesn't fix it, but it helps. With Ethos, you can get covered in minutes. No medical exams, up to $3 million in coverage, and it's all online.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Leon was about to leave the military.
My biggest concern was, what am I going to do next?
He found out about My Computer Career and their military transition program.
The Cyber Warrior program takes you from not knowing anything about a computer at all to being a subject matter expert.
How long is that going to take?
In the span of 4 months, I was able to get 4 different certifications.
4 months? Leon's advice?
Highly recommended.
Become a certified cyber warrior in just months at mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. VA education benefits available to those who qualify.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity CyberSecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
Is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi? We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
At Allstate, we know the place you call home is important to you, so it's important to us. That's why we've spent nearly 70 years protecting homes and the memories you make. Like big birthday celebrations for littles and Tuesday dance parties. We know home is where you make memories. Protect yours for as low as $87 a month. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on average monthly premiums or offered. Actual premiums vary. Terms apply. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
No, Tony, you gotta get in his grill. Let him smell your breath. I couldn't stand Tony. Hey, get out of my line.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is
Tony.
This is really bad timing. By the way, that was Daryl the Guru Johnson, courtesy of 95.7 The Game. Hey, the San Francisco Giants are taking on the Arizona Diamondbacks this Saturday at Oracle Park, August 29th. Arrive early for a pregame ceremony honoring Hall of Fame forever Giant Jeff Kent as the first 21,000 fans receive a Jeff Kent Hall of Fame replica ring presented by Farmers Insurance. For your chance to score a pair of tickets to said game on Saturday against the D-backs, courtesy of Farmers Insurance, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com. Good luck. So, giving away tickets.
Yeah, the good old days. Jeff Kent. I was watching homage to him, and he was a bad boy, man. Him and Bonds and that team. I could use him now. This is bad, man. Like, seriously, this is bad.
Sorry, we just saw the replay of the Hector Rodriguez home run. The ball's still going, man.
Willie, my dude.
He swatted that thing so fast.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Bivens.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Well, okay, this is
like Michael Bivens. You don't know who that is.
Michael Bivens?
Yeah, part of New Edition. R&B group. Yeah.
Well, I know what New Edition is. I didn't recognize
he's in
Bivens.
it, Michael Biv.
All right.
Yeah, Belle Biv DeVoe.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's how he's pitching. Now
it makes sense.
All right.
This is how the ninth inning from hell went down yesterday, by the way.
Give it to me.
So Rodriguez hits one 115 to the East Bay, make it 9-4. De La Cruz hits a single.
Okay.
Walk, mound visit, by the way.
Nobody's worried yet. I'm watching real time. I wasn't.
Walk. That's the fourth thing that happens. So Bivens loads the bases. Tingler goes and gets him. Dylan Smith comes in. Second pitch out of the pitching change. Eugenio Suarez parks one to left center field.
Just.
Grand slam, 9-8. By the way, nobody out still.
Now I'm worried.
Dane Myers bunt single. And there's an error because Devers couldn't make a scoop at first base.
Yikes.
Myers, the tying run in second base. McLean is trying to give himself up the next batter and ends up getting on first base with a bunt single because the Giants can't field. First and third, nobody out. McLean, this is the one that bothered me a little bit. They just give him second base. He steals second with the infield in. He's the go-ahead run.
Man.
Trevino then hits a sac fly, tie game. The runner who is on first, now on second, goes to third. And then Tyler Stevenson's pinch hit single to left makes it 10-9. Giants do get a runner on in the ninth.
But please.
3 outs, ball game.
Yeah. I didn't expect a damn thing. It was just like the air has been let out this baby. We ain't coming back, Jack. I mean, Evan, just, again, a disastrous season. I keep going Willard on you guys, because he said, as if I'm paraphrasing, this is the worst Giants season in his adult life. And he's been an adult for a while. Like, Evan, where do you go from here, man? And I'm not saying
I would say you could only go up, but every time we say they go up, it feels like they went down.
But, Buster, you put this bullpen together, what you call a bullpen. You chose the starters. You went to the baseball Walmart, said, give me Hauser, give me Molly. This is, man. And it's not even over.
Well, this is what happens when you wave the white flag on a season. A possibility like yesterday where you've traded any player you have to trade. You are injured as all heck. They got 12 guys on IL.
But, Evan, I'm asking you to get damn. I'm not saying you're wrong. 3 outs, and we're up 6 runs.
Well, you would like to get 3 outs, but you're not guaranteed to get 3 outs.
Oh, I know now. I'll never say, the Giants got it in the bag. That's out of my vocab.
I mean, everyone knows what went wrong yesterday. We don't have to sit here and break it down as if people who watched the game or went back and watched the replays, they know exactly what went wrong. You can't play defense. You can't throw strikes. And the Reds hit the ball hard. That's what happened. It was a big inning at the worst time.
With you, no doubt. But with all that said, and you're factual, the Giants were still up 6 runs with 1 frame left.
Oh, yeah, because Tony Vitello lit a fire under him when he got ejected in the first inning?
He had that hat on backward. I was looking at his eyes I'm like, this season's wearing on him, man.
It is, and it's, okay, statistically speaking, this is already a bottom 3 season in the San Francisco Giants era.
Already?
I don't know about the New York Giants. Not a lot of us. I think any of us were around for that. But the San Francisco Giants, when they moved here in the mid-50s, since then, there have been 3 seasons, and this is one of them, that have been absolutely awful.
29 left.
1985, they lost 100 games. It's the only time that's happened since they moved to San Francisco. 2017, they lost 98 games. But in both of those seasons, in 85, they didn't just have a sweep. They had a 4-game sweep in that season.
Okay.
In 2017, they had a 6-game winning streak at one point during that year. So, that, to me, is why yesterday was so bad, is because the Giants have, again, forced so many people to tune out that yesterday they gave the fans something they haven't in a long time, which is just the possibility of a positive outcome. They're already one of the 3 worst teams right now by winning percentage in franchise history since they moved west. And to be up 6 runs with 3 outs in clearly the best series they've played in over a month, and then to give it all up in 1 inning, I can understand why people ain't tuning in today.
Man,
or later tonight.
Yeah, Evan, I love ball, so I will be. Get a life. But I did a little activity for you. 1985 start lineup for the Giants. Catcher was Bob Brinley, Evan. First base, David Green. Second base, Manny Trio. Third base, Chris Brown. Him and Usher tomorrow night in San Jose. Shortstop, my man, Johnny LeMaster. Left field, Dan the Man Gladden. Center field, Jeffrey Hackman Leonard. And right field, Chili Davis. Kruko in the rotation.
Oh, man.
Hamaker, Jim Gott, and Vida Blue. And they lost to Huno. And now this team is, Evan, they're right there, man. And, again, I keep going Willard and dibs on you. Willard thinks they're doing a rebuild without saying it. But now I'm just thinking about if this thing is this bad, why wouldn't you try to get off of Devers and hit the reset for real? But again, I understand the sticker price. But man, Evan, it doesn't look like he's going to be playing postseason baseball anytime soon with the Giants. That's I know it's bad and it was just one game. Excuse me. But that was just a microcosm of where they're at or where they're not.
Yeah, that 9th inning was because this team is broken. This team it's full of a bunch of guys you've never heard of. And it's due to injuries. It's due because they traded guys. They have a ton of players that are hurt. They have guys that haven't produced. This has been a season from hell. There was only one player in the starting lineup yesterday, if you don't include Logan Webb.
Okay.
That was on the opening day. That was in the opening day starting lineup, and that was Rafael Devers. By the way,
got to give him credit.
I think this was a couple weeks ago when you and Steiny got into it about what wasting an athlete looks like. Yesterday is what wasting an athlete looks like. Because no one's going to remember the fact that Logan Webb threw 6 innings of 1-run ball. They moved him up. They moved him up a start to try and get the first sweep of the season.
No doubt about it.
They were trying to do something they haven't done all year.
And it worked, Evan.
Well, it didn't because they gave up 7 runs in the 9th inning.
Up into Evan, I feel like my prediction was right. Like, I know people hit me up in the mentions.
Hey.
My intel was right, you know what I mean. 9-3, count the bucket.
So to that point in the series, the Cincinnati Reds had played 26 innings of baseball.
Of lifeless baseball.
They had scored 4 runs. And in one inning, they scored 7.
Manny.
Unreal. All right, let's get out to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Dwayne is in Stockton.
Dwayne.
What's up, Dwayne? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? What's up with the homies?
Man, trying to figure it out, man.
Yeah, you know what? It's right there with it's like this, man. It's comedy now. It's just funny now, but we got to revisit what Posey said about bringing back Vitello. I don't think that can be an option at this point, bro. That was such a ridiculous time to get thrown out of a game on a check swing early in the game. Who cares, bro? Who cares? And as soon as the umpire gave him that quick, he rang him that quick, he should have been all over him, bro. They should have had to peel Vitello off that ump when he gave him that quick toss.
Just
that early in the game on a check swing, that's no respect, bro. And you're right, Vitello didn't even get on him, bro. Imagine what one of these grizzled old veteran managers would have done, bro. Imagine what a Lou Piniella would have done. And it just goes back to my point that the team's not getting better, they're getting worse. That was Little League yesterday, bro, and all you can do is laugh. They can't field bunts. The catcher can't block a pitch. We really miss Bailey, bro. We miss Bailey's defense. Nobody want to talk about that because there's so many other problems, bro. Vitello's trying to fake it till he make it. And, this is the same team that was throwing Gatorade. This is the same team that was trying to have a sausage party in the outfield. Yeah. So at this point, bro, you bring back Vitello, bro, and you run this back for another 162 like this, you get what you deserve after that, bro. Hey, let me know what you think, fellas. Have a great day.
You too, Dwayne. Thanks for the call.
Evan, he strung some of my chords. Again, obviously, I don't want bare-knuckle fights. But you know what I mean. You know what Dwayne meant. And I know Tony Vitello this is his first time in the bigs. But, Evan, go get in that dude's face. And that's probably the least of their problems. But I'm just like, man, Tony, get in there. But about what he said on the bunts and everything that's gone wrong this season, I just don't even know where you start to try to rectify it or fix it.
Well, let's play that ejection. Okay. So people know exactly what we're talking about. This is the audio of Tony Vitello yesterday. I hope most of it's bleeped out because it was not exactly non-vulgar.
Chicago to face the Cubs next. Appeal. Ejected. Barking about the check swing. And Tony Vitello has been tossed. Going right at Ryan Blakeney, our home plate umpire. I don't think he went.
Those fans?
I'm with you. Coffee was too strong.
Well, go ahead, E, because I'm happy the Giants picked him up. To Dwayne's point, they kind of, like you said, he lit a fire. You're up 9-3, and then you kind of just make it so bad you blow it. But I got you right there. He was hot, and maybe that's just the season wearing on him. But when I looked at him at that postgame podium, Evan, that's the first time. And I don't know if you've seen the viral pictures of Tiger Woods going around. He looked nothing like that. But you could tell haggard in regard to, like, the losses, the season, what's going on, what's not happening. And he's human, is wearing on him. I saw it yesterday.
Oh, he's aged 5 years and one. It's not even over yet.
Gotcha.
Well, let me ask you this. If the Giants get those 3 outs yesterday, are we saying that Tony Vitello lit a fire under the team?
I would listen. I would be like, hey, I'm saying he lit a fire under him still. Like, I can't rob him of that.
But you and Dwayne wanted more from him. You wanted him to spit on a guy. You wanted him to get in his face and kick dirt on the plate.
I want you to be a big boy. If you're going to go do that, don't stop at the net. Come all the way and get in that guy's face like a Lou Piniella or Billy Martin would have done, or a Bruce Bochy. I just didn't like the distance between them. But he had the volume. He had the words. So I'll give you that. He was letting them drop. But, man, get in the guy's face. Neither here nor there. That's not why they blew the 6-run lead, but man, he's definitely wearing it and feeling it. And, I will say this to Dwayne. He was running so hot, and I think it's wearing on him, Evan. That's why it was the first inning he got ran. Well, and you had won the night 2 nights before.
I thought it was an early hook. I thought it was a bad call. The home plate umpire was terrible the entire game. I mean, there were so many challenge calls throughout the entire afternoon. It was unbelievable. Also, too, it's like, okay, so Vitello goes out there and curses up a storm. That's not good enough for people. What I just don't understand is if we're going to sit here today, if the Giants had won, and discuss how Tony Vitello finally maybe didn't get all of his money's worth, but certainly got the most money he has in an ejection all season. And the team responded by, for the first 8 innings, kicking the Reds' ass and looking like they were going to sweep them. If we're going to say that, then the 9th inning just completely dismisses all of it. That's what I don't understand. Like Tony Vitello, there are a lot of problems with this baseball team. I don't think by any means he's a perfect manager.
Right.
But you name Billy Martin, Lou Piniella, Bruce Bochy. He is none of those guys. He's none of them. This is his first year as a manager.
I got to say this to that. And you know what, Evan? And Dwayne did it, and I'm doing it, and it's still basically at the end of the day is a nothing burger. But to me, you're right. He's none of those guys. But I think the easiest way to be compared to those guys when we're talking about something minute and trivial at the end of the day, because I know I'm critiquing them, but at the end of the day, it means nothing. But, dude, when you're arguing and you're getting your money's worth, get in the ump's face. That, like, I get you could look at me like, dude, ain't got nothing to do with nothing, but it does. Like, dude, get in there. And he didn't do that. So that's why when Dwayne said the names that he did, I'm like, man, that's getting your money's worth, Evan, to me.
Well, and if it is, then it's just optics. And this season has been full of bad ones. I mean, the Giants, and that's really why I think it's felt embarrassing for for a lot of fans that I know, it's every single day there's a different bad optic about the San Francisco Giants. I don't think yesterday was a bad optic for Tony Vitello. I think it was a bad optic for the bullpen and by extension for Buster Posey. And if you do feel like it was a bad optic for Vitello, that he should have gotten his money's worth and puffed his chest out and made contact with whatever you think he should have done, that to me is just another example of why it looks right now like Buster Posey hired the wrong guy. If you think that that's what he should do, which he has not done the entire year with a baseball team that has set him up to fail and that he has not been able to help raise their level of, then you've hired the wrong guy. And I don't know if he's going to be back next year. I think he will be. I think the confidence that Buster Posey showed in him earlier this month it means he's going to be back next year. And maybe that means for another year, you're stuck with a guy who should not have been hired.
Well, I'll do this twofold. What if I told you, Evan, I hear that. I hope I'm not coming across these airwaves like I'm putting all this at the doorstep of Tony. Again, the real Tony Vitello might be Buster Posey. That's how disappointed I am. I questioned, and I told you and Steiny about the Bailey trade. What was really going on? I felt like he was the scapegoat because nobody was it at that time. It was early, it was cold, and now I'm just looking at the season in a nutshell. Not that they would be a playoff contender, just at the plate, the defense behind the plate. I'm like, you telling me we don't miss Bailey? But the bottom line and the right on the table to me, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control, is if we were somewhere in a different market, I don't care. Buster Posey might be on the hot seat more than Tony Vitello. What if I told you that, Evan? That's who I'm really looking sideways at. I share it with you. Yeah, Tony, you got ran, but you could do it a little better, get your money's worth. Buster is the real cook in the kitchen that I'm looking at sideways. I know he's Mr. Captain America. I've accepted he's not going anywhere. But if we were really being baseball fair, his ass would be on the real hot seat more than Tony Vitello.
Well, and I hate to break it to you, but it doesn't look like he's going anywhere either. I mean, but this is the problem. When you hire, I believe that if you're going to hire people without experience, you have to believe in them. You have to. Otherwise, why did you make the choice to give them power in the first place?
But Buster played the game.
He's never been in the front office. He's never stepped foot
I got you.
in that room before. He went from being a player to being a homebody to being the president of baseball operations of the San Francisco Giants. There's no middle ground there.
But the principles that I thought he learned becoming a 3-time champ, knowing that defense and bullpen are your identity and DNA, and again, I'm asking, how did that not translate to your core principles of getting this team in those areas as prepped or as better as they possibly could?
Maybe he's a bad judgment of talent.
You could be so
maybe
right.
Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he's relying on too many people. Maybe there's a bunch of yes men that he hired around him that's telling him, yeah, this is the way to go, Buster. Good job. You've won 3 championships. You're a future surefire first ballot Hall of Famer. Just do what you want, and it's all going to work out. And so far, it feels like every button, not every, but it feels like the majority of buttons that he has pressed have blown up.
Even the PR button with the pride, he butchered that. He butchered that to me.
Yeah.
And people haven't forgot. That just makes this, again, if we're letting it all out, that's another stain to this season.
Well, there's a bunch of moments, including yesterday, that we're going to remember about this season. And so far, Buster Posey's time as president of baseball operations has been awful.
Dude, yeah, Evan, I appreciate that. That is a word. And I agree right with you.
Now, I will be able to, in the future, separate who he was as a player and as he was as an executive. But for some people, the embarrassment that's associated with this season, and who knows, if they turn around in the future, he can change things. But so far, the Giants have been an embarrassment under Buster Posey's watch. And that's a part of his reputation.
Yeah, I feel, Evan, I know you're younger than me, but I feel like this is Magic Johnson coaching. And that lasted 48 hours for the Lakers back in the day. But this is bad.
It's awful. Let's go to Vallejo and talk to Max Zach. Max Zach, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey,
Evan, and then my old school classmate. What's happening?
What's up, baby?
What's up? Yeah, Goo, when you were talking about getting rid of Bob Melvin, man, I was, that kind of, I was like, what is he saying? Why is he saying this? This didn't sound right, man. I miss that guy, man. And, you were citing that he was too quiet, but leaders, aren't the ones that are the most unhinged, man. They're the ones that set the example of, just silently going about, kicking ass, and then with Buster, I'm still mad at him, man. That brawl, man, when he was the first one back to the dugout. Man, I'm still peed off at him, just the mentality that he has. He's just, what was that? So I don't understand, why he's making these decisions. He gutted our bullpen, instead of placing a priority on what, we were always known for, which is pitching. He went and got Adames and Devers, and, I'm not mad at them, but the philosophy just doesn't work. You got to have some pitching, man. Things like last night wouldn't have happened. So, I remember me and you the same age, Goo. So I remember when the Giants were like, second-class citizens around here because of the A's were, such a dynamic dynasty around here. And then they changed their outlook with the championships. And, now it seems like we're back in those years of, our youth. And, it's just, it's sad, it's disheartening, man, and I just had to come on.
And I apologize before you hang up. I have, and Evan can back me up, I have apologized many times. I tried to find Melvin's address because he was my scapegoat, Evan, and that was wrong. That was wrong. 81 wins, and I blamed him for what I thought was his fault. But look at I just would love to hear Bob Melvin's take on this team this year.
Oh, I don't think he's watched a single game.
I bet he knows their record, though. This is his ex.
Oh, I'm sure he's been getting texts, but he hasn't responded to any of them. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Niners play later today against the Raiders at 5 o'clock. We'll touch on the preseason matchup. We also got some Warriors news that we got to get into, but right now we're discussing just what's happened to the San Francisco Giants. Yesterday it was another low point, and as a fan, how does it make you feel? The Valkyries are back in action tonight. Take it on the Liberty in New York at 4 o'clock. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. Again, Giddings in for Steinmetz with Guru. Back after this on Steiny and Goo. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select pork loin chops, bone-in packages. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
You just never know what's going to happen on Sound Off.
If you're in the game, stop wearing jerseys. It's weird.
Every morning at 8, we play the best calls from you.
If we work in the same position and you started telling me what to do and you in my boss, get up out of here, man.
Sound Off. Every morning at 8. Don't miss it.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The first ever Infiniti QX65 feels unstoppable. In a world that is frozen in its ways, this sporty fastback SUV never stops moving forward. Turbocharged performance, intelligent all-wheel drive standard, ProPilot Assist 2.1. This is a ride beyond the expected. This is unstoppable progress. Discover the first ever Infiniti QX65 at InfinityUSA.com. 2027 QX65 expected early summer 2026.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC/R contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast chronicling the epic story of America decade by decade from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Nothing against Fatella.
Obviously not a good day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this Saturday, August 29th, the San Francisco Giants take on the Arizona Diamondbacks at Oracle Park. Arrive early for a pregame ceremony honoring Hall of Fame forever Giant Jeff Kent as the first 21,000 fans receive a Jeff Kent Hall of Fame replica ring presented by Farmers Insurance. For your chance to score a pair of tickets to the Saturday's game against the Diamondbacks, courtesy of Farmers Insurance, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com, and good luck. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Gerald the Guru Johnson. We'll get into some Niners. Again, they play the Raiders later today at 5 o'clock. Yeah. Final preseason game before they get set to head down under. And also some I don't know about news, but there's only a big date in 2 days for the Golden State Warriors, Goo. But for right now, I think the biggest question about the Giants is, what do you do after a day like yesterday? I mean, what do you do?
Or a season like this season.
Yeah, I mean, after the season, they got a lot more questions than answers right now. But I think the one that everybody is probably most interested in would be the manager. What do you do?
I just don't think it'll ever work. And again, if Tony's name was Bob and he had his same background and lack of experience, I would say the same thing, Ev. I just don't think this guy's going to go, Tony Vitello, through his baseball puberty and then all of a sudden be able to be an authoritative figure or somebody that the vets and anybody that's wearing a Giant uniform as a player is going to respect. I believe something has gone on, still going on in regard to that respect thing with Tony Vitello. I could be totally wrong, or they could just really be this bad of a baseball team, but it's all in the same pot. But if Buster Posey had even thought to himself one iota that the hiring of Tony Vitello, his ball club would finish and look like they are now with, I forget how many I said they got left. Evan, I don't think he would have made the hire. So to me, it's twofold. You got a problem upstairs with Buster Posey, but he's a legend. And then Buster Posey, if he's really about that life and he knows his tenure is not in jeopardy, he can remedy what looks to be a mistake and go get him a real big-time manager that has MLB experience. That's what I would do if I were Buster. But if Buster's insecure and he doesn't want to make it worse after this season, and then he says, I can't open Pandora's box for people to come at me and admit my error, then I feel like, okay, they're both coming back.
Isn't it strange how we just assume that because of Buster Posey's baseball acumen and legendary resume that he's just going to have the answers?
I think that's okay, though, and it's natural. One would think.
But so far, how many answers has he provided?
None. I don't have any.
I mean, I think the Devers deal is still one that you do. I think that's I'm not going to fault him for trading for Rafael Devers. But the lack of attention to the details and the things that made the San Francisco Giants successful as an organization, it's funny because all the things that the Buster Posey-led teams, just in this series against the Reds, all the things that they used to do that made them World Series champs, you saw on, if you were watching, Tuesday night.
I'm watching.
Monday night. They pitched well. They threw strikes. They played good defense. They won low-scoring, close games. And then yesterday, it completely imploded. And there's been too many of yesterday, not literally a 7-run ninth inning,
right,
but there's been too many times where guys don't know how to look like they are throwing the ball all over the place, or they can't throw strikes when they need to.
The communication.
And some of that is, it's because the roster's completely destroyed and guys are out, and you got Sacramento River Cats, the Whitcombs, the Cosses, the Kisners, the Kennedys, all these guys. Like, those guys, some of them won't be on the team next year. Some of them might not be in the major leagues for very long. But if you're Buster Posey, going into this year, it feels like some of the things that you just assumed that he would know, they've neglected. And that, to me, is a problem. Those are the things they have to look in the mirror about between now and 2027.
Yeah. And, what did you see in that reflection? So, again, Evan, one could be giving Buster the benefit of the doubt because when they take that look in the mirror? You know, do they finish the activity, or do they have the thought of or the wherewithal to know what they did wrong to prevent it from happening again? But I know you're going to laugh, and people can. The Bailey trade, I thought he was the scapegoat here. And I know he couldn't hit his way out of a paper bag, but defensively, you know, you would think that would be the attraction for Buster Posey. But for him to get ran and moved when he did, and we all laughed. But, man, if you just for a second think about the defense behind the plate since he's been gone, that looked to be the wrong move. But it's a two-way street. I need to know that Buster has understood or understands what he did wrong to prevent it from happening again. How do we know that? And that's why, what if I told you Buster's a bigger concern to me than Tony Vitello?
Well, that's a problem.
Tony don't buy the groceries.
That's a problem because he's in charge of hiring Tony Vitello. He's in charge of signing guys and trading for guys and drafting guys. That's a problem. If you don't have faith in Buster Posey, then it's hard to have faith in the direction of the San Francisco Giants. That's how I would respond to that.
I love that.
888-957-9570 is the number. We are responding to the Reds scoring 7 runs in the 9th inning yesterday.
My gosh.
Somehow beating the Giants, preventing the first sweep of the season, and just the entire thing becoming unraveled in a way that I didn't think was possible. The Giants have never blown a 6-run lead in the 9th inning ever. I think it was like 2,208-0. All right, Steve is in Santa Rosa. Hey, what's up, Steve? Good morning, man. How you doing?
All right. I don't know which games you guys are watching. I'm seeing something totally different. They played great. They scored 8 runs. The hitting and the offense has come around. You know, Devers came around. He started out real cold, but he came around. He's doing what he's supposed to do. The offense is doing a lot better than they were, you know, the first 2 months of the season. But then you just don't have any relief pitching. That should have been an easy win. And then, you know, the relievers come in, and I've said it before, they come in, and it's batting practice. It's literally, you know, and I don't really believe that it's the pitchers. I think it has something to do with who's the pitching coach. That's the guy that needs to be fired like today. That's the whole problem. They had a 6-run lead. They couldn't even get the leadoff hitter out. That's the first thing you do.
But the pitching coach didn't throw one ball. You know what I mean? I hear you, but the pitching coach didn't throw one meatball over the plate for Suarez or Rodriguez to hit him out the park, man.
I hear you, but it's like it's the same thing with every game that they've been ahead in, even the close games that they've been ahead in. The starting pitchers, you know, when they have a good outing, they take them out of the game, and it's game over every time. It's not the offense. And the defense, you know, the defense is a little shady too, but, you know, we don't have really, you know, a set lineup. But I think in the future what we have, you know, some bright stars possibly coming up. The one guy that I really like, and I hope they send him down to play in the offseason and teach him how to hit better, is McRae. I think that guy could be a potential superstar. He's super fast. He's got all the physical tools. He just has trouble hitting a little bit. But since he came up this last time, he's hitting a lot better. He's a great player, you know. So they got, you know, the guys they signed as free agents in the off season. They you know, horrible. With the guy with the skate that got drunk at the bar, just send him down the road. He's useless. And the Bailey thing. I hear all this stuff about Bailey being great defense, and I don't know how many games I've seen him literally miss high outside pitches and see the runner advance. I don't think he's that good defensively. And that Susac is better. He got hurt. We've had some bad luck with injuries. But the future's bright offensively. It's the pitching, you know, and I don't know what Buster Posey's expert. He ran that staff that won all those World Series, so he knows pitching. We just got to get at least 2 or 3 decent pitchers and a stone cold closer, and then they'll be fine. That's the way I see it. I don't see a problem with the offense. It's just we don't have much pitching at all, really. The starters are shaky. They got rid of one of the best starters we had, Robbie Ray. You get rid of a quality left-hander? That was stupid. He's a top-tier pitcher, a lefty. You don't give those up for nothing, and we got nothing. I'm with Goo. This is all on Posey and not the manager. I don't care if, Bochy or Lou Piniella was running this team. With that pitching staff, nobody's going to win. That's just the bottom line. I got you, Steve. Appreciate the call, man. Yeah, well.
Hey, McRae is not the guy.
McRae's hitting 106.
Yeah, he plays. I love my guy. He plays hard, but, we got some 4A players in Major League Baseball.
He's got a really good arm, but the reason why he's not an everyday outfielder is because he can't hit. And
that's my guy, but come on.
The San Francisco Giants look a lot like what the Golden State Warriors looked like at the end of the year after Butler got hurt, after Moody got hurt, after Curry went down. It's like there's a lot of guys that probably shouldn't be playing.
And I'll say this about the fans, and there's a lot of fans that are probably not watching. Evan, I've closed the file. I've closed my file on the 2026 Giants. I've seen all I need to see, and I'm sorry if somebody gets hot and – I'm not going to come in here and say, oh, my gosh, send him to Canton, but the Hall of Fame. But the bottom line is some hardcore Giant fans aren't even watching this product. And I get it. I choose to watch it. But, man, as far as that caller, he still sounds like he's grading stuff. For me, this thing is over. It's about next year.
Well, and that's why yesterday to me was the nail in the coffin for the diehards. I mean, if you're still watching this team and trying to enjoy, yesterday makes it really hard to look at the month of September and say, I want to continue to watch every single day.
Come on, man.
Because unless you're just watching to see maybe how a team finds new ways to blow leads, because you're up by 6 runs in the 9th inning.
Yikes,
you should be able to close that game. You should be able to sweep the Reds. And you still, in spite of all of it, couldn't do it. Let's go back to the phone lines at 888-957-9570 and talk to Percy from P-Town. Now, Percy, where is P-Town? You talking about Piedmont, Portland? Where you at?
No, P-Town, Pacifica.
Oh, Pacifica. I got you. Okay.
It was a boy. So, I know we're talking about Vitello and how he's a rookie manager. But can you just remind me? I remember last year when we hired this dude, the main goal was to kind of just get the vibes high and up and not be boring and old and kind of stale. And so I feel like what's his grade on that? I know it hasn't been a great year. We've lost a lot of games that we should have won. And I don't remember Vitello really winning, like making any winning decisions for us. Maybe he has, but I don't remember. But as far as the vibes, the outfield, like high-fiving each other, dancing. I mean, we won some games at like a walk-off wins, based on just like the vibes, like the team vibe. Like, are we up, or is it just this year is just done because of our record?
I'm the latter for me. I don't know how you feel. Done because of the record. Like, it doesn't even matter.
Percy, I'll say this: they're not boring. Would you agree with that?
No, I mean, 100% I agree. I mean, I do see some dancing out there. I do see some players having fun. There's some players that I wasn't really invested in that I kind of want to know just because of their personality. And comparing that to the last, 5-6 years, like, I didn't connect with any Giants. I didn't really like the team. The platooning was kind of not my style. But I feel like this year, I mean, even though we didn't win as much, it does feel like a super young team because of the manager. We do have some vets that are, starting to kind of come around. But I don't know. I feel like the Vitello, the young hire was definitely not for the record. But I think for the vibes in the locker room, maybe we get some free agents that want to come here because of, like, the way we're playing. But I don't know. I feel like we're hammering this dude, Tony. But, I mean, rightfully so. Our record sucks. But, I feel like at least we got a little bit youthful, a little bit more fun. Hopefully in the next few years, the record kind of, gets better. Get a little bit more better players, see our young guys kind of grow up in front of us. But I still think the Giants are fun to watch, even though we're losing. Maybe, turn it off at the 7th inning.
Thanks, Percy. Appreciate the call.
Pacifica. I didn't have that for. I thought it was pleasant.
No, it makes sense. Yeah. Maybe in Portland. So one thing that Steve did say, the caller before, that I do agree with is that, like, if you're just looking at yesterday, to your point about why you guaranteed the Giants would sweep the Reds yesterday, is because, They were up by 9-3. They're up by 6 runs.
And I'm feeling like a genius.
You should have felt like a genius, and 1 inning is what separated you from feeling like a genius. That's sports and that's baseball, but Rafael Devers hit his 29th home run of the year, 3rd straight in as many days. He's got 17 home runs at home. Like, there are a few things that you can look at and say, well, that was good, but it's all overwhelmingly negative because of how it came crashing down. So let's hear from Tony Vitello on the mood of the clubhouse, and then I want to get your thoughts on it.
Dictated by, the guys that are in there. Rafi's done a really good job of leadership, but there's a lot more guys in there than just him. So, the pitchers, being a bullpen pitcher in the big leagues is like being a part of fraternity of like no other. You always want to carry the load, do your job, pitch even when you're tired, do all kinds of different things. You're kind of, built almost kind of military style to never let anybody down. So it doesn't matter win or loss. Those guys are always kind of a different breed. So it's kind of up to the players what the mood is and what the response is.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
You might be surprised. I kind of like it. He said, what's real, it's kind of up to the players to decide what mood we're in, But I think, any manager, if you get your guys hyped or you don't get your guys hyped, that controls or it's a part of their mood and how they go play. But I know the guy's bleeding, and how can I sit here and question him or blame him about yesterday? It was the worst loss of the season. It was climactic to the point to where it just put all eyes on this just disastrous of a season. But was there a greater statement being said that this thing is not close to being fixed? And I just wonder if you got the right dudes, I went plural, dudes with an S at the helm to get it turned around.
See, it's funny that's what you heard about the bullpen guys, because I was actually kind of focused on the start of the cut.
Dictated by, the guys that are in there. Rafi's done a really good job of leadership, but there's a lot more guys in there.
Rafi's done a really good job of leadership. I didn't think Rafael Devers was much of a leader. That's not what Tony Vitello is telling us.
And I'm going to go Mutombo. You ain't leading crap when you're 25 games under. So miss me with that. But I get it. This ain't even about Devers shade. It's not that at all. And the dude's hot as fish grease. But you're 25 games under. Your outfit is that bad. You come off blowing a 6-run lead at home. Miss me with leadership. And you're 25 under. You have no leadership, and that's on Vitello or whoever is the skipper of a 54-79 ball club.
I mean, he might be grasping at straws, but I got to ask, what else can you do? I mean, he got ejected. I know people wanted more from him there, but
I got you.
When someone asks about the clubhouse, it's like, what are you going to say? Hey, actually, we're unraveling.
But I
guys
hate
each other here.
When I said, he said the guys control that. It's up to the players.
And all they can do is go out there today and try and beat the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's the tough part.
Are they rebuilding to you?
The Giants?
To Willer's point, I never once thought, I was like, well, I get that, but man, it's like, and if they are, then you're between a rock and a hard place because you got Adames and his contract. You got Devers, who now all of a sudden, I feel like the phone would be ringing, Evan, in the future for Devers because he is who he is. But Matt Chapman, how can you rebuild with that stuff still on your roster?
They might be rebuilding, but I don't think it's by choice. I don't think they want to be in this place.
Default.
I think they've been forced. They were forced to trade at the deadline. Steve brought up the fact they'd trade away Robbie Ray. It's like you have to trade him. He wasn't coming back next year. He's a 34-year-old left-hander. You weren't bringing him back, so your pitching takes a hit. Well, now you got to figure out who to replace him with. Is that going to be internal? Well, it doesn't look like it's going to be Carson Wisenhunt or maybe Adrian Hauser because those guys got hurt the last 2 days. Giants are dropping like flies, and it sucks because yesterday is a historical loss and it's embarrassing and all the rest, but this is what happens to teams that are bad and that fall apart. I remember talking about this during the NFL season with Lorenzo Neal, and he's absolutely right. During the course of a season, you either get better or you get worse. You do not stay in the middle. Even if you're 500, you're a team that was going up and you come down by the end of the year, or you're a team that was down and comes up by the end of the year. There's There is no flat line in sports. And the Giants have continued to go down from day one of the season after they got shut out in back-to-back days by the New York Yankees. They have gotten worse and worse, and this, unfortunately, is what happens, like yesterday, where you implode because guys are hurt, guys are not supposed to be in the positions they are, guys are playing out of order, guys are hitting out of order. Pitchers, Dylan Smith threw, 3 times the last 4 days. San Martin, the guy who ended up closing out the game, wasn't a part of the blown lead. I think he threw in every single game in that series. Tony Vitello is right. The bullpen guys want to be out there. They want to be a part of that fraternity, but you can't save them from themselves because there's no one else to throw out there. And that's not his fault. That's Buster Posey's. But because this team has been forced to trade players away, they've been forced to promote guys from AAA, this is what you get. And it's a historically bad season.
It is, and if we want to go micro, macro, we can also put the lens and the spotlight on why it's been over a decade and some change since they won a playoff series. And that, my friend, is bigger than Buster. That is bigger than Tony Vitello. But I'm sitting here, in the moment like this thing is bad. But the reality, and right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, is it's been bad for a long time if we want to keep it real.
Sorry, you can't hold that against Buster and Vitello, though. They weren't here for that.
No, I'm just saying as a Giant fan, they've been starving.
Yeah, they are starving. And guess what? You're going to have to still wait. You're going to have to wait even longer. This is from the 510. I lived through the late 70s, 80s Giants. At this point, the only thing left to do is root for the rookies, support, and stand behind them. The season's obviously a wash. Rebuilds suck, but here we are. I think that the expectation is what has changed in about 365 days. The expectation of Posey coming in, making this team good again, them being 12 games above 500 when they traded for Devers, and since then they've gone the opposite direction. Man. So that I completely understand is disappointing. How did this happen? How did we get here? How did you get to a point where a 6-run lead in the 9th inning is not good enough? Because for literally the entirety of your franchise, it has been good enough. And that's what makes yesterday tough. And for a lot of people who watched and sat through it all, it makes it embarrassing. All right, our baseball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson on Steiny and Guru. The Valkyries are back in action tonight, taking on the Liberty in New York at 4 o'clock. You can listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. We'll be back after this.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Set your will upon them. The best you've ever given right now.
And we can't get enough of it.
The more physical team, go win this game today. Go send it to them from the first whistle to the last.
It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
That's the best coach in the NFL. Shanahan. Shanahan.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale means summer is winding down, but our biggest sale of the year is just getting started. Now through September 8th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let summer end without a floor you love. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Tune in to Willard and Dips every Thursday at 4:40 as we raise a glass to toast the sparkling performance of the week.
Presented by J Vineyards, the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. Raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle.
Stanford Federal Credit Union delivers the #1 most rewarding banking experience. They help members get more for their money, which is why they offer competitive savings and loan rates, lower fees, and rewarding credit cards. With easy digital banking tools and personalized finance guidance, achieving your financial goals is simple. See why their members can't stop raving about their incredible NPS member satisfaction score of 80.4. Visit sfcu.org to open your account today. Federally insured by NCUA. sfcu.org.
Man, I don't know what to do. My girlfriend is amazing, but I just can't keep up with her in the bedroom.
Bro, you need Balanced Medical Solutions. They've got safe performance treatments.
Like stronger, longer, and more than once?
Yup. They customize treatments to boost your testosterone, blood flow, and stamina.
Sign me up because I definitely need to level up.
Supercharge your vigor and stamina and become a legend with the ladies. Call Balanced Medical Solutions at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Back to school. The kids are headed back to class, but termites, they've been busy all summer, eating, breeding, and damaging your home 24/7. If you've seen termite droppings, don't wait. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800-PACIFIC for a free inspection. And if you need treatment, Pacific Coast Termite uses orange oil and Ultraset, so there's no move out, no tent, no poisonous gas. So you don't have to leave your home empty, potentially inviting burglars in. Termites don't take the summer off. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC. PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Cha-ching! That's the sound of Lowe's Labor Day savings. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Plus, get 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's. In-store and online. Valid through 9/9 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Driving chest pass, goes over Prechtel, shot fake from 3. Now here's Yotite, foul line pull up. Oh yeah, you stay. 87-52, Yotite. 2 points and 3 assists in 5 minutes.
Bay Area, it's Coach Natalie Nakase. You're listening to Steiny and Guru, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Coach!
Valkyries, another W last night.
I mean, that was a good, almost like the Giants game up into the ninth inning, except they closed it. Yeah, that was
wow.
Yeah,
the Valkyries didn't blow a 25-point lead. 89-64 the final score. Kevin Dan on the call here on 95.7 The Game. You can find the game on the Odyssey app today, 4 o'clock. They are in New York to take on the Liberty.
Well, that'll be a good game.
No, the Valkyries are in cruise control. Down the stretch of the season, looking at another postseason berth, looking at their first home playoff series. They're about 1.5 games ahead of the Aces for the 2 seed.
How many more left, for the Vals? I think they put, 44?
44 games, so they got, including tonight, I think 6 left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 6 left.
You got time to get out there to Valhalla.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I mean, I've been to probably 5 or 6 games this year. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, no doubt.
You were at the Lynx game last week.
Man, and then they came back and put revenge on that, you know what?
Yes, they did.
By beating the Lynx. I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, that was a game that meant a lot to them. There's no doubt about it. Also, the Niners, they take on the Raiders today, 5 o'clock, preseason final game.
Thank God.
They take on the third richest man currently in the NFL.
Who was that?
Kirk Cousins.
Oh, I'm like, it ain't Mark Davis.
No, it's Aaron Rodgers.
You like that?
Matthew Stafford. And
Don't hate on him.
Kirk Cousins is the third richest in terms of career earnings. Yeah. He's made the third most money of anybody still left in the NFL right now.
Man, and they sniffed the Super Bowl. Not all at your doorstep, Kirk, but I can't hate the game, not the player.
Well, he hasn't even played in a championship game.
No, they lost to, remember the Saints ripped their hearts out. I remember that game with the catch. I believe that was Cousins.
Well, yeah, but that was Case Keenum. You're talking about the Minneapolis Miracle?
Yeah, yes. No, the one in the dome where that was the Rams where they threw the flag.
Oh, well, that was against the Saints. Yeah, I think Kirk Cousins the closest. Well, what? They played the Niners in 2019 in the divisional round.
New Orleans and lost. That wasn't a championship.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Did you hear Brady this morning talking about his wife cheated on him?
Tom?
Yeah, wife cheated on him. Broke up the family. I thought of Antonio Brown. I'm just saying that was out there.
I thought it was the 8-9 record his last season with the Bucs.
No, he was letting it all out. Just
oh,
about
my
his
God.
Life. Yep.
You know, he's
Tom terrific.
He's been pretty honest since he got out of.
And the roast was incredible on Netflix.
That helmet. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I could. Like, could you for 3 hours, at least of televised content? I don't know how much longer they went beyond that. Could you let for 3 hours people just sit there and eviscerate your life?
If I was at the ship or I had access to alcohol, I could get through it. And I know it was my guys having fun with stuff that I share with you. You know, Google always comes in at 9 o'clock. You know, I've had I could get through it if I had that at my disposal.
But it's not just about you. They're going after your kids. They're going after your wife. They're going after your family.
But you know, it's people wrote the joke, so it ain't coming from their heart. You know, somebody wrote it.
Some of these people are freaking mean, man. Some of the stuff that makes the cut. I know a lot of the bad jokes. Like Brady wouldn't let them go after Robert Kraft, and there's a couple of jokes they had to cut out and stuff like that during his roast. But no, I'm sorry, man. You can roast me.
They were calling him stupid for not knowing that, you know, she was going to get lessons with the jiu-jitsu dude or for the kid, you know.
Well, apparently that was hitting close to home because you said that's what he admitted earlier today.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. We'll get into him a little bit. But, all right, so we got a big day coming up. 2 days, Saturday, August 29th. That's the day that Steph Curry becomes extension eligible. And Anthony Slater of ESPN reported yesterday when he was talking about how they finalized the team, got their 2 roster spots underhand with Williams and Niang. And this is what he wrote. I want to get your thoughts on it. The sides are expected to engage with a mutual desire to keep Curry with the Warriors for the entirety of his career. Team sources continue to confirm. Again, that's from Anthony Slater of ESPN. So it sounds like, I don't know whether it'll be on Saturday, but it sounds like shortly we're going to find out that Steph just ho-hum as some people expected. Some people were speculating wouldn't happen. It doesn't sound like he's going to dance around or to put pressure on people, and he's just going to ink that deal.
And that would be the Steph Curry we've all loved, we've come to love and respect. And, I'm not shocked at all. But as a, lifelong Warrior fan, pre-Steph, Evan, you kind of hope, in this world now where we see athletes play cards that they've earned, and you could call them selfish cards, you could call them winning cards, but the bottom line is Steph Curry must not at all be close to being irritated with where this team is. And when you ask me where this team is, I don't know right now, but I feel like they're on the outskirts looking in, if I'm looking at them through a championship prism. But I would love for Steph to kind of light a fire and put some pressure on the organization. But when I read that from slates, I think of all the conversations we've been blessed to have in face-to-face with Steph, all the sound that he shared with him, coming from him. Evan, this is just the way it's going to be, and it doesn't sound like, we're going to see him publicly be so upset to where he's going to, put demands. He's a Warrior, and it looks like he's going out a Warrior, and he'll deal with, the play-in, hopefully playoffs, but won't cause a stink.
Do you want to know what I thought about it when I read it? I want to know what the entirety of his career is defined as. Like, I'm going to be honest. When I read that, Steph Curry becomes extension eligible Saturday. Sides are expected to engage with a mutual desire to keep Curry with the Warriors for the entirety of his career. I thought, so does that mean he's retiring in 3 years? Like, if you sign a 2-year, he's eligible for a 2-year, $136.7 million extension. I don't know if he'll do all of it. I don't know if he'll get most of it.
Right.
Whatever the number is what the number is. But by the end of that contract, he'll be in his age 41 season. So does that mean that this is the last contract extension that Steph Curry is going to sign? That's where my mind went.
I like that. But when you say 41-year-old Steph Curry, as opposed to where he is right now with runner's knee, I think at that point we've seen the best of him. So you might be right. He could wrap it up in 3 years after this new possible extension. But the bottom line is he, at 41 years old, then at that point, I know for a fact that we've seen the best version of him. And again, at that point, it kind of like it doesn't matter if it makes any sense.
Well, it matters how much he signs for, but
just him being at that age and where he's at in the 14th and 15th round of his career at the age of 41. At that point, did Superman still got his cape?
No, but I don't think anybody's ever talked about him like there's an end date or an expiration date. And maybe it's just, like the entirety of his career. I got to be honest. So if Steph Curry has 2 more years after this left in his career, how are they going to look? And you're right. I think the best of Steph is behind him.
I mean, you hope not, but come on now, 41.
Well, 41, but that's the thing, though. It's like we've been talking about this guy like he's just going to play forever. And I know LeBron is coming up on his age 42 season, but that's completely out of the ordinary.
He's got help. We're running this guy on the ground.
Well, but LeBron's not going to be a number one option. To me, it's not about whether Steph's a 1 or a 2 or a 3 at this point. I think if he signs a 2-year deal and he wants to retire a Warrior, I think he's okay if he doesn't win another championship.
I get that. And he has to know that now because let's be real. He's no dummy. He's a basketball savant. And so are the people around him. So are the people, in the organization. You know where you're at and what your reality is. And if they really feel like what they've put together by adding Niang, and again, I know for a lot of people, Williams, this doesn't move the needle, but you get Jimmy back and everybody's healthy. And I'm talking about Porzingis and Yaxo takes off and Dre has a good year. Evan, who knows? And I'm being so real with that. And I know it's a different sport. After the Niners won 12 damn games last year, who the hell knows? But to your point, I feel like the chef is okay with, if I don't get number 5 and we go out there and try the ball, that'll be suffice for me.
Well, and wouldn't it make sense that if Steph only has a couple of years left, or if this is his last contract extension, then wouldn't it make sense that the reports or rumors that Lacob and Golden State are looking after Steph? I mean, wouldn't that make sense?
No doubt.
If you knew the expiration date of one of your coworkers,
I give you that, man.
Wouldn't you start thinking about what's going to happen after them?
Especially if it's, I don't want to say soon, but if it comes, let's just say, 2 years came.
And that might be best case scenario if his runner's knee is actually serious.
And I got emotional. I was in my feelings, shocker, when Kawakami had just shared, not what Laker said, but kind of alluded to, like they were focused on life without Curry. But if it's that fast and you're staring at it, I totally understand that.
Well, and I wonder if fans understand it. 888-957-9570. Maybe that makes this summer make a little more sense. It's funny because the first, 2 or 3 weeks of free agency when they were, quote unquote, courting LeBron, everyone, especially a lot of national media members, were saying, what are you doing? Cash in the chips. Got to go all in for Steph. What if this is his last contract extension? Does that change the way that you look at going all in? I personally don't believe they've done everything for him in the past, but the problem that I run into now, Goo, is just because you didn't do it then doesn't mean you should all of a sudden now do it. Like, if he's going to retire in a couple of years, which seems perfectly reasonable given his age and maybe his injury, then how can you go all in for a guy that is not going to be a part of your team in 3 or 4 years?
Well, I'll say this. That's why after, and I'm fast forwarding this season, this summer is big to me. There's still a stop sign and an exit that says all in for Steph. And Evan, that will be when these books reset and the Warriors got some capital to play with. I will be eager to see which way they go and how much they go all in for Steph. And then on top of that, what also excites me about this, because did I really think he was leaving? No. Or he would play that card? I was hoping, but I was still hoping at the end he would still end up a Warrior. But what excites me is that number. I still want to see this number.
What if it's $136.7 million?
And the same thing applies. Like, do you think he would really do that? He just sold the house. I ain't counting your chicken, Steph, but come on, Evan. Is he really going to do that to the organization?
He might. I mean, some people believe that he deserves it.
And
even then, he's underpaid.
Would you change your opinion on the chef? If let's just say he maxed that baby out. And would it be fair to do that on one instance as opposed to a whole decade of what this guy has been on and off the court for the city of the Bay, all the surrounding cities? Would that be fair enough?
I would be surprised if he asked for everything.
I like that word.
Because I think it would end up just becoming a lifetime achievement contract, essentially.
Yeah, no doubt.
We're paying you for what you've done.
Which I have no problem with.
No, it's hard to sit up here and criticize because of everything he's done as the greatest player in franchise history and one of the greatest athletes the Bay Area has ever seen.
Nah, you own it.
But from a micro standpoint, it's going to hurt the Warriors' chances to do anything.
That's a fact. And that's why I don't think, I think they'll meet in the middle, man.
Well, I think they will too. And maybe that's, I don't know, maybe it's 55. Maybe it's just not all. I don't know what it's going to be. But we're going to find out on Saturday. Again, the 29th on Saturday is when Curry becomes extension eligible. ESPN's Anthony Slater is reporting that the two sides want to engage with a mutual desire to have Curry with the Warriors for the entirety of his career.
Yeah.
And again, that's from team sources. By the way, this is from the 510, who is asking if they could sign him to a longer contract. The veteran maximum is 2 years on an extension. Once you pass the age of, I think, 38, or maybe it's 36. Regardless, Curry can't sign for more than 2 years. And the 510 is also bringing up a fair point. He gave up money early in his career, so he should take it all now. I don't look at it as him giving up money early because he signed a contract when he was hurt. At the time, it was probably risky for both sides, and that's why his price was suppressed. But I understand that if he wants the max, the Warriors probably are in a position where they have to give it to him.
There's no doubt. And Joe Lacob probably would pull up, or Mike Dunleavy be like, hello, I got you.
I mean, I don't think they want to. The one thing that would change my mind, I guess, about Steph a little bit, I mean, I love the guy. I think everyone does. He might be the most beloved athlete.
And Nat, go ahead.
But
people hate Bron.
Well, yeah, that's true. If he signed a contract and that prohibited the Warriors from going out to get someone, say, next summer, then I would look at him differently because you're directly impacting not just your chance to contend or get back into competition, but also the Warriors' ability to build for the future.
And he said, remember, I used to hate it. Oh, we're going to leave it better than when we got it. I hated that. But what you just described to me is who Steph Curry is, and that's why I expect he won't do that. So the organization can help itself, Evan, and Steph Curry can help himself, try to get as close to as possible that 5th championship.
The other part, too, about...
Dude is presidential, man.
Well, okay, so but next summer you said next year they can go all in for Steph.
There's an exit.
What if we're done with the all in for Steph thing? What if we're done with that?
Now, it's a loaded question to me because I need to see this season. But if you're telling me Curry's going to average 26, 27, shoot 40 from 3, play 61, 60 games, and looks like Steph Curry, I would be more emotional that they blew past that exit when I'm like, man, he just shown you another year. He's still the dude. So I would feel like we got a year or two, and I know you're like, let's add to it.
What I think they're trying to do is gear themselves up for next summer when they can go out and get a player better than him.
And he probably wants that.
Well, he probably does.
And he's been wanting it.
But that will become the player that they then build around. They're no longer building around Steph Curry. And I think we need to get our minds wrapped around that.
No, I'm with you, but I'm asking you, you say that as if we all know it. I think it's just sacrilegious that they've been doing it this long, and it's a problem on the front office that you don't have anybody that we can say, okay, you're next. Or are you telling me that at all? Because I don't see any next right now, and that's a problem.
No, they don't have the next.
I love me some Yaxel.
Well, maybe it is Yaxel. Maybe it's the guy they draft next year.
Could have been Wiseman. Could have been Kuminga. Okay, let that go. But that's the bottom line.
But what I'm feeling is that people want the Warriors to make rash, bold decisions now because they didn't do it 3 or 4 years ago. And I'm with you there. If there was a time to maximize 30, it was going to be after the championship. It was going to be in 23 or 24. They got Jimmy last year. I guess not 2 seasons ago.
And that was first. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But But now is not that time. Now is the time you start to wind down. And it feels like the frustration from the past few seasons are boiling to the point. It's a little bit like the Giants. You brought up how, well, the Giants have been stuck in this place for so long, and that's what makes this season all the more frustrating. And it's like, yeah, well, Buster Posey and Tony Vitello just got here. Yeah, so you have to separate regimes. The Warriors are in a much different place than they were 3 or 4 years ago because their best players have aged right before our eyes.
But I still feel
Steph less than Draymond Green.
Do you have a problem with me? And I got to watch my verbiage. I still think there's a IOU that they owe Steph Curry, and there's a case study where we can make Steph Curry seem like he's underpaid to what Joe Lacob has made and what he's turned this organization into. Because when you look at what the Warriors are worth, let's put the right on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. That's the Steph Curry factor. It all started and ends with Steph to me. Now, I know there's other things that go into it. So when you say that, not Lifetime Achievement Award, I went BET, but when you said that, everything that he's meant, there's a part of that I feel like the Warriors are a slave to in regard to, you can't even fix your face or mouth to act like you're going to get tricky or do something to not undermine Steph, be cheap with them. And that's why I feel like there's going to be a blank check. It starts there. Steph won't exercise that at all. And he knows it'll help him and the organization in the future. But if you're telling me there's a Jaylen Brown this upcoming summer somewhere because there's Fallout City in another place, Evan, you best believe I hope Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy making those 100 calls would be on there trying to add and hopefully get that player for however much Steph has left. And if he's young enough and you're lucky enough for that player to be that young, he could be part of your future.
Well, I think you're right, but what they're not willing to do, which is what they've shown us this summer, is they're not willing to mortgage the entirety of their future for that one player.
Well, Joe Lacob, to that point, said he had a couple deals to where there were some first-round picks in it.
And why didn't they do them? because the team probably wanted everything. Everyone's trying to take everything from the Warriors right now.
Take two to tango.
I think the Warriors are in a place where they're seen by the rest of the league as desperate, and they can be had. I mean, what was it, a couple of years ago? One of the reasons that they didn't get Markkanen was, yes, they didn't want to include Podziemski, but also because Danny Ainge was asking for the whole cupboard. You can't give up the whole cupboard for Lauri Markkanen. I don't think you can give up the whole cupboard for Jaylen Brown. I don't think you can give up the cupboard for one player. You know, this idea that, all right, the Warriors have missed on this guy, and they've missed on that guy, and they missed on all these players. They may have missed on a couple, but the problem is if you went out and people wanted to spend 3 first-round picks on Trey Murphy, okay, that prevents you from then going to get the next Trey Murphy because you don't have anything left to deal with. You have nothing to build with. My biggest issue with some of the rhetoric around a potential Jaylen Brown deal or whatever superstar you felt like the Warriors were in on is the fact that if you put Jaylen Brown here with nothing else, this team is still not good enough. You're still going to be in a similar situation where you stare up at the end of the year and say, wow, we're a piece away. Now we're a guy away.
But him and Steph would have been way more dynamic than what we're hoping anything's going to manifest this season. And then when Steph's done, Jaylen Brown would still be.
But does that elevate you into a top 4 team in the Western Conference?
I don't know. I doubt it, but it's better than what I think people and how excitement people are looking for at this team right now.
Well, of course. They're not exciting right now. But the team is trying to protect themselves from what they don't know.
And they've done that to this degree. If they haven't done anything, I know they just added 2 guys, and we're having fun. They hadn't done anything, but they have held on to those picks.
That's because that's all they have. That's all they have because they've failed to draft whatever could come next. They've failed to identify in a deal a potential player that's young and that could step in and potentially take the mantle. They've failed to find the next, whatever you want to call it, face.
But they tried.
Figure.
They were in on Kawhi. And to your point, I love what you said.
Well, but Kawhi Leonard's not going to be the next face of the Warriors. Yeah, Kawhi Leonard's 35 years old.
My point is what they were willing to try and do. And they were thirsty. And they tried LeBron. They tried Kawhi. We don't know if they tried Giannis.
They did.
So they weren't just sitting back and you're making valid points, but Joe Lacob was trying to go Arsenio Hall and get busy.
Well, he was. I think a couple of years ago he was. And maybe this offseason, the last trade deadline, Giannis was, but they weren't willing to give everything up for those guys. And they were willing to do it on their terms without sacrificing everything. And that's why in the end, their deals weren't good enough. It sounds like from everything I've read, other teams have been asking the Warriors to overpay for every player they've been quote unquote in on. Except for LeBron, who had the choice, and he chose a team that he believed he could win with, which wasn't Golden State. So if we're just talking about trades, if you're the Warriors and every team is telling you, well, we want everything you have for our guy, then what are you left with? Nothing. You can't do that. At least to me, there's not been some offer out there that I've read about. 4 first-round picks for Jaylen Brown. I'm sorry. I'm out on that.
Too much, yeah.
Jaylen Brown's a really good basketball player, but that is...
You got to be 24, 23 or something for that, for me.
I know. But I do have some good news when it comes to trades, potentially, for you on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors were involved in a couple things that were written about this week, and one of which was what they could do in February. We'll talk about it on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. If you're still making plans for September, we've got one for you. Great golf, great people, and an even greater cause. Learn more about the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park on Friday, September 11th, benefiting the Autism Society SF Bay Area at PettinelliFP.com.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
In 2026, Bay Alarms celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Football is officially going down under. Rams, 49ers, division rivals, heading all the way to Melbourne for the NFL's first ever regular season game in Australia. It's happening week 1 on Netflix. Netflix is expanding its NFL coverage in 2026 from week 1 to the first ever Thanksgiving Eve matchup and 2 Christmas Day games. Watch week 1 of the NFL on Netflix. The Los Angeles Rams versus the San Francisco 49ers live on Netflix Thursday, September 10th at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, 5:35 Pacific.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, FlexCar. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
FlexCar is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes. A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
When back to the office means back in traffic, turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
So traffic is starting to look a little sticky.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Incredible fuel efficiency and a low payment make Civic the right choice for summer. See your Northern California Honda dealers today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
San Francisco, partly cloudy, high temperature of 70.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock, but now back to Steiny and Goo. Goo, you're my guy. Steiny,
All right, Red and Gold Summit is set for next Thursday, September 3rd. All the hosts, including special guest Brian Baldinger, will be live from 4 to 6 at Jack's in Pleasant Hill. They got great food, great drinks, and your chance to win an autographed item, multiple items, and much more. So Willard Dibs get you started at 2 o'clock, and then the summit will be from 4 to 6, all brought to you by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products. All right, good.
Next Thursday, baby.
You excited?
Yep.
What about?
And Jack, just being in that ambiance, Jack is awesome. I love the venue, being out back, and just the fans. Seeing the fans that come out and support us.
What? Why did that need a sniff?
For everybody. Just kudos to everybody. That was a shout out to everybody involved. That's it,
No, honestly, each time
that was a group sniff.
I've been to the summits, whether it's Warriors or Niners, and the best part is getting to interact with all the listeners.
Remember, you and I had that. You probably don't remember in the caddy that emotional life talk to one of the summits.
The one in Fremont.
We had a real discussion
at Fremont Bank. Yes, we did.
On the way to Fremont Bank.
Yeah. Well, you and I said, I don't know. It wasn't a summit, but you and I did a kind of a Warriors. It was last year, right before the season started, out at Fisherman's Wharf.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Festus Bonte came by. Tim Roy, Kalena.
When I asked Tim Roy, when you got a guy like Evan that wants to get into the business, what do you recommend? And he said, read. And my dude does it.
You got to read.
Yeah.
You learn words you never thought were there. All right. So before we let's see here. Before we get back into the Curry stuff. So I've learned so much about this landscape. Even though I grew up in the Bay Area, born and raised, Alta Bates Hospital, I continue to learn more about sports and just how people feel.
Right.
And I think I've finally figured out one of the biggest reasons about why the West Coast college football just doesn't really do it for many people out here.
And this bothers me. Go ahead, E.
Well, you love all the sports. They're like your kids. I'm talking about us that don't have several children. I meant sports. So I think it's because with West Coast schools, there's just not enough drama. Outside of the lines, outside of the gridiron. There's just not enough off-season. Like, why do we love the NBA? This is drama. All the documentaries and bleep talking and social media stuff. The NFL, this crazy stuff happens off. Hell, the 49ers off-season on line one.
Right.
So in order to help us get to know why these programs in college football are of more interest, I put together a list. And I want to see if you can help me out.
All right, because I used to go to the big games.
Mm-hmm. Here are the top 10 teams since the year 2000. Well, I want you to guess them first. The most arrests by college football programs since the year 2000. Do you think you can get them? I got a list, and I got the number of arrests in the last 25 years of the top 10 football programs by arrest. Do you think you can guess them?
Wow. I'm going to try.
Okay.
I'm going to try.
Chase, Ken, you guys can get on this too. Goo, you're up first.
University of Alabama.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man.
Number 4, 402 arrests.
Okay.
Roll Tide.
University of Miami.
Number 2.
Oh, dude, okay.
454 arrests.
Quietly, I'm going to go University of Georgia.
Give him the ding. Number 10, 302 arrests.
Whoa. I'm going to go University of Florida.
Ding. Number 1, 539 arrests.
Who knew? Let me see.
You got Miami, you got Florida, you got Bama, you got Georgia.
I'm going to stay. How about the University of Tennessee?
Ding. Number 8, 322.
Dude. Oh, my goodness. What do we got going here, Kitty? I'll stay out there. How about
Notice there's a regionality to this.
Not Texas, Texas A&M, the Aggies.
No Texas teams.
Oh, whoa.
They've kept their nose relatively clean in comparison.
How about the Rebels, Old Miss?
No, sir. Not on the list.
All right, now I'm drawing up.
Ken, Chase, you guys got any?
I'm going to go LSU.
Good call.
Give yourself the ding.
Man.
Number 6, 378 arrests for the Tigers.
Down on the bayou.
You stole my pick. I'm going to go Auburn.
Auburn. Give him the ding. Number 9,
Damn.
315 arrests.
Oh, I can't, but I didn't say this. Or did I? Florida State.
Number 3, 436.
That's Seminoles, boy.
And you got 2 more. Florida number 1, Miami number 2, Florida State number 3, Alabama number 4, LSU number 6, Tennessee number 8, Auburn number 9, and Georgia number 10.
University of Michigan?
Nope. That's a great.
I'm going to go SC. USC.
Which USC?
USC.
Both wrong.
Oh, I thought that was a good one.
I thought about North Carolina when I saw this list.
So I'm thinking about it right now. I mean, they do a lot of drinking in Tempe. What about Arizona State?
Good guess. Incorrect.
Oh.
There are no West Coast programs on this list.
Come on, E. All right, I'm going to...
The chat's chiming in, and there's one answer in there that is correct.
Mizzou.
There is a team by the Tigers.
Auburn.
It is not Mizzou.
Auburn.
You already said Auburn.
Okay.
Mississippi State.
Not Mississippi State.
Clemson.
Clemson.
Oh, damn,
number
dude.
7,
Come on,
345.
man.
You have number 5, and that's it.
You said no Texas teams.
They got in trouble for tattoos not too long ago. Yeah, it was maybe 2000s.
There's just no way the Irish are on this list at all.
They're not. They might have some players who are Irish, but they're not on this list. Similar region, though.
I'm going to give it.
I like my performance, so I'll let you two pick.
I'm going to go the Ohio State University.
You are correct, Chase. Number 5, 389. 707
I said
got
Ohio
it.
State.
I don't think you did.
Yeah. All right. But good job,
Well,
Chase.
you got like 7 of
I
them.
know, and I thought I said Ohio State, but anyway.
You did great.
You got as many as the Reds got in the 9th inning last night. Yeah, you're fine. You got number 7. Anyways, the point of this game was to illustrate how a lot of people are interested in stuff that goes on off the field, and no West Coast school came close.
Wow.
Yeah, so. Also,
That's a list.
Well,
Wow.
also because Grandy came in here and asked if you wanted to talk about college football, and so I thought I'd come up with a game for us.
No, that was great.
All right, Gil. What are you hoping happens this weekend? Outside of you going to see the Roots and Nas?
That's a great question. Well, I'll keep it real. We find out or have some more. We got more intel on if Bosa's going to be available in a couple weeks when they take on the Rams in Melbourne. Like, I want to know, man. Do you think they know? You think he knows? I mean, let's keep it real. They got you got tonight, a couple more practices, but if he's not out there, man.
No, I don't think they're going to find out. He's got tendonitis. And a knee had 2 ACL surgeries on. I think it's unpredictable at this point. Could he play in Australia? Sure. Might he not? I think that's on the table too. I would lean towards him not being available week 1, but that's just the way that I'm feeling.
Right.
You know, I don't know. You can call Panja. What I more meant was about.
People say I didn't say Ohio State, but yeah. All right, Kenny.
Well, the last time we played a game, you got bogged down a little bit. That wasn't the point of this.
There was one error in that game, but
that's what I'm saying. Is we did a lot better at this game than we did on the. Than we did 2 days ago when we played the Who He Played For game.
Yeah, it wasn't
about
in the back
the Niners.
of my mind, yeah.
No, what I meant was about Steph Curry. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Blew that for you. My bad.
Well, we all miss layups. It happens. I've missed a few today, that's for sure. So, Curry. Do you think it happens early at the extension date, August 29th? Do you think it happens close to Saturday? Do you think this lingers on for a little bit, because last time you and I got down on the air, it was Steph going to use this extension to try and strong-arm the Warriors in any way?
I feel like the answer to that, and you back me up and tell me what you think, is no. Hell no, Evan.
I don't think he is either, but doesn't it seem like a lot of people want him to? Like, this might be his last opportunity to try and...
I'm the biggest proponent of that. I want him to, no doubt.
You want him to?
Yeah, I want him to do that. But now that I'm sitting back, I'm listening to Lake Up with TK, I'm listening to Mike Dunleavy talk, and there was some activity. You know, if you take them at their word, they were trying some stuff, and you hit me with, basically, it takes two to tango. So teams likes to hustle, right? Sports too. So teams are knowing the Warriors were desperate, overzealous, wanted to make a move. So they were trying to George Jefferson the Golden State Warriors and take them to the cleaners. With all that said, I don't even think he needs to play that card, you know, light that furnace, because they're right on the table again. The third one today, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. This season, they get through it. Jimmy comes back. Hopefully everybody's healthy. It's close to being full strength as possible. And everybody knows that, I don't want to call it a layup, but the given is the Warriors will have capital and resources to go out and hunt. And they don't need Steph Curry to tell them we need to go out and hunt. We love you so. We're going to break you off whatever this new number is. And we understand if a situation arises, now that we got room on the credit card and we can do some maneuvers, if the situation arises or the opportunity's there, we'll try to go add something to you right now. Whatever version, and we're hoping it's the 26, 27 points a game, 40% from three, and playing 60 games.
Well, do you think it's, I don't know, like a Jokic? Or do you think it's a player who's younger? You know, in your perfect world, what kind of guy are the Warriors going after next season? Because to me, but before I thought about the expiration date, which Anthony Slater, I don't know if he meant to hint at, but signing a contract that keeps Curry with the franchise for the entirety of his career is what, according to team sources, both sides want. Well, when I hear that, I'm wondering, okay, so does Curry have 1 year left after this one, in which he would go into his age 40 season? Does he have 2 years left, which would go into his age 41 season?
Yeah.
You know, it feels like this contract extension, which could come down as soon as Saturday, might place an expiration date on the career of Steph Curry. As crazy as that sounds, we haven't really thought or talked about it much. But from that, then I go to, all right, well, is 2027 about getting help for Steph? I don't think it is. And I think this summer is confirmation of that, because they didn't do anything.
But you're always trying to get better, though.
Well, you're always trying to get better.
Even for that individual
But in
year.
the past, you were trying to get better for Curry.
Yeah.
You're trying to get better for Draymond. You're trying to get better for Kerr. You're trying to get better for the Klay Thompsons, the legends. Those guys are not at the top of the list, I think, because of what the Warriors are attempting to transition to, which, to be fair, right now is pretty much unknown.
Yeah, and I'm going to stand on this heel. I think this year, just two scoreboards from a Steph Curry standpoint, I think this is going to go a long way on what you are alluding to. You know, are they going to try to get better for Steph or themselves for after Steph? I think if Steph is still Steph, they're going to be very aggressive. They're going to be aggressive, I already think, but very aggressive thinking, okay, we can go get said player to add him to Steph now and watch out. League better be on notice if Steph and company hold up their end of the bargain. But if we see another 40 games from Steph and nobody wants that, and it's like, oh, boy, then I get what you're putting down to where, okay, we really got to think about our future.
Well, I think they've been trying to for some time, and I think that's one of the reasons why they're here, is the years that they should have been trying to, you know, maybe maximize or go all in, they were thinking about the future. They thought about the future when they drafted James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga, and to some extent Moses Moody. They were thinking about the future when they didn't choose to trade Kuminga for maybe a guy who could help you immediately, 2023, 2024. And they're still thinking about the future, but I don't have a problem with it now. I just think the frustration of them doing it prematurely is what people are holding against the Warriors, if that makes sense.
and that inactivity that was this offseason. It's kind of funny. We went through all that, and I can remember Willard saying, you just can't do nothing. But then when the smoke settles, you got George Niang and Brandon Williams. And I'll just ask you this about them two. Do you think it's made the team better?
Has it made the team better? Well, yeah, you got two guys who play a lot.
Well, Niang didn't play at all last year.
Yeah, but, I mean, he's averaged, I think, like 78 games the 4 prior seasons, and he's not that old. Mm-hmm. So he's supposed to be able to stay healthy, and at least that way you're not throwing out a bunch of Santa Cruz Warriors,
That we saw at some juncture last year that kind of mimic what the Giants got going with their injuries.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends who play the Immaculate Grid game, and in 15 years, if you have on your bingo card for a Miami Heat and Golden State Warriors player, I would submit to you Omer Yurtseven. That's going to be a guy who played for both of those teams who many people will not remember did. Because at one point he was on a 10-day deal. He was a Golden State Warrior last year. Wow. Nate Williams, Malachi Leones, guys that are, again.
I liked old Nate.
Oh, he bleeds like me?
Yeah. Reminded me of my son, the youngest son, Daryl. Yes, Lefty.
Yeah, no, and all of them, look, they gave the Warriors minutes. They gave them their all. They tried hard, but at the end of the day, they're not going to help you win basketball games.
I was at a debate over the weekend. This hashtag random. We didn't have this on the docket, but it's Steph Curry related. You can't use Kevin Durant. Evan, if I asked you the best teammate or the best player, that Steph Curry's played with, your answer is?
And it can't be KD?
Yeah, it can't be KD.
The best player that he played with.
There was a debate. I'm surprised you're taking this long.
It's probably Clay.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's Clay for me. I thought you took a little longer. I was just like, you might have put some respect on his name. Well, Prime Clay was a problem, dude. Guarding the best bucket getter and damn near on Steph's heels. There used to be an old saying, Clay guarded 2 men. Steph's and his. Dude, I think people forget how dope Clay was, man.
He was a great player. But unlike you, I like to think. So I was going through.
Hey, go ahead, yeah.
No, sorry, that was a cheap shot. I was going through all the rosters before I gave you an answer. Because there might have been. Actually, one of the guys
who. Chair, Kenny. Go ahead.
Well, one of the guys that I thought about, honestly, like if we're just talking about talents, DeMarcus Cousins came to mind.
I have no problem.
I'm serious. Like D-Cuz was a teammate of Steph Curry's. That guy was incredible.
But it wasn't prime sack D-Cuz when he should have signed that. Oh, well, if he wouldn't acted up, he would have got a max.
Yeah, no, I mean if you're saying what version of each guys that Steph played with, yes, it's Clay. Okay, it's between Klay Thompson and Draymond Green.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but I was just thinking about other guys that he might have played with.
Yeah.
David West was once a very good player.
No doubt. I remember him with the Hornets.
Andre Iguodala was obviously a great teammate.
Yep.
He's played with some pretty damn good players.
No doubt. But I just thought it was Clay. It was between Clay and Dre.
Yeah. So Draymond is not on your list?
No, I just think when you take in everything, he was on the list, but Clay beat him out. So Dre would have been third.
See, to me, I understand why.
Because prime Dre was, I can't hate.
I think he edges Draymond out, but I think that gap is a lot closer than people make it out to be.
Now, no, seriously, but why would you say that? Clay, that's why I'm trying to tell you the shooting is, you already know that with Clay, and his defense was as good or better than Draymond Green. Draymond Green's a great help defender.
Klay Thompson's not a better defender than Draymond Green.
No, but I'm saying individual defender, I think he is. He was guarding those dudes.
And his
feet were quicker than Dre's. Dre is savage, but his was more like a boxing match and help defense. I'm talking about when PG3 came to town in prime, Clay was getting those assignments.
Yeah, and then who's guarding the guy once he got past Clay?
Dre.
Yeah, including his own guy.
Not robbing him of that.
I never saw Klay Thompson break up a 3-on-1 fast break, ever.
I'm just telling you.
No, Klay Thompson's he's a better two-way player, but you can't tell me he's a better defensive player than Draymond Green.
And I won't.
One's got a DPOY and 9 all-defensive teams.
I won't.
For a reason.
Well,
Steve Kerr brings up Draymond Green when he talks about best defensive players, not Clay.
And Jim Barnett said he might be the best defensive player he's ever seen. Toast Townie that in our face.
Yeah, and that's why if you're talking about the best player, Clay's got an ability to score 60 points in 29 minutes.
37 and a quarter.
And play great defense. But to me, the gap between those two players in terms of importance to the Warriors it's a lot smaller than some people make it out to be, in my opinion.
And you know what? When you phrase it that way, the importance, then it is closer than what I believe it to be when you just judge him as a basketball player when you put in totality. But when you say importance, it is he's closer to Clay to me.
Well, I'm not sure they get it done without either of those guys. I mean, that's why I hold him in similar regards. Yeah, Draymond never is going to score the way that Klay Thompson could score and shoot. I don't think Clay could defend the way that Draymond did. Clay couldn't facilitate the way that Draymond did, which was something that was instrumental to Golden State. I mean, all three of those guys were perfect together. They fit perfectly. That's why the Warriors were so great, because Steph Curry was one of a kind.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson didn't need the ball and could defend any perimeter player. Draymond could defend any player on the court.
I'm about to get emotional. Stop, right?
And be the fire that lit both of those guys who, by the way, were, they didn't want attention. Draymond was able to take pressure away from them, in my opinion. There was a lot of non-statistical qualities about Draymond Green that made him, at one point in his career, instrumental. Now, incredibly important.
Tell me if I'm nitpicking, but I'll never get over the 19 finals when Draymond said it after I used to tell Bonte left and right, Siakam gave Dre the business on the biggest stage in the finals. And then we saw Randall, what he did, a couple years ago in the playoffs. But that's the older version of Dre.
Well, Klay Thompson also went 0 for 11 in a play-in game.
But after his body got wrecked.
He went 3 for 15 against the Lakers in that last game. Or no, that might have been the 0 for 11 game. Then when he went, was it 2 for 15 against the Kings?
Yeah, that one. 0 for 10 against the Kings.
Yeah, so Klay Thompson's had his bad moments, but but he's no longer on the team, so we're not going to talk about it.
I hear you.
That's the way that I see it.
I think he's in a good spot for him.
Yeah, he's a better overall player than Draymond, but to me, it's not a chasm, and a lot of people make it out to be. 888-957-9570 is the number. So, do you want to talk about that clip that Draymond brought up? Clay?
I just love hearing Dre talk, man.
Everyone has a personal agenda.
Well,
I don't like it all, but yeah,
I got you. This is. So earlier we brought up some of the college football teams and just try and get people.
I had me at 90%.
Oh, that's a good call. I forgot 510.
What was in your life? I just hate it.
Chris Paul.
Chris was a stiff when he was here.
Yes, but if you're taking careers, Chris Paul is the best player that Steph Curry has played with, not named Kevin Durant. True or false?
But
it's a great poll from the 925.
But that's not how I posed the question. I meant who was the better player when they played with Steph.
Oh, I thought you were asking just greatest guys that he played with.
DeMarcus Cousins would have been, oh my gosh.
Boogie was a beast.
I was just talking about how they performed
I'd take CP3 over DeMarcus Cousins. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, Kenny getting at you, saying it's the chair, you're not paying attention.
I was about to hit a break, and then you decided to double back on it. Okay, do you want me to talk about the Valkyries, Kenny? All right. They play tonight against the New York Liberty. Is that correct? 4 o'clock? Are we sure? You can listen to it. Actually, you can't listen to it. You can listen to it on the Odyssey app, not on 95.7 The Game, because Willard and Dibbs are on at 4 o'clock. We're talking about how to do our jobs correctly. All right. Search Valkyries for all the action on the Odyssey app. All brought to you by Unstoppables, the official laundry fragrance part of the WNBA. Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. You can try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. Giddings and for Steinmetz alongside Guru back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers Sign up with code 957THEGAME. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Football is back, and you know what that means. It's Summit Time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Yeah. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibbs getting us started at 2. Be there.
Football season is here, and you know what looks great at your tailgate? A brand new Ford from Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on now, and this offer is built for game day weekends, school drop-offs, road trips, and everything else life throws at you. For a limited time, get special 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,500 total cash, no payments for 90 days, and a complimentary 2-year Ford premium maintenance plan on some of Ford's most popular models. That $1,500 total cash includes $1,000 in summer sales event down payment assistance, plus $500 final days mega bonus cash. We're talking the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, and the Mustang. Or get up to $15,000 off MSRP on select new 2025 Ford models. Before the season really gets rolling, upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or anytime at ceremonyford.com. That's the winning play call. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller. Every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Bird to heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord. Wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
Back to school. The kids are headed back to class, but termites, they've been busy all summer, eating, breeding, and damaging your home 24/7. If you've seen termite droppings, don't wait. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800-PACIFIC for a free inspection. And if you need treatment, Pacific Coast Termite uses orange oil and Ultraset, so there's no move out, no tent, no poisonous gas, so you don't have to leave your home empty, potentially inviting burglars in. Termites don't take the summer off. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC. PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the San Francisco Giants take on the Arizona Diamondbacks this Saturday, August 29th at Oracle Park. Arrive early for a pregame ceremony honoring Hall of Fame forever Giant Jeff Kent as the first 21,000, not 20, not 22, 21,000 fans receive a Jeff Kent Hall of Fame replica ring presented by Farmers Insurance. For your chance to score a pair of tickets, courtesy of Farmers Insurance, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com, and good luck. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz for Daryl the Guru Johnson. So we're talking about Clay and Dre and
the Warriors.
I think I know why it's top of mind for people. Is it because Draymond was talking about it?
No doubt, man. I'm just like, oh.
Now, do we know why this was brought up? Because Klay Thompson recently was waived and then signed with the Miami Heat, right?
Right. And then I don't want to ruin the bit, but you ever feel like you know somebody, but you really don't have a personal relationship with them, but they're in the public eye, so you feel like, you know what, I know them. That's me and Dre. Like, I feel like I know him, right? Evan.
Well, you know his barber.
He took Brownie, shout out Brownie Blends, doing big things. I'll let you play it and then we'll react. How about that?
All right, sounds good. This is from the Draymond Green podcast.
Big mouth.
And he was asked about Klay Thompson.
The funny part about saying Klay Thompson couldn't be a number one option is this. Reggie Miller was a number one option, was a very, very, very extremely successful basketball player. He was a number one option. So you mean to tell me if Klay Thompson left the Golden State Warriors, he couldn't be a number one option, but Reggie Miller could? It's blasphemous. What I will also say is highly likely that after the 2019 playoffs, Klay Thompson was going to lead the Golden State Warriors and go be a number one option somewhere. Highly likely. Then he got hurt, and so he stayed. Now, I found it interesting when I saw they said Klay going to Miami, and I was like, oh, that Heat culture thing. I don't know how that's going to work for Klay because Klay moves to the beat of his own drum. It's no maliciousness to it. It's just who Klay is, and I want to see how that fits into Heat culture stuff. But one thing I do want to say is, let's stop acting like 2017 Klay is going to Miami. I wish sports media would speak to it more like when Ray Allen went to Miami.
Yeah, so he gave him his flowers, and then at the end, you didn't like that little parting blow.
I don't like the fact that he was the one to share with us that Klay could have dipped. I just, we talked about it, New Edition, Cooley High, Temptations. I'm a team guy, Evan. I just don't feel like that was up to him to share with the world that Klay would have dipped after 19 if things would have went different. Like, I don't know. Let Klay say that. So I'd like to hear Klay's response on that. But as far as Klay Thompson and the version that they're getting, he kind of was looking out big brother like, oh, it ain't going to be 2000, before he got hurt, Klay. But I don't know. That wasn't the worst from Dre, but I just didn't like let Clay share that stuff.
Well, a couple things. Number one, I texted you guys Ray Allen 2.0. To me, that's what Clay's role, if it is going to go well, will be for the Heat. We'll watch the basketball. I don't think the whole Heat culture thing is going to impact him too much. But the part about him leaving after 2019, if he didn't get hurt, I don't know if he's trying to do this.
This is Dre you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if he's doing this intentionally, but because Draymond always seems to have, I think he's a smart guy, but he's got like ulterior motives sometimes.
Agendas.
Is it just me, or is he trying to like separate himself from Clay in terms of Mr. Warrior versus not? Like Draymond was never going to go anywhere because he's always wanted to be a Warrior for life. But Klay Thompson, who is, as we discussed last segment, I think a better overall basketball player, and people have wondered if he ever could be a number one, was going to leave and wasn't all in potentially on Golden State.
That's interesting.
I don't know if he's trying to say that, Gil.
I don't know, but he did set it up to where there was no acrimony. It would just have been predicated on Clay showing everybody he could be a one. But to Mr. Warrior, you're cooking, like you're in the kitchen. I feel like the grease is getting hot. Like I was going to be here. He was going to dip. I don't know. I just thought that was awkward. Like, damn, you got to share his business? And I don't know. I don't have the resources. I had never heard that.
Well, I think that people like, when he was here, people like Klay Thompson more than Draymond.
Gosh.
He's got less baggage. Yes. He's done less stuff. Has never been suspended in finals games. Whatever reason you don't like Draymond, Klay's never really involved himself in that sort of stuff. But Draymond's the one who's outlasted him with the Warriors.
And a lot of that to me, again, and I'm not taking anything away from Dre, is the two catastrophic injuries that robbed Klay Thompson of his prime. You know, that never goes. We talk about the misses with the draft picks. That never goes away.
Well, no, but his point about Klay Thompson being a one is I think is fair. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if his handle was there to be a one, though.
Well, I think he could have been a one, but I don't think he could have been a one for a title team. Reggie Miller was a guy who helped the Pacers get to a finals.
Yeah.
And maybe in 2004, if Ron Artest and Steven Jackson didn't jump into the crowd in Detroit, that Pacers team goes on to do make another long playoff run, potentially win. But the idea that Klay Thompson could just go be a one somewhere else, to me, that's why he is Klay Thompson. I don't necessarily buy that he would have left, because I think that Klay has always, more than other players who are seen in similar categories as him, he's always prioritized winning. As much as Klay sometimes has been strange or weird or funny, mercurial, whatever you want to call him, he's always prioritized basketball. Like, he's a hooper. And
a fan favorite.
That's what makes Klay Thompson, not this idea that he was going to go and try and prove it that he could be a number one somewhere else.
I never saw that or got any sniff or hint of that, but Dre would be more in the know than myself. What did you make of Jonathan Kuminga and his news? Evan, I'm just shocked. Like, I can't count his money, but I can't wait for Steiny to get back and let him know that he's a part of your basketball life because he's on your team, Minnesota. But what did you make on how little the deal was? What's Aaron Turner doing for him?
First of all, it serves Steiny right.
Is that poetic?
He's going to have to watch Kuminga all season long. I'm so happy he's a Wolf.
Oh, now Kuminga's doing this or that.
So happy he's a Wolf.
Dude, is that, I couldn't believe, I thought you made it up when you said it.
You know what I thought was funny is, I'm reading the story, and it's like Shams Charania is writing about Kuminga signing with the Wolves and how they envision him being a starter. And how the Wolves had been pursuing Kuminga for quite some time.
Right.
Tim Connolly, the general manager, really likes his game. And nowhere to be found is Chris Finch. Nowhere to be found is the head coach who has to decide whether he plays or not.
Our transition was
diabolical.
That was a 4 for you and Kenny.
Yeah, right. But great minds.
But he's also, you're right, he's left a lot of money on the table. There was
I mean, he got some money, good money. Some people thought it was overpaid. But what if he would have took that original offer from the Warriors, Evan? He would have had chicken.
Well, the Warriors presented a 3-year, $75 million contract.
Yikes.
That had a team option that he didn't want because he wanted to get out of here.
Okay.
So he didn't take it.
Right.
So he took the 1-year flyer. And this summer, he was also offered a 3-year, $36 million deal from the Lakers.
That's 12.
But he wanted more. He wanted, I think it was close to 20. And instead, he ends up with 2 years and $12.5 million.
Is there something about
it's basically a
sense of
prove-it deal.
self-worth?
Yeah, of course.
Like, why didn't you? But that too is on Aaron Gordon to me, man. Aaron Turner.
His agent?
Yes.
But we see this happen all the time. Like, to me,
Dennis Schroeder's like, that's the one that he wanted to fight Luka. They got into it last season in Sac. Because Luka said, you messed up with that's a sore that will never heal.
Yeah,
a scar.
This isn't a Jonathan Kuminga specific issue. I think all athletes think they're better than they are, and they should.
But read the room, Ian. That's why you're paying somebody to help you read it if you're being oblivious to something.
Yeah,
but to sign for 6.
What if Kuminga says, I'm not signing that other deal? And then finally Aaron Turner comes back to the table and says, hey, you didn't want 12 because you were trying to get 20, and I hate to break it to you, all you can get now is 6 for 1 year with a player option. Use it as a prove-it deal and try and go make some more money next year.
Did you find it odd? I don't know if in the NBA, the history of the NBA, a guy signs and then they give you the starting lineup. Like, how much was that worth to Kuminga? For them to even put in that, he's going to be starting along. Like, Evan, it usually doesn't go that way. I'm like, damn, I wonder if Kuminga was like, hey, put that in there, I'm starting.
Well, what I find funny is throughout his career, he's been promised starting roles, and the fact that they have promised him one now means he believes them? Like, get out of here.
To the point to where they would put it in the transaction.
Everyone thought he was going to go to Atlanta and start it. He came off the bench. I mean, he's been promised starting role. Not promised, but
I hear you.
Steve Kerr's called him a starter multiple times. Like, just because the Wolves call him a starter this offseason doesn't mean he's going to start for the whole year.
Listen,
I don't
like attention. I don't try to remind people when I'm right. You know, that's not who I am. But is there somewhat of a victory lap in the sense that Kuminga's best basketball work on an NBA hardwood came against Minnesota in the playoffs, and a lot of people here say it didn't matter because the Warriors lost those games? I almost want to sniff. But what if that impression was so well that Minnesota ends up being where he goes because of that performance? Had something to do with that.
Well, clearly there was other teams that wanted him for more money.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like he took a 1 year with a player option. He's taking smaller and smaller prove-it deals.
You better ball out to make up for this.
Okay, but what if he doesn't?
No, then this will be Dennis Schroeder 101. Part 2.
It's just he thinks he's better than he is. That's okay.
Wow.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But when you start leaving money on the table because of that premise, then I could say it's out of control.
Well, and now are we doubling back and faulting the Warriors? Sounds like the Warriors wanted to pay him way too much money. They wanted to give this guy $25 million for 3 years.
I'm still rooting for him, and shout out Coach and Vallejo. I still think he's got talent. But what if I told you I'm just a couple golf holes away from that might have been an overpay? He got off to a great start in an ATL. I'm still shook that you got off to that start, and then it ended up being what it is. And now $6 million. Now I take that money, you and I, all day, every day. But man, I just think this is a bad look, and all he can do now is put his head down, ball, and get it back later. But you're right. What if there is no later?
Well, but him playing well in a few games, or a handful of games, we've seen that before.
Man,
people will throw Jonathan Kuminga highlights up on social media all the time, but he's not here because he couldn't do it consistently. And in Atlanta, that's my question. If he was so good for the Hawks and if he fits so well, then why don't they want him? And in a year, if Minnesota doesn't want him, what does that say about him? He'll be on his 4th team in 3 years. I'm just saying.
No, it does. And you're spitting facts. Like you're talking things that are happening. And I have nothing but hope for him. I'm still rooting for him.
And he's going to have some good games with the Timberwolves. He's going to play well. Anthony Edwards apparently really likes him.
But if we sat him and his agent down and hooked him up to something I don't believe works, Evan, a lie detector, would they have took that Warrior offer if they knew it was going to be slim pickings to this degree?
For what?
For him to end up signing for the Dr. J, $6 million a year, would they have taken that Warrior offer way back when had they known this is where they were going to end up?
Probably not. I don't think he would have wanted to because it would have meant that he would still be in a role that he didn't like. I don't know.
Yeah.
It sounds like he...
But you said you don't know if he's starting, even though they put that out there like they could take that away, but okay.
Well, my point is that did he start or did he not game one of the season for the Warriors last year in L.A.? He started that game.
Yeah.
Just because you're a starter on opening night doesn't mean you're going to be a starter for the whole season. He ended up getting traded a year that he was an opening night starter. So that's all I'm saying is there's no guarantee for him.
A lot of people say he wanted out here, and I get it.
Yeah, I think that's why he didn't sign the contract, but he did leave more money on the table. Let's go to Austin in San Jose.
Our man.
What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, E? What's up, Kaminga? E, man, you're really surprising me. You're picking up Steiny's role really well, man. I mean, the JK slander is incredible.
How have I slandered him? How have I slandered him?
Well, I mean, your slander sort of saying, well, he never, who said he's going to remain a starter? He left money on the table. First of all, I kind of commend JK for taking control of his career. I mean, I think you guys look at it from the wrong end. I think the one thing is always the money. Yeah, the money.
Yeah.
But over time, he's betting on himself. He's saying, hey, I don't want to be controlled. I could have gone to the Lakers and got more money. I could have stayed with the Warriors, but he wants to. The whole thing is he wants to start. I mean, he wants to be He wants to be one of the featured guys on a good team. And by the way, when he was with the Warriors, I'm just going to say it, Guru, because everybody seems to be afraid to say it. I'm going to say it. Steph Curry never endorsed Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, but Ant-Man appears to be endorsing Jonathan Kuminga. So when you got a star that's in your court, absolutely. I think that's why he went to Minnesota. Going to Lakers was probably more money, but you going down there, that could be turned into a circus before the year is over with Luka. So I think he made a good move. The coach is good. I think he'll get a starting role. Now, I don't know how long he's going to start, but I can tell you Atlanta was really bad because you had too many young guys out there. They weren't sharing the ball. CJ McCollum, if you watch the games, you can see the body language. I mean, hell, they weren't even passing the ball to JK a lot of times, and he was wide open. So there was a lot of issues that were out of his control. I think he played about as well as he could in Atlanta. He wasn't really that healthy. I actually want to see a fully healthy JK. He was limping around a lot when he left here and went to Atlanta. So I'm very excited to see him play with LaMelo. Are you kidding me? He's arguably one of the best playmakers in the NBA. He hasn't played with any playmaker like that in the Warriors. So let's give this guy a chance before we say, hey, he's not going to do this, he's not going to do that. And last thing, Guru, you keep talking about the agent. The agent works for the player. So, and I think he alluded to this, maybe this is exactly what Jonathan Kuminga wanted. He wanted the contract he got. So let's let this thing play out before we assassinate this guy. That's all I got, guys. Thanks.
And nobody was assassinated.
Appreciate the call, Austin.
Yeah, I'm still rooting for him.
I do like Austin. Austin,
he's one of our guys. I love him. But and he used to call you and Devone, or still calls you guys on Saturday. So I used to look forward to that.
Yeah, it does.
But
look,
what does that say? And again, we know I'm fond of Steph. I'm not by myself. And he's not Gandhi. Nobody's perfect. But I will use his ammunition on him, Austin and San Jose. If he's right, what does that say that the chef didn't endorse Kuminga?
Well, whether he did or didn't, I mean, I don't really think that's been...
But he got paid. The Warriors paid him.
Well, it took Curry a championship for him to endorse Jordan Poole. I mean, I think there's high standards. I don't really hold that against Kuminga, but the Los Angeles Lakers wanted him to start, and he turned down more money.
Yeah.
There was a role involved. He would have been starting for the Lakers on opening night.
And they need him. I wanted him to go there.
Also, I thought Atlanta was this place that he was flourishing with a bunch of young guys who played defense and sprinted and ran and got up and down the floor. And he was...
Dominique Wilkins was saying, thank you, Warriors.
They were chanting, thank you, Warriors.
Come on, man. That all happened.
And again, I don't think I'm slandering when I'm saying that there are teams out there that have had him, that have said... The Hawks didn't want to bring him back.
But
That's
they got
just
a lot of
fact.
Kumingas but
Look, I hope he does well in Minnesota, but how's he going to get the ball when LaMelo Ball, literally, and Anthony Edwards are on the court? It's going to be hard for him there again, I think. You know, and again, he's going to have some good games. I don't know what people want. I don't know what people want out of him.
And again, I'm pro Kuminga because I'm rooting for him. But I thought the early stages of Atlanta was perfection. And I thought the fact that they like to run, they were young, and there were other athletic marvels on that team like Kuminga. We all, for about a week or two, thought this was a perfect fit. Now we're hearing Austin and San Jose say, it wasn't a perfect fit because you had too many of guys like him. Okay, but man, I cannot get over the metamorphosis that was early Kuminga in Atlanta, Dominique Wilkins, him doing the high-flying dunks, Kuminga balling, and then the crowd doing what you just said, thank you, Warriors, to what it turned into. Like, make me understand what happened.
Everywhere he's been a third or fourth option, and he's wanted to be the one. And that's not going to change in Minnesota. He's behind Jaden McDaniels. He's a better player than him.
And there's no shame in that.
Guy. No, I think
but you got to know who you are and what you are.
And that's my point, is I still don't think that he does.
Wow, man.
That's why he's playing on a 1 year, essentially, with a player option, but he's playing on a prove-it deal.
If you're right, Evan, that's hard-headed. And he's getting older and he's growing and he's mature, about to be in his basketball prime. But I'm saying he's basketball hard-headed. If you haven't figured, I got to play my role. Not saying you can't eat or ball out, but damn, when does he realize, okay, I'm a part of the puzzle. I'm not the puzzle.
I don't know. Maybe it's this year.
Because it's costing them bread right now. And if we want to sit back and put our head in the sand and say, oh, this is how they drew it up. This is not how they drew it up. And then to your point, now you got me thinking, I was like, oh, man, okay, I like it with Ant-Man and LaMelo. When are you getting the rock? Like, you know what I mean?
When they don't want it anymore. Or when he's playing with the second unit, which is, like,
Kuminga, I'm rooting for you, baby.
Ugh.
It's getting harder and harder, man.
I just want this to go. I just want it to go away.
Well, if he don't hold up his end of the bargain, I know you ain't saying him, but, I mean, I don't know how many other spots there are, stops.
Yeah, look, he's on a better team. He was on a better team last year, and then now he's on a new team, and next year he might be on a different team, which would be 4 teams in 3 years. Like, I hope he does well. All right, Gil. You want to get into some 49ers on the other side?
Let's do it.
They do play a game tonight at 5 o'clock against the Las Vegas Raiders. There was also a couple of things. Oh, there's a piece of sound from the morning show we got to play that you played for me before the show. And I'm not going to lie, I had no clue what to make of it.
All right, okay.
I had no clue what to make of it.
I'm here for you, baby.
All right, our Red and Gold Summit is set for next week, Thursday, September 3rd. All the hosts, including Brian Baldinger, our special guest, will be live from Jackson Pleasant Hill from 4 to 6 p.m. Great food, great drinks, and your chance to win autographed items and much more. Willard and Dibbs get us started at 2 o'clock. And then the summit will be from 4 to 6. Again, Brian Baldinger is going to be there. All brought to you by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment was brought to you by AC Transit.
Your AC Transit fare keeps the East Bay moving, funding reliable buses, community routes, and essential transit service thousands of riders count on every day. Pay by Clipper, contactless bank card, or cash. Discounts are available for qualified riders. Visit actransit.org/fares matter.
You just never know what's going to happen on Sound Off.
If you're in the game, stop wearing jerseys. It's weird.
Every morning at 8, we play the best calls from you.
If we work in the same position and you start to tell me what to do and you ain't my boss, get up out of here, man.
Sound Off. Every morning at 8. Don't miss it.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc.
Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Journavx Suzetrigine begins. Journavx is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Journavx with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Journavx may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Journavx, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit Journavx.com.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you ride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Labor Day deals are looking good at Lowe's. Save $10 on 1-gallon cans and $50 on 5-gallon pails of select interior paint via rebate. Plus, get 2 2.5-quart or 3-quart mums for just $8. A fresh look and savings? Even better. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9. While supplies last. Mum sizes vary by location and exclude Alaska and Hawaii. See store at Lowe's.com for more details.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
The haters are my food now. Like I told my kids, never let nobody control how your day's going to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man, Goo. You are one of a kind.
Man, you turning into baby Steiny
No,
today.
you're one of a kind.
People ain't seeing it. I don't like it. Absorb it.
Why don't people ever consider this? I rubbed up on him.
Well, you're too young.
And that's the problem.
You're too young.
That's the problem.
You're still a young buck.
Yeah, we've been together for 5 years. You don't think he's picked up any of my mannerisms?
He has. I love when you two fight when we're out and about. I just sit back. It's better when you have a beverage. It's debate. It ain't fighting. But it's love. It's all love at the end of the day. And that's what our show is here. When he's here, he hates me, but he loves me.
None of us hate anybody.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think. I mean,
like I hate guacamole.
Oh
like, that's my kryptonite, dude. And refried beans. If you put me, Evan, that is my kryptonite.
Well, no wonder Chipotle's your favorite Mexican food.
I might have it tonight.
Those are pretty key ingredients. Not guacamole as much, but refried beans are pretty important. Oh my God!
But real quick with Chipotle,
there's nothing wrong with it, by the way.
No, how are you out of stuff, sir? We're out of steak. Then what do you have? I drove 10 miles. I just want steak. Sir, we're out of steak. Sir, we don't have any fajitas. We don't have any brown rice. I'm like, what are we doing back there?
Well, you ever get back to the house and you think you had something in the fridge and...
Oh, my God.
Either it's gone or someone already ate it?
My whole adult life when I was a bachelor, man. Who got it? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I had some chicken in the fridge, but my roommate ate it, or... I forgot that I ate it last night. There's nothing worse. We're going to, this is a little bit of a preview. Okay. We're going to do this tomorrow, and I think we'll do the whole list. But one of the things that is totally inconsequential, but is one of the worst feelings, is going home and thinking you have food that you already ate.
That's my number two. That's my number two.
We'll reveal your number one tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know what it is because it happened to me yesterday.
It happened to both of us yesterday.
Oh, that's...
Yeah.
I thought you just said you knew the feeling. You didn't say you were going through it.
No, that's why when I was talking to Manny at the gym and I was waiting on the Reds to complete their 6-run comeback against the Giants.
Shut up.
I was doing it without one key piece to the pie.
It is a big key.
Yes, it is.
Where are we going?
I hate that question. All right. Giddings in for Summits alongside Guru. Where are we going? No, I know where we're going. Shut up and let me drive. All right. This is from Vic Tafur earlier in the morning show. Niners are in Las Vegas. By the way, you remember our trip to Las Vegas? This is how we know we're really getting off track.
Hey, I'll never forget it. You had some fun.
Oh, you betcha, baby.
Maybe we'll talk about some of the stories
Evan,
from that Super Bowl trip.
I think we shouldn't.
You don't think we should? Well, you've already told one of the stories that I'm not ashamed of, but it wasn't a great look for me.
You can elaborate on that?
Have you went public with this?
I think Steiny told that story on the air.
No, we all swore to secrecy. We wouldn't talk about it.
About the pimp?
Okay. Leave it alone, E.
Stop it.
Yeah.
No, I just talked back to him.
That's me being an OG.
I didn't know he was a pimp. It's not my fault.
Don't talk about that.
Okay.
Who was with somebody.
Well, yeah, I was...
That belonged to him. Oh, Evan. Oh, my gosh, you're great.
Oh, man.
I was worried about you, young buck.
No,
yeah.
It's just...
You wasn't returning texts.
I was trying to be nice. I ended up talking back and almost got myself into some trouble.
Yeah, there you go.
It was like 3 a.m. All right. This is what we were talking about yesterday. So Vic Tafur of The Athletic was on with the morning show and was discussing a bunch of the stuff that's gone on in practice this week. What are you looking for against the Raiders, especially when there's going to be fourth stringers if those exist?
Back to the safety spot, I think there's a good battle at the backup spot. Ashton Davis, Cal guy, who also is a Raheem Morris guy. fighting for a spot against
I
Durant
loved him.
Neal. I thought was really
coming
Durant
out.
Neal was really good last year.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of on the bubble, so that'll be a spot to watch. I think there's a handful of spots like that on the roster, like the last cornerback spot. I think linebacker is a great battle. Linebacker, we got Tatum Bethune, who is fighting hard for a spot, who was kind of a reliable guy last year. He's kind of on the bubble. So guys like that, it's a big night tonight for those kind of players.
Yeah, so it's a big night for those guys.
Yeah, and I'll be watching just seeing.
Now, what are you watching for tonight?
The helmets. Like, I'm such a nerd. This rivalry that used to be once dubbed the Battle of the Bay. Just seeing the helmets clash, the Raiders symbol and the Niners, and they talk to me, Evan, and you just have flashbacks of when these games counted. But I am so, what word am I looking for? Satisfied that today is the kickoff of the last week of preseason. And then when you did talk about that week off, that is Labor Day. And then when we do see football again, not Thursday, we'll have it Wednesday. I'm just a fat kid in the candy store. I cannot wait. But as far as what I'm watching tonight, I have nothing for you. Just whoever's out there, just don't get hurt. But get it over with, and then it's real time, man.
Do you think we see Dejon Stribling out there tonight?
No, you shouldn't. That would be negligence.
I agree. I think we've seen all there is to see. Although,
I did a hit coming in. I was a little late. I don't know if you guys noticed.
Well, you admitted it.
I did a hit in Chicago, and they were talking about Stribling with another Odyssey station.
Were you on the phone?
Yeah, I was on the phone.
I'll get to that in a moment.
Right. In the car. They wanted video. I was like, you get me on the phone. Hey, is Kyle excited about Stribling? And I said, me and my partner, Evan Giddings, talked about that yesterday. And then we were like, that was just him showing tough love to rookies. But that came up, and I utilized that. Nothing to see here.
Okay, first, before we get back into the Niners. So you said you did a hit in Chicago as if that was the reason why, you show up when you show up. Everyone does.
No, it was traffic and an accident. It was thick out there today.
Okay, well, you said it like it was due to the hit, but you did the hit in the car while you were driving.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't be a reason.
Hands free. Yeah. No, that would no.
You weren't Shanahan. It was Bluetooth.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Look at my man.
Just wanted to make sure.
My man.
Yeah, Dejon Stribling should not play tonight. We've seen everything there is to see from him, but the one player, and I think they're going to be inextricably linked because of their early performance and high expectations. And does the fact that Yaxel Lendeborg played every game of Summer League, all 6 or 7 of them, and we saw him play well the entire. I think he only had really one stinker.
Right, gotcha.
Does that change your mind about him needing to get those reps, or the fact that Kyle Shanahan is saying,
because it's different, a different sport, it totally changes my mind. And we know what can happen and how close we are to real football. I think Stribling's already made his mark in regard to somebody you want to see. Can he take that and have it translate on the field? And, I'm just thinking about Mike Evans, and we talk about Steph and how many years Mike has left. And, hopefully it's 5 years, Evan. But the Right on the Table brought to you by ATCO Pest Control. Even with Debo in the wide receiver core for the Niners, it is set up for Stribling to be the next great 49er receiver. You hope he can get to those heights. But the bottom line right now is there is no Ayuk. Pearsall, injuries or whatnot, and he's out for the year. I just cannot tell you how perfectly it's set up for Dejon to go out here and ball and make himself a household name. And I know it's asking a lot because he's a rookie, but man, it's set up for him. Wouldn't you say that right now, if you can go be that guy that Brock can count on, good Lord.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGM, ZFM, and H2 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Tonight, if Dejon Stribling plays, then I believe Kyle Shanahan that there's still a lot that he needs to get done. But in a way, the status of his availability will tell me what Kyle Shanahan really thinks about how good he's been in preseason.
Nice.
Because if he plays, again, I believe that Shanahan is telling the truth that, the coverages were the reason he caught some of those balls. He's still got to work on some stuff. We weren't expecting much, but now he's been thrust into a bigger role. But if he doesn't play, It's funny, you brought up the great point yesterday that the draft choice is the real compliment.
Man, like I felt that.
It would be a compliment to DeJon Stribling if he doesn't play against the Raiders.
And I'm hoping we don't see him, E. I really do. But I'll ask you this, and you talked about it, you and Steiny. We hadn't been saying much about Brock Purdy, but we haven't made much about the offensive line. What's up at left guard? Is it Colby or what's my other guy, Willis? Like, when do you this is the last game. Do you, like, who's got that spot? Who's the left guard for the Niners?
I don't know.
And is it a good thing that they don't, or the fans don't know right now?
Well, probably not. But you know what else isn't great? Is whether we should be starting to get concerned about Nick Bosa. Here's what Vic Tafur had to say.
It's a great question. I thought last Saturday was kind of my deadline. I was like, if he's back by Saturday, then I won't worry about it. It won't be a major concern. We'll have enough time to kind of get warmed up for the season. But, he hasn't been visible on the field, which is, to me, is a little alarming. And I know Shanahan said he's good. He'll be back next week maybe, and we'll see how it goes. But at this point, what else are they going to say? So I'm definitely, if I was a 49ers fan, I'd be a little concerned about Nick Bosa not being visible so far the last few weeks.
I think it's totally fair.
No doubt about it. And the Niners could tell us all they want. But, I mean, that's a guy that covers the team, and he used the word visible. Like, man, what's up? And I get I'm just asking questions.
Well, Ken and Chase brought this up. Was it in the last commercial break or the one before about Myles Garrett?
Did you believe that? Yeah.
But he's not practicing either.
I saw that.
But from what I've read, there doesn't seem to be any concern about Myles Garrett. But Nick Bosa's different. And I understand Myles Garrett's not coming off an ACL. But that's why I don't think that people making a big deal or any deal about this at all is overblown.
No, I'm with you, E. I appreciate
Comparing the two to me are totally different. And the way the Rams do stuff is, like they kind of bubble wrap all their players for most of the preseason and most of practice. And I think the Niners generally do. But for someone like Nick Bosa, does he need to be out there game 1 versus game 17? I would take the latter.
Oh, and I don't think there's anybody that would fight us on that. But, man, you want to get off to a good start.
Well, you do. But I think people just assumed that he was going to return, and him and Fred Warner are going to be back to doing what they're doing. And there's nothing so far that's led me to believe that Nick Bosa, even if he is on the field in Australia, is going to be at 100%. They need him to be.
Evan, I got character flaws, even on the radio.
Not as many as you think.
Listen, and I'm not a guy that judges his takes. And sometimes I have takes, and I'm like, yeah, people didn't like it, but I love it, right? So I appreciate you bringing up yesterday. The biggest compliment of today for Stribs is he got drafted by Kyle, okay? But I'm going to tell you and die on this hill. I'm not pointing the finger at these two dudes, but they both, to me, represent, I guess I want to say lack of progress, but it lets me know maybe the ship is not headed in the right direction forward. And that is the fact that the Niners, still with the window open wherever you have it, as far as attaining the Super Bowl, getting to a Super Bowl, the fact that you needed to go reunite with Debo, and I'm rooting for both these guys, and my guy Greenlaw, what if I just told you it doesn't football sit well with me, E? Because it's telling me the Rams aren't doing that. I don't think Seattle's doing that. And you could say, oh, they're younger or what have you, this or that. But now both these guys could go be all pros, but what's the likelihood of that, E? And the bigger question I have is, have you really made progress, the fact that you had to go bring those guys back to your program? Am I doing too much with that assessment or thought?
No, I think you're onto something. It's weird to me when a team chooses to go backwards. I think the Niners were forced to go backwards more than they chose. Although Greenlaw was during the summer. Debo they've been talking to him, but when you lose Pearsall, it's like you got to find somebody. And I also think that signals that Kyle doesn't want to be reliant on a rookie receiver. He doesn't. So if Stribling either gets hurt or, I don't know, maybe
slow start,
he's not as good as we're all thinking he's going to be, then he's got a guy in his corner that he knows and trusts. So in a way, it's Greenlaw and Samuel are there to ease the anxiety of Kyle Shanahan about what he doesn't have.
Because it sounds like they're both, I like that, but it sounds like they're both, with the state of the team and in regard to health, Evan, they're both going to get an opportunity to kind of pick up where they left off. More so Greenlaw to me than Debo.
Yeah,
I would think. Could you imagine if Stribling's like, oh, man, it's natural, I'm a rookie, and they're relying on Debo and Kittle? Like, I could see that happening. Not that they won't be successful, but, man. And I'll say this, Debo's body, his physique, Evan, but he's never been a natural receiver. I'm a boom, boom, boom. He's been this, the gadget guy. But now if you're telling me he's going to be the best version of himself receiving, okay.
Well, I think Debo's always been a game breaker. I mean, his highlight tape was longer than...
It's incredible.
It
truly is.
Ayuk's taller, faster, longer, but his highlight tape is not nearly as long as Debo Samuel's.
Yeah.
That guy would just bounce off dudes. And it never prevented him from taking a ball to the house, but that was also 3 years ago. So what I'm interested in is watching preseason and training camp. It's apparent to me that Stribling is more dynamic of a receiver and generally a football player than Debo Samuel. Would you give me that?
No doubt about it.
At this stage in his career, Debo's not. He doesn't have as much juice.
Even say that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, week one, are you going to utilize that asset? Are you going to try and maximize that yak that's possible for Stribling? Or is the offense going to be a little dumbed down a bit and we're going to try and just, use Stribling every once in a while and Debo's going to be there alongside Mike and it's just going to be the old 49ers again?
I'm going to take the first part. I want to see if my new toy is really what we think it is. And if it's not, then we'll default to that mechanism that is. I'll go with what I know and, kind of the old hat. But, Evan, I just think it's imperative for everybody to find out. Let's see if this guy, Stribling, can show us what he can do in his rookie campaign. That's what I want to do first and see. And I know the game comes at Brock Purdy and quarterback so fast you can't sit back there. Do I want to throw it to Kenny? Do I want to throw it to Chase? So it'll be all dependent on the route running, who's open. But you can't tell me Brock Purdy's not going to be looking to make sweet music with his new weapon. Because we could be talking. I know they got the quarterback for the next 5 years, barring injury, and I'm just being real with that with Purdy. And who's to say now he doesn't have his favorite weapon?
Well, one thing that makes me feel confident that Stribling can take this into the regular season is what Cosell told Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and that was him looking exactly like he did in college.
What I've seen in the games is exactly what I saw on tape. And I think that's always a really good sign for a player when what you see, and then, like I said, I'm not there every day, but what I saw in the 2 preseason games was very representative of what I saw on his college tape, both at Ole Miss and Oklahoma State. And I think that's a really positive sign when a player looks the same, in his first year in the NFL as he did in college.
So do you think it's fair for him to look exactly the way he's looked in preseason?
It is, but I would love, and I love Greg. He's excellent. They got a good thing going, those three, Greg, Willard, and Dibbs. But I would just say, hey, Greg, it sounds to me, being a football simpleton, it sounds like preseason is where you can make it look like it did when you were in college. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that metamorphosis of a preseason game and a real NFL game, isn't that gap from here to Russia?
Well, maybe. I mean, it's like I don't know. You're playing against backups and third stringers, so that's obviously a big part of it.
He's catching the ball. That's what we saw. He's caught the ball.
He is, but I can't imagine teams are scheming up every single week defensively to try and stop you. I don't think the Niners are running some sort of complicated offense the way that they would in week one. It's probably just baseline stuff. It's similar to Summer League. How much stock did you put into Lendeborg's performance? I thought
he's going to be going up against real grown men, not boozers of the world. That he was dipping that shoulder. I liked it, but I thought to myself, even the third man or the second team center from the other team might be Andre Drummond. Like, that stuff ain't work. You're going to go up against grown ass men that are strong.
Well, yeah,
might not be as talented, Evan,
especially against the Rams. But the thing is, I do believe that both of those players have set up an expectation. And so if they don't perform well, or maybe don't get the ball, or are just underwhelming when they start their actual regular season.
It'll be noticed.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, if Stribling was a ghost during preseason, he wasn't getting the ball, we wouldn't be talking about
if
this
he was
in
Cowan,
week 1.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, if week 1 against the Rams, Stribling doesn't get a catch, then no one's saying anything.
Yeah, right.
But he had
Evan, you're right.
He had double-digit catches in 2 games in preseason. So if he doesn't get the ball or much of a look from Purdy, there's going to be questions about it after the game.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Stribling. Lendeborg.
This is unfair, E, but we only got a couple minutes. I only wanted to spend a couple minutes on it. What did you make of the video, the dash cam, or the of York? I felt sorry for him.
It's just another awful look.
I just felt bad for him. And I know people are like, man, that dude's got way more money than you. What are you talking about? Evan, that was it. I didn't like how the cops were, they didn't even know who he was, but I didn't like how they were treating him. And I know they're cops and they were doing their job. But what if I told you, Evan, I felt bad for him. And it was a mistake. We know that, but I felt bad for him. Would you say I'm doing too much with that? Too much sympathy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as sympathetic towards him maybe as you are, but I could understand. Look, hey, you feel how you feel.
Shasky had the greatest line. You tell me if you agree this morning. On the grand scheme of crime in our world, what he was doing, it's a whole lot worse. Well, if you kind of catch my drift.
It's a biblical crime. But the one thing that
well, damn.
All right, it stood out to me. What stood out to me?
The book at your damn.
It's been around since the beginning of time. All right, the one thing that did stand out to me about the body cam, if we're going to talk about it for a couple minutes here.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little, what's the word I'm looking for? I thought it was a little ambitious of him to open the door first.
Oh, wow. That part.
That doesn't always go well, if you get my drift, for people that don't look like him. So, just saying, Jed might have been fortunate that he was Jed.
Mike Epps has that great comedy skit, and I sent it to you. When black people get pulled over, they call their mom, "Mom, they behind me." He said white people get out and slam the door with the cop. Why you pull me over? But that's what that was. That was that could have went a whole different way, man.
Yeah, it could have. They could have thought he was a threat. I'm just saying. Lord. Especially they clearly didn't know who he was.
No doubt.
They're also.
I felt bad. That's all.
They were making jokes too after they put him in the car and stuff.
That part I didn't like either.
So yeah, it adds to the embarrassment, and it's something that's going to follow him for the rest of his life. Yeah. That's just the fact.
A real estate agent. That's what they called him.
Well, he was wearing a Yankees shirt.
Evan, that far. Why not the Giants?
He was wearing athletic shorts and a Yankees shirt. Is he trying to find something that just?
But where was that? That was the first day I said, "You ain't Steinbrenner. What's up with where's the Giant fit?" Yeah,
I don't know.
But I felt bad for him. I'll stand on
Yeah, I didn't. All right, 888-957-957.
Did you say NT?
I didn't. I did not. I did not feel bad for Jed York.
Wow, man.
Careful.
That chair, man.
What did I do wrong?
We're going to go to break. 888-957-957 is the number. Getting Zipper Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. The Valkyries are back in action tonight, taking on the Liberty in New York at 4 o'clock. You can listen to it right here on the Odyssey app. Just search for Valkyries for all the action.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms DKNG.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability Eligibility varies by state.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Touchdown, San Francisco. What deception.
And we can't get enough of it. Niners! It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
Let's go Niners!
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And we are here to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Toyota's national sales event is on now. Summer isn't over yet, and neither is your chance to explore California in a Toyota. Get 3.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5. Or get 2.99% APR on 2026 Tundra. Time's running out to take advantage of Toyota's national sales event before summer ends. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro. Ends 8/31/26.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
For families living with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, birthdays are a reminder the clock is ticking. For too long, Duchenne muscular dystrophy has shortened lives. Cure Duchenne is changing that. Visit acurecan'twait.org.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
None of us hate anybody.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think. I mean,
like I hate guacamole and refried beans. If you put me, Evan, that is my kryptonite.
Well, no wonder Chipotle's your favorite Mexican food.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, someone should sound off about that.
I stand on that. I know Spadoni comes down my road. I hate guacamole. I know it's not authentic, but it's the Mexican we have in the Yun or wherever I'm at.
I love
it's
free
good.
bottomless chips.
Brown rice. Shasky loves everything.
I love tomatoes. I love mayonnaise.
Even in the interview today with Vic Taper, he jumped in and said he loved to play. I go, that's my dude, man.
I love games.
You can't love everything.
I love Pepper Jack.
That was a good one, Kenny.
I don't want to ruin the show.
Well, we got only 30 minutes left.
But I'm a big cheese dude.
I know.
Could I ask you your top 5 cheeses?
Oh, this was a great question, actually.
I want to know I'll give mine, but I want to know your top 5. Yours too, Kenny.
So I think I was talking with Joe and Sarah, who work in the back here.
And this came up?
No, it was
weird.
You just asked me.
No, because I like cheese. But go ahead.
So if you had 5 cheeses to take with you on an island.
Oh, my God, E.
And that's it. Which ones would you take? Now, we only did 3.
I need 5.
You need 5 cheeses?
Yeah, 5.
Okay, so this was for me. Oh, here we go.
Okay, come on.
Parmesan.
I ain't mad at that. Didn't make my list.
Cheddar. Monterey Jack.
Are you going to miss the one that I love?
I'm not saying American. I'm not. It's not coming with me on an island, although it has its place. What was the fine cheese I was thinking about? Oh. Damn it. Oh, feta.
Okay.
Feta's a cheese that's coming. And there was...
You got to make it happen. You love it or you don't.
Yeah, that's true. I guess I didn't get past the third one. So, I don't know. I really like Humboldt Fog. That's a good cheese I like. What about you?
First off, you took it. Monterey Jack. That's number 1 for your boy. Pepper Jack. Shout out Jax. 2, cheddar. Mozzarella.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 5th would be...
Oh, mozzarella. Yeah, that's...
The 5th would be Gouda.
I'll give you 5.
Yeah, Gouda.
I'll give you 5, Gouda. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Okay, so how do you want to do this? Do you want me to just play it and see? So this is from earlier. People weren't sounding off on cheese, but you can call into the morning show.
Well, somebody gave me some love.
Who did?
Yeah, somebody this morning. That's what I was told, gave me some love.
Well, do you want me to reveal to the audience what we're talking about, or do you just want to get into this?
No, I thought you were talking about the person that called the morning show.
Yeah, the person that called the morning show.
They gave me some love.
Yeah.
You can play it if you have it.
So someone really liked Guru this morning who called in the morning show on the sound off and wanted to sound off. Again, you can do this. They play them every single day, 8 o'clock on the dot here on 95.7 The Game.
I love it.
So let's just listen to it. And I don't know if I'm going to be comfortable about this.
And this is Tony, and I love y'all station. And, I've been going through a lot of stuff, and you guys get me through the day. This is my favorite station, man, and I just want to tell y'all, like, the host, I love all the hosts. My favorite is the Guru. Tell the Guru I said what's up, but he is my favorite. I was telling my wife they can carry this thing, and I just want to give y'all props. I know what y'all do on the road, but the Guru, man, and I really think he carried the station. Just put some back on the name sometimes. And I just want to tell y'all I love y'all and.
Oh, man.
What's wrong with getting love, though?
Is that you gave it to yourself? That's you. That is you.
Kitty, did I give me a letter grade on it, Kitty?
Go. Oh, man. That's the best of C-. You know what's funny about that? You did the voice of this caller in the last segment. I'm listening to him like, this is the same voice.
People saying goo is goo. Shafsky knew in a millisecond. Oh, man. You said it took you a minute, though. I got to 60 seconds.
So when you played it the first time, when you played it the first time, the first 10 seconds, I was kind of on the fence.
Oh.
But then you said you loved all the hosts and you loved the Guru.
Oh, that was my weird science voice. So, yeah.
Well, I've heard that voice at the ship a million times, and when you said specifically, then that's what gave it away for me.
Oh,
and you doubled back to it. Although I think the whole point.
I was put up to that though. I didn't try to make me a part of the show.
Oh well, that I believe.
Yeah,
you just did the voice again.
Yeah, somebody got.
That's the voice. That's the voice from the sound off. But hey, look.
Oh man.
I'll say this, and you've taught me this more than anybody.
Yeah.
You gotta love yourself. You gotta love yourself.
The real moments, I love me some me.
If nobody else will, you have to.
Yeah, and you love you some you too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy! Shout out to Joshua Tree.
Well, someone told me recently I got to stop saying my glass is half empty. I've been living with that for a little too long.
Now that's interesting. I never would have captured that. That's your go-to, huh?
Well, it's not that I say it all the time, but just about certain things. Well, glass is half full and. I got buddies who their glass is brimming. It is spill it over.
We work with some too. Yeah,
I know, and that confuses
Nothing wrong with it. Self-love.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it, but there is something strange about it. If you love yourself that much, I respect it. I can't figure out how it happens.
That's pretty good, man.
All right.
Yeah. Were you watching the game? Raiders Niners. Oh, Deuce Steiny. What'd you have for dinner? Yeah, were you watching the game? Seriously?
No, I won't have a chance to watch the game live because after this I have to drive down to Santa Clara to do 2 broadcasts.
That's why you're dressed up, man.
Yeah.
And why did you say 2?
Well, there's a women's soccer broadcast, top 25 program, by the way. Shout out the Broncos at 5 o'clock, and then the men's soccer team plays at 7:30. So they play back-to-back, and I'll call both the games.
All seriousness, when do you eat?
When do I eat?
Yeah.
During the commercial breaks, and then I'll eat after the game.
What you had today? That look like chow mein?
Yeah, some leftovers, but
I didn't tell you. You
got to figure out how to.
I was over your. You were going in. He was getting it. He was rough Mike Tyson that chow mein. I was acting like I wasn't looking. I said, my man going in. I'll bring that up before we get out of here. That was impressive.
Oh, my God.
You was that chow mein. You was looking at the noodles like going in.
Yeah.
Impressive.
I'm hungry, man. I got to get it in now because I can't do it later. Well, and I'm not one of those people that eats while I drive and, tries to do different things, want to stay off the phones.
No doubt.
Unless I'm doing a hit with our Chicago station, then I'm probably going to stay off the phone. All right, Goo. This was, so one thing that we didn't get to today, which I found interesting. Did you hear? So Bob Myers was on Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady's podcast.
Yeah, I was talking to him last night. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, Bob was.
Why do you got to do that?
We talked last night. Go ahead.
Why do you got to do that?
He's known Tracy a long time.
Well, wasn't he his agent?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So they talked about a bunch of things, and You like the one about Jaylen Brown. I don't know if we have that cut.
Okay.
But I want to get into the key difference between being an agent and a franchise executive, because I think it highlights something that he made look easy, and other people sometimes it just doesn't feel like they get.
You get so much closer to someone as an agent, I think. You and I's relationship, think of all the stuff we went through together, but I got to know you, and what I realized was getting to know a player, really trying to get to know them, you develop a trust. And if you can do that as an executive, then you got a real shot at winning, because when I was with the Warriors, when you have a team like that, everybody's trying to tear it apart because that creates news and drama. And it's so easy to do it, right? Picture you guys are on that team. Hey, Vince, your numbers are down. And you're like, yeah, but we won 7 in a row. And like, I know, but, you were averaging 25 last year. Now it's 22. Like, are you worried about your numbers? Or your family's saying that. Or you're feeling it. Or all of a sudden, shoe sales are down. Make it up. And somebody writes an article that you don't think you care. Vince's numbers he's shooting 4 less shots a game, and then you don't read it, but somebody sends it to you, your mom or dad. You good with this? And you go, I think we're winning. So it starts messing you up.
For sure.
And you messing you up. So when you're in these situations, what should seem obvious is, how do I convince you or try to get you to understand winning is, we're here to win. Yeah. And that requires now, and maybe more so now, every day, that kind of like constant just discussion and environment and culture that is really hard to do.
So that, to me, we were talking yesterday about how difficult social media makes it for athletes.
And that's where I was going. Please finish.
That is where you are 100% right. And
Evan, wow.
And it didn't hit me until I listened to Bob explain it. It's not about the literal distractions, but if your goal is to win, there hasn't been a time in sports where there are more distractions anti to that goal. Like, if you are trying to get everybody on the same page towards winning and sacrificing and not putting yourself above the team, the we before me, there has never been more places for you to go to drive you off of that path.
And it was so well said. And I swear to you, Evan, I also went to our conversation about that yesterday when I heard that. But also, too, I felt like I was just at a seminar. I just felt like Bob was just saying, basically, just in life, Evan, be authentic and be who you're going to be. But there is no doubt he even said that forget social media, the family component your brother Jack can be in your ear like, man, you talking enough, Guru sound like all that stuff. But it's what you're willing to sacrifice for the betterment of the group and team.
And I guess that's why with the Niners offseason, I feel like there's just going to be some residue, is because, the players are focused and they're going to put stuff behind them, but they can't control what their friends send them, what their family sends them, what people talk about in the locker room. It's going to be, to me, a lot. There will be a lot, not just the York thing, but I mean, there's just a lot of stuff that's happened there. And I don't know if maybe they'll overcome it. Maybe they'll succumb to it. But, when Bob is discussing how people are always trying to get in the middle of the team and their goal, like, it's so hard to not let that happen. And I think that's what the Warriors made look easy, is that they were on top of the world. They were a great team, even before they got Durant. And they never let any of the distractions, put a wedge between them and the idea of competing for a championship.
Let me ask you this, because you're a smart, intellectual dude. You know this. How easy or how impressed, and you could say I wasn't impressed, Goo. That's standard. How many, I'll just say GMs or owners could have broke that down like Bob did? When you hear that, are you like, man, you nailed that? Or I kind of get what you're saying, wasn't the best presentation. And the reason I'm bringing that up, Evan, is I feel like not just here in the Bay, and I love judging guys and gals that are in positions to where their words, can make or break you, and you're supposed to galvanize the group, keep people uplifted. When I hear Bob, like, I was impressed hearing him break that down. Were you?
Yeah, but I also think that's why he's so good at what he does.
So that's not just, everybody doesn't have that off the tip of their tongue.
No, if there was a bunch of Bob Myers, then there would be no Bob Myers. He wouldn't be special and good at what he did. And I think he would admit that he's perfect, but that's another quality of good leadership, in my opinion. Communication and willingness to admit you don't have all the answers, that you're still learning. Like, when I heard him talking about the distractions and some of the things that people will bring up around, I'm sure he learned some of that as an agent, because he's talking to his guys, and maybe
on the other side,
it's been great. Yeah. But when you get to be an executive and there is more There's more people talking about your team. You know, the Warriors moved into a higher class of coverage, and there's more media, and there's more talking heads, and there's more questions. How do you navigate that in real time? You know, are you just admitting that, I don't know, but we're going to learn together? Do you try and get out in front of it? Is there just a constant reminder of, hey, here's what we're going to set out to do, and that is what you should keep your focus on? I'm not sure. He also talked about, I thought this was interesting on the same podcast. What was the hardest trade he ever had to make? Here's what he said.
Trading Iguodala. We had to trade Iguodala, who had won 3 championships with the team in 2019, to sign D'Angelo Russell. And the way he took it, the professionalism, made it, as far as a player handling a tough thing, that I've never seen one do it as well as he did in that moment. To call a guy that's, when you talk about personal, making it personal, and to say, we are trading you, we traded him to Memphis, and he knew it was like not a team, it was trying to win. It wasn't like we were putting him in a situation. By the way, he ended up going to the Heat and going to the finals again after that, going 5 years in a row with the Warriors. He went 6 with Miami. But Andre looked at me and he said, I understand. Like, you got to do it. And it wasn't a bit, I mean, of course, I'm sure he felt a certain way, but it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. Like, when you do things where a player does so much for you and your organization, and you make a decision where he deserved better. He deserved better. And there was no easy way around it.
And that was just the business side of basketball that
was
you can't control.
Yeah, you can't control. I did my job. The thing I miss and loved about was the relationships. I don't talk to these rings I have at my house. I don't watch old highlights and stuff. I call Draymond Green. I call Steph Curry. I'll call Iguodala. That's what I miss.
And I think, Goo, that in addition to the burnout, that's also why he left. Because I don't think he wanted to have the same conversation he did with Iguodala.
He said he didn't want to do it with Klay.
With Klay Thompson.
No doubt. He said that in that podcast.
Maybe with Draymond Green.
No doubt about it.
And maybe with Steph Curry. I don't think he wanted to do that. And I totally understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Man.
By the way, I think part of the reason that Iguodala was such a pro is,
give it to me.
Well, he also had a plan. Remember, he didn't get traded to Miami. He got traded to Memphis.
Oh, no, he didn't report.
Hey, he didn't play a single game for the Grizzlies.
Hey, he did not show.
He didn't play a single game for the Grizzlies.
You got to love it,
He got his way to where he wanted to go, and he ended up competing for a championship.
Hashtag random.
Yeah.
Do you really think Giannis is going to have Miami a problem in the East?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I mean, they'll be better than they were last year.
Well, no doubt.
Well, it's not just Giannis. They also got Bam. And
Bam, get Klay.
I'm curious to see how those two work together, Adebayo and Antetokounmpo. But if Giannis is healthy, yeah, they'll be good for sure. Also, the East is,
you got Philly. Listen, I gave you guys a winner yesterday. I'm going to give you another one. I won that one.
Define
in my mind.
winner.
9-3 in the ninth. I got you there. But Philly will be in the finals.
I felt so bad winning that bet, by the way. I swear to God,
how you were feeling. I really did.
No, I swear to God.
No, but you put some of your personal up, so you didn't feel that bad.
Well,
I saw you put that. You put some of your personal up, so I said he ain't feeling that bad.
Oh no, that was. I mean, it was kind of for the show. It was kind of just because I like to compete.
Yeah, but you were so cocky and arrogant as you said, I'm taking that. And then you won.
Well, you were so confident.
Because we're up 9-3. And turn it off. It's been on all day. That same game has been on all day.
I mean, you would think that NBC Sports Bay Area would have a clue at this point. But showing a Jonah Cox home run in the third inning is not going to change how we feel about this game.
The Reds are done. Hey, man.
Oh, wait, do we have the full thing?
Look, he wants more.
We got a few minutes left here. All right, Ken. This is where we make our money.
Put this in the cap.
Right off
the
the rip?
Cincinnati Reds have quit. And the Giants will get their first sweep of the season. Now that Logan Webb has replaced Roop, he'll be this is a done-data. Liquidate all assets, Dibs. Anybody out there that needs chicken, the Reds, they're lifeless, and the Giants will get their sweep today. I mean, the Reds are done. They quit,
Please
the
cut
Giants
that.
are about to get the sweep. It was 9-3. I did my part.
I really hope that everyone did not liquidate all assets
Evan,
on the Cincinnati
I need
Reds
security,
yesterday.
man. I did my part. The intel and homework was there.
You better be careful because next time our guy sees you walking down Market, he might not be so nice. He sees you bumping Snoop in the caddy. He might be screaming.
Liquidate all assets, Dibs.
I need $200.
Evan, that was an all-time collapser, though.
I've never seen. Well, actually, I have seen something like it. The Giants did it to the Nationals earlier in the year, but
and that was worse. They came down for more.
Yeah, they scored 9 runs in the 9th inning.
Man, and Bryce hit the walk-off granny.
So is that just absolved? Like, do we wash that away? That never happened because this happened, and it's just a wash.
that not to me. That's the highlight of this poor season was that walk.
Well, that's the highlight of Bryce's season.
No, the Giants. What else is there?
That's a good question.
The All-Star break.
They beat the Brewers in a series. Technically, they won a series.
That was here or that was Milwaukee.
That was in Milwaukee.
Right.
They took a series from the best team in baseball.
But no, we got to have standards.
I think they took 4 of 6 actually from the Brewers this year.
You worried about the Dodgers? I don't think they're going to win it.
Worried about what?
They're pitching. Their bullpen, it's real. Diaz is a man. I'm just saying.
They don't need him. They turned Sasaki into a closer last year.
So you think as soon as it's go time, just hold my beer. Here comes 6-7 innings. Sasaki.
Baseball is much different than basketball. This much I know. However, this Dodgers team is like the Golden State Warriors when they had Durant. Who's going to be the team to beat them? By the way, the Warriors almost got beat in 2018 by the Rockets.
No, they were down 3-2.
And then they fell apart in 2019 and got hurt. I mean, not falling apart. They just broke down. So they could be beat, just like the Dodgers could be beat. But until further notice, come on.
Yeah, that one hurt, E.
Which one?
The loss.
Oh. Which one?
To the Reds.
Oh. It's okay. I was going to buy you a pop.
Well, I owe you.
That's the problem.
For what is it? Devers. I'll get to you tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, he hit 3 in 3 days.
That's the least he can do.
They won 2 of them.
Yep.
Pretty much on the back of his bat.
But it doesn't feel like they won 2. But Devers,
we saw what Devers' new role is this week. Full-time DH. Man. He's Kyle Schwarber light. That's what it'll be. I mean, they're both heavy, but he'll be Schwarber light.
Yeah.
All right.
You brought up old memory. I'm now feeling like Leonard Floyd again.
I didn't mean to put you down. All right. What about this?
My favorite is the Goon Room.
I'm laughing, but people might not laugh. Hey,
my favorite is the Goon Room.
A lot of people miss me.
Come on, man. People do.
I love you guys.
People love you too, Gil.
You're the best.
This is from the 510. The younger generation should learn more about the philosophy of Stoicism.
Ooh. Yeah. That sounds like something you would say. Old Edgar Allan. Evan, give it to me again.
The younger generations should learn more about the philosophy of Stoicism. Let me tell you
who was that?
Let me tell you about the Stoics.
I like that.
Highly overrated.
Look at you.
The Stoics are like, who's the team I'm thinking about right now? No, not the 49ers.
And I'm trying to think of a team.
The Chicago Bears. They're overrated. You know?
Well, they're on the come, though. They're young.
Yeah, but people are a little too high and mighty on the Bears. I think they're going to take a slide this year. That's just me. At least I think they're overrated.
And I was it Steiny, I bet, that they would make the playoffs.
I got respect for the Stoics. No,
unless you want some of that. Bears are making the playoffs.
I think we already have a bet.
I think that was so.
I think we already have a bet there.
Yeah, Steiny was like, they'll win 13. Bet that.
You know, and since we won't get to do a show together until week 1 of the season. So how about tomorrow we come up with just a bunch of football bets
and our predictions. I'm into that. I want from all the other divisions. Who you got? And I'll write them down.
I'll come up with some. All right, you come up with the win-loss record. I'll come up with
And we gotta have some trivia. I gotta make up for Leonard Floyd.
Okay. Yeah. I know. But you did today. You got 7 of the 10 most arrested college football teams in the country.
I think I said Ohio State.
I got you. All right. Crossover's coming up next with Willard and Dibs. Hey, our Red and Gold Summit is set for next Thursday, September 3rd. All the hosts, including special guest Brian Baldinger, will be live at Jackson Pleasant Hill, 4 to 6 p.m. Show up. There's great food, great drinks, and your chance to win autographed items and much more. Willard and Dibs start at 2 o'clock, and then the summit is at 4 from 4 to 6. All brought to you by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products. Back after this with the crossover. That segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Right off the rip.
Cincinnati Reds have quit.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Inc. credit cards. Earn on everyday business purchases with Chase Inc. credit cards. It's cash back built for every business. Compare options and see details at chase.com/inc.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity CyberSecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi. We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Experience hands-on automotive history at Cars in the Park. Saturday, September 12th in History Park in San Jose. Browse antique and classic vehicles. Join author Matthew Kilkenny for a discussion of his book, Detroit Steel Artists, and watch skilled mechanics assemble an authentic Ford Model T right before your eyes. Cars in the Park offers activities for automotive enthusiasts of all ages, and children under 5 attend the event free. Adult tickets start at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for more information.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers. Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
It's time to get everything you need for the job from one partner. No more juggling vendors. We've got your entire job supply covered. Supply the entire job with job lot quantities of everything you need, from flooring to roofing, with access to thousands of products not available in stores. More products mean more colors, sizes, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you need to get the job done. Learn more at the Pro Desk, the Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 10 wings for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 8 tenders for $10. Thursday, 10 wings for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10.
Finger licking machine.
The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
Running a business shouldn't feel like a juggling act. One app for accounting, another for inventory, one more for sales, and somehow they never work together. Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated platform with all the business applications you need. CRM, inventory, accounting, marketing, and more, all working together seamlessly. Stop juggling software and get back to growing your business. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not sure I get the Rocky reference, but it is time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson, Dan Dibley.
The fellas.
And Mark Grandy in for Mark Willard. What's up, guys?
What's up?
Before you go, the Rocky music is perfect because, and I ain't putting you on blast, Evan's got a couple calls tonight, games to broadcast.
Yeah.
Which ones? Tell him.
It was Santa Clara women's soccer into Santa Clara men's soccer,
Yeah.
but I still don't get the Rocky.
Because you beat up that bowl of chow mein that I watched you eat.
I love it.
This dude, I act like I wasn't looking at this. I said he going in.
That's
You
a 5.
can't win.
That's a 5.
You're a bum. In town,
You
Mick.
beat up that bowl of chow mein.
Hey, I act like I wasn't watching. I say, my man going in.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, in Rocky, the chow mein would have actually won because Rocky lost. Spoiler alert: the movie's now 51 years old, but so the chow mein would have beaten you, but maybe this is Rocky too.
Speaking of which, I saw a video. Stallone's filming whatever new action movie is coming out, and he's jumping. He's still jumping at 80 years old over trucks and cars and doing all of his own stunts. I'm like, geez. When's this guy going to stop?
That's an HGH. It has to be.
Yeah.
I ain't mad
Can't
at
stop,
that.
won't stop.
Yeah. But so, all right. Well, who do you expect to see tonight for the Niners?
Oh, boy, really?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody.
Stribling?
No, God, no.
No way.
I don't know. Kyle didn't seem like he thought he was ready yet.
I mean, what Kyle said was basically like, what you say to your kid when he comes home with 5 A's and an A-. It's like, you know what? Let's talk about this A-. Like, what are you doing here?
I like that.
Stribling has been like a straight A student so far. And all right, go ahead and throw him out there. And what happens? We know bad things.
Yeah.
Bad things.
I'm kind of with you. Speaking of getting thrown out, that was the first thing that happened in yesterday's Giants game. But so this obviously ended, and you guys talked about it yesterday, correct?
Oh, yeah. We were watching it live.
Have you calmed down yet? Have you, or did you even care in the first place?
I cared, but to me, it was a microcosm of what we've seen all year, which is this thing is a mess.
Yep.
This thing is an absolute mess, and like the ownership, the president of baseball ops
might be the real Tony Vitello.
The GM, the manager, your stars, your bullpen, everybody is to blame except Logan Webb. This team is a mess.
Wow. And I don't think it's getting cleaned up anytime soon, but that's why I'm really looking at Buster more than I am Tony V. But I said this to Tony V, and I mean it. I think of La Russa, Whitey Herzog, Chuck Tanner,
Earl Weaver,
Lou Piniella, Earl Weaver. You go get up in the ump's face to make them respect you and spit on them. Let them smell your breath. You don't stop at the net like you're on a tennis court. And he was loud. He did it. He was loud.
That was like the most aggressive I've seen him all year.
But go get up in that grill and da-da-da-da-da. And again, at the end of the day, it means nothing, but there is an art to letting them umps know I'm Tony V and you're going to smell my breath. I hated that he stopped at the lawn. I just felt get out of my lawn. Like, get in there, Tony, and that dude will remember that next time.
I kind of liked Tony yesterday.
Could he have gotten closer for me? That's all I guess I'm saying. I liked it, but get in their grill.
Yes. He wanted the spit.
Yeah.
You want him to kick dirt on their shoes?
Not the dirt, but I would
spit,
let him know.
But not the dirt.
But he was a fart, and then he said, all right, I'll leave.
Well, and he got ejected before he even left the dugout.
Right, but once you're gone, so you're gone, and now what? So am I going to be double gone? You going to throw me out again? Like, I've been thrown out, so go out there and do the thing. What I took issue with, Evan, and I mean, you're a former pitcher, your team's been hit by pitch all series long, and Cincinnati's kind of like, throwing behind your guy in the first pitch of the game. I want somebody to actually take one. And I'm saying this now because my partner, Mark Willard, who's off for the weekend, and he's probably not listening, but he's always like, what does that solve? You know what it solves? It solves them having one guy with a bruise on his rib or on his shoulder blade, and it tells your team, we're not going to stand for this. Casey Schmidt.
I'm with you,
Like,
man.
enough is enough.
I'm with you.
Didn't we learn our lesson last year by trying to hit Marlins, though?
Oh, yeah. Hayden Birdsong ruined.
That's why his career
ruined.
Yeah.
That's a Steinmetz take.
Who do you think gave him that take? Okay, I'm sorry.
Austin and San Jose.
No.
Yeah,
Although he did call in today.
Enough of all.
He came down your road. You were hating Kaminga is what I heard.
That
I
was
asked
an
him what I said, and he
immediate
had
channel
nothing.
change. Like, come on.
I got to.
Whatever. I mean, generally, I don't believe in throwing at people. If that's what you're asking, and as we found out yesterday, all three base runners can come back to bite you.
Yeah.
But I thought it was weird that, like, did you see what happened the first batter the day before in game 2? I think it was on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Drew Gilbert got hit, and the first pitch went to the backstop.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but you also won the first 2 games. I mean, you go out and you beat a team on the scoreboard. To me, you don't have to beat them in the HBP column. That's the way I look at it. But
I don't know. But you're up 9-3, and you wound up
in the ninth.
You wound up giving up 7.
In the ninth.
You wound up walking people anyway. So I don't know. Send a message and light up Sal Stewart or hit somebody and let them know.
You could have saved Spencer Bivens a couple of pitches by just hitting somebody instead of walking him on 4 pitches.
I said he was pitching like Michael Bivens, New Edition reference.
Oh my God! ABC, BBD.
I mean,
the East Coast family.
And I'm no pitcher, but what did Smith throw to
thought you struck
Suarez?
out
Who
14
got
in Babe Ruth.
I'm talking about on college level.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, the Reds then DFA Suarez moments after he hits a grand slam. They DFA'd 2 dudes, including Suarez.
That night, last night before your head hit the pillow.
Suarez got waived after the game. His last swing as a Cincinnati Red was a grand slam.
Now he's on waivers and will be on some postseason roster.
I mean, the Giants need a third baseman.
Yeah, just a meatball over the plate. I'm like, okay, Smith, what do you got? And just served it up there like
the leadoff homer to start the 9th. One of the longest home runs I've ever seen hit at that park.
I've never seen a ball hit by someone not named Barry Bonds in which there's not a kayak in the shot.
That's
the ball lands in the water.
You can't see the port walk either. It's just all water. There's nothing else.
It went over there to Willie's statue.
Oh my God.
So you hit to the Pacific.
That was the second home run of the day.
That thing was in the channel. Like, it was in the channel where, the ferry goes, from Alameda into the city.
That wasn't the cove. That was the actual bay.
I can't get over how we played the Reds Colorado. That ball was destroyed.
It was.
He also earlier in the game.
off the bat? Or
116, yeah. That ball was crushed. And then he also hit one, which I thought was not as impressive, but pretty damn impressive. He went 399 into the Giants bullpen, left to the batter's eye as a lefty. I mean, that guy, I think, was a top prospect they called up at the early in the month. Rodriguez got some juice.
Man.
Had one home run of the season in the bigs and then hit 2 yesterday.
So what do you do? If like I'm really concerned for Buster. How did you come from a system of defense led by you in pitching and come out here and think that your bullpen was sufficient? And then another right on the table, throw something at me, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control, is nobody was hitting for the Giants when the weather was cold in the start of the year, and Bailey was the scapegoat. But since he's left, this defense behind the plate's been a joke. And I'm thinking, was that the right move? Or am I piling on?
You're piling on, and I just think about like Buster and the bullpen where, you move into a house and it's like, the house probably needs some fixing. And so you look at it and you're like, oh my God, after a year, this thing's a tear down. And so we gotta rip this thing down to the studs, because we were talking out there in the pen in Risotto. I threw it out on our thread, like, have the Giants ever had a year where their leading save guy has only 8 saves?
Wow.
It's like the Niners last year with Cleveland Ferrell being their sack leader. Like he had 4.
It's funny you say that, because I said that out there. Like, the Giants have, I think, 20-something saves, and the Niners had 20 sacks.
Last.
Like, is it the same thing?
Man.
And the Giants are 31st. They're not last.
No, the Niners were in sacks last year.
Right, but the Giants are 31st.
Yeah, and they've played 132 games.
Who's worse, the Angels or the Rockies?
The Angels. You nailed it, Grandy.
Wow, man.
Nothing gets by you.
Everybody's terrible.
Pretty easy guess.
You're in the
There's
Bay.
only a couple of teams worse than the Giants.
So who are you looking at? I mean, they played 8 good innings. They actually played...
And you play tonight.
They played 26 great innings over the last 3 days.
And yet,
no one cares.
It feels like an absolute abject failure, and I'm just embarrassed.
No, wow.
I'm just embarrassed to be a Giants fan. It is so bad.
Wow.
And it feels like you're miles away from being competitive. I don't know what you do, but you can't possibly look at what's gone on and be like, yeah, it's all right. Let's run everything back next year. But it feels like that's what's going to happen. Buster Posey a couple of weeks ago gave Vitello the vote of confidence. Yeah, he's going to be back. I don't necessarily think that Vitello has done such a terrible job that he deserves to be fired, but this is so embarrassing. Something has to change.
You sound like my one of my best friends, 49er Frankie, just texted me. Was it Manassian? He was just doing an interview and said, if you take out the 9th inning,
don't even
for
start.
our bull,
I heard that.
That's worse than our man in who did it in
Kenny
Cleveland.
Atkinson.
Analytically, we already won the series.
Say that out loud.
Can I read the quote to you,
Yeah,
Drew?
you got it.
This was Zach Manassian, Giants GM, today on if they're going to rebuild the bullpen next year or this coming off season. He said, quote, I want to be a little careful to say rebuild the entire bullpen. Something I was looking at the other day, the 9th inning obviously has been a huge issue. Our bullpen ERA, when you take out the 9th inning, is 6th in baseball. There's talent there, but we don't feel comfortable resting on what we have. Take out the 9th, and yeah, it's solid. Right? Okay.
Well, I guess we can go back to playing high school. It's only 7 innings.
Fair. Yep.
Like, that's alarming.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and H2 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, I mean, it is tough.
And that's bad.
Well, it's awful, but like the bullpen threw 13 and 2/3 innings over the previous 2 days and gave up a 1 run. And all anybody's going to remember is that they gave up 7 in 1 inning in the ninth.
Right.
Yeah.
And rightfully so.
It sounds like, I don't know.
Wow.
You need a closer. If the 9th inning is the problem,
I'm an 8 of our closer.
well, then throw a ton
That's
of
a
money at
one.
some guy. You can be close.
You can leave that to Risotto, who does it actually better than I do.
I was in need of a closer.
Thank you. It's a damn 5 every time.
Leave it to the professional.
That's right.
Did you guys hear Guru's
heard
someone call in as Guru to talk about
let me
Guru?
tell the Dibs real quick. I was contacted to call the roast at 8 o'clock and
The sound
say
off line.
sound off line.
Okay.
And say that Guru carries the show and that I'm his favorite. I said, sure, I can do that.
You were instructed to do that?
Yeah, I was you don't think I did it just
You
by
were
my-
instructed to call,
Yeah.
or you were instructed to call and say what you said?
The assignment was call and say what I
All
said.
right. I want to hear it again.
The full thing, or just
Sure.
I need it all. I need all of it.
All right, let's go to our sound off. 8 a.m. on the Morning Rose.
And this is Tony, and I love y'all station. And, I've been going through a lot of stuff, and you guys get me through the day. This is my favorite station, man, and I just want to tell y'all, like, the host, I love all the hosts. My favorite is the Guru. Tell the Guru I said what's up, but he is my favorite. And, I was telling my wife they can carry this thing, and I just want to give y'all props. I know what y'all do on the road, but, the Guru, man, and I really think he carried the station. Like, just put some respect on the name sometimes. And, I just want to tell y'all I love y'all. And
oh, my God. Shout out 2015. It sounds like you're on the scissor. Like, you're on that syrup right there.
Yeah, he had me the first 10 seconds. Because I didn't know that he had done this.
Right.
And so he played it for me in the morning and just said, hey, what do you think of this?
That's pretty good.
Like, that's kind of, and then
no doubt.
When he said my favorite is the Guru, I just looked at him. I said, what are we doing?
Right.
I love it. The Guru carries this station.
I love
Can I
it.
dare switch it up after that? Can I switch it up?
Yes.
And I'm being real with this one. The York video, the dash cam, that video footage came out, and I told Evan this. What if I told you guys I felt sorry for him watching that. And I know he made a mistake. I'm not minimizing that. But what if I told you I just felt bad for him?
Yeah, I didn't feel bad for him. I felt quietly not proud. I don't know what the word would be, but
I was like, where's this going?
You know what? Sometimes when you take the L, you can either fight back or you take the L.
Oh.
And he said, like, oh, I'm just here going for a drive.
I'm just driving.
Are you here to meet anybody? No. And it's like, well, okay, come with us. And he took the L. I'm not saying he took it with total pride, and I'm not saying I'm proud of the way he took the L, but we've seen these things go a different way, whether it's Tony Romo, Romo in a warehouse, like doing his thing and
warming up.
All the thing. I mean, so whatever.
Why don't you have a seat? What are you doing here?
Right. Jed York, you're caught and you try once, you try twice, and it's over. So
I didn't like the cops' material. That's just me. I thought they were running a little material.
And of course, they're running material because they know it's dash cam or body cam, whatever. And I don't know if they knew in that moment that it was him, but probably.
They said it looks like he's a real estate guy.
I don't think they knew.
Said.
I thought they didn't know.
Initially because Saturday night he weighed in twice. Like, I'm Joe. I'm interested. I'm Joe again. And then he goes to bed and he wakes up at 8:30 in the morning. He's like, you know what? I kind of want to do this. And so I'm going to go back in. My name is Joe. And they're like, come on out, Joe. Here's our address.
Which didn't exist, apparently.
Yeah.
Right. And it's whatever. I didn't mean to say I was proud. I'm not proud, but I've never been in that spot where you're going to be, cuffed and stuffed. And, we've seen many people do that a different way. And he got to a point where it's like, you know what? I lose.
Yeah, in a way, I thought he was almost a little too eager. Sometimes when you open the door, when cops have not opened it for you, it can go sideways. I mean, it's just further embarrassment for him. And it's more of a reminder. And that's going to be the lasting impression is people seeing Jed York getting handcuffed and wearing a Yankees shirt and some athletic shorts.
The Giants? Yeah, go ahead.
Hell, you're in Ohio. What about a red shirt, Jed?
Well, maybe I'll delete that.
Well, and it's, Eastern Ohio, so I don't know how Ohio breaks down. You've got Cleveland, which is in the north, and you got Cincinnati, which I think is a little bit more in the west. And so I don't know where Youngstown profiles, but the whole thing is a terrible look, no doubt. And now you have the owners' meetings, and he's not there, and Al Guido is, because how could he possibly show up,
Yeah, I don't know. Look, it's not a good look for the Niners, but again, like everybody said, they're still going to go out and play this preseason game tonight, and then they'll head down to Australia. I think in terms of the Niners, the thing that I'm most concerned about would be how many guys are going to stay and how many guys are going to go on the trip. And I think that's what they have to figure out now, specifically Nick Bosa and George Kittle. I think those are the two players that I wonder about the most because, and I think it was Ken who brought this up earlier, the Rams have not practiced Myles Garrett much, if at all, this offseason. But, you still know that he's going to be out there. You still know that Myles Garrett he'll be in Melbourne.
Kind of like Trent Williams.
Yeah.
Same thing, right?
I don't know that Nick Bosa, and I feel increasingly stronger every day that he won't be in Melbourne every time I don't hear about him practicing.
Who do you think is more likely to play week 1, Kittle or Bosa?
Kittle.
And I thought it was Bosa, weeks ago, but now I don't
How crazy is that? Bosa tore his ACL.
Good crazy, though? What's
Bosa
going
tore
on
his
with
ACL
Bosa?
way before Kittle tore his Achilles. And if Kittle comes back before Bosa, I don't know how you can't be worried about
And
Bosa.
that leg's got history, man.
Yeah, my answer would be Bosa because, he's coming off a second ACL, yes, but his surgery was before George Kittle's. And, Kittle had the high Achilles injury, and we know that that's a little bit easier, and he's out there doing things. But I think that Kittle for sure won't go to Australia. Bosa might. I don't think that either will, but if I had to choose between who's more likely, I'd say Bosa.
Well, yeah. The Niners they're not paper tigers, but I just wonder what the heck is going to happen this season. If there was a year in recent memory that had little to no expectation for me, that could go either way, I think this would be at the top of the list. Like I have
either way, too.
I could see the Niners contending for a Super Bowl this year, and I could see them falling apart and going 6-11 like they did 2 years ago.
It's so weird because last year it was the season from hell for injuries, right? Like it couldn't have been worse than that.
I don't think it gets worse than that.
Right? It would be crazy if it was somehow worse than that. Yet they still won 11 games. So on the one hand, you say, well, it has to be better than that this year injury-wise, right? And if it is, you would think, well, maybe they should win double-digit games again. But there's something about the way it happened last year and the way that I'm feeling about it this year. Like the logic isn't clicking in my brain. And I'm like you guys, I can see it going either way. Like if they have similar injuries to last year, there's no way in hell they're going to win 10 or 11 games, right? Like they can't possibly do that again.
They could. And I guess that's one of my questions that we'll get into later today about like, if so-and-so gets hurt, like who would be the worst guy to get hurt for a long period of time or the year? Let's just say not week 1, but week 3 or 4. Like, who would you be most afraid of to be gone for the year? Because last year you lost your quarterback for half the year.
But that's
and
now
it didn't matter.
You got a luxury there. That
right.
I know it sounds
you
crazy.
You lost Bosa.
But you're we got Geico.
Well, you lost Bosa, and not that it didn't matter, but you still went 12-5, and you lost Kittle late. You lost Warner early. Like, who would be the one that you look at this year and say, if you lose him in September, well, then that's going to do it?
It's McCaffrey. Trent? It's McCaffrey for me.
Is it Trent? I don't know.
Your leading receiver last year, it's McCaffrey.
It probably is, but the question that I have about this year compared to 2 years ago when I felt like McCaffrey was younger, fresher, faster, is Brock Purdy better equipped, having gone through that season, to handle a year without his running back? Because he went from having a star-studded cast and Pro Bowlers and All-Pros all over the place to having virtually none of them the next year, and understandably failed. But now that you've done that and you played, 16 games in that season, and you dealt with all the crap, and you came back last year and you had McCaffrey, but he didn't have a ton of weapons around him that were healthy.
High touchdown to interception ratio.
Yeah, but he went 7-2, granted against the worst schedule. But now this season, if it happens again, can Brock Purdy be the quarterback to elevate instead of watch a team that detonates around him? That's my biggest question headed into the year. Because I don't think McCaffrey's playing 15 games.
He might play that many games, but if you look at the 2 years where he's led the league in touches, those following years he's gotten hurt. But if you look at that and you look at Kalon Black, a guy who everybody's high on, and Jordan James, shout out the Ducks, quack, who, looked good last year in like 8 plays or whatever it actually was. And so also, I do think that this year you're going to be more reliant on the pass game than you will the run game. And not just because of Evans and Stribling, but you've got Debo and maybe Kirk, although I think that he's going to probably start on the PUP list. But I think you've got more depth at running back and more depth at wide receiver. So if the bad thing happens to McCaffrey, you might be better equipped to withstand it.
Goo, with your answer about McCaffrey is the worst player that
to
could
me
get
right
hurt.
now. Right.
Let me ask you, why do you think the run game wasn't as successful last year?
I'm being honest.
Is it McCaffrey lost a step?
I thought that Debo in that window dressing, even though it wasn't successful, it had been in the past, it put some stress on opposing defenses. And then to have that just gone, I'm thinking, okay, maybe that component back will, have guys back up or just a half second think
just
about
Shanahan, mad scientist, get in the lab
because why else would he not? Why else would he be back? Maybe.
Why would Debo be back?
Debo be back. Maybe Kyle thought that.
No one else wanted him.
Well,
I guess. He was sitting out there in free agency for a while.
Before I get out of here, I don't want to change it up, but your first thoughts when you saw Kuminga, because I said he needs to fire his agent.
Well.
People are like, his agent, the agent works for him. You lost a lot of money, young man.
Dude, you probably didn't hear me yesterday because I did a full 5 minutes on the fact that you should fire your agent. And the thing about it, though, if you want to look at Aaron Turner's client list, he has no client list. And so
it's like Daquan Plowden and Victor Oladipo.
He got Terry Rozier paid.
He sure did. And he got Kuminga paid-ish. And so
and then what happened?
Turner got him bread.
And honestly, the agent works for the player. And so if you're the agent and the player's like, no, I don't want to take that. I don't want to take that. Well, then the agent normally would walk away. But Aaron Turner, you've got nobody. Where are you going to go? To Daquan Plowden?
And I'm rooting for JK.
Clearly, Kuminga wants as much flexibility in the future as possible. They turned down more money and more years from the Lakers this offseason. Maybe Aaron Turner had some impact on that, but ultimately the decision is Kuminga's, right? If you're Aaron Turner and you're his agent and you get that offer from the Lakers, but your client says, no, I want less years and a player option and less money, then what is the agent supposed to do at that point?
Then real quick, last thing, the start in 5, I've never seen that. Player A signs, but we're going to name all the starters.
So the Timberwolves are going to start Kuminga over Dosunmu?
Haven't said anything.
Well, he came off the bench last year.
Yeah.
Dosunmu, they paid Dosunmu a bunch.
No, he got bread.
That's the agent going in the spin mode of the deal we got is not great, but he's going to start.
I'll just say, come the postseason, if everyone's healthy, Kuminga's not going to be starting.
Yeah, real quick, by the way, Daquan Plowden, Stockton Kings legend. That's all the knowledge you get here. Willard and Dibbs, what? Oh, sorry, you had something?
No, I'm just excited for you with a soccer doubleheader. You're out there grinding. I'm proud of you.
Willard and Dibbs. Wow. Grandy in for Willard coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
My favorite is the Goon Room.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, happy Thursday. Welcome in. It's Willard and Dibbs. No Willard, so Dibbs and Grandy with you. Willard moving his kid into college. She'll be back coming up on Monday. So Dibbs and Grandy for the next 2 days here on 95.7 The Game. Final preseason game of the year for the Niners today, Dibbs, at 5 o'clock. We'll talk about that. The Niners are going to fly to Australia for their week 1 game in less than a week, Dibbs.
It's exciting.
In 6 days, they're flying down under to get ready for their first game of the season.
And I cannot wait to see what actually happens with the Niners. And we go early and the Rams go late. Forget the first week. I'm looking more at week 2, week 3, and week 4 and how that actually goes, because for me, the Niners going early gives them a better chance to win that game in Australia. They'll be more rested. They'll be more dialed in on Australia time. And the Rams, they've done well of the fly to Europe and then fly back out, but this is not Europe.
That's a different beast.
It's a different beast, and I believe it's a 17-hour flight, or it's a 17-hour time difference. And so you can fly in and hope that adrenaline carries the day, and then when you fly back out, you might be actually better suited for week 2 than the Niners, but I'm just really interested to see how that goes.
Yeah, we will get to that. We got a lot to break down as it relates to the 49ers. We'll get to that, but we have to start with where you and Willard left off yesterday, Dibbs, which was reacting to the embarrassing defeat the Giants took at Oracle Park yesterday against the Cincinnati Reds. The Giants were up by 6 and 3 outs away from their first series sweep of the season, yet they made history, Dibs. One, they still have a chance to be just the 9th team in Major League Baseball history to never sweep a series over the course of an entire Major League season.
Is that true?
And one of those 8 previous teams, by the way, did it in the COVID-shortened 2020 season, so that doesn't even really count. They could be one of the 9 teams to ever go through a season without a sweep, and they lost for the first time in their franchise's history after leading by 6 or more runs going into the 9th. They're now 2,208-1 when leading by 6 or more entering the 9th inning. And look, the roster, the lineup yesterday, a lot of the arms out of the bullpen. This is the Sacramento River Cats plus Rafi Devers and Logan Webb. Like, that's what it is right now for the most part. So am I terribly upset that the Giants lost a game? No. But the 6-run lead that you blew in the 9th inning is just the perfect encapsulation of what this franchise is right now, Dibs. And I have no other way to describe it but just flat out embarrassing. It is embarrassing. I've never been this embarrassed to be a Giants fan than I am right now in this moment.
But my question is, how did you get from where you were, and forget like 107 wins because that was a lifetime ago, and that was Posey as a player and Crawford and Beld and Donnie Barrels. We did the whole thing yesterday.
Yeah.
And, that's now 5 years ago, which feels like a lot longer than 5 years ago. But how did you get to this point to where you mentioned it? You are basically a Sacramento River Cats plus roster. And if you want to go into next year, okay, so this year has been a disaster. What do you do about the roster? Forget Vitello and Buster and Zach Manassian, but what do you do for the roster between now and then? Well, you need probably 3 starting pitchers, maybe 4. You need a complete bullpen overhaul.
Oh, the Giants might not think that. All they need to do is 6th to 9th inning, Dibs.
Right, we can get a closer, and it's always easy to get like Aroldis Chapman or, Mason Miller.
Yeah, but last time Buster Posey was asked if they regret not going out and getting a closer, he essentially joked and said, well, what did you want us to do? Sign Edwin Diaz? Look how that's going.
Right.
He got hurt.
Well, and for that part, I think that Buster's right because you're not a closer away from being 79 and 54. Like, you're 54 and 79 because of a lot of other things. But we look at the bullpen, especially yesterday, and it's like, yeah, if you only had a closer, that probably wouldn't have happened. But I'm thinking about going forward. Like, what do you need to make this team, I don't know, even get back to 81 and 81? You need 3 starters at least. You need 4 or 5 different people in the pen, and you need like a new catcher and a second baseman and probably an outfield upgrade. You need like 11 or 12 players between now and then. You can't do that.
No, this is a multi-year thing. The timeline for them to become competitive, and we're talking about getting back to what we're used to, which we hated for so long, which was 500 baseball.
Right.
That was like you're stuck in the middle. You're not being really that competitive, but you're not bottoming out.
We used to say like, ooh, the math is there. Like,
that's what we'd be saying right now.
You're 4 back with like 19 to go.
It's almost September. You're not out of it. If you just go catch fire. Right. You go 17-8 over the course of a month. Maybe you got a chance to sneak in.
Right. And if they won their last, I guess it'd be 29 games right now, and they got to 83 and 79, they still wouldn't make the playoffs.
No.
And so the math is there, but it's now like it's gotten to where it's ridiculous. You're probably going to lose 90, maybe 90 for sure. 95 is on the table. 100 would be, I think, a disaster.
They're probably not going to lose 100. How many games do they have left? And they're 54 and 79. So they've played
29.
What? And they have to lose 21 to get to 100 losses. So if they go 8 and 21, it's 100 losses.
Right.
It's possible. They could absolutely do that.
Right, but 13 and 18 to lose 95, like that seems...
Oh, it's still terrible.
Very likely.
Oh, absolutely.
And so I said like 2 months ago, and it got put out there on social media and everyone came down my road. And I said, if you bring back Buster and Zach Manassian and Tony Vitello after this year, you're telling me that you're not serious. Like, you're not serious about winning. And it looks like that's what they're going to do. And I still believe that.
Well, it feels like for the majority of this season, Dibs, the general answer to is Vitello going to come back? Is Posey going to come back? And we could include Manassian in this. I think he's very rightly like on the third guy on that list and pretty far below Posey and Vitello in terms of overall impact on the organization. But usually if you ask people that at any time throughout this season, your generic stock answer, Dibs, isn't based in some kind of confidence that either Vitello or Posey is the right guy for the job. And it's not based in your faith, your trust, your belief in them to figure this thing out and eventually prove that they're the right person for the job. But your answer generally is, well, they can't possibly fire them. You can't possibly fire Vitello after one season when this is the roster you gave him. And similarly to Buster Posey, you usually answer, well, you can't fire franchise legend Buster Posey after just 2 seasons as the president of baseball operations, because that would just look bad on your franchise. You're still paying Bob Melvin for his past contract. Right. Now you're going to be paying Vitello and the other manager that you hire. Like, the Giants are at a spot where it feels like the decisions that they're going to make that impact the future of their organization are made from a let's get as the least amount of blood on our hands as possible frame of mind, as opposed to what we actually think is best for the future of the organization.
Yeah, and you're also still paying Tony Vitello for his Tennessee contract buyout. So, like, you're paying him for that. You're paying him for this, and you would be paying him for next year if you, in fact, tried to fire him. So it would be, like a $10 million buyout, which is not that much when you're making as much money as they are. But the one thing about the Giants ownership that I'm learning is that they don't like to just lose money. They don't like to give money away. And so when you look at where they are right now, is Tony Vitello the problem? Is he a problem? Well, yeah, he's a problem, and I think that he'll be getting better. But we did the whole thing yesterday about, like, the starting 9 of who are the Giants' biggest problems, and Vitello might be the 4 or 5 hitter. And you look at other things about, like, Willy Adames is your shortstop, and he cannot
That's a major problem.
He can't be a shortstop.
Yep.
So you go ahead and move him to second, and then who's your shortstop? And you've got Rafael Devers, who doesn't seem to be totally a guy bought in to be a part of a Vitello team, and Vitello is new, he's learning, and Buster Posey's made a ton of mistakes, and all the way down the list. And so I look at next year and think, how do you fix it? Well, you can't really fix it. And I think about, like, a house where, okay, you need a new kitchen, you need electrical, you need a bathroom, you need plumbing, and you need a new roof. Well, you can't do all that in, like, 5 weeks unless you're totally loaded, and the Giants aren't that.
You bought a house, you felt like you got a pretty good deal on the house.
Yeah.
And then maybe you weren't... you didn't do a great job on the inspections before you put pen to paper. And after you put pen to paper, you go and you start moving in and you realize, this is going to take a ton of work until it's actually livable. And that's what the Giants are figuring out.
Yeah, and that's my house. Like, we moved in and we went to the open house, and I tried to turn on a light, and the realtor's like, oh, no, we blew a fuse. That light's not going to go on. And it's like, oh, my God, you blew a fuse? And you start to look through it. It's like, oh, my God, there's water under the house, and the electrical needs an upgrade. And
does it have good bones, though, Dibs?
The bones are great.
Yeah.
And the bones of the Giants are great to the extent
What are those bones?
Those bones are, you have a great organization and a great, like, standard, and you have
a great ballpark.
You do, but you also have Bryce Eldridge, and you've got Logan Webb for a couple of years, and you've got Rafi Devers, who is under team control, and he is mashing. I do think that there are things about the Giants you could look at and say, okay, that's good, but the electrical is bad and the plumbing is shaky and you need a new roof for sure.
I get everyone that says there's like the politics at play here, which is you can't fire Vitello after just one season when the president of baseball operations gave him this roster, and I get that. And it feels very unlikely that Buster Posey, unless he just is sick and tired of it and wants to stop, I don't see that being the case either. I don't see Buster Posey not being the president of baseball operations next year. Zach Manassian maybe is going to be the scapegoat for all this. If one of the guys leave, it's probably going to be him. I should say if one of them gets fired, it's probably going to be him. But that, to me, doesn't make much of a difference. This is a Buster Posey issue. This is a Tony Vitello issue. And I, for the life of me, Dibs, can't look at how bad this season has been, how embarrassing this season has been, and be willing to just, go again, ride this back, run this back next season with those those faces leading this group. It does not seem worth it to me considering just how ugly this has been. 888-957-9570. How do you feel, Giants fans? Because to me, I've never been as embarrassed as I am in this moment to be a Giants fan. Yesterday was terrible, up by 6 in the 9th, and you lose that game. This is not just about that. That is a big part of it. It shows you kind of a window inside of what this whole season has been. But, man, this has been terrible. What has to change, in your opinion, if anything, for the Giants moving forward? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy with you. And are you still making plans for September? We've got one for you. Great golf, great people, and an even greater cause. Learn more about the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park on Friday, September 11th, benefiting the Autism Society SF Bay Area at PettinelliFP.com. Willard and Dibbs, back with more right after this on 95.7 The Game.
And it's Dan Dibley here. College football is back, and so are the predictions. Who makes the playoffs? Who wins their conference? Who takes home the national title? On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, it lets you trade those predictions in a live market. And right now, the team that I love more than anyone else at this station is Oregon. And they right now...
Go Ducks.
Yeah, right now they're trading at a 11% and 11% rather chance to win the whole thing. Meaning, if you are like me and you love the Ducks and you want to put a $100 trade, you will get $856 when my Ducks, not our Ducks, our Ducks, my Ducks, go on and win the national championship. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And right now, you trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. You download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, and get $20 when you trade $20. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, go to kalshi.com/regulatory.
Football is back, and you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibbs getting us started at 2. Be there.
He's got an opening down the middle. He scores!
Every game is better when you watch it together. At Laughing Monk, every seat feels like the front row. It's where friends meet for pregame, strangers become teammates, and every big play is celebrated. Because game day isn't just about what you watch. It's about where you watch it and who you watch it with. Great beer, great food, wall-to-wall games, and the best fans in the nation. It's more than a place to watch the game. Laughing Monk. It's where the faithful come together.
Football is officially going down under. Rams, 49ers, division rivals, heading all the way to Melbourne for the NFL's first ever regular season game in Australia. It's happening week 1 on Netflix. Netflix is expanding its NFL coverage in 2026 from week 1 to the first ever Thanksgiving Eve matchup and 2 Christmas Day games. Watch week 1 of the NFL on Netflix. The Los Angeles Rams versus the San Francisco 49ers live on Netflix Thursday, September 10th at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, 5:35 Pacific.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cash back built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for details. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
This Labor Day, save 30% on everything at Lazy Boy. Everything, because after doing it all, nothing resets you like a Lazy Boy recliner or kicking back on your Lazy Boy sofa. From workday day to wind down, it's comfort that never quits. Don't miss the Labor Day sale, 30% off everything. Visit your local Lazy Boy today.
This August, American Vision Windows lets you pick any two offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Get your project done before fall with your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
Cha-ching! That's the sound of Lowe's Labor Day savings. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Plus, get 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's. In-store and online. Valid through 9/9 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Hey, it's Brew, and between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This one's hit a long way. And gone. Fair ball way into the water. Suarez, it's a very high drive. Very deep and very gone. And you think we got a game? We got a game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That was 5 of the runs the Reds scored in the 9th inning, but there were 2 more that followed after that. They erased a 6-run deficit. They took a lead going in the bottom of the 9th. The Giants didn't score. And the Giants, after leading 9-3 entering the 9th, lose 10-9 in 9 innings.
And it's funny because
unbelievable.
Like I'm doing what I'm doing with you right now, which is mostly eye contact. And like my partner will look over there, which is the Giants game, and I'll look over there, the Giants game. We have 3 TVs, and I'm doing my thing, and he's looking over there, and he looks back at me, and he had a certain face. And I got done saying what I was going to say, and I looked up, and I was like, "Wait, it's 9-8." Like, what the hell? I had no idea. And I knew that the Reds hadn't really gotten out ever. And then apparently somebody hit a grand slam, and now that guy is no longer in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, and okay, you're talking about Eugenio Suarez. He hit the grand slam to make it a 1-run game in the 9th inning yesterday. And then shortly after the game ended, the Reds DFA'd him. So then he went through the waiver process, and during the commercial break, I was looking this up because I was curious if he had been claimed by anybody. He's a power-hitting third baseman. You can put him in at DH too. There's some crazy stats out there. Like over the last 6 or 7 years, he's led all of baseball in home runs, or he's up there with Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani and really elite company. But Eugenio Suarez has been one of the best power hitters consistently over the last number of years. So he's a quality baseball player, has had a down year this year, but he's a quality baseball player. And I just read, Dibbs, that all 29 teams, aside from the Reds, of course, who DFA'd him, passed passed on claiming him. So he went through waivers, and now he's back on the Reds because once you clear waivers, you stay with the organization that DFA'd you.
Wow.
I'm shocked that no team wanted him.
And so if that happens, do you get like a new contract or do you keep your contract? Or
I don't know how
does
the
that actually
contract
work?
works. You probably keep your contract, but they can just outright you to AAA because you cleared waivers. You don't have to be on the big league club anymore. But I think maybe Pasta would know, but I think
keep it.
You keep the contract.
You keep the contract. Yeah. It's not a straight up DFA. You just get put on waiver.
Gotcha. So if the Reds' goal was to offload the contract and have somebody else pay the nearly $3 million on the contract, that failed because no one else picked him up, so they're still going to be due the bill for Eugenio Suarez. But that was one part of the ninth inning. Let me just read how the ninth inning went to you, Dibs. It went leadoff home run, the one way into the bay in Bonds territory, then a single, then a walk, then another walk, and that's when they took Spencer Bivens out and brought Dylan Smith in. Second pitch from Dylan Smith to Suarez, grand slam. Then a bunt single, throwing error by Buddy Kennedy at third base. Then a single. Then a sac fly drives in the game tying run. And then a single drives in the go-ahead run. And then a couple more outs after that. But it went home run, single, walk, home run, single, sac fly, single. Reds take the lead.
That's a lot, and I remember looking at the bunt and the third baseman, which normally it'd be Chapman, and it might be Schmidt. It's probably Christian Koss, I guess, playing third, or
Buddy Kennedy at the time yesterday.
Then that's part of the problem is I have no idea.
Oh, how could you keep up with all of this?
Well, he's playing halfway to left field, and so the bunt, it was not a great bunt. It was like a push bunt. Like
it was hit hard.
It was like a line drive.
It was a slow ground ball.
Right, and not slow enough to where, or not hard enough to where he could actually get thrown out. But yeah, you're playing deep, and we bunt, and we get on base, and so the whole thing unraveled in a very typical but atypical fashion, and it's kind of been the whole year in a nutshell, where just when you think that you're going to get something good, something nice, and I saw Bonte Hill on Twitter say, man, we're about to get the first sweep of the year. I'm on my feet.
I saw
like it's
that.
Game 4 of the
Standing
NLDS.
in his living room, celebrating, getting ready to celebrate.
Yeah, not quite celebrating.
You jinxed it, B.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
Maybe you're the reason.
I doubt it, but the whole thing unraveled not quickly, but in a fashion that we've seen so many times before. And I was looking yesterday at their leader in saves, and I think is it Keaton Wynn with 8?
I think so.
He's got 8. Like 8 saves. And I know you haven't won more than, 9 or 10 games all year, but the fact that your bullpen's been this bad, and, Buster Posey's been asked over and over, do you regret not addressing the bullpen? And, what was I supposed to get, Edwin Diaz? What do you think about that? That wouldn't have worked. Well, how about something? I don't know. What you've had.
Something.
And even look at Eric Miller, who's gone on to be a Red Sox.
He's been dominant in Boston.
Dominating. He's been dominant.
I still like that trade. You're going nowhere this year. Like, whatever.
Fine.
Marcelo Meyer, we're going to see former top prospect of the Red Sox. We're going to see him at some point soon. We'll see what he can do.
Oh, okay. Okay. I take your word for it. My bigger issue is why are players that you've had gone on to be good elsewhere? And I'm looking at, Kyle Harrison, who I saw the Little League World Series in the Little League game that they do, and he wasn't pitching, but he's out there signing autographs. And it's like, oh my God, Kyle Harrison, what a bounce back he's had to his career. And now you get Eric Miller, who was not great here, and now he's gone out to Boston, and you can't get a hit off him. Is that an organizational problem with how you're developing people?
It might be, and just added to the list of problems that this organization has. And the list is becoming a mile high. And I want to hear from Giants fans because I'm sitting here in the studio yesterday watching the game. And I remember Steven and I sit back there normally behind the glass when you and Willard are here. And it was a 6-3 game in the 8th inning. And we both at one point said, well, the Reds are still probably going to win this game. 6-3 in the 8th, Reds are going to win this game. That's what the Giants do.
Wow.
And then in the bottom of the 8th inning, bases loaded, 2-out double by Drew Gilbert, missed a grand slam by a matter of feet deep into Triples Alley. And I remember after all 3 runs scored on that double, I sat there and I turned to Steven and I said, well, it's probably over now. It's 9-3 going to the 9th inning. This game's probably over. And somehow, Dibs, they still find a way to surprise me. I should know better by this point. I have never felt this embarrassed to be a Giants fan than I do right now. And there's been some lean years. There's been some bad times. It has not been good at all since 2016. The 2021 season was obviously so fun throughout the whole regular season, and the playoff series against the Dodgers, while disappointing, it was thrilling. Beyond that 1 year, since they made the postseason in 2016, it has been infuriating baseball for the majority of that time, and it is a decade. It is a decade since that moment, essentially now. Maybe not the worst decade in Giants history, but of my lifetime, and I've lived on this planet for 3 decades now, Dibs, this is the worst decade of Giants baseball that I have ever been a part of.
Interesting. If you want to look at just like a 10-year stretch, and I'd have to go back and look at the exact numbers, but when I was a kid, going back to, I don't know, like 78, and I remember being at the Stick in 1975 when Ed Halicki threw a no-hitter. It was game 2 of a doubleheader, and my dad famously said, as soon as he gives up a hit, we're going to go home. And so we stayed the whole thing. It was my brother Mike's birthday, and so I was kind of a +1, and so we stayed, and I saw a no-hitter, and I was not quite 7, but
it's awesome.
Like that was that. But that was like the high water mark of a long string of like bad baseball. The whole thing was Willie McCovey. And, you know, Willie McCovey would hit home runs and they would lose. And then you got Jeffrey Leonard and you had Johnny LeMaster with the Boo shirt. And then we talked about 1985 before where they lost 100 games. And then the next year, which was my senior year, Mike Krukow won 20. And they were good. They were not a playoff team, but they were better than what we normally see. So in your lifetime, yes. But in my lifetime, I think if you go back to those years, it probably was worse. But the problem with this is they've been flatline mediocre, like you said, other than the 2021 year where you won 107, you've been 79 and 83, 81 and 81, 80 and 82. And so that's become like the standard of this is not good enough. And then now this year is so woefully worse than that. It's got me pining for 81 and 81. Which we shouldn't be pining for that.
No. I remember last year, 2 years ago, hell, even 3 years ago, just being so incredibly over and tired of the 500 baseball that I was watching. Little did I know it could get way, 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 way worse. And it's one thing, like, if you're just, you know, on a downturn, and even the best clubs, best franchises have bad years. You know, very rarely do teams avoid, bottoming out and you know, struggling for at least a year over the course of your whole franchise's existence. Like, it happens. But the way that it's happened this year with big contracts to multiple position players, with a true frontline ace in Logan Webb, with all the positive vibes that were around this club, with Buster Posey taking over and finally getting a big name free agent to sign here and making the trade for Rafi Devers, who over the last 8 years has been one of the best hitters in all of baseball. What you're doing with the amount of talent you have in certain areas of this team, this has been the most disappointing Giants season in my lifetime, and I don't think it's particularly close. It is embarrassing, Dibs. It is so bad that something has to change. And I don't mean something like you trade Willy Adames or you move him from short to second base. I mean something like that actually changes the fabric of what this franchise and what this organization is, because you have just been stuck in the mud for too long, to the point where this year it is far worse than just being stuck in the mud. You are becoming one of the laughing stocks in the entire league. I was sitting and talking with our boss, Matt Nahigian, earlier today, and he just straight up said, I think I'd rather be the Rockies than the Giants right now, which I wasn't so sure about that. I remember you and I did this exercise maybe a couple of months ago when we determined Angels, Rockies, and maybe the Twins were the only teams that we would take the Giants position over than those teams. But still, even if you're given the Giants the benefit of the doubt of those three organizations, you're still in one of the 4 or 5 worst spots of any team across all of Major League Baseball.
Well, I'd rather be the White Sox.
Well, and think about what you're saying. Like, the Angels have been an absolute mess for, I don't know, forever.
Forever.
Well, and I go back to when Gene Mauch was the manager, and they were so close to, actually getting it done, and then Donnie Moore, who was unable to close that out, and unfortunately his life ended shortly thereafter. And the Rockies, the Angels have the one, and then the Rockies had the one appearance, but the Rockies
didn't win a World Series game, got swept by the Red Sox.
They didn't, and it snowed in their World Series. And the Rockies are not a serious baseball organization, and the Angels are one of the worst-run pro sports franchises in baseball. So that's my point. Like, the company that you're keeping company with the Angels. Mike Trout has had his entire career wasted by being a part of an organization that is a mess. And the Rockies, you're not a serious organization. You never have been. And then you're the Giants, where you're supposed to be this high watermark team. But for the past, like you said, 10 years, you had the one blip. And beyond that, you've been a mess.
Like, this is not acceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable. And this cannot be the reality that the Giants are facing. And if you go ask Buster Posey and you ask Zach Manassian and you ask Vitello, they will all say the same thing. But what steps are you going to take to change it? What are you going to do to ensure that it at least gets better next year? And you're taking steps towards being competitive. Is that bringing back Tony Vitello? Is that, giving Buster Posey another chance? Like, I'm kind of sitting along with Goo and Evan, who were talking about this earlier today, and it's like, why isn't Buster Posey getting a whole lot more crap for what's gone on the last couple of seasons? Like, he deserves it more than Vitello, right?
He does, and I think that when you look at Vitello, and you can only manage what you have, and I think that he's managed what he's had okay. I mean, I would give him a C- or a D+ as far as what he actually has managed, but we talk about the bullpen. So he's supposed to go to the bullpen, and who do you trust in the bullpen? Who's your closer? Well, you don't have a closer. You don't have a guy who can go in there and throw 100 or 101.
And you never had a closer.
Well, you tried Peguero earlier, right? And he looked good for about 3 or 4 days, and then he got hurt. And, your real closer is coming back next year, maybe.
You traded away your pen last deadline, and your best bullpen arm has had Tommy John, and you knew he was going to miss this entire season, and you did next to nothing to address it.
And maybe you did that because you realized that you actually don't have a good enough team to where you want to go out and spend $30 million on a closer, and also you're heading toward a lockout. And there's a little bit of a parallel here with the Warriors. The difference is the Warriors have won 4 titles, and you've got Steph Curry, and you have Draymond Green, and the rest of them, but the Warriors, I think, are looking at their team and thinking, you know what, this year might be a gap year. And for the Giants, this year is probably a gap year for them. And maybe next year too. Which is frustrating.
I hear what you're saying, but it makes no sense to plan for a gap year when you sign Adames, you extend Chapman, and you trade for Devers. It's go time.
It is go time, and I do think that Devers, when all is said and done, you'll look at Devers and say, yeah, that year that he had this year is worth the money. And, Adames, I think that that's the one you look at and you say, well, the offer that he had out there was no offer, and he's probably not a shortstop for a team that's looking to be pitching and defense. So that, to me, is the biggest problem of the 3.
Yeah. Giants fans, 888-957-9570. Are you with me that this is unacceptable, this is embarrassing, and something drastic has to change, as in Tony Vitello, as in Buster Posey, as in Zach Manassian? Does something like that have to change for the Giants? 888-957-9570. Carlito is in Alameda and wants to weigh in. What's up, Carlito?
Yeah, hello, guys. I just want to say, look, Tony Vitello came in here. They got rid of the previous manager because he wasn't good enough. So, they brought in this guy to do better, and he's made a new way to do really bad. So I want to know, what's the point of bringing him back after this disaster? And I want to ask you guys, do you guys think Buster Posey is embarrassed? And what were your guys' expectations of the team before the season? Thank you.
Appreciate the call, Carlito. We'll take the beginning part first, which was Vitello's finding new ways to lose and to make mistakes and to essentially be bad. What's the point in bringing him back? The point in bringing him back, I think, to me, Dibs, it's a very clear and obvious one. It's just you don't hire a manager who has no experience and feel like you have enough information, data available to you after just one season to fire him. and you're saving face a little bit by not firing another manager after another very short stint.
I get that part of it, and I was saying earlier in the year that, I didn't think that he would be equipped to come back, but as you've gone through the year and you realize what they are doing and what they have right now, if you look at what he inherited, Logan Webb and Robbie Ray and Luis Arraez, veterans, and obviously Adames and Chapman and Devers, veterans, and now the team that he has in this moment, you've got a lot of guys who I think that he's more equipped to manage, whether it's Gilbert and Cox and Kavanaugh and the other youngsters. And that's where I thought that the hiring was kind of ill-timed, because if you want to bring in a manager like that, and I think about Will Venable, for example, even though Will Venable in Chicago, he had been a pro player, he's a little bit younger than Vitello, but he inherited a team that's mostly young. You don't have a lot of these already set in stone veteran players, which is what Tony V inherited.
But at least Will Venable is also a big leaguer, and you have the gravitas that comes with that.
Yeah.
Same thing with Stephen Vogt, right? For example, who's managing Cleveland.
Right, for the first time.
And was mentioned as maybe a potential suitor for the Giants job a couple of years ago.
And this is where I go back to the Buster Posey piece of it, where, Buster gets the job and Zach Manassian, who got elevated, and everyone else on Tony Vitello's staff, including Hector Borg, who's no longer here. And, Tingler's the one guy who was a manager. But beyond that, every other member of the staff was being elevated from a job they had yet to have.
I guess Ron Washington would be the other one.
Right.
He's been around. He's in every job.
Right, but he's not even really, he's a coach, but he's not somebody who is actively being a part of, what's going on.
And considering what he did for Luis Arraez, probably one of the bright spots of the season has been Ron Washington.
No doubt.
There's no doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to weigh in. We got time to squeeze Michael in here before we hit a break. Michael's in Napa and wants to weigh in. What's up, Michael?
What's happening? How you guys doing?
Good, man. What about you?
Oh, good. Driving home from work. Nice little traffic on 680. Love it. I hear a lot of online chatter, and sometimes I think sports writers and guys on the radio talk about this is an unacceptable season, and they basically are demanding the team to do better. And it's one team wins the World Series every year. There's teams that have never won a World Series. We're lucky enough of a bunch of spoiled brat fans. And especially with the Warriors doing so well, the Giants did so well. But the Giants have proved they're not going to pay $400 million for a roster to beat the Dodgers. They won't go over $200 million. And so Posey taking a farm system that was 28th ranked 2 years ago, and now it's ranked number 4, that's the way you're going to beat the Dodgers. And they've proven that in 2010, 2012, and 2014 by having a bunch of homegrown guys that they can, they control their contracts. They're not as expensive, and you add some pieces around it. Where they blew up is they didn't let go of some of those guys early enough. And, hopefully they don't make that same mistake once, hopefully some of these guys in the farm system come up and they're competitive again.
Yeah, Michael, I think it's a fair point, Michael. But the one thing I'm not going to do is police fandom and how fans feel when the team is one of the worst in baseball and just blew a 6-run lead in the 9th inning. I think fans have every right to be upset. It's not about winning. It's not, right? You use Super Bowl or bust a lot when it comes to the Niners. Yeah. This is not that for the Giants. It is not World Series or bust. It is compete for a playoff spot in September or bust, in my mind at least. And the Giants are so incredibly far from that.
Right.
All the anger and frustration is 100% warranted.
And you can give the tip of the cap to the fact that the franchise has gotten the farm system a lot better, and that's Absolutely. Buster and all the rest of them through the trades. But
the biggest pieces, besides Eldridge, are years away.
Right. But the other part of it is, can you compete with being a big market team and spending as much as you're spending? Can you at least be decent? No one's saying that you should beat the Yankees and win
the 100
Dodgers.
games.
Exactly. Can you just be in the mix?
You win 85 games?
Right.
Can you?
Well, and the over-under this year, I believe, was 80.5.
Something like that.
And I said to you back in March, I'm like, this almost seems like a no-brainer. Luckily, I stayed away from it because I don't like their chances. But can you at least be a decent team that threatens come September?
No.
Well, that's the bar.
You cannot be.
Right.
But you're right. That should be the bar, at least for right now, this iteration of the Giants, and they have come nowhere close to clearing that bar. Hey, our Red and Gold Summit is set for Thursday, September 3rd. All the hosts, including special guest Brian Baldinger from 4 to 6, live from Jackson Pleasant Hill. Great food, great drinks, and your chance to win autographed items and much more. Willard and Dibs will get the party started at 2 and the summit on from 4 to 6. All brought to you by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard for Daisy Dips. All right, the big games are coming. You guys know that I love watch parties, and Daisy Dips is an absolute staple of my watch parties. They got the French onion dip. They have got the delicious Daisy Ranch dip. It is made with ingredients that you can probably find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients, just good, clean stuff that goes with chips, wings, and veggies. Try it for your big game party, Daisy Dips.
You just never know what's going to happen on Sound Off.
If you're in the game, stop wearing jerseys. It's weird.
Every morning at 8, we play the best calls from you.
If we work in the same position and you started telling me what to do and you ain't my boss, get up out of here, man.
Sound Off. Every morning at 8. Don't miss it.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
95.7 The Game wants you at our annual Red and Gold Summit on Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant in Pleasant Hill from 4 to 6 p.m. with a special appearance by NFL insider Brian Baldinger, presented by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products.
This is the story of the one.
the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. Willard sending his oldest off to college.
Yeah.
Abe. Is he in Santa Barbara?
Yep.
Bye, Felisa.
Yeah. And
sending him off, moving him in.
What was that like for you? Because you're not the oldest. Are you?
I'm the youngest.
Of the three.
Yeah.
And did you get like the drive up with both parents?
Yeah, my parents drove me up to Eugene.
Both of them?
Yeah. Moved me into my dorm room. Must have stayed a night at a hotel and then just took off the next day. I don't remember exactly.
Get away from me.
It was emotional. Yeah.
For all of you?
Specifically for my mom, for me. My dad missed me and loved me, obviously, but he wasn't like crying or anything.
Right. I'm sensing your dad was giving you the Kurt from Hayward Hills treatment.
Get out of here!
Totally, dude.
Day early. That's coming up tomorrow.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was emotional. And for Willard, it's his first, so I'm sure it's a big deal for him.
Right. I can imagine. I was the fourth of four, and my oldest brother, Mikey 1.0, there was no drive you to Chico. He went like solo. And then the two knuckleheads who were Irish twins, neither one of them could sniff college. Although, apologies to the Unibrother. He did go to Napa.
The Unibrother.
The Unibrother went for 1 year of college basketball at Napa JC.
Oh, okay.
And did not pass a class. Oh. And then that would do it for his career. Gail never went to college.
Career over.
Basically. And so by the time I was going to college, actually my brother, Mikey 1.0, and I guess they already were married. His wife.
Oh, wow.
They drove me down to Cal State Northridge.
Okay.
And it was totally a Kurt and Hayward Hills. It was a curb.
No emotions, just take your bags out of the back seat and go.
Basically, like the flashers are on. We're in the loading zone, and
we only have a couple minutes here.
Hurry it up. Exactly.
Hurry up.
There might have been a hug, but that's it. What's up, brother?
I'm sure that's not what it's like for Willard and young Abe, who's getting his start at college. We'll see Willard back here coming up on Monday. We've been talking about the Giants, though, Dibs, and the embarrassment that was yesterday's game. They're up 9-3 in the ninth, and they lose. They just cannot. They still haven't swept a series all season, which is incredible at this point. They're trying to become just the eighth team in all.
They're not trying to become. They're trying to not
It would be the
become-
most historic thing that they could do is if they pull that off, don't sweep a series for the rest of the season, they'd be just the 8th team in all of Major League Baseball to do that. We're talking a lot about Buster Posey and about Tony Vitello and who's to blame and Adames and at shortstop and he needs to be moved to second. I do think, though, Dibs, and I've felt this way for a while, and this season I think has kind of hammered it home for me personally, the number one problem, it might be higher than all of that. It might not be Tony Vitello. It might not be Buster Posey, but it might be the ownership group of the San Francisco Giants. That might ultimately be problem number one with this organization.
It could be, and I've said this all along, like it doesn't feel like that they actually are that interested in winning, and I know that they went out and spent, and Buster got the job, and it's like we're going to re-sign Chapman. Yep. Actually, that happened before he got the job, but he kind of stepped over Farhan and made that happen. And
he was the reason that extension got done.
Right,
yeah.
And then you go out and you get Adames, and then you trade for Devers, which is now about 14 months ago, and it's so on the surface, it looks like, yeah, we're going to spend, we're bringing in all these big ticket items, and we're trying to win, but then you hear about the ownership group, like, developing Mission Bay and Lot A, and it's like, yeah, we're making money, and you buy the Curran Theater and all the rest of it. It feels like the ownership group is more interested in owning and earning than they are owning and winning.
Yeah, and it feels like for a while, it's felt like the Giants are spending just enough, Dibs, where they can point to their payroll totals and say, well, no, look, we're spending a good amount here.
Right.
We've got talent on our roster. We're not the Pirates. We're not the Rockies. We're not the A's, although the A's have spent a little bit more. The second they leave Oakland, they spend more. Of course they are. Very classy, John Fisher and the A's. We're not one of those bottom feeder teams. See, we have Rafi Devers. We have Willie Adames. We have Logan Webb. We have Jung-Hoo Lee. You guys are wearing his jersey. You chant his name every time he comes up to the plate. He's a fan favorite. We got a great ballpark. We're right on the water. We've got all these great things, but it kind of feels like it is not an act, but it feels like part of the motivation for signing the players and acquiring the players they have is to maybe keep the fan base at bay just a little bit, and so you can tell the fans, no, look, we are spending money. We do have some good players on our roster. Whether it translates to wins or losses almost feels kind of secondary.
It's almost like what Steiny and Guru call fussle, which is fake hustle.
Yep.
And it's not fake hustle because Rafi Devers is really good, and he this year is earning his contract. And, Willie Adames, the fact that they gave him all the money that they did was kind of exciting because the Giants could never attract a free agent hitter, and they got him to be a free agent hitter. But
I remember when I got the news, I was fired up. Right. I was pumped.
And the more you look at it now as we get through year 2, and I don't know if he'll play again this year, he probably won't, and it feels like, okay, he's a good hitter, but he can't play shortstop, and he's not a number 3 hitter or a 4 or a 5, and that's what you're paying him to be.
No, he's like a 7 hitter.
Probably. I mean, if you're really good, he could be your 6 hitter. And I think that Jung-Hoo Lee, as you look at his contract, it might actually wind up to be a pretty good signing, but he's kind of like your number 7 hitter, honestly, if you're a good team. And so you look beyond that, and I know the farm is better, and the caller said that, and he's not wrong.
He is right, yeah.
The farm is basically like an under-20 national team of, I think about the U.S. national soccer team from, I guess it'd be like 6 years ago when you had all these kids. It's like, yeah.
Pulisic and McKinney.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just you wait until they become like senior national team members, and, they're good. And the national team is, I guess, better than what they normally are, but they're not really that much better. Yeah. And so it's a little bit of that kind of false hope when you look at what the Giants are.
And to our last caller's point, who was on just last segment before we went to break, absolutely right. As you point out, the farm system is way better than it was a couple of years ago. And that is great. That is the lifeblood of every Major League Baseball team. It's the lifeblood of the big spenders. It's the lifeblood of the more conservative spending teams. You have to have a good farm system, and the Giants have that. But we're talking about the San Francisco Giants here, and it is never acceptable to be on pace to lose nearly 100 games. That is not acceptable, and that's the pace the Giants are on, and not just lose 100 games, but it feels like do it in maybe one of the most embarrassing ways possible, which is consistently blow leads late in baseball games, not being able to make the simple play to advance a runner, to field the ground ball, to turn a double play, to send a runner home from third. What was Kisner and the third base coach doing Pettis yesterday when they send Kisner home from third base, and he awkwardly tries to run across home plate when the catcher has the ball, doesn't even try to slide. I don't know what the hell this team is doing half the time, Dibs. And that, for a team of this stature, is not acceptable. And it's why I look for all of these issues that have been going on for multiple years now. I think for me, ultimately, it falls out on ownership more than Posey, more on Vitello, more on Minasian. It goes all the way back to the Johnsons.
It does, but as you get down to what you were talking about, like the finite details of a team, that to me falls on the manager. And then I look at the manager and I look at, Tony Vitello, who never has been in pro ball before, and he goes into spring training, and the reports I've heard and I've read is that he kind of approached it like a college coach, and some of the vets were looking at him side-eye like, what? We're doing this and that, and you're going to give us a rah-rah speech on March 3rd, and, it's 162 games here. We're going to go ahead and, ease our way into it, and then the other thing is, all those small, finite details of, not sliding in a play in the plate, and a third base coach who is, holding guys and sending guys and not making the right choices. And you've got a shortstop who's out there, yucking it up and making error after error, and just all these little minute 90 feet details. And when you have a team that's not super talented, those are the things you can't afford to give up.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of ownership in the Bay Area, we've been talking a lot this week about Jed York and, of course, his arrest in Ohio on a prostitution sting, and we'll get into all of that. But I think this conversation that we're talking about, Dibs, as it relates to the Giants and their ownership group and the Johnson family, Charles and Greg Johnson and Jed York, gives us an opportunity to maybe do some compare and contrast of the ownership groups of our Bay Area sports teams. So we'll do that when we come back. Plus, of course, always time for your calls and texts at 888-957-9570. And the Valkyries back in action again tonight, taking on the New York Liberty at 5 o'clock. Big game. The Liberty, maybe not as great of a record right now, but still one of the better teams in the W. That game is at 5, and you can listen to it on the free Odyssey app. Just search for Valkyries for all the action. We're also sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Granny back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Touchdown, San Francisco. What deception.
And we can't get enough of it.
Niners.
It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
Let's go Niners!
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale means summer is winding down, but our biggest sale of the year is just getting started. Now through September 8th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let summer end without a floor you love. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign Sign up with code 957THEGAME. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen.
So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as Big Bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart.
Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Stand Up to Cancer, with support from American Airlines, is charting a course towards a cure. Together we move towards our final destination, ending cancer once and for all. Go to standuptocancer.org/AA to learn more.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before. And that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
Well, if you're more of a Dibs guy, then today and tomorrow is for you.
Scoreboard, Willard.
You get more dibs when Willard's out.
You do.
Hey.
I like to talk, but, you know, you get more words in when it's me and you.
No doubt. And I enjoy the Willard and Dibs. I also enjoy the Grandy and Dibs. I even enjoy the Devone and Dibs because
the rare double
D's.
Dan Devone and Dan Dibley.
It's a quad D's because double D's and double D's, and I like watching him struggle with the reads and kind of
squirms a little bit.
Totally fight his way through it, but yeah, I just enjoy what we do, what I do, and
it's fun,
especially like this time of year and as we tiptoe toward football, we're getting ever closer.
Football.
One more of these, and I don't love the preseason, and this one especially, where it's like, who are you? I mean, Kevin Durant should be on play-by-play tonight.
Who are you?
Exactly.
Oh, God. This is like doing a high school broadcast that for two high school football teams that you've never seen play before, and your only prep was the roster that the coach handed you when you arrive an hour before you go on the air.
Oh, my God.
And I know you know exactly what I'm talking about.
You are bringing me back to 2000 and whatever, and I was doing a jamboree at Folsom High, and my partner was, thank you, JJ Stokes was my partner.
Oh, wow, that's
and
awesome.
So, I show up and whatever, I show up like 2 hours before the first game, and I'm grinding on my board, my two deep, and like you said, I've never heard of like whatever, Logan, whoever, like the backup guard, but I'm trying to do my homework. And JJ walks in, and I love you, JJ. And if you're out there listening, you know it's true. He walks in about 48 minutes before the game, and he's like, yeah, I left my notes at home. For crying out loud. All
He
right.
actually made notes, though?
Allegedly. And if he did, they were at home. And so, I'm out there. Hello, everybody. Dan Dibley here with JJ Stokes. Glad to be with you. Right. It was the whole thing, but.
And then the play happens. You see number 82 caught
That's
the pass.
it. Yes.
You got 82. Jack Leonard. Makes the catch.
But I was like, Milligan. I mean, he had 14 catches. He had 14 catches last year on JV. And JJ's like, you know what? 81 did a good job of beating 27 on the play. And, 36 was late to come and help. And I'm like, okay.
It's classic.
Yeah.
It's probably Guy Haberman again today. Guy does a great job. He'll kill it, as he always does.
No doubt.
But it is a challenge when you got a bunch of guys that probably aren't going to make the roster playing this entire game today.
And I was looking at the roster, and, there are double numbers. And so you might be.
Oh, yeah.
You're 58 on defense, and then there's a guy who's 58-0, and so your roster has to be totally finite to know.
And then you just take a guess when they're on special teams.
Exactly. You gotta hope for the best.
You have to guess.
Yep.
doing some Oregon football spring games in my years when I was at Oregon. That's what that was. You just have no clue which number guy that is.
Right, and even you doing, and I'm sure you did some high school stuff either in Oregon or whatnot, but you had the internet. When I started out must have been the late 90s, early 00s. I mean, you didn't have Max Preps. You didn't have the full breadth of information that you do now.
Yeah, I'm sure it was way tougher back then. There's no doubt. We've been talking a lot about ownership in the Bay and specifically the Giants because of how bad they've been. Joe Lacob is an ever-present topic of conversation on these airwaves and in the Bay Area because the Warriors are the Warriors and they're on the back end of one of the most successful dynasties that the sport of basketball has ever seen. And Joe Lacob, in his nature, is involved in the process. So he's always going to be part of the conversation. And lately he's been under fire maybe a little bit more than he's ever been before in his tenure as the primary principal owner of the Warriors because they haven't been as good of late. So he's always top of mind when it comes to the Warriors. I think the Johnson family and ownership should become more of the conversation of the Giants as we move forward, especially if there's not a lot of change in the offseason, and who knows what the new CBA and the lockout is going to do about the entire situation as well, but that might have an impact. But then this week, Dibs, ownership of the 49ers, of course, Joe Lacob has entered the conversation, not for any kind of football reason, but because of what he did off the field, and he got arrested in Ohio. I'm sure most of you listening have heard by now. He essentially got by a sting operation by Ohio police. They put up an advertisement on a known prostitution website. He interacted with it multiple times, and before he got to wherever this ad was leading him to, he got pulled over and arrested by police in Ohio near his hometown of Youngstown. And as a result, Dibs, you have conversations around our 3 big sport teams here in the Bay, and of course, we got the Valks, we got the Sharks as well. But the Giants, the Warriors, and the Niners, suddenly ownership is becoming a topic across all 3 of these teams. And we were thinking we could compare and contrast ownerships, coaches, general managers.
Right.
Because clearly, at least in my mind, Dibs, what the Giants are going through right now, they're in such a worse position than anybody else in the Bay Area. And it's because of maybe the lack of experience at the manager position, at the general manager Pobo position, but it's also because of who we think that the ownership group is. The Giants, I think, are far below everybody else.
And that, to me, is where the conversation should be. And I talk about this with Willard all the time about, quarterback rankings, whatever. For me, it's about quarterback rankings and head coach or play caller. That, to me, is more important than just, where do you have Brock Purdy ranked? Well, if Brock Purdy was a Carolina Panther, and no disrespect to Dave Canales, but he would probably be the 19th ranked quarterback, but he's here, and so I have him at like 12, 11, 10, wherever I have him, because he has Shanahan. And so for me, when you talk about ownership, you need to talk about ownership, decision maker, and coach, the troika or the trifecta of just that. And you look at the Giants, and right now the ownership is Charles Johnson, I guess, and he's 90-something, and he's never around, and his son Greg Johnson is the guy who's here, and it feels to me like he's more interested in...
Greg is like the person in charge. He's the chairman. Right. He's the chief decision maker.
So he's out there trying to make money. I don't think that he is really principally interested in being good. Buster Posey is really new in his job, and so is Tony Vitello. So I put them at the bottom of the 3. And in the second spot, I would go to Lacob, Dunleavy, and Kerr. I think that Joe Lacob is still hard driving toward winning. Mike Dunleavy, the jury is not, for me, totally out, but the jury is not in. I think that he's done some good things, and I think that he's been in a spot where he hasn't had a great chance to do a lot of things. And Steve Kerr, I kind of feel like, is a little bit of a short timer. Like, he's got a 2-year deal, and that might be Steph, and that might be Draymond. And so what comes after that, I don't know. But for me, still at number 1, despite the terrible decision to click on an ad twice on a Saturday night and once on a Sunday. And it seems to me that Jed York was either horny or lonely or both. I could stop, whatever.
Yeah.
Horny is just a word.
You caught me off guard is all.
Right. I mean, who among us with any sort of a libido has not been in that spot, right? And it's no judgment on whether or not that you are having those feelings. The judgment comes from what you do about it. And
yes.
It's funny, yes. Granny, because I knew I'd do the show with you today, and I was sitting on the H word earlier, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to say the word horny and see how he reacts. And, well, I mean, he reacted with a chuckle, and that's great. But for me, his judgment in that moment has nothing to do with the fact that as an owner, he does the things that I want, which is, hey, we need to rework this contract. We need $40 million in cash. Boom, here it is, done. And I mean, it's more than 160. It's, $40 million in cash or 20,
a lot more,
whatever the money is. Like, he does the things you want your owner to do. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, I think they work in concert very well. The team has done well under their regime. So for me, despite the East Palestine bust, the sting operation, I still have them at number 1 of the 3.
It feels like as a result of this Jed York story, I've heard, and it's not just on this radio station, I've heard these callers, in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the midday as well, but I see it online, I see it on Twitter, I see it on Instagram, I see it in, some text threads I'm on with friends that are Niner fans. It's like, oh, maybe this is the beginning of the end of Jed York's time as the principal owner of the 49ers. And I know both you and Willard have been on this show the last couple of days reacting to this and have said a number of times you don't think this is going to result in Jed York deciding to sell the 49ers. That remains TBD. We'll find out as as the months and years move along. But I've heard so many Niner fans come out of the woodwork and say, I never liked Jed York, never thought he was a good owner, and hopefully this is the beginning of the end of his leadership of this organization. And I guess there's maybe a parallel between, I know they have different positions, but the way the Niner fan base feels about Jed York, it's kind of the way that Warrior fans feel about Mike Dunleavy, because early in Jed York's tenure, when he took over as the controlling person, the principal owner, and of course through his parents and his uncle and the relationship to the DeBartolo family, of course, all of that. There's when he first took over Dibs, he kind of felt like he was one of the group that brought the Niners to the dominance in the 80s and the 90s. And that, of course, had nothing to do with him. And it felt like he was trying to take advantage or take credit for a lot of that. And he maybe thought his head was a little too big. And the Harbaugh stuff happened, and he was one of the main reasons why that relationship ended so poorly, and he did not hire a good replacement in Jim Tomsula, and then Chip Kelly happened, and then he struck gold with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and learned in that process and all those failures, it's best to just kind of stick into the background. And I think for the most part, over the last decade since Shanahan took over, he's done a really good job of kind of just staying in the background. But the second that he steps out of line, one toe out of line, and you see so much of the fan base say, well, we never liked him. We never forgave him for what happened with Harbaugh. He wasn't the reason this franchise was great in the first place. Maybe this is the beginning of the end. And it's kind of like how Warrior fans feel about Dunleavy from his playing days. Then he left the organization. You forget about him. Now he comes back, and Warrior fans are expressing their distrust of him once again. But I don't know. It feels like the York conversation is shifting to where it was maybe earlier towards the end of the Harbaugh tenure.
It might be going that way. And even if you go further back than that, when John York took over, and basically he did so because his wife, Denise DeBartolo York, was Eddie D's sister. And so when Eddie D got forced out, it fell to Denise. And so Denise went to her husband, John, and John ran the team. And John did not run the team in a way that Niner fans actually liked, and they were not successful. And John York was kind of seen as somebody who was aloof and not really that accomplished or that capable of doing what he did. And eventually he brought in his son, Jed, and Jed was very young, and it was kind of a silver spoon vibe where, you only got the job because you were born on third base. And that's a fair way to characterize it. And then the whole thing with Harbaugh happened, and, he eventually would be the guy to fire Harbaugh. And I think that Jim Harbaugh kind of fired himself with the way he went about conducting his business. And, that's what Jim Harbaugh had done up until Michigan, where it was like 4 or 5 years. And then I'm going to go ahead and blow up my spot and move on. And, Jed was kind of left holding the bag. And
it wasn't all on Jed. You're right.
It was not all on Jed at all. And it was on Jim as well. But
Jed did not handle that situation well either.
No, and the pivot was to bring in Tomsula. Yeah. And then the pivot from that was Chip Kelly. And then the pivot from that was, all right, we'll bring in Kyle Shanahan. And at that point, when, Kyle was like, I'm bringing in John Lynch. And I think that Jed York realized, I'm not a football guy. So he stepped back, and it's been good. And it's been almost 10 years of that. And I do think outside of this embarrassing incident, Jed has done a good job of, answering the phone of like, hey, John, you want to rework that deal? You need $22 million in cash? Hold on. Yeah. Here it is. Boom. Call me later. And so I do think that Jed has done mostly a good job of owning the way you want him to own, which is, we need money. Here's some money. And other than that, it's been Al Guido up front. And Al Guido actually is at the owners' meetings right now, and Jed York is not. And so the one thing that I want to assure fans of is the fact that the Yorks are not going to sell, because Jed had $160 in East Palestine and he got caught in a sting. That's not going to cause the York family to give up 90% of the Niners and sell them for $12 billion. The Yorks have been pretty clear about the fact that they want to keep it for the next generation and maybe the generation after that. Now, could there be somebody else who steps in place of Jed and actually is the front-facing owner? That might be a thing, but the Yorks are not selling the team. That's not happening.
You think he's, how good of an owner, because it's different in the NFL than, say, like the NBA or even Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball, you can spend however much money you want to spend.
Right.
It's different. The NFL is obviously, it's a soft cap, right? It's not really a salary cap, but there are, ways that you can move around it. I feel like you can really flex your ownership prowess or your willingness to spend in a league other than Major League or other than the National Football League.
Right. I think the NFL is the one that gives you the most flexibility, though, in terms of how you can navigate the cap. And, Willard and I, we've been together almost 5 years on the radio, and his big thing has been cap schmap. And I've always told him, but the cap. And he actually is right. And I'll say that now because he's out of town and he's not listening.
Yeah, we'll cut this and send it along to him.
I know you will because you're down on the dibber, but the one thing that ownership has done where you have a cap situation, and let's just say that Christian McCaffrey right now was looking at his situation and saying, you know what, I need more guaranteed money or I'm not showing up. Well, they would look at it and say, you know what if we gave you $25 million in a bonus and we stretched you out for 3 more years? Then Jed York would say, yeah, $25 million, boom, I'll do that. And that's where in the NFL, not every team has the willingness to go ahead and dip into the cash reserves and do what needs to be done to avoid the cap. And that's where
you can accelerate the money owed on a contract, decrease the cap hit for future years, and essentially you're paying all that out ASAP. You give your player just a one-time check for X amount of $1 million, and you save money in the future from your cap.
Right. You save money in the cap in the short term, but what you do is you build in what they call voidable years, and there's the dead cap money on the back end. And if you look at the Trent Williams deal, and I think the Kittle deal.
So many of them.
And maybe Fred Warner. Your best players, when they get up to a spot where they have no more guaranteed money, but they still want to play and you want them to play, you go ahead and rework the deal and give them a bonus that gets stretched out over the years, and then you tack on the dead cap years, and then, when they're gone and retired, well, the team is going to have to eat that money down the road.
But the only way that happens, and the only way the player accepts it, and the only way you get it done, and it can benefit you in the short term, is if you have an owner that is willing to part with a big chunk of liquid money in that moment to give to the player, and so everyone's happy in that moment.
I mean, Kevin Dana would probably be on the call when these deals are done. Cash me out one time.
Absolutely. Cash me out 10 million times.
Right. Cash me out 28.5 million times, but you need an owner willing to do that up front and say, yeah, here's the cash, and we'll go ahead and worry about the back end of it, with the dead cap years on our own. And that's where I think Jed York and the Yorks in general have done such a good job of getting their cap to be malleable.
888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in, talking Jed York and ownership in the Bay Area. A lot of conversation, of course, about Jed York. Joe Lacob is always a topic of conversation, and I think the Giants ownership group, the Johnson family, should come under the microscope a bit given what this season has been. Don in Berkeley wants to weigh in. What's up, Don?
Hi, a couple of things that I didn't hear mentioned that I think at least should get some consideration. One is about Mike Shanahan. I give him a lot of credit for owning up to the fact that he was at fault for that auto accident last month. But I also think that somewhere it should be talked about that he was really careless, and if he killed somebody, that would have been really bad luck, but it also changed the narrative that everyone's talking about. And, Jed York exercised very bad judgment, but he didn't kill anybody, and he had some luck involved, too, because he clicked the wrong link, probably. But the other thing is...
You mentioned Mike Shanahan. You're talking about Kyle Shanahan, right? And in his car accident? Is that what you're referring to?
Please give me a break. I'm 75 and I forget things.
No, I appreciate it, but I just don't. I want to make sure that if we're going to, slander somebody, then we, use the accurate name. I'm not saying you're slandering Kyle Shanahan, but yes, he's very fortunate that he didn't kill somebody, and I believe the other person involved in the crash was not severely hurt.
Yeah, he got lucky. I think they're very minor injuries for the woman in the other vehicle.
Certainly. Yeah. And I mean, Jed York showed bad judgment. I don't think that was a life or death situation.
I also don't think he accidentally clicked on the wrong link or advertisement, considering that that's what our caller said, that maybe there was some bad luck involved or something.
The reports were he did it 2 times on Saturday.
He interacted with it 3 times.
Right,
Yeah.
but the way I read it, it was 2 times on Saturday, and then, maybe you think twice about it and you go to sleep, and then you wake up on Sunday and you think, you know what? I do want to go ahead and click on that a 3rd time.
Yeah. But leadership groups of our teams here in the Bay Area, the Niners, led by Jed York as the principal owner, John Lynch as general manager, and Kyle Shanahan as head coach. The Warriors, led by Joe Lacob as the principal owner of the Golden State Warriors, Mike Dunleavy as general manager, Steve Kerr as head coach, and the Giants, main owner, main decision maker, leader of the ownership group, Greg Johnson, then Buster Posey, president of baseball operations, and Tony Vitello, the Giants manager. How do you rank? How do you compare and contrast these leadership groups from these 3 teams? Dibs thinks the Niners have the number 1 spot. Jed York, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan. What do you guys think? Warrior fans, Giants fans, Niner fans. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to weigh in. Marlon, we will come to you when we come back from break here on 95.7 The Game as we continue to discuss ownership here in the Bay. Plus, we do have Niners football coming up in a little more than an hour at 5 o'clock. We'll dive into some things as it relates to the Niners as well before that game begins. And we got a whole lot more to get into. Something that Bleacher Report put out today about the Niners. We can talk about that. Where should the Niners panic meter be? We'll talk about that with you all as well when we come back. But Marlon, you are up next the second we come back from break. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Dibs and Grandy, Willard and Dibs with you here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard for Daisy Dips. All right, the big games are coming. You guys know that I love watch parties, and Daisy Dips is an absolute staple of my watch parties. They got the French onion dip. They have got the delicious Daisy Ranch dip. It is made with ingredients that you can probably find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients, just good, clean stuff that goes with chips, wings, and veggies. Try it for your big game party, Daisy Dips.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
That's Elena's family group chat. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always on the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. And from now until September 1st, get free activation by skipping the access charge. Go to your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited.
Football season is here, and you know what looks great at your tailgate? A brand new Ford from Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on now, and this offer is built for game day weekends, school drop-offs, road trips, and everything else life throws at you. For a limited time, get special 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,500 total cash, no payments for 90 days, and a complimentary 2-year Ford premium maintenance plan on some of Ford's most popular models. That $1,500 total cash includes $1,000 in summer sales event down payment assistance, plus $500 final days mega bonus cash. We're talking the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, and the Mustang. Or get up to $15,000 off MSRP on select new 2025 Ford models. Before the season really gets rolling, upgrade your ride at Serramonte Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman, Daly City, or anytime at SerramonteFord.com. That's the winning play call. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? Do you want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game, although no Willard, so it's Dibs and Grandy with you. Willard will be back on Monday, which means he has to miss higher or lower tomorrow. That's just really unfortunate for Willard.
It is. And
Man, I feel so bad for him.
Well, and I'm hoping that you can actually take advantage because when he's been gone, you have failed, and you were gone, and he has failed. And
I won last week.
Finally.
On a tiebreaker, I almost choked it away.
Risotto had a three-peat going, and also tomorrow, the deep-voiced, baritone, and long-winded friend of the program, Cam Williams. How you doing? I thought it might be higher, but then I thought again, Dibs, and I'm leaning toward lower. I'm gonna go with lower, Dibs.
I would have him crack the mic back here, but he's talking to R.C. Davis.
Oh,
he's getting ready. He's getting ready for the Valkyries game, which is coming up at 5. Which, of course, you can listen to on the free Odyssey app. Just search for Valkyries for all the action. Again, it's Valkyries in New York versus the Liberty at 5 o'clock. It's all brought to you by Unstoppables as the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA. Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. Valks and Liberty coming up at 5 o'clock on the free Odyssey app. Again, just search Valkyries for all the action.
I get where he could be distracted because I'm also distracted. Today is my wife's birthday. Shout out.
Happy birthday to Supper.
Mrs. Dibley, Supper Dibley. And I had a great morning where the presents were all dialed in and exactly. And I won't say how old she is because I wrote it in her card and she's like, oh God, really? And younger than me, older than you, but I made her a blackberry cobbler.
Oh,
so I'm
that
waiting
sounds
for her
good.
to come home and actually, give me the reaction or the review over the cobbler. Yeah. Really? That's how you're going to do my cobbler?
I'm so sorry.
That was well done.
I was in need of a cobbler.
Just heat that cobbler up a little bit with a little bit of vanilla ice cream.
Bought the vanilla ice cream.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, we're all dialed in. I'm just kind of waiting for the reaction of, oh, my God, you made a cobbler. Because I made her a cobbler when we were dating like 6 years ago. And every year she's like, where's my cobbler? Like playfully. And so today I went out and.
You hadn't made one since?
No. I mean.
No.
I mean. Exactly. I mean, whatever. We had a kid and we were married. I didn't have to get you a cobbler. Like, you're stuck with me.
You made it. You didn't buy it. You just bought the.
No, I made the cobbler.
Yeah. Wait, is it
from
blueberries
scratch.
or blackberries?
Blackberries.
You
It's
bought the
blackberry
blackberries.
season.
Yeah.
And I bought the blackberries, and you do the flour and the sugar, and you do
Yum. Sounds
a little
delicious.
bit of milk and some butter, and then you do the whole thing.
I
And
like all those things.
yeah, so I'm looking forward to the cobbler reaction. She was in need of a cobbler.
We gotta get the review from Supper on
yeah.
Dibbs's
Yep.
blackberry cobbler.
I love tomatoes.
Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll let you know
It's
right
not
here.
tomatoes.
On 95.7 The Game. As promised, we're going to go to the phone lines. Let me just set the stage really quick for you, Marlon. We're talking about ownership, leadership in the Bay Area. Jed York, of course, has been in the news. Joe Lacob is always the topic of conversation. And with how bad the Giants are, I think that the microscope should, focus a little bit more on the Giants ownership group, led, of course, by Greg Johnson. Dibbs was ranking leadership groups in those three teams: Giants, Warriors, Niners, ownership, and then general manager and coach. And he had the Niners far and away number one. Jed York, despite what happened this week in Ohio, has been a solid owner, has, broke out the checkbook when needed for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And, of course, that group is buoyed by John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. What do you guys think? 888-957-9570. Marlon's on the 24 and wants to weigh in. What's up, Marlon?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. A part of me would rather weigh in about the cobbler, but since we're talking sports, I think if I had to rank them, I'd probably rank the Warriors ownership group number one, and then the Niners, and then the Giants. But to your point about the Giants ownership group, I mean, it's no secret that the owner is very right-leaning and, donates money in certain places, and probably people in the Bay don't like that. But he's also not visible, right? Or that ownership group's not really meddling with things. And sometimes maybe that's for the best. I just called in, Grandy, because you were talking more about when I started listening about like the comparison to the ownership group and people popping up right now and saying, hey, I never really liked Jed York, and then you likened it to Mike Dunleavy. And it made me think a little bit more of like just a really passionate owner. And I think you also mentioned something about the calls. And this morning somebody called in and said, I never really liked Jed and he was a poser. I always thought he was a poser, and it made me think like, yeah, he is a little bit of a poser. And we like Joe Lacob and we like people like Steve Ballmer, but the difference is the Warriors won. So if anything, I think that just to make one last point, maybe the points don't make all this sense, but Mike Dunleavy, I'd almost compare him to Buster Posey. I wouldn't compare it to Jed York. But yeah, everybody wants to talk smack until you win. So thanks for taking my call, guys.
Good call, Marlon. I think you bring up some interesting points. My comparison about Jed to Mike, obviously those guys have different positions. One's the principal owner of the Niners. The other is the general manager of the Warriors. But I think in terms of how the fans feel about those guys, it's kind of guilty until proven otherwise because of how your relationship with the fan base began. And in Jed's case, it was... How old was he when he took over? Like 28 or
something like that.
Something like that.
Maybe early 30s or late 20s.
Something like that. And Mike Dunleavy, of course, has a really high draft pick. and never lived up to those lofty standards. And kind of from the beginning, they were immediately essentially distrusted by the fan base. And it takes a lot to win the fan base over. And for Jed York specifically, it's been almost a decade of Jed York learning from his mistakes and kind of, operating from the shadows a little bit. And as you laid out last segment, when John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan approach him and say, Trent Williams, he's the best offensive lineman in the NFL, but he's holding in, and he's not going to play for us unless we guarantee a whole lot more of his money. But we need money for Kittle, and we're going to pay Purdy. Are you okay with paying Purdy top of the market value, by the way? We'll talk about that coming up in a little bit. But in order to get Trent Williams suited up and ready to go, we're going to need to hand him a $15, $18, $20 million check right now. Jed, can you do that? And as far as we know, Jed has done that more often. The point is, though, it's been almost a decade of Jed being, to your point, a good owner. And then one thing happens, and it's a big deal in terms of, the illegality of all of it and the hierarchy of crimes. Like, it's relatively low on the totem pole, but it's a big deal. But one thing happens, and as our caller was talking about, he heard the call on the morning. I've heard so many of them throughout this entire week here on 95.7 The Game. Feels like everybody, just the second it becomes feasible to turn on somebody again, you do it because of how the relationship with Jed York began, which is similar to Dunleavy, in my opinion.
And I get that, and all of a sudden, Jed York is now vulnerable because he made a mistake in East Ohio, and I get that. I'm not saying that he is still above the fray, and the league could come in and give him a punishment that is however long and however much they cost the team. I don't think that this rises to the level of okay, it's going to be a 5th round draft pick that you have to forfeit because you happen to have $160 and you got popped in East Palestine. This is not at that level, and you can go all the way back to, I think it was Robert Irsay of the Colts, who got actually a DUI, and turns out I think that he was involved with some drugs, and I think that he got a 6-week suspension as an owner, and they paid a fine and whatnot. And so this might rise to that level. But even if Jed York were to say, you get suspended for a year, hypothetically, like the Niners, you have to pay $5 million, and Jed, you sit out for a year. How does that affect what the Niners do? It doesn't. It doesn't affect the Niners' business at all, not one iota. Now, you could not like Jed York, and you could look at this and say, oh, it's a stain on the franchise, and oh boy, how is this going to affect the team? I don't think it affects the team at all. It affects Jed York and his, divorced wife or soon-to-be divorced wife and their poor kids who now have to answer to what dad did and the rest of it. And I don't believe that the team is going to be prompted to sell now that, Jed York has made a big mistake in East Ohio.
Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard on with you and Willard yesterday talking about Jed York and the impact this may have on the football team in the short term and the long term and everything in between. Here's Tim Kawakami.
Your owner getting arrested and spending a day or two in jail is a big deal. We've written about it. That is no question something that they're going to have to deal with. It is a huge existential issue about how he's run the team, what will happen in the future. But it's set up for, he's not calling the plays here, right? He's not even, involved in the cuts to 53 or what scheme they're going to play. Now, there's some discussion with him in the offseason, I'm sure, about what their plans are and how it's going to work. But for this season, for getting ready to play in Melbourne, Australia, in whatever it is, 15 days, whatever it is, very little to do with it. This football team is run by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Obviously, the Kyle Shanahan accident is thrown into this, which Kyle really enjoys, by the way. He loves the fact that his name is thrown into this. Yeah, it's been some stuff they've had to deal with, and maybe there will be effects. But I don't know if you guys are deciding that there's a dark cloud over them, but it's stuff that people deal with. It's human. People do stuff. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. We'll see if the football team is affected by it.
Now, Tim Kawakami has been one of the, I think, stronger voices that has said this is a big deal, and it's going to pose some serious, leadership questions for the Niners when you look, at the macro view of it, when you zoom out a little bit, and when you fast forward a year into the offseason or exactly whenever the timeline is, a little less certain, but is going to cause some serious questions to be asked. But if that's how Tim feels, and he is, again, one of the stronger voices saying this is a gigantic deal and it will impact things in the future, he's also saying it's not going to impact the football team at all. So I think you and Willard are exactly right in that regard, but it's definitely not a good thing at all. But it's just curious the way that we react to all this. I feel like it brings up the question of, well, what exactly do you want to see from the owner of your favorite sports team? And I think, frankly, for the most part of the last decade of the Shanahan tenure, Jed York is probably a great example of what you want from an owner, because you don't hear a lot from Jed. You know, there were those times during NFL drafts when he'd like do those cryptic tweets before they'd make a pick.
Right.
And he'd do like #trenches and they'd go and draft a defensive lineman or whatever. Like those sorts of things.
I forgot that.
Maybe those annoy you, but it's not like it's that big of a deal. He's not, talking about what their plans are and who they're targeting when they're 5 picks away and somebody else picks the guy that they want as a result of that. Like, he's not giving away state secrets here. Maybe there's some small things here or there that have annoyed you, but I think to your point, largely the last decade, he's been a pretty good owner. Like, he's done exactly everything you want. Last decade, who do you think's done a better job? Joe Lacob or Jed York? And don't include what Jed York did this week. Up until this week, Jed York or Joe Lacob, the last decade.
It's Joe Lacob, and it's not even close. Like, Joe Lacob he's won a title in that period of time, and he was able to get a WNBA franchise and and not single-handedly turn them into, but he's a part of, making them worth $1 billion, and he built Chase Center. And I know that since Jed has taken over, they have built Levi Stadium, and you could think that, Levi Stadium is a joke. And
it's another reason why fans don't like him, because he was one of the reasons they moved out of San Francisco.
You could look at that, or you could look at our governor and say, Governor Newsom, at the time, Mayor Newsom, didn't do what needed to be done to go ahead and make it a sweetheart deal. But
it's been more than a decade for that too, by the way.
Right. It's been back to 2000 and maybe 14.
I was going to say 2014.
Roughly 14.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at an article from 2008 at the end of the year, December, when Jed York, who was 27 at the time, son of John York, and he became team president, and he said, he's quoted about Mike Singletary, "I'm very fired up about Mike. And, I think the team is starting to play with all the intensity and passion that we expect." And that's Jed York weighing in on Singletary and the team as a 27-year-old new team president. Now
18 years ago.
Right, but you skip ahead 18 years, and to your point, Jed is now 45 or 46, and he's not weighing in on like Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and all the football stuff. But at the time, he was weighing in with that passion. And, at the time, when you're in your 20s, maybe you feel like that's what you're supposed to do.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And I'm not trying to say that Jed York is a better owner than Joe Lacob. I think I'm just posing the question because there are a lot of Warrior fans out there, Dibs, that feel like within the last, 3-ish years, the Warriors and a lot of Warrior fans, and maybe I'm living in the social media bubble or the bubble that we live in here at the radio station, where you have very emotional fans that chime in, and we love every single one of you that chime in, but we do have very emotional fans that maybe Dibs doesn't. I love every single one of you that chime in. Maybe there's a couple here or there. The point is, though, there are a lot of Warrior fans out there who have voiced pretty consistently a lot of frustration towards Joe Lacob for not being willing to do more. Being the reason why maybe you drafted James Wiseman, being the reason you drafted and held on to Jonathan Kuminga for so long, being unwilling to move off of future multiple first-round picks to acquire somebody that you can put alongside Steph Curry for the final few years of his career. It's not like you can make those complaints, I think, about Jed York, and those complaints maybe aren't warranted in your mind, and we don't feel nearly as strongly as most, at least a lot of those fans feel about Joe Lacob. But over the last, 7 years, Dibs, what is complaint number one about Jed York. Like, I can't really think of that many. You could be upset that he was part of the reason the team moved to Santa Clara. Yes, absolutely. You can be terribly upset with how the Harbaugh era ended and the decision to hire Tom Sula and to hire Chip Kelly. But since then, again, before this past weekend, I think he's been almost a model of what you want from an owner of a professional sports team.
For the most part, because he has stayed largely out of the way. And I think that people judge Joe Lacob in a certain way because he is out there and he is front-facing and he sits courtside.
That's the line, right?
Right.
Is how involved are you?
It's the optics. And so does Jed York sit courtside or field side at a Niner game? Well, no, because those are bad seats. So,
you sit in a box somewhere.
Right. So is Jed York in a box? I don't know. Does the camera ever cut to a Jed York up there and like Jerry Jones and after a pick, Brock Purdy throws a pick. Let's go to the Carolina game.
It might cut to John, or it
cuts to John Lynch.
And it will cut. Yeah, you're right. It cuts to John Lynch.
So, like, Brock Purdy threw 3 picks and 8 passes against Carolina.
Was that on Monday night or whatever that was?
We were there.
Yeah.
And, like, after the 3rd pick, if it was Jerry Jones, you would have cut to Jerry Jones, and it would have been, like, hands up and, like, pump the fist and, like,
and that
wag
does
the
happen.
finger.
They do cut to Jerry Jones.
Right, but they don't cut to Jed York, to your point, because Jed York is either not in the box or in the back row or not reacting the way that they want him to react.
Or in the box, but it doesn't have the history of recent of being a main character in this thing.
Because John Lynch is, much more attached to what's going on because Jed York has allowed this to happen. So I do think that the Joe Lacob piece of it, it's twofold. One, we all tab him with Wiseman and Kuminga, and I'm one of the people who thinks that actually is the case. I don't know if we've ever definitively gotten proof that that's the case, but we've talked to many reporters, and it seems like Joe Lacob was enamored with 2 timelines, my words, not his, and getting these young projects. And so, yeah, those were mistakes, and you can blame him for that, and you're certainly welcome to. And then you look at him sitting courtside, and we've had reports of him going in the tunnel after bad losses and, having animated discussions with Mike Dunleavy and others. That's Joe Lacob. You can't hate the passion and at the same time not reward the passion that led to a brand new arena and 4 titles. So for me, it's a little bit of the yin and the yang when it comes to Joe Lacob. And right now, as an owner, stock probably down a little bit because you lost Bob Myers, and the narrative is Bob left because Joe was too exacting, and you brought in Mike Dunleavy, and what has Mike done in some fans' eyes? Not enough. And you had dinner with Draymond Green, and you gave him a deal that he probably didn't deserve, and you let Kuminga go, and you didn't force Kerr to play him, and whatever you want to think about it, I look at the totality of the Joe Lacob era, and it's now been, 16 years of Joe Lacob, or 14 years of Joe Lacob. We go back to
2010, I think, right?
So 16 years of Lacob. And he went out there and talked about hanging banners, and we all booed. I didn't. I would have if I was there.
2010,
but I was busy that night.
$450 million at the time.
Right, and it's now worth 10, 11, 12, whatever, and he's hung 4 banners. So
billion, yeah.
Right, and so I don't know. I look at the totality. Right now, stock up, stock down for Joe Lacob. It's probably down a little bit because you didn't maximize the late Steph Curry window. And what are you going to do next?
That's more like franchise-wide because the team hasn't been as good lately. So how else could where else could the stock be going at this point?
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. For me, you look at what he has done with the arena, with the Valkyries, and will Steph win one more? Probably not. Does that mean that Joe Lacob is just going to suddenly, we're gonna tighten the screws and we're not gonna spend anymore, and I'm just gonna make sure I pinch my pennies like the Giants do? No, he's gonna double down and go all in.
They're all the way up against the most amount of money they can spend. That the NBA allows the Warriors to spend. They're spending that much money this year. And you might say, well, the roster stinks. That's not my problem. And yeah, that's fair. The roster is not great, but with signing Brandon Williams and George Niang, they have $300,000 to play with.
Wow.
And the roster's full. You don't have any other contracts to give out, but you have $300,000 of leeway up against the second apron right now.
That's crazy.
You're spending as much as you possibly can.
And Steph Curry's eligible for an extension on Saturday.
Yes, 2 days.
And so come Saturday, or even come Monday, or you get to the end of September And the word comes out that, Joe Lacob lowballed Steph Curry. And therefore, Steph Curry is going to play out the year and Steph Curry is going to leave. Well, if that is the reality of what happens, then go ahead and rip Joe Lacob. But I guarantee you, Joe Lacob is going to offer him every penny he can because that's what he does as an owner.
Slater reported yesterday that, quote, the Warriors are expected to discuss a contract extension that will keep him with the franchise for the entirety of his career.
Love it. Yeah.
Great reporting there, Slater. I think we all knew that.
Oh, my God.
But, he's reporting based on, the reality of the approach. Yes. We all think that that's what they're going to do, but if he's saying it, that's what he's hearing from people who actually know.
Yeah.
And so, are they going to offer him, I think it's 2 years and
136.7 is the maximum he could get.
And I would bet that they offer that, and I would bet that he accepts it.
2 years, 136.7. You might be asking, why are they offering more than 2 years? You can only offer him 2 years.
Right.
Once you get to a certain age threshold,
38.
and he's reached that, you can only sign for the max of 2 years at a time.
Yeah, and you're getting there, Grandy. I hope Odyssey doesn't have that same policy.
I'm getting there.
You're knocking on 38's door now.
I'm looking for another max deal here. Come on.
I like it. I like your chances. You're trending in the right direction.
888-957-9570. Scott, I see you. We got about a minute until we got to hit a break, so I want to give you enough time to give us your thoughts. So if you hang out through the break, we will get to you right when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game, talking ownership in the Bay. Obviously, with what's gone on with Jed York this week, it has not been good. We'll see if it impacts the team at all. We'll see what it means for the future of the York's family stake in the 49ers. The future of the 49ers, indeed.
The next 15 years.
Well, I also want to throw out, because we do have Niner football coming up in about 50 minutes as they close out their preseason slate in Vegas against the Raiders. I want to throw out something that Bleacher Report put out about panic meters for all NFL teams and their fan bases around the league. We'll talk about that when we come back as well. We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety. It's Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game.
School season is here. Remember your driving ABCs. Stay alert for bicyclists and children crossing. Stop for students getting on or off the bus. Look out in school zones. Follow the posted speed limit. ABC. Go safely, California. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Football is back. And you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibs getting us started at 2. Be there.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with choices for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now, save up to $1,400 on Tempur-Pedic Split King sleep systems. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity CyberSecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi. We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit Xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you right willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ILoveJax.com.
You guys have heard me talking about him over the last year. Jason Beam from Beam Law is with me. And Jason, after you get into an accident, people assume insurance will take care of everything. Is that really the case?
Not always, Matt. Insurance companies handle claims every day. For you, this might be the first serious accident you've ever experienced.
So you're already at a disadvantage?
You can be. That's why you should understand your rights before giving statements, signing documents, or accepting a settlement.
Well, especially when your health and income could be on the line, right?
Exactly. You shouldn't have to figure it all out alone.
Beam Law has recovered millions for Bay Area clients and been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured, call for a free no-obligation case review. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton, a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it. You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Labor Day deals are looking good at Lowe's. Save $10 on 1-gallon cans and $50 on 5-gallon pails of select interior paint via rebate. Plus, get 2 2.5-quart or 3-quart mums for just $8. A fresh look and savings? Even better. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9. While supplies last. Mum sizes vary by location and exclude Alaska and Hawaii. See store at Lowe's.com for more details.
In San Francisco, cloudy skies with a low of 58.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples. That was easy.
Don't miss your chance to see comedian Gabriel Iglesias performing live at Oakland Arena on October 11th. The show is almost sold out. Be sure to buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Icon Live, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I want winners.
We were talking about some former Niner head coaches during the commercial break. So
oh, yeah.
Steven came back with Mike Singletary.
I want winners.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I want people who want to win.
I'd rather go out there and play with 10 men.
Possibly.
And get penalized Every down. Up and down the field.
I know what you're going to say after this.
Excuse me, Coach. Dan Dibley from the Times-Picayune. It's not a penalty to play with 10. Anyway.
You're allowed to.
Yes. If you want entertainment, you need to listen to the whole rant.
Yeah.
Because it was preceded by him dropping his pants at halftime.
Hey, Tony. Mark Willard, 95.7 the game.
Is that recent? No.
No, that was probably his intro press conference.
Right. And the other one is, let's go to Mark in the back.
In the back?
It's a good one.
That was probably for Buster Posey's return to the organization as a part owner.
It might have been the Gabe Kapler introductory presser. No, I don't think he was at that one.
Yeah, no, that was too long ago.
That one got spicy, too, in a hurry.
Oh, that was the awkward one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure was.
You brought up Will Venable earlier, and Pasta reminded me that when the Giants were hiring, the year that they hired Kapler in 2019, Will Venable was interviewed for the job that year.
Wow.
And they didn't go with Will.
He was the then Cubs first base coach.
Okay.
Fresh off his playing days.
Yeah, he still rates as, of all the athletes I covered certainly in Marin County, I would put him.
One of the best?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
He was a high school basketball player, and I covered his team with Stevie Johnson and Dustin Brown, coached by the legendary Brett Tavani, and they were so good. And then they'd get to the playoffs, and they just couldn't get through the North Coast section. And Will went to Princeton, and he played basketball. And next thing you know, it's like he's playing baseball. And it's like, okay,
and he's a big leaguer, a long time.
And then he's a big leaguer, yeah. But I mean, at the time, he was a high school and a D1 college basketball player, and he was good.
Yeah,
legit.
888-957-9570. Dibs and Grandy with you. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. We've been comparing and contrasting owners of our Bay Area sports teams. With the Giants, of course, it's the Johnson family. Greg Johnson with the Warriors, Joe Lacob, and with the Niners, it is Jed York, who has been in the news for all the wrong reasons this week. And leadership in general, you add in those owners, their general managers, and their coaches. How do these groups compare and contrast? I know Scott on 680 wants to talk about Jed York. That's where we go next. Scott, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs.
What's happening, my guys? Happy game day. Let's go Niners.
Yeah, you too.
Man, we almost made it. Thank you. We almost made it through the summer without any drama this year. I was excited for that. And then Jed York said, hold my beer. Man. So couple things about it, if I can, real quick. So I remember when he first started taking over, right? And, like, one thing that all the fans were picking up on, like, kind of felt like he wanted to come out and try and be like Jerry Jones, right? He was, like, doing press conferences. We were kind of scratching our heads, like, why is he talking? And then, like, finally someone told him to pipe down, and, like, he kind of faded to the back, right? And we were happy. We were like, yeah, get this guy under the cameras. He doesn't need to talk. Let the coaches do everything. So, I mean, I always kind of looked at him as, like, this guy's kind of creepy. And then, real quick, and I'll pivot to Sunday. So, I've only seen Jed York twice outside of a football setting, right? Obviously on Sunday. Once about, I don't know, 9-10 years ago. I was at Los Santos at a park for a birthday party, and Jed York was there, and he had his kids down at the birthday party, but he was just at the park playing with the kids, but he was wearing a 49er shirt and a 49er hat, and I was kind of thinking to myself, like, who does that? Like, you own the Niners. Like, why are you going out in a Niner hat and a Niner shirt? It's just I just thought it was a little off. But then you see him, and he's in, like, gym shorts and just a regular T-shirt, right? And you see him on Sunday. He's in gym shorts and T-shirt. I'm like, is this how you dress on a regular basis, right? Just kind of giving us those creepy vibes. But listening to everything that they're saying, right, that he clicked on this ad 3 times on his phone, we all know ads are forced upon you about what you're looking for. And I'm not trying to throw any dirty laundry out there or anything like that, but maybe that's half the reason why him and his family are splitting apart. Maybe this could be a routine thing that may be coming out. I won't be surprised if we hear more about, like, hey, he's been doing this for months. He's just in the wrong setting, and now he got caught trying to do something illegal. Not too sure, just a theory, just a thought, but if he's clicking on an ad, I mean, ads pop up because you're searching for stuff constantly.
Yeah, you're talking about the algorithm, and what you're alluding to is...
Hey, Scott.
Yeah, Scott, it's a speculation sensation is what that is right there. But there is a certain amount of, like, the algorithm...
There we go.
Like, the algorithm is the algorithm, and, you know, I don't know how that pertains to a pop-up ad when you're on the road in East Ohio, but you can search up anything you want to search up. I do know this, when I just was recently buying presents for my wife for her birthday, shout out Supper. Okay, so you look at a certain company where she wants a product and you buy it, and now for the past week and a half, all I get in my algo is more stuff from that same company.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hey. Or it's like what the ads that you get when you scroll Instagram Reels. Oftentimes you say something next to your phone, and the next 5 ads that you get on Instagram are going to be related to something that your phone just heard you say. And what you're talking about is if you're surfing the web, whether it's on your phone or on a desktop or a laptop or whatever it is, websites sell advertising space, right? That's how so many of these websites create revenue. If you're reading their stuff for free, they have to create revenue somehow, and they do that by selling ad space. And so the computer learns, your computer learns what your preferences are and what you like and what you're buying, which is what you're talking about. When you go birthday shopping for your wife, then you'll get ads for whatever you were shopping for on those kinds of websites. Where Jed was, as far as I understand, is a known illegal prostitution website, which is not like your normal website where you go and you read your media stories or whatever your story is that you're reading.
Be careful what words you use, because your phone is right next to you. And so
absolutely,
when you say the word prostitution website, like next thing you know, you might have an ad that popped up.
But the point is, those are, you have to go to, no one.
Oh, no.
Right.
I'm not wherever, I know that The Athletic isn't, there's no advertisements on The Athletic, but for example, if you you subscribe to yahoo.com or you read on yahoo.com and they sell ad space, there's not going to be an ad for an illegal prostitution meetup. That's not where, you have to go to a whole separate illegal website to do that, which is theoretically where Jed York was surfing on the interwebs when he got into this problem.
I don't think that the $140 make you holla website click and play, I don't think that they're probably going to be a part of the the algorithm. That's more of a separate destination that you have to seek it out.
And he actively sought it out according to everything that we've read.
Right. The reports are it was 2 clicks on a Saturday night, and maybe he was too tired to drive 20 miles to East Palestine and slept on it and then woke up and clicked again. And it's that third click that'll get you in trouble sometimes now. No doubt.
You speaking from experience?
I'm not. But for example, I just went to the SF Chronicle website because I am a paid member of the Chronicle website. And I'm sitting here at the homepage and the banner ad on top. And I'm sure it's different for everyone. But right now, it's an ad for Bovada, and they're asking me to join now, spin to win, give us your money, and come sports gamble away, which tells me...
they know their audience.
Exactly. They know me, and they know that, I may or may not be a part of other such websites. And so, again, like the Chronicle, I'm sure that they're not exclusively like Bovada only, but it's tailored to me because I'm a sports person and I have maybe done a little bit of sports gambling in my past.
Maybe just a little bit.
The future.
Not
the present.
And not your super recent past, as in
well, today.
What's going on in Williamsport.
Or what happened. For example, yesterday is a good example where I had I had some action on the Giants and Reds game. And I had a no-run first inning.
How that hit, I have no idea.
Green check. And I had it tied into a Raffy Devers get a hit.
And he hit a home run.
Well, but even before that, he got a hit in the first inning. Green check. And I had it tied into a Sal Stewart get a hit.
Did he ever get a hit?
No, they walked him in the 9th.
Yeah.
But they walked him early enough to where he almost came all the way back around.
And they scored 7 runs.
We were one batter away. Point being, at the same time during that game, after the first inning, I may or may not have gone in and bet the live over at 6.5 total runs.
Oh, that was an easy over.
Point being, and here it is, the new ad has just popped up for the company from which I just bought Supper, my wife, her present.
There it is.
It's called Parker Thatch. It's a higher end, handbag. Lovely. I mean,
higher end. It's only the best.
Whatever you think and whatever it is, I went there and purchased. And so now, no matter where I go, it pops up.
Oh,
and the middle item, I just bought this 12 days ago. I don't need another one.
You could click it with a tap.
No matter where I am. You're always there with my live read mentions.
But the point is that is entirely different than what was happening with
Correct.
Jed York.
Correct.
Yes.
The point is, like, the algorithm, I don't think will go ahead and try to find you unless the Ohio task force has the ability to, like, hone in on who out there is looking for this and that, and then they algorithm you knowing that you've already been somebody who has been seeking $140 worth of entertainment.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. David in San Jose wants to weigh in on Jed York and ownership in the Bay Area. What's up, David?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. Grandy, you actually know my brother, man.
I do. Who's your brother?
You do. Matthew Tyra, bro. Yep.
Oh, what's up, David? How's it going?
Yeah, I told him you were a local radio host star. He didn't believe me. No, I'm just playing. He knows you're up to big things. But, yeah, I wanted to call in. I'm going to weigh in on Jed, man. I might be part of the few. I know it's hard to feel sorry for billionaires. But, you know, the guy, come to light, just got divorced. I mean, you could see in the picture he's wearing his wedding ring. He has his Adam Sandler outfit on. I mean, in a rental car. He moved back with mom and dad. The guy's going through it. So, I mean, I'll tell you this. I'm a lifelong 49er fan. I never expected to have Jed York's back, especially when he first took over the team. But these past 10 years, I think you mentioned it earlier, he has kind of been like the ideal owner that you would want for a franchise. He stayed out of the way. He spent the money. He supported them on his players and coaches on and off the field. I don't know why folks are pushing for him to sell the team. If I'm Jed, man, I'm facing this like a man. I'm there week 1 in Australia. And, you know, be careful what you ask for, because if you go right across the street to San Francisco, you got this nameless, faceless ownership who doesn't answer for anything. And the team is awful. So that's my take on it. Again, I never thought I'd be defending Jed. And the other thing, though, I don't understand how billionaires can be so cheap. And you look at Las Vegas, the guy that can't even pay for a haircut, yet he's running around with some 20-year-old bombshell. It's not for his personality. You know, I wonder why. Jed could have taken a page out of his book, but let's be honest, this is new for him. And so I feel for him, but I don't want him to sell. I want him to just get back right on his feet, know you got folks here, Niner fans that are rooting for him, because – you know, he got us to this level where we're at today. He's perennial playoff contender, Super Bowl contender, and it doesn't happen without him. So that's my take, guys.
Appreciate the call, David. I mean, I think it's a very fair point, and I have not heard a lot of that. I have not heard a lot of that at all, what David just laid out. Feels some empathy for Jed York, but also doesn't want him to sell the franchise. And he kind of feels like maybe a little bit more in lockstep with how you feel, Dibs, about the Jed experience since he learned from what happened with Harbaugh and the couple of hires after that. It has largely been a pretty smooth operation. And we talk so much. We have so many callers and texters and fans who, you know, think Shanahan's a pretty good coach, but that he can't win the big one, right? Or he didn't know the overtime rules and he cost them that Super Bowl as a result. And, you know, yeah, he's been good. He's brought the Niners from, you know, being terrible to being a good team once again, but maybe he's not the right guy to win the last one. And, you know, John Lynch, he can't draft, and they're drafting running backs and kickers in third rounds. What the hell are they doing? They got to move on from these guys and all that. Like, ownership, Dibs, it's an entirely different, like, you get graded differently in my mind. Obviously, the end prize is always going to be the Super Bowl. But as far as I'm concerned, Jed York and the Niners ownership group, Dibs, have done just about everything you possibly can from an ownership perspective to make your team successful. Like, I'm not blaming what happened in overtime against the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl on Jed York. That's going on to the doorstep of Kyle Shanahan far before it gets to anywhere near Jed York. That's an entirely different situation.
Completely. And you can say that, you know, Kyle Shanahan didn't know the overtime rules, and you could say that he knew and his defense was tired, whatever you want to assign the blame to in that moment. You're right. Like, Jed York, it's not his job to let the owner, let the coach know what the overtime rules are. Your job as an owner is to own the team, spend the money that needs to be spent, and do the things to make the facility as good as it possibly can be, and do the outside things. And if you want to look at, what Jed York has done since he's been the owner, well, they've hosted the Super Bowl twice, and you hosted the World Cup. And that's not all Jed, attaboy, Jed, way to get that done. But I do think that he's put that facility and that place in a position to where, they are drawing those things. They never had a Super Bowl at Candlestick, for example.
Yeah, it's true. No, I mean, usually the Super Bowls go to the same couple of spots, or if you have a new stadium, like you're going to get one. Like Minneapolis got one a couple of years ago, right? When was the last time the Super Bowl was in Minneapolis? Before the last, it was like 4 or 5 years ago when it was in Minneapolis.
Yeah, even more, right? Yep.
Maybe even 6 years ago, something like that, because that stadium was new. But the Niners, Levi's is not new anymore. How many stadiums are there out there that are newer than Levi's at this point? Like, it's got to be at least
SoFi and Vegas for sure.
At least 10, right? Something like that.
10? 10 might be a little spicy, but 5 for sure.
Levi's has been around now quietly for 12 years. Maybe it's not quite 10. You're right. If you include this year, you got the new Highmark Stadium in Buffalo, which they just finished, and they're starting. I don't know if I have all of them in front of me.
Highmark, Allegiant, SoFi, Mercedes-Benz in Atlanta, U.S. Bank, and then Levi's. So you've got 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, actually 5 that are older.
Five newer ones.
Correct.
Than Levi's. Okay,
right.
Yeah. So I was way high, but
how high? How high are you?
I was way high. My guesstimation of 10 was.
I was waiting for a live version of that from our very own.
So high.
Exactly.
Thank you. Point is, though, I think maybe the better point is of the newer stadiums, Dibs, Levi's isn't as nice as some of those other ones. Generally, I think is what a lot of people would think. And as a result, maybe you don't get as many Super Bowls or big events, but the Niners have hosted 2 Super Bowls, Super Bowl 50 when they were new, and Super Bowl 60 just this past February when they've been, 11, 12 years old. So they do get some credit for that. That is more than just Jed York, as you mentioned. But I don't know. I feel like and maybe this is me as a younger 49er fan as well. Obviously, I was around for the Harbaugh era, and you laid out the history of, from DeBartolo to Dr. York and with Denise and, of course, their son, Jed, and how that whole transition of power went and how it all went down and all of that. I personally don't have a gigantic issue with everything that Jed York has done. Again, once he learned his lessons with the Jim Harbaugh situation. Since then, I think he's been a pretty good owner. The flip side, maybe not the total flip side, but the opposite of what Jed has been of late might be Joe Lacob. The opposite in this sense. Joe Lacob is very heavily involved, and that frustrates a lot of Warrior fans. Now, if you ask me, would you rather have an owner like a Joe Lacob or like a Greg Johnson with the Giants, it is an easy answer. Because you know how I feel about Greg Johnson. I want the Johnsons to sell the Giants. I don't believe that they have the interest of spending as much money as possible to help them win baseball games. And I know Joe Lacob absolutely feels that way. I would always take that, even if coming with that is maybe an owner who's a little too involved for your liking. I would always prefer that side of it than the side of it that the Giants maybe potentially have with the Johnsons.
Right, and the Giants situation right now is a little bit muddled because, the Johnsons are there and they're doing big things outside of the purview of the actual team. And within the team, they're spending money. So it's not like you can look at the A situation where, John Fisher and Lou Wolf is no longer there, but when John Fisher became the principal factor, they are going to strip that thing all the way down. And they basically played the poor card to get themselves out of Oakland. There were possums coming through the ceiling at the Coliseum. And, that should never happen. But John Fisher and company, thank you. You want to talk about putting the possum on the table. But they had no interest in really making that facility anything other than a dump. And they did it intentionally in order to find their way out. And, flaccid Rob Manfred, the commissioner, is complicit in allowing them to leave. And so they spent no money on players. They spent no money on the facility. They allowed the thing to become decrepit intentionally so they could leave. Now, the Giants aren't doing that. Are they caring more about their outside businesses? I think they are.
Seems like it.
But they're still spending at a top 10 or top 11 level on the ball club. And, that ballpark is still one of the crown jewels of baseball. So they're going about, I think, poor ownership in a different way, different than what certainly the A's did.
Yeah, we can get to that when we come back, and we got to hit a break here in a couple of minutes, but we can get to more on the Giants and what that ownership group is doing on the other side. It is now, though, time to toast the sparkling performance of the week presented by Jay Vineyards. In the Valkyries' 89-64 victory over the Sun, Janelle Salon led the team in scoring with 15 points. She went 5 for 8 from the field and 4 for 6 from downtown. She added 3 rebounds and 1 assist. The Valks went into halftime up 28 points, the second largest halftime lead in team history and their largest this season. They set a franchise record as well with 54 bench points. Salon, Cecilia Zandalicini, and Gabby Williams, they'll be missing Sunday's matchup against the Portland Fire as they prepare to compete in the FIBA World Cup. WNBA, they're off for the next couple of weeks as a result of that FIBA World Cup, and that August 30th game is the final game before the World Cup break. After they play Sunday, which, again, they'll be down Salon, Zandalicini, and Gabby, they will resume their regular season on September 18th against the Fire. But let's raise a toast to Janelle Salon. Jay Vineyards is proud to be the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. So, Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at our winery in Healdsburg for an exceptional wine tasting experience. Jay Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle. And we have Valkyries in New York versus the Liberty coming up in about 20 minutes. You can get on over to the free Odyssey app, just search Valkyries, and you'll be able to listen to it there. A 2-week break coming up, Dibs, in the WNBA, and then you only have like 4 games left in the regular season before we're talking about Valks in a postseason series.
Yeah, they need to make sure they lock in on that 2 seed, and it's too early to try to pick your matchup, but if you can get the 2, then you're home in the first round. If you can make it through, then you're going to be home against maybe the Las Vegas Aces.
Oh, man, you need that home field or home court advantage.
And you also need to avoid being the 4 seed because that would mean the Lynx in the second round.
Well, they beat the Lynx. The Valks did once, just a couple of days ago.
Out of
10.
Thank you. Okay, let's be fair and balanced here.
I believe they were 0-9 in their history against the Lynx before the game a couple of days ago, which they dominated, by the way. They were up by double digits for the majority of that game, Dibs.
Just because you're sitting in Willard's seat doesn't mean you have to do the pom-pom bit, okay?
I'm not being a homer. I'm telling you the real real facts.
They dominated the Lynx.
They did.
1-9 all time.
And they've been very competitive against them in other games.
Avoid the Lynx.
Very competitive.
Avoid the Lynx.
Oh, I'm with you.
Avoid
we got to go to break, but it's yeah, you're right. We do have to go to break. I got to listen to myself. By the way, our Red and Gold Summit is set for Thursday, September 3rd. All the hosts, including special guest Brian Baldinger from 4 to 6, live from Jackson Pleasant Hill. Great food, great drinks, and your chance to win autographed items and much more. Willard and Dibs get us started at 2, and the summit will be from 4 to 6. All brought to you by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products. We're brought to you as well by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Dale and Hollister, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs, Dibs and Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard for Kalshi. College football is back. And so are the predictions. Who makes the playoffs, wins their conference? How about the national title? Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, lets you trade those predictions in a live market. Ohio State is favored to win the national championship, currently trading at 13%, meaning a $100 trade pays out $725 if they win it all. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app. Use my code Willard to get $20 when you trade $20. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
You just never know what's going to happen on Sound Off.
If you're an adult, stop wearing jerseys. It's weird.
Every morning at 8, we play the best calls from you.
If we work in the same position and you try to tell me what to do and you ain't my boss, get up out of here, man.
Sound Off. Every morning at 8. Don't miss it.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for details. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to game day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Football is officially going down under. Rams, 49ers, division rivals, heading all the way to Melbourne for the NFL's first ever regular season game in Australia. It's happening week 1 on Netflix. Netflix is expanding its NFL coverage in 2026 from week 1 to the first ever Thanksgiving Eve matchup and 2 Christmas Day games. Watch week 1 of the NFL on Netflix. The Los Angeles Rams versus the San Francisco 49ers live on Netflix Thursday, September 10th at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, 5:35 Pacific.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
It's Brian Baldinger. Next starts now with the Road to Kickoff. Brought to you by Hyundai. Urgent Energy fuels Dallas as they navigate a fiercely competitive division. With a newly drafted defensive help in place, all eyes are on their veteran leader under center to perform when the lights are the brightest. Everything bigger in Texas, even the expectation. Next starts now with the Road to Kickoff. Brought to you by Hyundai. Get the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Wow.
Dibbs, what do you think? Welcome back, Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy with you today. Willard coming back on Monday. Is there anything that we can take from the Niners preseason game tonight against the Raiders?
Yeah.
Anything of importance?
Like the left guard battle. Hello.
Everything.
Like, whatever, the left guard battle.
Is that about it?
That's about it. And I heard something earlier that they are going to sit 30 or 35 of their regulars. Like, of the 53 guys who are going to make the team, 35 of them won't play. So you're looking at players 36 through 53, and I know that they've got 90 on the team right now. Yeah. So of the remaining, I guess that'd be about 55 players. You got 55 guys playing for 18 spots.
Who are you?
And those 18 spots that are up for grabs, for the most part, like we have starting jobs to hand out still, but all the guys battling, realistically for the left guard spot are going to make the team. Like those aren't really, or most of them, like the realistic competitors for, and maybe there's injuries involved. Maybe some of them go on PUP or whatever, and they go on, an IR spot or whatever, and that will open up a roster spot as well. For the most part, though, those 18 spots that are up for grabs, roster spots, those will go to guys who you generally will see just on special teams for the most part.
Right, or depth guys, whether it's, Garrett Wallow is a guy who probably will play tonight, I'm guessing, and he's somebody who I guess would make the team. But if you are a second string D lineman or linebacker, or if you are, one of the people fighting for the left guard job, you're going to play tonight. And if you can play and play well, you might flash and you might make the team. But I would bet that going into tonight, the John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan brain trust, they probably have a very good idea what their final roster will look like. There might be, 3 to 5 players who you are hoping to see either flash based on, how they play, whether or not that actually makes them make the team or not.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. I want to ask you a question based on something I saw on Bleacher Report earlier today. Before that, though, I want to go out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570. Dale in Hollister wants to weigh in. What's up, Dale?
Hey, great day. I love listening to you guys as I drive veterans to their doctor appointments. The York thing doesn't really bother me that much because not that many years ago, Kraft was actually caught, but got out on some loophole because they weren't allowed to use the surveillance video or something.
Yep.
Whatever happened to Kraft that time? And then, whatever Kraft had, I think because York just paid his fine and, fessed up to it, so York should not face near as much as Kraft.
That's an interesting way to break it down, Dale. Thank you. And, Robert Kraft chose to go the route of innocent until proven guilty. And, in fact, he was proven not guilty, even though there was video evidence of him doing the darn thing. But as you mentioned, Dale, the fact that the video was inadmissible, he became not guilty and he was exonerated. I don't remember if he was punished before or after. I don't think that he was. And part of this, too, is there are levels to everything. And if you're Robert Kraft, you are at that top tier. And I'm not trying to borrow from Mike Sando and do like owner's tiers in the NFL. But if you did,
you're one of the biggest dogs.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a tier 1 owner.
You and Jerry Jones, you're kind of at the top of the list.
So if you are you could put one of the various Rooneys in there. I'm not sure which Rooney is currently the owner, but when you're at that level, you have a certain amount of Teflon that Jed York probably doesn't have. I don't think that Jed York is going to get that much of a, quote, punishment, if he even does, because he pled to 2 misdemeanors. Non-contest.
Yeah.
Nolo contendere. He pled no contest to 2 misdemeanors. So is that something that, the league is going to say, $1 million in 6 weeks? I don't think so. I don't think he gets suspended at all. He might get a small fine, and if the Niners do it right, then that fine will be immediately matched or donated to, the trafficking victims fund in whatever jurisdiction. So I don't think that Jed York is going to be rebuked in any big way.
Yeah, and Roger Goodell and the NFL have put out statements, and Goodell, I think, was asked about it at maybe he was in the owners' meeting as well and was asked about it personally as opposed to an official statement put out by the NFL. But he essentially said, yeah, we're reviewing it, putting it through our personal conduct policy, and when I have something to report, we will report it. So we'll find out what the NFL thinks of it.
So he's going to review it. And so right now, someone in the NFL office has the headset on and they're looking through one of those monitors, like the field side monitors.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on. There's a challenge on the play.
Exactly.
And we're going to see if if the call stands or if it's overturned.
We're going to review it.
We're going to review it.
In other words, we're going to wait until hopefully this all dies down, and then we can do something like really quietly behind closed doors.
To your point about like Jerry Jones and Robert Kraft, those are like, all of these owners are haves, right? They all are millionaire or billionaires. It's also about, and does the owner make the team or does the team make the owner? It's also about what franchise you own. And for Jed York, who, got this via his parents, who got it from, his mom's brother, Jed York owns the 49ers, and the 49ers are like one of the most historic franchises in the NFL. So that carries a lot of weight as well. Jed York is not Jerry Jones, and he's not Robert Kraft Dibs, but the Niners are the Niners. That's a pretty big deal, and the Niners the NFL is not going to do everything in their power to bring the hammer down on one of their most important franchises.
Right, and even if you wanted to, quote, bring the hammer down, like this is... 2 misdemeanor charges, and he pled to them, and he admitted it up front, and it's embarrassing, but I don't think it rises to the level of something that is really going to bring shame to the Shield itself. And so if you're the league and you're looking at this and you're thinking, how does this affect us as a league? Well, it doesn't. And how does it affect the 49ers? Well, it really doesn't. It affects Jed York and his reputation. So do we want to let him off scot-free, quote unquote? Probably not, but I don't think it rises to the level of a big time, we really need to step in and rebuke you.
Yeah, me neither. Let me ask you this, Dibs. Bleacher Report put this out earlier today, and they listed every single NFL team, and they rated the panic meters of those teams' fan bases entering this season on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being, I guess they had a couple of zeros in there. 0 being no reason to panic whatsoever. Like, for example, the Seahawks were given a panic meter grade of 0 because they just won the Super Bowl and you have no reason to panic. You have a 0 on the panic meter scale. So I guess the scale is 0 to 10, not 1 to 10. 10 being you have everything to panic about. There's no one more panicked than you, whatever fan base that is. Bleacher Report gave the 49ers a panic meter all the way up at number 9, Dibs. 9 on a scale of 0 to 10. And they wrote, this anxiety is tied directly to the training room. If yet another season is derailed by injuries, the Niners could be facing a full rebuild rather than another Super Bowl chase, is what Bleacher Report wrote.
It's nonsense.
When ranking panic meters of every NFL team's fan base. Niners, their fans should be panicked at a 9 on a scale of 0 to 10.
9 out of 10. So a full rebuild. And I wonder, and if Bleacher Report were here, I would want them to explain what a full rebuild actually means in terms of the 49ers. So for me, a full rebuild is you fire the GM, you fire the coach, and you probably look to get rid of the quarterback because, as you know, Grandy, when you bring in a new GM, the GM is going to want his own coach, and you bring in the coach, and he's going to want his own quarterback. And well, the quarterback is entering into the beginnings of a massive deal. And if you want to cut Brock Purdy, the dead cap hit is probably about $100 million. I don't have it in front of me, but it's a huge piece of change. And Kyle Shanahan is widely regarded as one of the best coaches in football. And John Lynch, you could think that he doesn't know how to draft, and part of that's Kyle Shanahan and stuff. And you could look at that, but you look at the overall reality of the Niners, and they've been good more often than they've been bad in this tenure. So it's not a full rebuild. Now, to the Bleacher Report panic meter, if you have Trent Williams get hurt, he's older and you have no replacement. And if George Kittle's Achilles flares up again, well, your tight end room is not full of real playmakers. And if Christian McCaffrey has the year that he normally has after a massive touch year, well, you have a couple of young guys behind him, and maybe they're good, maybe they're not. Mike Evans is coming off of his most injury-plagued year of his career, and he's also getting older. So, and Nick Bosa with the 2 ACLs, that could go badly. If you want to look at the injury part of it, and you look at all of the guys who could get hurt, all the ones I just mentioned, okay, that's really bad. It still does not lead you to a, quote, full rebuild at all.
If you have a quarterback that you think is good, you don't go into a full rebuild. So, like you mentioned, if you're going into a full rebuild, you get rid of your quarterback. And I guess, like, you have, in order to have a full rebuild, you don't have a good quarterback. Because why would you go into one if you have a decent quarterback? So I think the point to take away here is that Bleacher Report, or maybe a lot of people nationally, don't feel like Brock Purdy is a very good quarterback. Because you're like, if you have Brock Purdy on your team, like, it's kind of hard to go into a rebuild. Let's play this out. Say Bosa gets hurt again and misses a big chunk of the season. Kittle, great progress on the Achilles, but say he still misses the first 3 weeks of the season, and maybe he's in and out a couple of times here and there. Trent Williams has a couple of, nicks and bruises, and maybe he misses 5 games this season. And as a result of all those things added up, maybe you have a couple of serious injuries elsewhere. All those things added up, and the Niners missed the postseason, and it's because, as Bleacher Report laid out, yet another season derailed by injuries. You're going to then look towards a full rebuild. So does that mean trading away George Kittle? Does it mean Trent Williams is retiring? Does it mean that there's no more use for Fred Warner, still one of the best linebackers in the NFL, and are you going to trade him? Like that is just foolish. I get maybe fans being a little panicked about some of the injury concerns and being concerned that if this group can stay healthy for an entire season. But I'm not going to, as long as you've got Brock Purdy under contract, you're not going to a full rebuild. And the worst thing that this team could do would be fire Kyle Shanahan. Like, that's the absolute worst thing you can do. And you're right, a full rebuild begins by just cleaning house and starting anew. And that's, of course, never going to happen. Never. I mean, eventually at some point it will happen, but not in anywhere in the near future.
Well, the Brock Purdy dead cap would be $80 million.
Oh my God!
You would have a cap savings because you wouldn't have to pay a certain amount of salaries and the rest of it.
Well, you try to trade him, I suppose.
Right, but if he has that kind of a year, like if everything crumbles around him and you wind up going 6-11 and Brock Purdy's not great, well, there's not going to be a lot of trade value for a guy making $53 million. And the idea of, quote, another season derailed by injury, I would like to know how many seasons they've had that have been, quote, derailed by injury. Was last year derailed by injury?
They made the playoffs, so it's hard to say that, but clearly when
you went 12-5 and you won a playoff game on the road.
But you saw the way they went out in their last playoff game, and you can say, man, this team, they're just
but that
dead men walking.
That's not derailed by injury.
Fair.
Like, you were one of the last 8 teams playing.
If they were healthy, you felt like, they had a chance, maybe not to beat the Seahawks in that regard necessarily, but you could have potentially won the division and been the 1 seed if you were healthy.
You could have, but you still went to the playoffs and you won a road playoff game. That, to me, is not being derailed by injury.
2 years prior, does that count as derailed by injury?
Perhaps, and I'm looking at it right now, and you had Ayuk play 7 games, McCaffrey played 4. You had Pearsall play 11, 4 starts, and he was, obviously struggling through more injuries. Trent Williams had personal tragedy in that year.
Yeah.
And so you had Purdy play 15 games, and that one was, I guess, somewhat derailed by injury, and the big injury was McCaffrey. So, yeah, that would be the only year I would look at that was, quote, derailed by injury.
Well, of recent years, but there's been other ones.
Well, the previous times you sucked. Like,
when you started Trey Lance and then he broke his ankle, and then Jimmy Garoppolo comes in and he gets hurt, and then Brock Purdy comes in, and then the NFC Championship game pops his UCL.
Wait, when did that happen?
In the NFC Championship game, but if you had a healthy Brock Purdy in that game, you might win that game.
You were one of the last 4 teams playing. So that to me is not derailed by injury. Like in the 3 years prior to the 6-11, you lost the Super Bowl and you lost the conference championship and you lost the conference championship. So, like, what are we even talking about as far as panic meter?
That Brock Purdy injury was serious, though. Really quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And football coverage here on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. And speaking of the Valkyries, they're tipping off right now in New York against the Liberty. You can catch that game on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries. Like, I hear you. You were in the NFC Championship game, but your quarterback, your third string quarterback to begin the season, who turned out to be really good, but he got hurt in that game, and you had to go to Wildcat with Christian McCaffrey in the NFC Championship game.
Let's be fair about what happened in between that.
Josh Johnson, the pride of quarterback.
Oakland Tech. And what happened with Josh Johnson? He got
hurt.
to the lead.
He got hurt,
He got to the damn lead in that game. So, yes, you made it to the conference championship game. That is not derailed by injury.
The 408 text line, wouldn't that be the literal definition of derailed? Train was on the track and then derailed. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you could look at any season and say derailed. To me, if you make it that deep and something happens in a big game, okay, so Dre Greenlaw is unable to run on the field in the Super Bowl. Oh, derailed by injury. Because he blew out his Achilles.
That's less so.
They were going to win the damn game.
They might have. That's less so than Brock Purdy.
They were more likely to win that game than the Niners were when Brock Purdy tore his UCL. My opinion.
Yeah, probably.
Philly was better than you.
The Niners, and
Philly was better than you, and you were on the road.
The very next season, the Niners went into Philadelphia and dominated that game.
Right, in the conference championship game?
No, in the regular season.
Oh, in the regular season.
But the Eagles at that point were the best team in the NFL.
Apples and oranges.
They were what, like 9-1 or something like that at that point?
As my partner Mark Willard said on this very show, they were a paper tiger.
Paper tiger.
And the Eagles went on to lose almost every game after that.
Because the Niners ended them.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the
I
Eagles,
can think another year, 2020, derailed by injury.
Okay, I'm just looking at that one. And if you want to talk about that year as derailed by injury, I'll give it to you because your quarterback, who, Jimmy Garoppolo, at the time, he was like a legitimate, we can win with Jimmy Garoppolo guy. He got hurt, and you were left with C.J. Mullins and Nick Beathard. And I do that intentionally.
Or whoever their names are.
I conflate their names intentionally because they basically were the same guy. So that year, yes, derailed by injury because you had no quarterback. And so you were 3-3 when Jimmy got hurt, and 19. You tried to hit Emmanuel Sanders, but Jimmy couldn't. Derailed by Jimmy's inability to throw deep.
Yeah, derailed by that, not by injury. I'm not saying it's every year, but it's more than just one.
The previous years before the Super Bowl, you stunk. So don't give me...
Well, I'm not talking pre-2019.
What I'm
talking
saying is
2020 on.
Bleacher Report talking about another year derailed by injury. I'll give you 1, maybe 2.
Wow.
The other ones, you were one of the last 4 teams standing. Like, wow. Fine. So something bad happens in a big spot, in a big game. Oh, I got one for you. Jaquiski Tartt couldn't catch an interception. He must have had a hand injury.
That team
derailed by injury.
That season was almost derailed by injury, but they fought through it. But that season was not derailed by injury.
Last year was the same thing. It should have been derailed by injury, but they fought through it. Mac Jones.
I'm on the fence about what last year was. They were amazing to get through it. Injuries were a gigantic deal, but it clearly hurt their ability to beat the Seahawks in the playoffs. Clearly. You're down everybody in that game.
I think Shanahan has a McDonald problem. That's what the narrative is. He can't figure them out. And you know what? Seattle and the Rams last year were both better than you. Look at the games that you won. You beat the Rams because Alfred Collins, who may not make the team this year, he had a goal line punch out, and then Sean McVay, I think we're going to run the ball here. I'm going to give it to Blake Corbin. I think it's a really good idea on 4th and 1. I like the play call, and I think if we can get to the edge, I think we can get the yard. He blew it, and the Niners won. And the Seattle win, we're going to throw it up for grabs. Your boy, Brock Purdy, just backpedals.
My boy?
Sorry, I'm used to the seat. The president of Brockistan. You're like the vice president. He throws it up for grabs, and Ton just gets it, makes the play, and you beat Seattle. The Seahawks and the Rams last year were both better than you. Get over it.
Did you just channel your Al Davis?
We can win with Jamarcus. Get over it. I told Lance.
Get over it.
That's right. You need to go back and look at that whole thing, Pasta. 44 minutes. Al Davis, overhead projector, firing Lance Kiffin.
2020 derailed by injury. Dibs. I know you accept that one.
I'm going to give you that one.
It absolutely was derailed by injury.
Honestly, they probably weren't very good.
What do you mean? They just came off of a Super Bowl appearance.
Right.
And brought everybody back except got Trent Williams instead of Joe Staley.
First place schedule.
Okay, 2020 derailed by injury. I'm not hearing any arguments. 2021, they were really badly injured, but they found a way through it and somehow made the conference championship game. 2022, they lost 2 quarterbacks in the regular season, a third in the playoffs, a fourth in that same game in the playoffs, to the point where they were going with Christian McCaffrey in a Wildcat in a conference championship game. That is also derailed by injury.
The injuries in 2022 is the reason why you were able to be good. If Trey Lance didn't get hurt, then you're going to play him for probably 3 or 4 more weeks, and you're not going to get those wins with Jimmy Garoppolo, who went 7-3.
Yeah, the derailed part is specifically the Purdy injury. But in the moment, you thought, oh my God, you thought twice the season's probably over.
I'm not giving you derailed when you make it to the conference championship game and your quarterback happens to get a little bit of an ouchie.
A little bit of an ouchie. He needed Tommy John surgery.
Throw left-handed. And
2020 derailed by injury.
I'll give you that.
2021, it should have been, but man, they fought through it. 2022 derailed by injury.
Wrong.
2024 derailed by injury.
That was wrong.
And 2025 clearly derailed by injury, considering they had nobody but Brock Purdy and McCaffrey available.
You went 12-5 and
no Kittle, no Bosa,
your
no
backup
Warner.
Is a number 1 overall pick. Not number 1 overall, but a first-round pick. So, are we going to cry every year at the first sign of a hangnail?
Yes, when Trent Williams misses week 1 and Bosa and Kittle and all that, I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry.
All right, so
almost started right there.
We get to Australia. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry, Roy. So we'll go to Australia and
down under.
Dominic Pooney maybe makes it out of the protocol and he goes back in the blue tent. Derailed by injury. We lost our right guard in a game down under.
You know, not all injuries are created equal, Dibs.
Right.
Which is why Purdy's UCL in the NFC title game is a big deal.
That's why
he's your quarterback.
Purdy's turf toe last year was not a big deal because you bolstered your QB room with a former first-round pick who turned out to be the sauce, as I told Mark Willard he would be going in. So you can you can hang whatever excuse you want on a failed season.
Yeah.
I'll give you 2020 because, you lost Garoppolo and you had nothing else behind him. And I'll give you 2024 because you lost McCaffrey and, the Shanahan offense is built on running the ball. Beyond that, you're just crying. You're crying like a baby over there.
Let's see if people agree with you or me, Dibs. 888-957-9570. Trevor's in Rohnert Park and wants to weigh in. What's up, Trevor?
Hey, what's up, Trevor? Sideline Bay Area Sports. I had to call because I cannot believe that you can sit there and say that the Niners have been derailed as many times as you're sitting there talking about the Niners being derailed.
Tell them, Trevor.
The Niners are not defined by a single player or a single injury. It is a team sport. So therefore, if the Niners make the playoffs with 10 injuries, they still made the playoffs. The fact that they did it, and you could call it luck, or they got lucky with Brock Purdy as the quarterback that he was, doesn't really matter. It's not a derailment. You lose the playoffs, guess what? If there's 4 teams left in the playoffs and nobody's left, is every other team derailed by something? Okay. And there's 20 some odd other teams that have been derailed by something else. That's crazy. A derailment is not one loss in the NFC Championship game. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. You cannot call it that. I don't know where you're getting that from.
All right, Trevor, you said, one injury, a single injury does not derail a season. Do you remember what last year was?
Oh, God.
Everyone important but McCaffrey got hurt. Everyone but McCaffrey. Yeah, he missed what? At least 2 games? I actually don't remember off the top of my head. Okay, everybody but Trent and McCaffrey missed a lot of time. Kittle missed a lot of time. Bosa missed nearly the whole season. Fred missed what? Like half the season. Purdy missed at what? Like 6 games?
Purdy missed 8 games.
8 games. Almost half the season.
5-3.
Yeah, okay, great. It's not a single injury I'm talking about here. Like, it's one thing if, Bosa tore his ACL and missed the whole season. That's why they lost by 30 to the Seahawks in the division round. Like, that's different. We're talking about, like, of their 8 most important players, 4 of them missed half the season.
I mean, not half the season.
Well, almost.
Diamond Lenore, all 17. Colton McKivitz, all 17. Jair Brown, all 17.
Oh, yeah, Jair Brown.
Luke Gifford played all 17.
Oh, my God.
Jason Pinnock, you know what I'm going to say next. All 17. Like,
Jason Pinnock.
Here's the thing, and I will give you the idea of derailment to an extent. And the reason why last year was not derailed is because you had a defensive coordinator who was able to pivot, and you had an offensive coordinator / head coach who also was able to pivot. You lose Nick Bosa, and you cannot rush the passer. Bosa plays 3 games, and after that, you had Cleveland Ferrell, who was able to occasionally introduce himself to the quarterback.
Occasionally,
yet your defense was not terrible. Your defense was middle of the pack. So you were able to pivot, and that's what kept it from being an actual derailment. I don't know if you've ever seen the Denzel Washington movie Runaway Train.
I have not seen that one.
And I don't want to give away the plot, but it's about a runaway train.
Oh.
And he is
I figured.
He's one of the engineer guys, and thank you. There's a train that has been set into auto run, and it's running away, and it's heading for a town. And they got to figure out how to stop this runaway train before it, wait for it, derails. And so they go about doing all these things to try to get it
problem.
To try to get it to not derail. So for the Niners, Robert Saleh loses Bosa. How do you keep it from derailing? Well, we're going to play vanilla, bend but don't break, and try to hope that the other team misses a lot of field goals, and they did. And Shanahan, you lose your quarterback. Oh, season's going to be derailed. But wait, we've got Mac Jones, who is our emergency hydraulic brake, and you throw him in there, and he goes 5-3. Not a derailment. A little bit of a shaky ride. But you made it to the playoffs, and then you go to Philly and you win. It's not a derailment.
You don't think the Niners have had, terrible injury luck? Injuries have been a major problem?
Luck. They've been a problem. I don't think it's been a major problem. Like, last year you lose Bosa, and you go 12-5. And you lose Brock Purdy for half the year, and you go 12-5. I do think that looking at this year, and this is something that I threw out maybe yesterday in our thread, what injury would hurt the most this year based on the available people behind him. And I think about Brock Purdy. I love Brock Purdy, but you have Mac Jones. So if Brock does the same thing as last year, which is, ow, my toe, it really hurts, I can't play for a month and a half, well, you've got Mac Jones. For me, it comes down to Trent Williams as the most important. And beyond that, I'm open for input on who would be the next most important loss. Even McCaffrey, you've got Kalen Black, everyone loves him, and your guy, Jordan James out of Oregon, who's ready in year 2 to maybe actually do more. So for me, if you lose your left tackle for however many games, that's where I can talk about derailment.
I'm with you. I think it might be Trent Williams because, one, you have a hole at left guard right now, and if you lose Trent Williams, you don't know what the hell is going to happen on either spot on the left side of your offensive line. So I'm with you there. We're talking about this because Bleacher Report, they put out this article today ranking every fan base's panic meter heading into the 2026 NFL regular season on a scale of 0 to 10. The Niners fans' panic meter in the eyes of Bleacher Report, a 9 out of 10. You should be as panicked as possible, or just about. Only the Ravens, Bengals, and Lions have a higher panic meter. Their panic meter is a 10 out of 10. And along with the Niners at 9 out of 10 were the Steelers, Cowboys, and Buccaneers. And what they wrote is the anxiety is tied directly to the training room. If yet another season is derailed, keyword, derailed by injuries, the Niners could be facing a full rebuild rather than another Super Bowl chase. Now, you and I both kind of laughed at the idea of a full rebuild if things go wrong this season, but we vehemently disagree about if a number of Niners seasons have been derailed by injuries or not. Clearly, because we've been screaming at each other for 20 minutes.
And I wonder about the Baltimore piece because they're at 10 on the panic meter, and I believe they have a new coach, if I'm not mistaken.
They do, yes.
So, isn't there an expectation of some sort of a learning curve? And the same thing would apply for Pittsburgh, although I would put Pittsburgh higher because you've got Aaron Rodgers and he wants us all to RELAX, but relax. No matter what, after this year, he's probably gone. They have a new coaching staff. So let's say that Pittsburgh goes 7-10 and Rodgers retires. You're not going to fire the coach. It's going to be, all right, let's get a new quarterback and let's reboot this thing. So for me, when I look at teams that are looking to panic, Cincinnati's a good one.
That's a very good one.
Zach
Even
Taylor's
the Lions,
been there.
too.
Burrow's been there, and you're paying a ton of money for wide receivers. Your defense stinks, and for the first time in a while, that division's a little bit more gettable. Baltimore is not the same team with a new coach. Cleveland. I'm sorry about that. Cleveland is Cleveland. And, you've got Pittsburgh, I still think, is a team that is trying to figure itself out. So if Cincinnati doesn't seize that division in a certain way, I'll give you that on the panic-ometer.
Yeah. But Niners panic meter, according to Bleacher Report, is a 9 out of 10. We'll see how this season goes. And, of course, we'll be with you every step of the way. At 888-957-9570, it's Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. Willard will be back coming up on Monday. We began the show, Dibbs, by talking about just how embarrassing yesterday was for the Giants. I mentioned off the top of the show that as a result of what happened in the ninth inning yesterday, the Giants still have not swept a series at any point yet this season. Can I name you the 8 times it's happened in Major League Baseball history that over the course of an entire season a team has not swept an opponent?
Yes, and if you want to talk about panic meters for baseball, the Giants are at a 9.
Not a 10?
That's a 9. Not quite a 10.
Well, what do they have to do to get to a 10 on the panic meter?
Maybe lose 100 and have somebody like Rafi Devers basically look in the dugout and wave off the manager and say, no, don't pinch run for me.
Again, or just have that happen once? Yeah, that happened once. You want to know what's crazy before I read these to you?
Please.
I thought this was an interesting answer by Vitello yesterday. I think it was Justice De Los Santos who asked him, what is the vibe of the clubhouse? Like, what are the guys feeling after that kind of loss? And here's Vitello's answer. Just keep an ear out for what he says about Rafi Devers. Oh,
dictated by, the guys that are in there. Rafi's done a really good job of leadership, but there's a lot more guys in there than just him. So, the pitchers, being a bullpen pitcher in the big leagues is like being a part of fraternity of like no other. You always want to carry the load, do your job, pitch even when you're tired, do all kinds of different things. You're kind of, built almost kind of military style to never let anybody down. So it doesn't matter win or loss. Those guys are always kind of a different breed. So it's kind of up to the players what the mood is and what the response is.
Two interesting things there in my mind is how he begins and closes the cut, where he says, in answer to the question, what's the mood of the clubhouse? He said, well, it's up to the guys. It kind of makes it feel like Vitello has no control over what the clubhouse is feeling, which I don't know if that's something that you want to admit. But number two was one of the first things out of his mouth was Rafi's been great. And that's not the first time we've heard from Vitello or from other people in the organization. I've heard this from Dave Fleming, who comes on the Morning Roast every week. Second I say Dave, Pasta turns to me and we make eye contact because he's our resident Dave impressionist. But I've heard it as well from Dave Fleming. There's been a lot of good publicity around Rafi Devers lately. Of course, he's been hitting the ball really well, but I've also heard multiple people again say he's been great as a leader, taking some of the young guys under his wing and actually really helping them.
And I have to take Tony and Dave Fleming at their word because they're there every day and they're in the clubhouse. I don't believe that Tony Vitello would go out of his way to say that just to try to curry the favor of Rafael Devers, because I don't think that Devers is listening to Tony's pressers, and I'm sure he's not listening to radio. I think that Rafael Devers strikes me as a guy who shows up and looks at the lineup and says, do I need my glove or not? Fine. I'm probably hitting second. Maybe I'm hitting third. That's usually what I do. All right. Baseball. And if he goes in the clubhouse, then if somebody has a question, he'll answer it. And if he has to talk to somebody and give him some advice, he does that. Just because he doesn't do media and he's not a front-facing, like, face of the franchise guy doesn't mean he's not a leader, you know?
Yeah.
I think that we look at certain things like, you know, the finger wagging of, you know, I'm not coming out. You're going to pinch run for me.
And that was a terrible look.
That and
terrible.
The other thing that I think is a little bit of a leadership void is when you hit a fly ball to short left that might be fair or might be foul, and you look at it and you realize, oh, Casey Schmidt, I should probably run. And then, or you hit a ground ball and you lollygag.
Yeah.
That to me is not leadership, but if he's doing other things and Dave and Tony speak for it and vouch for it, okay. I can't refute it.
What about the other part of Vitello's answer there when he was asked about the mood of the clubhouse and he essentially said, I don't know, it's up to those guys.
Right. That to me is a little bit troubling.
Right?
Not that he has to be in there like every day and like, all right, you know, rah, and hands in the middle. We're going to go out there and we're going to get a sweep.
Got to be tough.
Whatever. I don't know if that's what he did in Tennessee and now he is kind of stepped back from that. And it's hard to tell the mood of the clubhouse. Honestly, if I'm going to guess what the mood of the clubhouse should be, I would hope that they're pissed off.
Oh, they got it. They have to be.
Right. So the mood of the clubhouse can't be, quote unquote, good. And maybe I'm just channeling what I watched the other night. A couple of nights ago, I was watching Moneyball. And it's a movie, and it's fictionalized, but there's a scene fairly early where the A's lose again, and they're in there, you know, cranking music, and somebody's up on the table, and they're dancing, and Billy Bean walks in. He's like, you know, basically, what are you guys doing? And he like smashes the radio. He's like, get down off the table. And, you know, it's obviously sensationalized, but the idea of a losing team and you are 54-79, you are having one of the 3 worst seasons in San Francisco Giants history. So I would hope that the mood in the clubhouse is not good. Now, I'm not saying that you should be in there like, blank you, no blank you, and like flipping the spread and like getting into fights with your teammate. But I would hope that there's a certain amount of embarrassment and anger that you're going through.
Yeah.
Even if you've never been here before, like this is unacceptable.
Yeah. That's the word that I used. Embarrassment. Just you should not be able to be involved in what happened yesterday and feel anything other than embarrassment.
Yeah.
Is my opinion. I feel it. However many blocks away we are from the ballpark over here.
No doubt. And I've worked at the station for 14 of the 15 years we've been in existence. And there have been times, thank you, there have been times where our station, from a ratings standpoint and from a morale standpoint, have been bad. And if you come in here at, 1:40 before your 2:00 show and you're yucking it up and like, isn't this great? That's not the vibe that you want to strike when things are bad. Even when things are good, we don't do that.
Yeah.
But when times are tough, the expectation is you're going to show up even earlier and you're going to like bust your hump to make this thing right. And so, you don't come into a struggling radio station towel snapping and like yucking it up. You come in with your head down, like, how do we make this thing better? And so I hope that's the vibe down there.
To go back to Devers for a second, if I were to ask you, would you do the Devers trade again? Would you do it from the perspective of the Giants?
I mean, I go back and forth on this.
Even if you know everything that you know now, would you still do it?
I said yes about 3 months ago, and then about a month and a half ago, I said no. So for me to say yes now would be prisoner of the moment. But yeah, I'd do it again.
Just because he's been hitting the ball so well lately.
My fear all along has been the tail end of the deal. And so when you get to here, which is year 2 of a 8-year. I think when they got him, it was 7.5 years left on the deal. It could have been 8.5. I'm not sure the numbers, but I was afraid of the back end. And when the front end was as bad as it was in April and in parts of May, I was saying at the time, like, oh, God, if we could undo that deal, you got to undo it. And then you look at, I don't know, the month of August and probably even July as well.
7 more years beyond this.
Right. And so if he plays like this for the next 3 or 4, then yeah, it's a good deal.
Can I read some numbers to you?
Do it.
Rafi Devers, since the start of May, his OPS is 869. That is star level. This is since the start of May. So May, June, July, and August. We're talking about 4 months. 27 home runs, 27 doubles, 65 RBIs, and his weighted runs created plus is 144, and the baseline there is 100. So that is, again, one of the best hitters in baseball during that span. During that same stretch, again, essentially the last 4 months, only 4 players have more homers than him. Only 2 guys have more doubles, and only Pete Crow Armstrong, who's probably going to win NL MVP, has more extra base hits during that stretch. How about this? Devers has hit 17 home runs at Oracle Park this season. That's the most in a season at Oracle since Barry Bonds, remember him, hit 26 at Oracle in 2004. And Devers and Bonds, who did it 5 times, are the only players to hit at least that many home runs at Oracle in a season. He's now hit 29 homers on the year. That's the most through 133 team games for the Giants since Bonds had 38 through 133 games in 2004. And you look at your career as a Giant, most home runs in their first 225 games as a Giant, Barry Bonds, 61. Rafi Devers, second most, 49 in his 223rd game as a Giant. Second most home runs in Giants franchise history in your first 225 games as a Giant.
Wow, more than even Willie McCovey and even Willie Mays?
Willie Mays was third at 48. The home run yesterday for Devers, 49 in his Giants career.
Pretty impressive. Wow. And, I mean, it's kind of different than McCovey in that he was a rookie.
Yeah.
And Willie Mays, I think and would that be San Francisco Giants or that's just
New York?
Total Giants. Okay.
All Giants, yeah.
Yeah, and I do think that, when you look at Bonds in his first 225 games, he was hitting at Candlestick, which is equally difficult, I think, especially as a lefty, than Oracle Park is for Rafi Devers. But those are great and impressive numbers. And the one number you didn't actually read off is what's their record since Rafi Devers came over?
I don't have it written down, but it's been absolutely terrible.
In 225 games,
bad.
It's probably like 95 and 130. I'm just guessing. I'm looking at their numbers right now on the year, and they have blown 35 leads this year, which feels like a lot.
Yeah, that is a lot.
And going back to the Tony Vitello sound, the one thing that he said that kind of struck me is, the bullpen, it's like a fraternity. And I'm thinking, if this is a fraternity, then go ahead and pull their charter and close up the house, because this fraternity is one that probably needs to be put on double secret probation.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, it's like you can't blame Devers for the team being so bad. Like, obviously, there's at least some awkwardness in the clubhouse, and you mentioned what he did. He didn't want to get, pinch run for in that game in Miami against the Marlins, and he did the Matumbo, wagged the finger towards Vitello and the dugout when Jonah Cox was coming out to pinch run, and poor Jonah Cox got halfway to first, saw Devers waving him off, kind of stopped dead in his tracks, turned to look to Vitello in the dugout, then realized, I got to keep going, and broke the news to Devers, who then went into the dugout, didn't let anybody touch him, and made a beeline for the tunnel to get back to the clubhouse. And you mentioned not running out fly balls and not hustling on ground balls at times. It's clearly not a good sign, but man, he has been their best hitter this season, and it's not close. You remember, Adames hit 30 bombs last year, and it was a real 30, but it happened on the last day of the regular season, and a lot of those home runs, it felt like, were in not really important times, so a lot of fans, I think, kind of write off those 30 bombs. Devers might hit like 35, 36, 37, 38 bombs this year. It's possible. And he could get up to 80 RBIs. Like, this is a legitimate, really good hitting season that Devers is having. It's just you might lose 100 games in the process.
Right, and it's not entirely his fault, certainly. And you look at what's wrong with the Giants. One of the things is he's going to have to be your full-time DH going forward. He's not a great first baseman. I'm just looking at the stats of total zone fielding runs above average, which is I think a fair stat as far as, how you do at your position versus, what the average is around baseball.
Yeah.
And Jungle Lee's a minus 20 this year in, RTOT, as we call it, runs above
we do
average.
call it that?
It's RTOT. It's not your tot, it's RTOT.
RTOT.
Devers is a 1, but beyond that, you've got Chapman's a positive, Eldridge a negative, and Barracoto's a negative, and Basabe's an early negative. You have so many negative fielders. Willy Adames is a minus 1, which is not terrible, but part of that is that he has limited range, and he's got 18 errors at short. Your defense has been really subpar, and your bullpen has been ferocious, if I may quote Low Neal. So, yeah, it's great, Devers. Go 35 and 85 and have an OPS of 850. That's not the issue. The issue is you can't pitch, you can't catch, you don't run the bases very well, you don't steal bases, and without Patrick Bailey, you don't throw people out very often. You give up 90 feet increments all the time. So unless Devers wants to hit 55 home runs, his offensive output is going to be like whizzing in the wind.
Yeah, it's going to go to waste,
right?
Essentially.
As it has this year.
And he hit a home run yesterday. And guess what? You lose the game because your bullpen gives up 7 runs in the 6th inning, or in the 9th inning. You blow a 9-3 lead and you lose the game, and you still haven't swept anybody. By the way, that list of teams in a full Major League Baseball season that haven't ever swept anybody, the 1983 Seattle Mariners, they went 60-102. The 2004 Arizona Diamondbacks, they went 51-111. The 2004 Kansas City Royals, they went 58-104. The 2018 Miami Marlins went 63-98. The 2019 Baltimore Orioles went 54-108. The St. Louis Cardinals in 2020, they actually were above 500, but it was a COVID year. They went 30-28, so that doesn't count. The 2021 Pittsburgh Pirates went 61-101, and the 2022 Washington Nationals went 55-107. That is the group, Dibs. The Giants are coming dangerously close to joining the teams in Major League Baseball history that have never swept an opponent in a series over the course of a single season.
And they are running out of time. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 series left to go.
And they're pretty good teams that are coming up, aren't they?
You got the Snakes here for 4. That'll be a tough sweep. I mean,
the Giants... Have the Giants won what? Just like one game against the Diamondbacks all season?
That
They've
sounds
been
about
terrible
right.
against Arizona this year.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the splits here. They are against Arizona. They're 1-8 against Arizona.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, and boy, the only team that they've had ownage over is well, nobody. Grandy,
the Rockies won the season series against the Giants.
Yes, 7-6.
The Rockies. It's not funny.
Thank you, Greg. They went 2-1 against the Angels. They're 4-3 against the Dodgers. So it's not ownage, but
another series coming up.
4-3 against Milwaukee, 2-1 against Pittsburgh and the White Sox, 4-1 against Atlanta, and then 4-2 against the Athletics.
And Atlanta's probably the best chance to actually get a sweep because they've played Atlanta twice. The third game of that series got rained out, and they are playing a game in Atlanta coming up on Monday. Just a one-off in Atlanta. If they win that game, that technically becomes a sweep.
I mean, does it?
Technically, yeah.
I don't even know if that would count. You could already look at the first 2 games. You did win the first 2, but if you win the third, is that a sweep? Even though the third game is almost 3 months later.
Don't worry,
that doesn't count. That does not count.
That'll go down in the record books as a sweep, won't it? It won't.
It would, but come on. I mean, that's ridiculous.
I mean, don't worry. They'll probably lose the game, so we won't have to worry about it. But
and if they had any of those funky 2-game series this year, to where they could have gotten a cheap sweep as I work a rhyme. And as my daughter would say, do cheap and sweep make a rhyme? They do, my.
I'll let you take a look at
right
that.
now. Yeah.
You got Arizona for 4 beginning tonight. You have the one-off in Atlanta. You're in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh better than you, not a great team. In New York versus the Mets, a very disappointing team as well. Then St. Louis, San Diego, St. Louis, the Dodgers, Minnesota, and the Dodgers. So it is not – I remember post-All-Star break talking about the Giants' easier schedule. Yep. And that was giving Guru confidence that the math was there and maybe they could catch fire against some bad teams. The easy part of the schedule is gone, Dibs. You got Pittsburgh and you've got the Mets and you've got Minnesota, but everybody else you got playoff teams coming up.
You are the easy part of the schedule.
Exactly.
Like, teams look at you and you are the food. Like, it used to be when the Giants were good, it's like you look at some of these teams, like you're saying, it's like, yeah, we can feast. I like this little run here where 10-game stretch, we might go 8-2, not out of the question. You are the food right now, Giants.
Yeah, it's like, why do the Rams have like one of the easier schedules, as certain people say? It's because they don't have to play the Rams twice.
Right, you don't have to play yourself.
Because you're the best team in football. So
yeah, and there were no 2-game series or 2-game sets actually this year because a series can't be 2 games or 4. That's actually a set. And that's maybe one of my
oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, because like if you split 4 games, it's not a 4-game series. A series has a resolution, I believe.
Does it? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that, Dibs. Is that like an official thing, or is it just your personal opinion?
Both.
Okay. We got to take a break. I'm going to do some Googling, and we're going to see if Dibs is right or not. I think it's just his opinion. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy will close things out next on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel, which is exactly what you want from your bank. I know it's what I want in my bank, and it's one that's committed to contributing to their clients' goals. And in this case, I'm one of the clients, and they contribute to my goals. They've been doing it now for more than 60 years. They launched it back in 1964. I'm old enough almost to remember that launch at Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue down in Fremont. And in fact, the Fremont Bank building, which is award-winning, by the way, it's going to become the epicenter of downtown Fremont. For the first time, Fremont's going to have a singular downtown, and it will be built around this tremendous bank. And I'm loving that because I'm proud to be a part of this bank. When I deposit my money with Fremont Bank, I know that it gets reinvested into home ownership and businesses and philanthropy right here in the Bay Area. And in fact, some of their profits, 5% of their earnings, get designated for charity right here in the Bay Area. Go in and see exactly what I'm talking about when I brag about Fremont Bank. They're turning family-owned businesses into household names.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Set your will upon them. The best you've ever given right now.
And we can't get enough of it.
The more physical team, go win this game today. Go send it to them from the first whistle to the last.
It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
That's the best coach in the NFL. Shanahan! Shanahan!
Football is officially going down under. Rams, 49ers, division rivals, heading all the way to Melbourne for the NFL's first ever regular season game in Australia. It's happening week 1 on Netflix. Netflix is expanding its NFL coverage in 2026 from week 1 to the first ever Thanksgiving Eve matchup and 2 Christmas Day games. Watch week 1 of the NFL on Netflix. The Los Angeles Rams versus the San Francisco 49ers live on Netflix Thursday, September 10th at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, 5:35 Pacific.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. Laughing Monk Brewing is taking over the Bay one beer at a time. Whether you're meeting friends for happy hour, getting a bite to eat, or catching a game, there's a seat waiting for you at Laughing Monk. Great food, great beer, and even better company. Join us in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, Bayview, and Nopa in San Francisco, and at State Street Market in Los Altos. Laughing Monk. Grab a plate, grab a brew, and share a few laughs with us.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget.
Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Cha-ching! That's the sound of Lowe's Labor Day savings. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Plus, get 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's. In-store and online. Valid through 9/9 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
So many Giants injuries. Casey Schmidt. I mean, there's a chance he could come back at the end of the season, but why?
Right.
Why?
So would you say that their season got derailed by injury?
No, it was already derailed.
Okay, that feels disingenuous to me. Like they didn't.
No, if you already
they lost Jose Butto. They lost Buto.
Oh, no.
Come on, Grandy.
Thanks for the laugh, Tibbs.
You're welcome. And
if the Niners were 3-9 and then Brock popped his UCL, no, that's not derailed by injury. They already sucked. That's totally different.
They had their closer get hurt last year, and Patrick Bailey had hurt feelings, and he had to get traded. That counts. And, Chappie got hurt, but that was not until probably July. We got hurt earlier, and then he got hurt again, I think.
Yeah, he missed. He's had multiple stretches.
Yeah, Harrison Bader, am I right? Derailed by a scooter accident.
And
before that, he was
fire
hurt.
truck.
Well, he was hurt before that, and he was a big free agent signing.
Yeah, you're right, Dibs. Giant season derailed by injury. Nothing else wrong with them, just terrible injury luck. They actually were largely really healthy for the first part of the year.
They've got 19 players on the IL currently.
Well, now it's different, yes, but the season was not derailed because of that.
The sack got hurt.
Everybody's terrible.
Thank you, Richie.
By the way, a series can definitely be 4, Dibs. You're wrong.
That's a stat.
I don't know about
exactly. That's a stat. Absolutely, a series can be 4. Like if there's a book series or a movie series and there's 4 of them, yes, that can be 4.
Right, that's different than this. And if you have 3 movies, it's called a trilogy. But in baseball, we don't use trilogy. And 4-game series. It's not a best of 4. It's a 4-game series.
4-game series, because there's a chance it could be 2-2. But a series can be 4 events or 4 things.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're just trying to throw that back in my face after I...
Yeah, because you're annoying me.
I've clowned you with your whole derailed by injury thing.
You have not clowned me.
Who else derailed by injury? Jesus Rodriguez. Injured. That's a derail.
Currently, yeah, sure.
Keaton Wynn, derailed.
Jawan Jennings.
What's his face? McDonald, Trevor McDonald, friend of the program, known for gigging
frogs,
injured, derailed. Adrian Hauser, hurt, derailed. Carson Wizen, Matt Gage, Gagey. This thing got derailed.
What about Hayden Birdsong from all the way back in last year, Dibs?
Joel Peguero, derailed.
Yeah.
Matt Wilkinson, have I heard of him?
That's Tugboat.
Oh, derailed. Matt Wilkinson. Whatever. Yeah, I mentioned Jose Buto. Thank you.
Please get that as a drop. Have I heard of him?
Tristan Beck derailed.
That's Tugboat.
You get. They lost their third base coach. Derailed.
Not by injury because he sucked.
Might have been a mental injury.
Him. Oh my God.
Brain cramp. Counted.
I think he stinks.
Derailed.
I know you don't believe anything that you're saying right now.
I don't.
And it's fine.
I'm scrolling down the roster and trying to come up with the most obscure Giant I can. And
there's a lot to choose from.
I think I've done pretty
Buddy
well.
Kennedy backed him to AAA today because Eldridge is off the bereavement list.
He was actually DFA'd.
Oh, was he DFA'd?
So he might be not even in the organization.
Oh, buddy.
Nobody.
Nothing against Buddy
That's a
Kennedy,
3.
but he might not get claimed off of waivers, so he still could very well be in the organization.
Buddy.
But we'll find out. We'll find out in a couple of days. But
Airbud.
The news is that Bryce Eldridge is back. He's off the bereavement list, and he's in the lineup today. So at least, Dibs, we have Bryce Eldridge back tonight.
Big.
We can
Big
watch
is
Bryce
true.
Eldridge at bat.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
But we are not sure what the Giants are going to do this offseason, particularly when it comes to the bullpen. Yes, thank you, Shasky.
Buddy, Kennedy.
Zach Manassian was quoted today saying this when he was asked about rebuilding the bullpen going into 2027. He said, quote, I want to be a little careful to say rebuild the entire bullpen. Something I was looking at the other day, the 9th inning obviously has been a huge issue. Our bullpen ERA, when you take out the 9th inning, is 6th in baseball, says Giants general manager Zach Manassian. What's the saying? That's like, other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? Right?
You, yeah.
Like that's what that is.
Basically, it's like me saying, if you take out my 5 junior years at Cal State Northridge, I had a good little college career, you know? But
yeah, forget about the worst thing that has happened to us all season. Whoa, voice crack.
I know.
Forget about the worst thing that has happened to us all season. If you just take that away, I mean, it's been a good year.
Yeah. I mean, if you forget the 3rd down play in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs where Tyreek Hill got loose, I mean, the Niners had a great game. They win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's no longer Quest for Six. Actually, you also include the Super Bowl against the Ravens when, Alex Boone is out here saying we would have ran the ball and we would have got into the end zone. We would have won that game. We would now be on a quest for 8, Dibs, not a quest for 6.
And that's always my least favorite thing about Warrior fans, where they talk about how we should have 8.
Draymond cost the Warriors 4 championships.
We should have 8 right now. And the reality is, if Draymond doesn't get teabagged by LeBron and thus suspended and thus they lose, well, Kevin Durant never comes here. So you don't get the 2, but fans want the Draymond 1 and KD comes here and you get those 2. And then if KD didn't get hurt against Toronto, well, we get that one too.
Yeah.
And so now all of a sudden we've got 8. It's not the way it works. So I don't know. It's a little bit like what Zach Manassian's saying. If you take out
crazy thing to say.
Take out the 9th inning. Am I right?
It's a crazy thing to say.
It's
you take out the 9th inning, we're 6th in baseball and bullpen ERA.
And it
like
could
sure
be,
factual, but like you.
That's a stat?
You cannot. That cannot be your mindset. We'll pull a John McEnroe. You cannot be serious.
Right?
Are you joking?
Seriously. I mean, I guess it's not the most important inning. Every inning is 3 outs that you have to get defensively. But when you get to a spot where you've got the lead and you've got a bullpen without a reliable closer, they were in need of a closer and still are, then the 9th inning becomes all the more important.
Other than, that thing with the iceberg, man, I had a great time on the Titanic.
Yeah, exactly. It looked like it was a fun trip.
Yeah, great time. Yeah. Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, that's another fair way to put it. Have I heard of him? Yeah, it's poorly edited. You can do better than that.
Yeah, come on, Post.
Grady talked a little bit after.
Okay. Well, in that case,
I was going to say that's Tugboat.
You did say it's Tugboat. Matt Wilkinson. Have I heard of him?
That's Tugboat.
Oh. See, it works better in totality. Well, it's funny because, I have my 40-year reunion coming up, and my buddies have been calling me, "Are you going, Danny?" And and I'm like, "Danny, it hasn't been Danny in a lifetime." And the other one was my good friend. He passed away about 5 or 6 months ago, and he never once called me Dan. So I went to his service and I was, "Hey, everybody, hey, Magumba, what's up, Magumba?" And so I was Magumba to him, his friends, and the family. And so I was like, "None of you even know my name, do you?" And it's a litlittle bit like me not knowing Tugboat's name.
Tugboat. Yeah, Matt Wilkinson.
I'll take your word for it.
Tugboat.
Yep.
Yeah, it was one of the things Giants fans have to look forward to, maybe going forward the rest of the season. That and Bryce Eldridge and seeing how many home runs Rafi Devers can hit before the season is over. And that's just about it. What's coming up next, Steven? What do we got for Best Of?
Yeah, another thing you could look forward to is Best of the Game with the crossover from today. And then also you guys talking about, again, how bad the Giants have been in their ownership group.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's a real pick-me-up.
That has been the case for the Giants this season. That's
Best
what's
of the
coming
game,
up.
Worst of the Giants.
Absolutely. And that's what's coming up here on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Dibs, I will see you tomorrow.
You got to ask me the question.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
Sure do, Grandy.
Dibs and Grandy, back tomorrow, 2 to 6, higher or lower. What's the occasion tomorrow?
The anniversary of the I Have a Dream speech.
Oh.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Is that how many years ago it was, or
63.
I were to sit down with someone for dinner, I'd probably do Martin Luther King Jr.
How do you just have that at your fingertips? Pasta, you're one weird dude. Record that.
We'll do that tomorrow in honor of I Have a Dream, higher or lower, coming up tomorrow. Plus, we'll talk sports as we always do. Willard and Dibs and Granny. Shout out to Steven and to Cam as well. Valkyries basketball going on right now on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries and you can listen there. We'll talk tomorrow on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Wilkinson, have I heard of him?
That's Tugboat.
Oh,
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation